Deep within the Sireni confine Softchingfing Mountain, a young villager named Chanchiron, in a state of anxious desperation, was searching for his missing father when inadvertent, Lila's thighs way. Tomic matters worse, he was tragically bitten by a venomous snake, his life hanging by a thread. Just to show a sea med to dwindle, a woman clad in flowing white, resembling a celestial being, appeared before him. Notably did she rescue him, expelling Thes Nikivanov from his body. But she also returned to Jadapindant to entrust Edohim be his ancestors. However, upon discovering that Chanziran possessed spiritual roots, she regretfully informed him that they were among Theraristovt he 5 elements roots. Offering little assistance at the pathof cultivation this, she was initially reluctant to take Himasher disciple. Faye said with thy soon expected blow, Chanziran Cosonato succumbed to despair. He understood that the journey of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and thought his spiritual root lacking. He was determined to forge ahead with unwavering Grezalviandralental's effort. Hebelievit the could carve out a place for Rimself in theorem of cultivation. Thus, he embarked in a grueling pathoftraining, progressing steadily from the initial fining stage, through to foundational building gone golden core stages, until her reached the nascent soul phase, his cultivation, skills is Tedel Yadvinsing, and dispersu toft celestial path grow and jever morsalut. Chanziran realized that cultivation was not solely about thequist for immortality it wazels, any town, cover the true essentio fly fin brainithish. Hefirm libelivid thetis longas dreams, reside at hiartan paths lay beneath his feet, nometer thestatave spiritual roots. Nothing could deter his determination to ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation. Thus, with an unwavering yearning for the celestial pathy, Hepper said forward, defying the constraints soft mortally, seeking the truth, and inscribing his own legendaridal. In the 30-year off the Song dynasty, within Qingfing town, a middle-league Gedman with a prominent mustache, clad in a melon seed cap, high cheekbones, and a waxy complexion, sat in front of a tavern, his legs crossed highish bellowed, hitham hard, beef him to a pulp, the Siswati uge for borrowing money atropang. At that moment, Aslan Daryouth, poorly dressed, was encircled by Zaviral Buluman on the street, enduring Gabaraji off punches and kicks. Despite the biting cold off winter, Huron lay a thin lined shirt. Scattered around him lay a bundly firewood, and a wilderbit, its legs bound by rope, hung helpless lie from food pile, struggling in vain. Passers-by witnessed the scene in quick lie over their eyes, fear fulo fattracting trouble. The boy shielded ished with his arms, curling his body as Thebertes continued their assault. Hecklin shed the Stethan Zealants, unnoticed said be any one his blood dripped from his betenlapon tothajadapindant tethishist, vanishing in an instant. Masterba, this chill distilliaum. Evers and Sess mother passed away 2 years ago, the family's resource shave been depleted. This year, his father has fallen grave Lyle. Please, show mercy angrant the boy a few days come a spring. He will surely repay the debt, implored the tavern owner, bowing gaunt smiling ashabachedin with a mustache. Get lost. Ho do I'll think you aware? Hirdrin King Udo for spect for you. Indio Dorita speak? The man with the mustache slapped the tavern owner across the face, causing him to stumble near lion tothitable. Yais, Master Ba, your presence here is in your form, old Jong. Today, I shall cover the cost off thismal acid gesture for spect. Look, the boy cannot possibly produce many now, come a spring, when this no melts and hunting gresums, he will certainly repay. Please, temporio ranger today. They tavern honor fishy do a handful of coins for Miss Liev, offering them with a nervusel. Fine, for your sake, I'll let this break off the hook today. Give him 3 months if it isn't repay. Humph, me brothers aren't so easy to deal with. If anything happens to his family, I won't be responsible. The mistaked man concluded, smashing E's wine cup to the ground, snatching Thecoins with a scoff, and striding towards the familiar estate. Sure on, are you all right? Where are I hurt? Your lip is bleeding. Come, let me tin to your wounds inside. The tavern honorable ped the boy upan led him into the establishment. Ah, that scoundrel who is truly aminace. Point this stone hasn't suffered under his tyranny? I twould be best if such avalon were take him with the heavens, rather than ladder. The tavern honor mooted I should treat the boys once. Uncle Zhang. Oh be gentle. The boy winced. You still no pain? Just now, Yuxcellent, ling beaten a wee creout? Uncle Zhang chuckled. I was cinder injit I cold let hut scoundrel I you have a this satisfaction of seeing me suffer, The boy replied, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. If it weren't for your help today, if Fury would have been beaten to death. What's there to think? If your father hadn't saved Manchingfing Mountain years ago, I would have been long gone. I wonder what illness has afflicted him Hinover seam store cover. Why not go to Dayang Prefecture and area doctor? I still have a sama monolaskity our father treated first. Uncle Zhang applied the final to Shastatha boys, when San helped him dress. Chinzai Ramputan Hishu Isin stepped down from the king. With a handsome yet lean profile, calloused hands, and exceptionally bright eyes, he weighs a picture of resilience. Uncle Zhang, I'm off. Thank you. Chinzai ran adjusteth a disheveled firewood on his back. Thought Hayton while Drabity Tother Ropi had been taken be Luindis thugs, has still headed home with an imp tie basket. Wait, sure on, tech this skicken back do supplementi our father shielth. Make sure to arrange for the doctor and day ang sunifio you run ut off money, just'lt mekno. First, let's get thimwol, Uncle Zhang insisted, thrusting a hin in tothaboytions. Uncle Zhang, you've already helped me family enough. Thishinus langs I can't a kite. Aunt is still recovering, he protested. Enough nonsense, take kite. Hurry home your father must be waiting anxiously. Please send my regards to him, Uncle Zhang said, patting Chinzaran on the head with his smile. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. It will definitely tell my father with that. The boyder Ned cheerfully and made his way towards the mountains beyond the town. Father, I'm back. Look what I've brought for ya, Chinzaran shouted from a distance. However, Hesunita said that the usual closage at off their courtyard was wide open. Apanga fangziati grippidi shiart, and Dekwakan dispace toward home. Up and pushing Gapinthagate, he was met with Asinov chaos yardways in disarray. Blood-stained sans signs-off struggle mared the ground. Chinziran felt as though a bucket tofisi water had been dumped over him, sending a shiver down his spine. Father! Heck read out, hastily dropping the chicken and firewood, rushing toward the house. Inside, Thero was cerealizalant, dimly lit, with only a wooden bead in the corner. A teared quilt lay in disarray, yellowed cotton scattered about, intermixed with shocking splashes of crimson. Usually, his father would bursting on the bed, but no it lay empty, save for a few remnant soft burlap scattered across his sheets. Ah! Chinziran screamed, lunging toward Thebes. The signs of struggle were unmistakable, as if a fierce battle had taken place against stalled beast. Father! Where are you? Please don't scare him, come out. Chinziran cried, heart-wrenchingly, his anguish overwhelming Gasha fainted, darkness closing in around him. In the mountains, wild beasts were plentiful. Chinziran always locked the courtyard gated beforeventuring out, fearful of wild animals intruding. Yet this time, a new unexpected horror had unfolded. As Chinziran slowly regained consciousness, it was already noon. He clutched a fragment of his father's clothing tightly and hishened. Something's not right. If it were a wild beast, the door would have been smashed open. But the lock is broken, clearly don't be human hands. Someone has been here. Chinziran's gaze hardened, his lips pressed together with new-found determination. The soon had not yet sit following the trail of blood. He would surely find his father. Without hesitation, head a shed to the yard, pick a dupaw hotchet from the ground, slung his bow on quiver over his shoulder, and tuck a piece of coarse bread into his pocket. Then, he followed the sporadic blood trail, pursuing Jital at the entrance of Qingfing Mountain. This mountain was notorious for its treacherous staring and its fog, making Jadis rumors is poke of even more a terrifying beast, slurking in the depths of the forest. Thus, their sident soft Qingfing town seldom ventured for into the mountains, at most sticking to the periphery. Only hunters like Chinziran's family, driven by necessity, dared to risk the danger soft to deep woods to percentage prefer sustenance. Even Chinziran Yadonly ventured twice, both Demis accompanied by his father, moving gonly hoff in her entire outskirts. Yet now, driven by the need to find his father, Chinziran gritted his teeth, showing no hesitation as sheplaged in Tothwoods, following Thetraloff Blufflet. Junior sister, the multicolored glazed plate indicates that the jade pendant left by Uncle Chin is indeed nearby. Correct? As soon as the words were uttered, a flash of azure light appeared. Soon after, a man and a woman materialized on a jade-green ship. Coming to a halt above Qingfeng Mountain, the man was tall and slender, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his visage youthful. He donned a robe adorned with purple starlight, a blood-red longsword slung across his back. However, a prominent scar marred the corner of his eye, creating a striking contrast. The woman was clad in snow-white garments, her figure curvaceous. A delicate jade sword was tucked into her slim waist, yet her face was obscured by a thin veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. It is a pity that Uncle Chun, a paragon of his generation, was the most likely disciple of our Tianjin sect to break through to the Golden Core stage during the Foundation establishment period. He fell to protect the two of us. Had he not thwarted the self-detonation of the underworld at the last moment, we would have long since turned to dust, the scarred man remarked. Touching his scarred denim, the woman's voice was as clear and flowing as a mountain spring. Before his demise, he implored us to ensure his remains were buried in his hometown. I never imagined that Uncle Chin's homeland would be in such a desolate place within the secular realm. Devoid of spiritual energy, the scarred man surveyed their surroundings. Alas, junior sister, you need not maintain that icy demeanor every day. You resemble a block of ice. A mere smile from you would undoubtedly captivate the countless young men and women of our Tianjin sect. Furthermore, junior brother Nangong once mentioned that should you smile at him, he would willingly venture to Yaowang Valley. The scarred man jested. Silence. Utter another word, and I shall slay you. A chilling aura emanated from her side. The scarred man's voice abruptly ceased, embarrassment washing over his features as he recoiled slightly, scratching his head. Junior sister Lin truly has a hair-trigger temper. It's quite terrifying, he muttered under his breath. I sense the jade pendant is nearby. Fulfilling Uncle Chin's final wish is the least we can do to repay his life-saving grace. The woman produced the jade pendant. Indeed, well said. Let us hasten. I've also arranged to meet junior sister Zhao at the market to procure some items for her. The sooner we complete our tasks, the sooner we can return. Having spoken, the two vanished into thin air. As though nothing had transpired, in the depths of the forest, silence reigned, surrounded by nameless flora and towering trees that obscured the sun. Chen Xiuran had been tracing the bloodstains for nearly 2 hours, yet he still had not caught a glimpse of his father, and worse still, the blood trail had vanished. The sky was on the verge of darkening. Chen Xiuran's heart raced with anxiety. If blood loss was not stemmed in time, the consequences could be dire. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, remaining vigilant to the dangers lurking in the dense forest, and cautiously advanced. Time slipped away, and if he could not locate his father before nightfall, he would have no choice but to find a place to hide until dawn to continue his search. Rustle, rustle. Hearing the sound, Chen Xiuran immediately tensed. Following the noise to his right, he spotted a black-red patterned triangular snake, its head raised, fixated on him from beneath a tree just 10 paces away. This was a red flower snake. A common sight on the outskirts of Qingfeng Mountain. It was highly venomous. A bite without an antidote would be fatal within half an hour. Thus, both Chen Xiuran and his father carried antidotes whenever they ventured into the mountains. However, this particular red flower snake seemed different. Its girth was significantly larger than any he had encountered previously. Chen Xiuran's gaze remained locked on the snake as he slowly retreated, his movements deliberate. He tightened his grip on the hatchet in his right hand, while cautiously retrieving a black bottle from his satchel with his left, uncorking it and sprinkling its powder towards the grass as he continued to back away. The bottle contained a specially formulated snake repellent powder. Based on previous encounters, as long as it was not provoked, the snake would not attack humans. The red flower snake regarded him with an expression akin to human disdain. Flicking its tongue and derisively observing Chen Xiuran's every move, he continued to retreat while scattering the powder, eventually backing up to a large tree, then cautiously shifting to the left to obscure his presence before seizing the chance to escape. Before he could fully conceal himself behind the tree, a sudden, piercing sound sliced through the air, and a foul wind rushed toward him. Chen Xiuran felt something flash past him, and he instinctively swung his hatchet forward. A searing pain shot through his right arm. His arm visibly swelled, a distinct set of fang marks appearing on his flesh, dark and glistening in agony. Chen Xiuran's features contorted as he collapsed to the ground. Gritting his teeth to stifle any cries of pain, enduring the excruciating torment as he used the hatchet to slice through the bite mark with his left hand, he applied pressure, dark blood oozing from the wound and dripping onto the foliage below with a hissing sound. He then sprinkled the antidote onto the wound and retrieved a length of hemp rope from his satchel, tightly binding it above the injury on his arm. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Shiran found himself utterly drained of strength, leaning against the tree as he gasped for breath. Not far from him, the red flower snake watched mockingly, flicking its tongue. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and lunged at Qin Shiran. His vision began to blur, and he thought he saw the snake charging at him. But then a figure in white appeared before him. "I see a fairy. Mother, am I to die? I miss you so much. It feels as though I cannot hold on any longer." Qin Shiran clutched the jade pendant around his neck, murmuring. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the blood from his left hand touched the pendant, it emitted a faint glimmer of white light that flickered and vanished. "Junior sister, do you think this youth is indeed a descendant of Uncle Qin?" "I do not know, but the jade pendant around his neck matches this one." The woman's voice remained cool and detached. "I seem not to be dead. There truly is a fairy in white. Her figure is exquisite. How I wish to take her as my wife." Qin Shiran slowly regained consciousness, squinting to see a graceful figure clad in white before him. "If you are awake, then rise. If you continue to surreptitiously gaze at my junior sister, she will cleave you in two with a single stroke," the scarred man said, smiling as he stood with his hands behind his back. Caught in the act of peeping, Qin Shiran hurriedly opened his eyes, his face flushing red as he sat up. He glanced at the woman in white, but she seemed unperturbed, standing with her back to him. Her silhouette breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Shiran checked his body. He had not lost a single ounce of flesh, the swelling in his arm had vanished, and even the marks from the snake's fangs had disappeared without a trace. As though it were the work of a divine being. "Who are you? Did you save me?" Qin Shiran asked in a hushed voice. "It was my junior sister who saved you. There is no need for gratitude. What is your name, and where are you from? Do you know someone named Qin Jishan?" the scarred man inquired. "Qin Jishan?" Qin Shiran's heart skipped a beat, a surge of alarm coursing through him. Chapter 3. Ancestor Qin Jishan indeed. One of his ancestors bore the name Qin Jishan. It was said that he had ventured forth to seek the path of immortality in his youth, returning only once before disappearing forever. However, he had left behind a jade pendant upon his departure. Thus, over a century had passed, and the tales of his ancestors had faded into obscurity, with only this pendant being passed down through generations. To the exalted immortal, my name is Shochin. I hail from a nearby town, and I make my living by chopping wood and hunting. I do not know the Qin Jishan you mentioned, Qin Shiran replied, maintaining a stoic facade. Exalted immortal? What an amusing title. Why do you refer to us as exalted immortals? The scarred man asked, intrigued. Exalted immortal. You see this red flower snake? It could be cleaved in two with a single stroke, its form frozen in a ghastly state. Such feats are not within the capabilities of an ordinary person. Moreover, your sudden appearance alongside this fairy, exuding an aura of divine presence, clearly marks you as celestial beings. Qin Shiran said cautiously, "Ha ha, amusing, amusing. Young man, you possess keen insight and intelligence. We may not be true immortals, but we are seekers of the path to transcendence, cultivators who have spent centuries honing our craft. Achieving the golden core stage might grant us the title of landbound immortals, yet we still have much to accomplish," the scarred man laughed, shaking his head. "You possess some courage. To lie before me without flinching earns my admiration. I shall grant you another chance. Do you know Qin Jishan?" The scarred man smirked, gesturing to the large snake before Qin Shiran. With a flick of his hand, a fireball erupted from his palm, instantly turning the snake to a pile of charred remains. Qin Shiran stared at the charred remains of the snake, wondering if this was indeed the power of an immortal. The thought of meeting a similar fate sent cold sweat cascading down his back. "Senior brother, do not waste time. We are here to fulfill Uncle Qin's final wish, not to act like demonic cultivators." The woman turned, her voice cool and melodious. "TSK, how boring." This lad lied without a hint of color leaving his face. "I was merely trying to frighten him, not truly intending to reduce him to ashes," the man complained. "Shochin, you should be called Qin Xiu, right? There is no need for fear. We are disciples of the righteous sect, Tianjin sect, in the realm of immortals. We have come in search of Uncle Qin's descendant, the one we just mentioned, Qin Jishan. Master Qin, last week, while he was leading us to Tianfeng Valley in search of spiritual herbs, he encountered a practitioner of the demonic path in a bid to protect us. He perished alongside the demon cultivator," the young woman said, her eyes shadowed with sorrow. Before his demise, he expressed a desire for us to assist in locating his descendants, so they might be laid to rest, and to return this jade pendant to them, and to offer any support we could to his heirs, she added, gently shaking the pendant in her hand. We found you based on this very pendant. You should possess one as well. Had we not arrived in time, you might have already met your end at the jaws of that initial-level demon beast. The red flower mang, she continued, her voice cool and melodious, the white veil around her fluttering softly in the breeze. Is this truly a demon beast? No wonder it is far more formidable than the red flower snake we encountered at the mountain's edge. This enchanting fairy has no reason to deceive me. With such formidable powers, they must surely assist me in locating my father, Chen Xiuran thought to himself. With a calm demeanor, Chen Xiuran produced the jade pendant from his chest and spoke. I did not intend to deceive. I was merely afraid of misguiding the immortal with my words. Please do not take offense. My name is Chen Xiuran, and indeed, there exists an ancestor named Chen Jishan in my lineage. I cannot ascertain if he is the individual you seek, but this pendant is undoubtedly his legacy. Then it cannot be mistaken. You are a descendant of Master Chen. You lad are quite astute. Fortunate for you that you encountered us. Had you crossed paths with other practitioners, you would be in dire straits, as an ordinary mortal. What brings you to the depths of this mountain? There are numerous demon beasts within, far beyond what mere mortals can handle, the scarred man inquired, crossing his arms. I beseech you, esteemed immortal, consider our shared lineage and assist me in finding my father. Today, while gathering firewood, I discovered him missing. Following a trail of blood, I arrived here, only for the trail to vanish, and then I encountered this serpent demon. Had you not come to my aid, I might have lost my life. Please, I implore you. Chen Xiuran pleaded, his voice tinged with despair. If there is anything belonging to your father, I might be able to track him down, though I cannot guarantee success. If there is any spiritual energy intentionally obscuring his location, I would be powerless, the white-clad woman replied, her melodious voice akin to a refreshing spring in a scorching desert, igniting hope within Chen Xiuran. Yes, yes. Chen Xiuran quickly retrieved a piece of tattered cloth from his bed that he had found that morning and handed it to the white-clad woman. With delicate fingers, she grasped the cloth and formed a mystical gesture, uttering, tracking technique, swift. A flicker of blue phosphorescence erupted from the cloth, soaring forward with great speed. I've located him. Pursue. Take him along. Why must I always be the one to carry others? You possess the Bihangian. You could transport him far more swiftly than I, the scarred man grumbled. Ignoring his complaint, the white-clad woman summoned a beam of sword light, swiftly darting ahead, with no choice but to comply. The scarred man took Chen Xiuran by the arm. Hold on tight. If you fall, it's not my concern, he shouted. Finian, pursue. With a sharp clang, a blood-red long sword flew from the man's back, carrying both of them onward in pursuit of the green light. Chen Xiuran screamed, gripping the man's arm tightly, the fierce wind whipping past his ears. Why are you screaming? This minor wind should be no trouble at all, he retorted, just as a crimson barrier of spiritual energy enveloped them, silencing the wind. Thank you, esteemed immortal, Chen Xiuran expressed gratefully. After a quarter of an hour, they halted before a cave entrance. Have you found anything? Junior sister? Yes, but the tracking technique's energy signature has ceased here. He must be within this cave. However, the surrounding fluctuations in spiritual energy suggest a fierce battle has recently occurred. Then we should proceed with caution. Let us enter, the man declared, raising a crimson protective barrier, retrieving a blood-red talisman from a pouch at his waist, and stepping forward. Chen Xiuran, stay in the middle and do not wander off. We cannot afford any mishaps. The woman instructed, conjuring a blue spiritual barrier around them. The trio ventured approximately 20 to 30 meters into the cave. Suddenly, the man halted, signaling for silence and pointing ahead, at the end of the cavern. On a staircase lay a motionless figure clad in black. The scarred man raised his right hand, murmuring an incantation, and a flash of golden light shot forth, striking the black-clad figure. The figure remained unresponsive. He appears to be deceased. Do not approach, I shall investigate, he said, cautiously advancing towards the body, gently lifting the black cloak that obscured the man's face. The visage of the man was pallid and contorted, as if he had endured immense torment before death. marked by a dark insignia on his forehead. "This is a member of the heavenly demon sect," the scarred man gasped. Chapter 4. The grim tidings. How could there be a member of the demon sect here? "And dead at that, brother. Check if he possesses a token of the heavenly demon sect," the white-clad woman urged. "There is none. Not even a storage pouch remains. He was likely killed and robbed," the scarred man replied after searching the black-clad figure. "However, we can confirm he was indeed from the heavenly demon sect. Only those who practice their heavenly demon great method bear such a mark on their foreheads," he elaborated. "Let us depart. We cannot uncover any clues here." "Young man, I fear your father is likely beyond salvation. While I cannot fathom the reasons why a cultivator would seek to capture your father, it is all too easy for a practitioner to extinguish the life of a mere mortal. If he is dead, there is little we can do. Mourn as you must," the scarred man stated, casting a fireball onto the body, which instantly turned to ashes. With a heavy sigh, he turned to exit the cave, while the white-clad woman shook her head in silence and followed him out. Chen Xiuran felt as if struck by lightning, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes as he stifled his sobs. Since his mother fell gravely ill, the family's wealth had been exhausted in pursuit of her cure. In desperation, he had borrowed money from Lu, the moneylender, only for his mother to succumb to her illness that very year. To repay the debt, father and son toiled tirelessly, yet before they could repay it all, his father fell ill as well. The weight of this realization crushed Chen Xiuran's heart. He had envisioned a future where he could provide comfort for his father, only to find himself now separated by death. "Cursed cultivators, we have no enmity, so why must you take my father's life?" Chen Xiuran cried out, tears streaming down his face as he pounded the ground with his fists. His mournful wails echoed through the cave. "Alas, the separation between the living and the dead brings forth the greatest sorrow in this world. We cultivate to pursue longevity, some seek power, yet how many truly achieve their desires? The scarred at the brink of death, my master granted us this jade pendant, revealing that it was once part of a pair, with the other piece residing with his descendants. He entrusted us with the duty of returning his remains along with this jade pendant to the Chan family lineage. We examined it, and indeed, it appears to be an ordinary jade pendant. Perhaps it holds some unique significance for my master. Brother Lu, please use the spirit testing plate to check for Chen Xiuran's spiritual roots. If he possesses good roots, bring him back. If not, or if they are subpar, let us honor Master Chen's last wish and refrain from becoming embroiled in this cruel world of cultivation. It would be far better for him to live a life as an ordinary person." The woman clad in white spoke to the scarred man. "Understood. Young man, do not move. Relax and extend your hand over the compass," the scarred man instructed, producing a white jade compass. "This is the spirit testing plate, specifically designed to measure the presence of spiritual roots. What exactly constitutes spiritual roots is somewhat nebulous, but those who possess them can sense the ethereal energies of the world. Only those with spiritual roots can cultivate. Cultivation is the path to enlightenment, transcending the mundane to pursue immortality. Spiritual roots are generally categorized into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are also some anomalous types, such as thunder and ice roots. Among others, the scarred man elaborated. Individuals with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. In a population of 10,000, one might not exist, and no sooner had he uttered these words than the white jade compass emitted a green light, followed by red, gold, blue, and brown, 5 distinct colors in total. "Remarkable, young man. You possess spiritual roots," the man exclaimed with a grin. "Is that true? How wonderful. Does this mean I can cultivate?" Chen Xiuran said joyfully, clenching his fist. "Alas, you possess 5 spiritual roots, commonly referred to as pseudo-spiritual roots. While cultivation is possible, the pace is agonizingly slow. In terms of the cultivation world, you may only reach the mid-stage of qi refinement by the time you grow old. And considering your age, starting cultivation now makes it even more challenging. Instead of venturing into this brutal world of cultivation, it would be wiser to live a prosperous life as an ordinary person." The woman sighed. "Here are some silver coins and golden leaves, sufficient for your current needs. Take them, my brother. Let us depart." The white-clad woman tossed the jade pendant and silver coins to Chen Xiuran before turning and soaring away on a beam of green sword light. "Young man, your spiritual roots are quite inadequate. Rather than facing an uncertain demise in the realm of cultivation, It would be better to live as an ordinary person and enjoy a lifetime of wealth. This is Master Qin's urn. Find a suitable burial place for it. From now on, you must rely on yourself. The scarred man secured the spirit-testing plate, patting Chen Xiuran's shoulder before leaping away, a red sword light vanishing in an instant. Chapter 5. I must cultivate. Chen Xiuran stood in a daze, gazing at the urn of his ancestors after they vanished. His fists clenched tightly. Why? Why tell me I can cultivate, only to sever my hopes? You wish for me to give up? That is impossible. Now that I know I can cultivate, I am determined to embark on the path of cultivation. My father cannot die without clarity. I must find his murderer and avenge him. Chen Xiuran's eyes blazed with intensity, gritting his teeth. Since you refuse to accept me, I shall seek out those who will teach me. Even if I must perish in the process, I will cultivate to avenge my father. Chen Xiuran released his fists, staring resolutely at the jade pendant in his hand. Ah, you stubborn child. I knew you would never give up. A youthful voice rang out. Suddenly, a red figure appeared. Brother Scar, immortal. Chen Xiuran exclaimed joyfully. Enough! My name is Lu Qianqiu, not Brother Scar, immortal, the man retorted. If that wretched specter hadn't self-destructed and marred my appearance, I would have been the most dashing disciple of the heavenly sword sect. He lamented, touching the scar at the corner of his eye. Brother Qianqiu, why have you returned? You spoke so elegantly in front of the fairy just now. Why the coarse language now? Chen Xiuran inquired. Do you want a beating? One must maintain decorum in front of beautiful women. Do you understand nothing? I returned because I was worried you might do something reckless, Lu Qianqiu scoffed. Indeed, I have had my share of misfortune. Encountering the specter. Having received Master Qin's favor, I detest being indebted to others, Lu Qianqiu continued, pulling out a green jade slip and 2 talismans, a gold one and a red one. The gold one is the diamond talisman, a first-tier talisman that can be activated with spiritual energy, lasting for a quarter of an hour, capable of withstanding attacks from those at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. The red one is the fire talisman, also a first-tier talisman, which, when activated with spiritual energy and thrown, can either kill or severely injure a cultivator at the early stage of Qi refinement. This jade slip contains the wood element technique, longevity decision, which can be cultivated to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. It is a commonly practiced technique in the cultivation world. Although your wood element roots will result in a slow increase in spiritual energy, they are stable and encounter fewer bottlenecks, Lu Qianqiu explained. Noticing Chen Xiuran's puzzled expression, Lu Qianqiu continued, the cultivation world is divided into 5 realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. I am unaware if there are additional realms beyond these. Qi refinement involves refining essence into energy, absorbing the 5 elemental spiritual energies from the world and transforming them into one's own spiritual energy, which is then stored in the dantian. Once a certain quantity is accumulated, a qualitative change will occur. Spiritual roots vary, which relates to the speed of absorption and refinement. Pseudo-spiritual roots refer to the commonly spoken 5 or 4 spiritual roots. These roots consist of a mixture of the 5 or 4 elements. While they can absorb any type of spiritual energy, the process is slow and riddled with challenges. Such roots are the most common and the lowest tier in the cultivation world, Lu Qianqiu stated. Looking intently at Chen Xiuran, true spiritual roots consist of 2 or 3 roots and are the focus of cultivation sections. They absorb and refine spiritual energy swiftly, with the potential to reach the foundation establishment stage. And with good fortune, even the golden core stage, it is not unheard of for true spiritual roots to reach the nascent soul stage. As for heavenly spiritual roots, they are single-element roots from the 5 elements. These are exceedingly rare, with a rapid absorption and refinement rate, and no bottlenecks in reaching the golden core stage. If such roots appear and the individual does not perish, they are almost guaranteed to become a golden core realizer. Such roots are highly coveted by various sects, sometimes leading to tragic events of extermination for the sake of talent, Lu Qianqiu remarked enviously. There are also anomalous spiritual roots, which arise from the fusion of 2 or 3 elements, resulting in unique roots. For instance, Master Chun possessed thunder roots, and my fellow disciple Lin has ice roots. While these roots are more common than heavenly roots, they are still exceedingly rare and possess a cultivation speed rivaling that of heavenly roots. Individuals like you with pseudo-spiritual roots may find themselves confined to the Qi refinement stage for life. It is exceptionally rare for someone to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage on their own. unless they are descendants of powerful families who have amassed countless spiritual herbs. As for the golden core stage, do not even dream of it. I have never heard of a pseudo-spiritual root reaching the golden core stage. Perhaps it happened in ancient times? Lu Qianqiu shook his head. This is why my sister advised you to consider a life as an ordinary person, enjoying a wealthy existence. The cruelty of the cultivation world is beyond your imagination. The law of the jungle, where the strong survive and the weak are eliminated, and elimination equates to death. Therefore, I ask you once more, do you still wish to cultivate? Lu Qianqiu fixed a piercing gaze on Chen Xiuran. Brother Lu, I have made my decision. Now that I know I can cultivate, I am determined to pursue it, even if it leads to my utter destruction. I will tread the path of cultivation and avenge my father. Chen Xiuran declared resolutely. Very well. Seeing you like this reminds me of my younger self. You are indeed someone I admire. You possess ambition. Take these items as a token of gratitude for Master Chen's kindness. I have written the cultivation methods on this sheet of paper, Lu Qianqiu said, handing over a piece of paper along with a token inscribed with a blood-red sword. This token is one I crafted myself. Should fate allow us to meet again in the future, and you find yourself in difficulty, you may present this token to the Heavenly Sword Sect to seek my aid. From now on, you must rely on yourself. The man turned and called out, Burning Abyss. The blood-red sword on his back unsheathed with a resounding clang, a thunderous roar resonating as it transformed into a colossal sword before Lu Qianqiu. The Burning Abyss blood sword has long since transformed. I shall exhale my breath to reach the star's point one day. I shall swallow the Milky Way and dare to demand a new dawn from the sun and moon. What a thrill! Ha ha! The man leaped upward, the burning abyss shooting into the sky like a streak of blood-red light. As Lu Qianqiu departed with laughter, Chen Xiuran felt a mix of gratitude and excitement. Opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent, he gripped the paper tightly, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination as he picked up the urn and turned to walk inside, to the horizon. A woman in white stood motionless at the bow of a jade-green boat, resembling a statue of ice. Sister, you have been waiting for me. Ha ha! Thank you. I forgot to give that young man Master Chen's urn earlier and had to return. Making you wait, the scarred man called out jovially from a distance, scratching his head. Indeed, let us depart, the woman replied, waving her hand. The jade-green boat darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. Wait for me, sister. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Let me board, the man called as he chased after the woman in white. A flash of blood and green light raced across the boundless sky toward the horizon. Chapter 6, First Layer of Qi Refinement. A month later, a young boy sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in meditation. Qi disperses into the heavens, the celestial and the human resonate. Draw the Qi into the body, and guard it within the Dantian. Chen Xiuran had studied in a private school during his childhood and recognized the characters on the paper. He had been attuning himself to the incantation for a month. Yet he felt disheartened that he had not successfully drawn the Qi into his body. Thus, is my spiritual root truly so poor? Could it be that the instructions on the paper are incorrect? After a month of effort, not even a hint of success, the boy sighed, propping his chin in his hands. The 5 elements of spiritual energy flowed through the universe. The 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. According to this, wouldn't the wood element be most abundant in areas rich with vegetation? Surely, the mountains would be replete with spiritual energy. A spark of inspiration ignited in Chen Xiuran's eyes, and without hesitation, he sprang into action. He jumped off the bed, grabbed some jerky and a water skin, slung a bow and arrows over his shoulder, and dashed towards Qingfeng Mountain. This shall be the place. I have visited here with my father several times before. Chen Xiuran pushed aside a patch of wild grass and entered a cave, which bore the remnants of a fire pit, indicating that it had been inhabited before. He set down his bundle and hatchet, cleared the ground a bit, and sat cross-legged. He began to practice the method inscribed on the paper, forming hand seals as he attuned himself to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Time drifted slowly by, and Chen Xiuran's mind was shrouded in chaos. Suddenly, he perceived a multitude of colorful auras swirling around him. They felt approachable. Golden, green, red, and other hues danced about, with green being the most prominent. Is this green the wood's spiritual energy? Chen Xiuran attempted to guide the green luminescence into his body, gathering it within his dantian. it accumulated more and more, filling him with a comforting warmth as if he were submerged in a cozy bath. "Ha ha! I truly am a genius," Qin exclaimed, opening his eyes with a laugh. "So, this is what it means to draw qi into the body." He felt a gentle warmth enveloping him. Qin retrieved a jade slip. The instructions stated that upon successfully drawing qi into his body, he could use the energy to investigate the contents of the slip. He pressed the jade slip against his forehead, envisioning the green spiritual energy flowing into it. As soon as he did, a torrent of information surged into his mind. "Ah, it hurts," Qin cried, clutching his head as his body convulsed involuntarily, rolling around in agony until he lost consciousness. After a considerable time, Qin eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, his head feeling like a muddled mess. The pain was intense, as if a deluge of information had imprinted itself in his mind. If a qi practitioner had been nearby, they would surely be astonished at Qin luck. He had not been rendered an imbecile. Who would dare to directly use their consciousness to probe a jade slip right after beginning to draw qi? It would be akin to a long-lived elder hanging themselves, a fool's errand. A passage of text surfaced in Qin mind. Longevity technique, fundamental wood system method. When the wood flourishes and blossoms, vitality abounds. Practicing this method aids in prolonging life, comprising 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 correspond to the early stage of qi cultivation, levels 4 to 6 to the mid-stage, levels 7 to 9 to the late stage. And level 10 signifies perfection. It also includes a spell, green vine and twine. Is this the method for cultivating immortality? It has 10 levels. I should be able to cultivate the first level now. I wonder if, as I progress, I could soar through the skies like Brother Lu and Fairy Lin. How envious, however. My head aches terribly. I should eat something and take a rest. I will contemplate the first level of cultivation upon awakening. Qin grinned widely. With that thought, he stood up to tidy the entrance of the cave, blocking it to prevent wild beasts from entering. He kindled a fire, tightened his clothing, and fell into a deep slumber. When Qin awoke, it was already the following day. He washed down some jerky with the water he brought and eagerly recalled the first level of the longevity technique in his mind. According to the method, qi cultivation is a process of continuously absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After absorbing a certain amount, one can break through barriers to reach the next level. The changes in spiritual energy reserves within the dantian across the early, mid, and late stages are substantial, though these initial bottlenecks are not easily overcome. Although the longevity technique absorbs and refines spiritual energy slowly, the required amount for each level is less than that of ordinary methods, making it easier to break through the bottlenecks. However, the lack of sufficient spiritual energy is both an advantage and a disadvantage of this technique. Qin sat cross-legged, eyes closed, hands resting on his knees, greedily absorbing the wood's spiritual energy from the world around him. His chest rose and fell gently, with wisps of white mist seeping from his nostrils with each breath. 2 months later, I have reached the first level of qi cultivation. Qin eyes fluttered shut momentarily, murmuring to himself. Then, with a swift change of hand seals, he inhaled the last wisp of white mist, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and opened his eyes. After 2 months of relentless practice, he had finally attained the first level of qi cultivation. Qin stood up, stretching lazily and loosening his muscles before stepping out of the cave. Outside, the verdant grass thrived, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air as winter yielded to spring. Qin surveyed his surroundings and expanded his consciousness, discovering a bee on a flower 2 yards away, its movements appearing vividly before him. The sound of its wings flapping resonated as if it were right beside him, and he could perceive every blade of grass and tree within that distance. How wondrous! A cultivator can expand their consciousness, sharpening their senses. It is no wonder that everyone aspires to pursue immortality. Qin strained to extend his consciousness further, realizing that he could reach up to 3 yards. Presumably, as one advances to the second and third levels, one's consciousness could extend even farther. It has been 2 months. It is time to return. Lu, the skinflint, will undoubtedly trouble Uncle Zhang if he cannot find me. Reflecting on these 2 months, Qin felt confident, knowing that had he not been focused on mastering the green vine and twine spell, he would have reached the first level of qi cultivation much sooner. He tidied his belongings and hurried toward the exit of Qingfeng Mountain. "Old man, tell me, where has that brat Qin gone? If I don't find him today, I swear I'll chop you up. A middle-aged man with a yellow complexion, wearing a cap, snarled as he gripped the collar of Uncle Zhang, the tavern owner, B.E. I haven't seen Chiron for months. If you ask me, I have no idea. How about I help you look for him, and if I find Uncle Zhang, are you all right? Qin Chiron, disregarding the lean monkey, hurriedly rushed to Uncle Zhang's side, helping him rise from the ground while gently patting his back. After a considerable time, Uncle Zhang finally regained his breath. You must leave this place quickly, Chiron. That scoundrel Lu has come to trouble you. Cough, cough, Uncle Zhang said, panting heavily. It's nothing, Uncle Zhang. A mere Lu does not concern me. I will repay him in kind for all the bullying we've endured in the past. Qin Chiron replied nonchalantly. They've brought many men today. We are no match for them. Remember, as long as the Green Hills remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. It is better to wait until you have achieved success before seeking revenge. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your deceased father? Uncle Zhang urged, firmly pushing Qin Chiron away. Just go. Want to leave? No one is leaving today. I wondered why there was no news for so long. Turns out you're all here. Those who have harmed me and owe me money, leave something behind. A brazen voice boomed from outside the courtyard. In walked Lu, sporting a handlebar mustache, swaggering with the lean monkey and other lackeys in tow. Uncle Zhang, it's fine. Just sit back and watch how I deal with them. Qin Chiron reassured, patting Uncle Zhang's hand. Lu, impudent, silence. The lackeys shouted in a frenzy. Be quiet. Qin Chiron bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy into his voice. The others, as if struck by a lion's roar, were instantly subdued, and the atmosphere felt eerily silent. Lu, why have you brazenly intruded into my home today? Trespassing is against the law, Qin Chiron remarked coolly. Hey, you insolent brat. How dare you call me Lu? You owe me money yet act so unconcerned. Brothers, attack. As long as they don't die, injuring them counts as my victory. Lu shouted, smashing the wine jar he held onto the ground. The lackeys, fueled with adrenaline, charged forward brandishing clubs, vines of myriad colors, entangle swiftly. This was the result of Qin Chiron's 2 months of absorbing spiritual energy and honing his skills. 5 or 6 vines erupted from the ground, swaying as they rapidly ensnared the lackey's legs. What in the world is this? Sorcery, monsters! The lackeys cried out, terrified, as the vines constricted around them. You little brat, where did you learn this sorcery? My elder brother is not afraid of you. Lu charged forward with a wooden stick. His steps brisk, clearly a trained fighter. Chiron, be careful. Just as the stick was about to strike Qin Chiron's head, 3 vines shot up from beneath Lu's feet, ensnaring him in an instant. Lu stumbled forward, falling unceremoniously. Strike him! Qin Chiron changed his hand gestures. The 3 vines lashed out at Lu, soon leaving him bruised and battered. Lu lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Did you think you could bully us just because I remain calm? I'll teach you a lesson for the people. Ouch, you little brat. No, Chiron, please spare me. I promise I won't do it again. It hurts so much. Lu writhed on the ground, lamenting. The bullies lay scattered, barely conscious, moaning in distress. Lu, today I won't kill you, but if I see you bullying others in town again, I will ensure your end. I won't dare. I promise to be a good person from now on, I swear. Ouch, it hurts. Lu, battered and bruised, resembled a pig's head, his body devoid of any unscathed flesh. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Yes, I'm leaving immediately. All of you, get up and scram. You're just leaving like that? Can't you see the mess you've made of my home? Qin Chiron reclined in his chair, crossing his legs. You're right. Of course, we must compensate for the damage. Quickly, bring out the money to present to Chiron. The lackeys begrudgingly retrieved coins from their pockets and placed them on the table. Now scram. If I hear of you causing trouble again, you'll regret it. Never again. I promise. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving. With that, Lu practically grew 2 extra legs, hastily scrambling away, using both hands and feet to escape the courtyard. Seeing this, the other lackeys followed suit, fleeing in haste. Once everyone had departed, Qin Chiron slumped back into his chair. Chiron, are you all right? Uncle Zhang exclaimed in surprise. I'm fine, Uncle Zhang. Just a bit exhausted, and no need to worry. I'll be all right after a short rest. With that, Qin Chiron struggled to sit up, forming hand seals to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. A night passed in silence. Morning sunlight streamed into the courtyard as Qin Xiuran opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. His magical power had not only fully recovered but had also improved slightly. Glancing at Uncle Zhang, who remained asleep at the table, Qin Xiuran contemplated before making a resolute decision. Having stepped into the realm of cultivation, where time holds little meaning, the chances of reuniting with loved ones would diminish further. Thus, leaving would be for the best. He took out a piece of parchment he had prepared earlier, placing it gently on the table, and set down the majority of the silver coins given by Lin Xinzi atop it. Grabbing his bow and knife, he strode purposefully toward Qingfeng Mountain. Chapter 8. Departing from Qingfeng Town as spring turned to autumn, another 6 months passed. Why have I been unable to break through to the second level of cultivation in these past 6 months? I have remained at the peak of the first level. Wasn't it said that the bottleneck of the longevity technique is easily surmountable? A youth of fair complexion and slender yet sturdy build, with exceptionally bright eyes, sat cross-legged, resting his chin in frustration. The surroundings were immaculate, with a small stove near the cave entrance, a kettle atop it hissing with steam. Qin Xiuran had lived in this cave for over 6 months, spending his spare time hunting. With his cultivation at the first level, capturing ordinary animals had become exceedingly effortless. Any surplus he could sell in town to exchange for necessities, thus alleviating his worries about sustenance. Over the past months, Qin Xiuran had grown significantly taller and more robust. A month ago, he had reached the peak of the first level, yet despite his efforts to absorb spiritual energy and break through the bottleneck, there had been no changes. While the spiritual energy in these mountains is relatively lush, it is also scattered. If I could train in one of those legendary cultivation sects, surely their spiritual energy and superior methods would far surpass my solitary endeavors. However, I have no idea where these cultivation sects are located. Brother Liu did not inform me before he left. Perhaps I could find some clues in Dangyang Prefecture. Qin Xiuran, naturally an action-oriented individual, resolved to set his plans in motion without delay. Dangyang Prefecture was the largest city in the vicinity, and he had visited it once while accompanying his mother to see a doctor. Qin Xiuran checked his belongings, packed 2 sets of clean clothes, and took the remaining silver coins before heading toward the entrance of Qingfeng Mountain. Just as he reached the exit, he paused, contemplating, and turned eastward instead. The route east was familiar. After walking for a mile, he arrived at a hillside. This was where generations of Qin ancestors were buried, including his father's grave and the ancestral tomb of Qin Jishan. Approaching the joint grave of his parents, he noticed remnants of burnt paper money, a sign that Uncle Zhang had visited. He respectfully knelt and bowed 3 times. Father, Mother, I have decided to venture into the world in pursuit of the Tao of immortality. I am sorry I cannot stay here with you. Die in the future. I will surely find the murderer to avenge you. The youth's fingers clenched the earth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ancestor Jishan, I, your unworthy descendant Qin Xiuran, have been blessed by the ancestors to glimpse the world of cultivation. I vow to cherish these 2 jade pendants and will return to visit you once I have succeeded in my cultivation. Qin Xiuran touched the 2 jade pendants hanging around his neck. With that, he stood up resolutely and strode down the mountain toward Dangyang Prefecture. Chirp, chirp. Under a cloudless sky, Qin Xiuran squinted up at the blazing sun hanging in the azure expanse. Wiping away his sweat and moistening his parched lips, it was now afternoon. The early autumn afternoon remained sweltering. Qin Xiuran had been on the road to Dangyang Prefecture for half a month, traveling only during the day and seeking safe places to rest at night. Although it was an official road, it was in the wilderness, making the nights exceedingly perilous. There were still 2 days' journey to the city, and although Qin Xiuran was now at the first level of qi cultivation, he remained just like any ordinary person. He needed food, water, and sleep. His supplies of dry rations and fresh water had been exhausted, and he was now parched, unaware of any nearby water sources. If he continued like this, he might collapse from dehydration. After walking for another 2 hours, night fell as he rounded a bend in the mountain path. A glimmer of light caught his eye ahead. The night was eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional growls of wild beasts from the forest as Qin Xiuran cautiously approached. Before him stood a dilapidated mountain shrine, its entrance strewn with fallen leaves and 2 peculiar statues flanking the entrance. A glimmer of light seeped through the cracks of a dilapidated wooden door, accompanied by faint murmurs of conversation. Upon closer inspection, the voices belonged to 2 men and 1 woman. Second brother, what exactly is this Ascension Conference? The person we killed the day before yesterday seemed far from ordinary, a gruff male voice echoed. Indeed, elder brother. After that man perished, the token inscribed with Luo Tianhai suddenly shattered. Are we truly safe here in this forest? A woman's voice responded promptly. Elder brother, third sister, do not panic. Just 3 days ago, I learned from this Luo Tianhai that there are indeed cultivators in this world, and they can attain immortality through their practices. A sharp voice, reminiscent of metal scraping, pierced the air, leaving an uncomfortable sensation in its wake. Upon hearing this, I was initially skeptical. However, to win third sister's favor, I witnessed him conjure a piece of talisman paper, which transformed into a fireball, incinerating a table in an instant. This was nothing short of sorcery, the burly man asserted. Indeed, had it not been for third sister knocking him out, I fear we would all have been no match for him. The only items we found on him were this broken token and a peculiar bag that cannot be opened. Destroyed or burned at it is clearly extraordinary, as is the origin of that talisman, the sharp-voiced man added. Elder brother strikes swiftly and decisively. If that young man awakens, we may all meet our doom at his hands. The woman remarked. I in the temple of the mountain deity, a fearsome-looking man with a black cloth wrapped around his head sat cross-legged, stuffing roasted chicken into his mouth. His left sat a captivating young woman, around 20 years old, adorned with a white jade hairpin that shimmered like crystal, the jade hue subtly interspersed with hints of creamy white, enhancing her delicate appearance. A few tassels hung down, swaying gently in the breeze, producing a melodious sound. With a complexion as rosy as a peach blossom, the woman donned a white gauzy garment beneath a red bodice, revealing half of her full curves. However, the fierce glint in her eyes as she spoke suggested a stark contrast to her beauty. On the right sat a dark-skinned man with a gaunt face, clad in a black long robe, holding a broken dark green token and a peculiar bag. The three of them were gathered around a flickering fire. This is the belongings of a cultivator. That bag resembles the one on Brother Lu. Qin Xiuran peered through the crack in the door. A gust of chilly wind swept in, causing the wooden door to creak ominously. Who goes there? The dark-skinned man bellowed. We've been discovered, Qin Xiuran exclaimed, turning to flee. Quick, pursue. We cannot let the news leak. Qin Xiuran dashed toward the direction of Dangyang Prefecture, with the three behind him in hot pursuit. A whooshing sound sliced through the air from behind, prompting Qin Xiuran to glance back, only to see the dark-skinned man lunging at him with outstretched claws. Qin Xiuran rolled onto the ground to evade the dark-skinned man's grasp. Vine entanglement, Qin Xiuran chanted, conjuring a vine that erupted from the ground to ensnare the airborne dark-skinned man, yanking him forcefully downward. Second brother. The pursuing man and woman each drew their blades, preparing to strike at Qin Xiuran. Chapter 9. Peril at the mountain deity's temple. Multiple vine entanglements. Qin Xiuran, disregarding his disheveled state, hastily formed hand seals. Demonic arts. Could he also be a cultivator? Third sister. Run! The burly man found himself tightly bound by the vines, his sword clattering to the ground. Seeing the dire situation, the woman swiftly severed the vines, ensnaring her feet with her sword, and turned to flee. Do you think you can escape? Come back! The severed vines rapidly sprouted anew, launching toward the woman. Let go of me, you little brat, or you'll regret it. The woman was swiftly overtaken by the vines, which bound her arms and legs, tightening around her ample figure. Qin Xiuran couldn't help but steal a few glances, yet he knew this was not the time to indulge in distractions. He quickly formed seals to drag the group, weapons and all, into the mountain deity's temple, securing the door tightly and binding them with ropes, stuffing torn pieces of cloth into their mouths. The fierce-looking man glared at Qin Xiuran, muffled sounds escaping his lips. Everyone, remain still and silent. Do you see this large blade in my hand? Anyone who dares to shout will find themselves on the receiving end of it. Qin Xiuran growled menacingly, striking the blade forcefully against a beam in the temple. The blade lodged itself in the beam, producing a resonant hum, rendering the three siblings mute with fear. I will ask, and you will answer. Should your responses please me, I may consider releasing you. But if you dare deceive me, well, my blade does not speak kindly. Qin Xiuran chuckled ominously. The trio nodded vigorously. First question. Who are you, and how do you know about cultivators? You answer, Qin Xiuran commanded, ripping the cloth from the fierce man's mouth. "Spare us, Great One. We three are sworn siblings. My name is Qin Daxiang. My second brother is Li Sa, and my third sister is Shen Yuan. We hail from Dangyang Prefecture. 3 days ago, we encountered a man named Luo Tianhai at a tavern in Dangyang Prefecture. Seeing his unusual attire, we mistook him for an easy target, prompting us to send my third sister to employ her charm. Little did we know, he was devoid of any money, which was truly unfortunate, leaving us with a debt." "Silence. Speak only what is essential. How did you ascertain that Luo Tianhai was a cultivator?" Qin Shiran interrupted sharply. Right. It was like this. Luo Tianhai, infatuated with my third sister's beauty, boasted of his power in some sect, claiming he had influence. He had secretly come to witness the Ascension Conference. We were delighted, thinking we had struck gold, so we invited him to our residence outside the city, hoping to intoxicate him. After becoming inebriated, he revealed that he was a cultivator, stating that cultivators possess boundless powers, capable of killing mortals effortlessly, and that they can achieve immortality. In front of my third sister, he demonstrated a talisman, conjuring a fireball that incinerated a table in an instant. We were terrified and, fearing he would awaken and eliminate us, we added a sedative to his drink and subsequently killed him. We were left with no choice. Spare us, Great One. Had we known he was a cultivator, we wouldn't have dared to provoke him even if given 100 lives, the burly man pleaded. Such a pitiful death for a cultivator, Qin Shiran scoffed inwardly. Where is the Ascension Conference held? He continued to inquire. Where? At that moment, I was only focused on how to make money and paid little attention. My second brother might know, the burly man lamented. Do not try to deceive me. Answer truthfully, and perhaps I shall show you mercy, Qin Shiran warned, pulling the cloth from the dark-skinned man's mouth. Great One, I do not know the specifics of the Ascension Conference. I only heard Luo Tianhai mention that 30 miles east of Dangyang Prefecture lies a city of Ascension, which should be related to the conference. However, as far as I know, 30 miles east of Dangyang Prefecture is a bottomless gorge, and I have not heard of any Ascension city in that vicinity, so I am uncertain of its existence. The dark-skinned man replied, shaking his head. Very well, now tell me, what are this token and bag? Qin Shiran asked casually. The token's origin, the Great One can inquire with my third sister, as she was the first to discover it. The bag was found on Luo Tianhai's corpse, but it cannot be opened, nor can it be destroyed by fire or water. If you desire it, you may take it. The dark-skinned man's voice rasped like metal scraping. You need not flatter me. This bag is beyond your capabilities to open. It is of no use to you, Qin Shiran remarked, retrieving the cloth from the enchanting woman's mouth. Kind sir, you are so handsome and capable. I wonder if you are married yet, as I have yet to wed, the alluring woman teased, puffing her chest out playfully. Behave yourself. I have no interest in wilted flowers like you. Quickly explain the nature of this token. Qin Shiran demanded, drawing his blade and gently rubbing it against the woman's ample bosom. The woman's face instantly paled in fear. Great One, I truly do not know what it is. Initially, Luo Tianhai showcased that token to impress me, claiming it was a symbol of his power in some sect. After his death, it shattered, the woman stammered, trembling. Also, the back of the token bears a character Qing, which might denote the sect's name. We have roamed the martial world for so long and have never heard of a sect with Qing in its name. The dark-skinned man interjected suddenly. Where are the token and bag hidden? Besides these, do you possess anything else? Qin Shiran inquired, wiping the blade with the torn cloth. They are in my embrace. These are the only 2 items, the dark-skinned man quickly asserted. Fearful that Qin Shiran might strike him down. Considering your cooperation today, I shall spare you. I will take these items, and once I depart, you may find a way to free yourselves, Qin Shiran declared, bending down to reach into the dark-skinned man's embrace. Thank you for your mercy, Great One. Cough, cough. The dark-skinned man uttered, just as the fierce man beside him suddenly leaped up, throwing a punch at Qin Shiran. Long have I anticipated your insatiable greed. You have brought this upon yourselves. Bind him, vines. Suddenly, a tendril surged forth from the earth, swiftly ensnaring the burly man. Damn you. You shan't meet a good end. The vines instantly transformed the man into a helpless bundle. I had intended to spare you, but since you seek your demise, I shall oblige, Qin Shiran declared, plunging his blade into the man, blood splattering forth. Brother! cried the woman in a piercing voice, tossing her head back as a concealed weapon flew towards Chen Xiuran. With no time to evade, he barely sidestepped, grunting as a dart struck his left rib. Multiple vines entwined, Chen Xiuran shouted in agony. Several vines swiftly ensnared the still-trapped dark-skinned man and the alluring woman. Drawing his great sword, Chen Xiuran swung it towards the enchanting woman. "Release my sister, I will fight you." The trapped dark-skinned man charged at Chen Xiuran with all his might. Chen Xiuran staggered aside, unable to draw his sword, snatching the woman's dagger from the ground to stab at the dark-skinned man. With a muffled groan, the dark-skinned man soon fell silent. Chen Xiuran felt a chill in his throat, dizziness overtaking him. The dart was poisoned. Suppressing his discomfort, he approached the woman, bending over her to search for an antidote. After a moment, he discovered a small red vial at her waist. Opening the stopper and inhaling deeply, a refreshing sensation filled his nostrils. This must be the antidote. He swiftly lifted his shirt, extracted the poison dart, squeezed out the tainted blood, and sprinkled the antidote onto the wound, then swallowed some with water from their flask. Before leaning against a pillar and succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 10. Entering Dongyang Prefecture, the night passed swiftly, and Chen Xiuran was awakened by the chirping of birds in the woods. Rubbing his temples, he sat up slowly, his head still cloudy. Lifting his shirt, he noted that the wound had significantly reduced in swelling. Fortunately, the poison dart had struck a non-vital area, or the consequences would have been dire. Observing the lifeless forms of the trio, Chen Xiuran sighed. He had no intention of taking lives, yet fate had forced his hand. Reflecting on his first act of killing, he was surprised to find no fear. Only a strange exhilaration, akin to slaughtering the prey he typically hunted. Chen Xiuran, you have taken a life, yet your heart bears no remorse. Will cultivating immortality lead one to disregard mortal existence? Best to leave quickly. Once the authorities discover this, escape will be impossible. I must flee. Chen Xiuran muttered to himself as he examined his hands. He retrieved a token and a cloth bag from the dark-skinned man. Looting their belongings, wrapping his wound with clean cloth, and using his skills to drag the corpses deep into the woods, where they would be devoured by wild beasts by the next day. Returning to erase any trace of his presence at the mountain shrine, as if nothing had transpired the previous night, he completed these tasks before shouldering his bundle and striding towards Dongyang Prefecture. Move aside, quickly, dust billowed as horses whinnied. A rider surged towards the city gate of Dongyang Prefecture, shouting loudly. Before him loomed a majestic city tower, standing tall on the vast plain. The gate measured 3 feet in height and width. Encircled by thick walls of blue stone, soldiers atop the tower patrolled with bows drawn, while foot soldiers below questioned the incoming merchants and civilians. As the horsemen approached, a young guard clad in light armor shouted to the crowd. Clear out, everyone move aside." The masses hurriedly dispersed, and the rider charged through the gate without losing speed. "Boss, that seems to be the standard bearer from the front lines. Is something amiss?" A foot soldier remarked to the young guard. "I have received no word of any incident. Once I change shifts, I shall inquire with the old man. Do not spread rumors about this matter. If a civil unrest occurs, we will be implicated. Line up the troops and inspect everyone before allowing entry," the young guard commanded in a low voice. "Yes, boss," the foot soldier replied, tightening his voice. Everyone, line up. The usual rule applies. 1 coin to enter, free to exit." The foot soldier shouted at the crowd. Chen Xiuran observed the unfolding events, and with the heightened awareness of a cultivator, overheard the conversation between the young guard and the foot soldier. It appears another battle looms. For ordinary folk, simply striving to survive has become a luxury. After procuring supplies, I shall seek out the Ascension City to the east. This realization further solidified Chen Xiuran's resolve to cultivate immortality. After paying the entrance fee, he successfully entered the city, first visiting a tailor to purchase several outfits before reserving a room at the Fuyuan Inn. Following a refreshing bath and a modest meal, he succumbed to a deep slumber that a night passed without incident. The next day, Chen Xiuran awoke, shaking off the fatigue accumulated from his journey and the violence he had endured. Although he had not yet broken through to the second level of qi training, his spiritual power had become more refined, and he sensed that a breakthrough was imminent, awaiting merely the right opportunity. At that moment, his stomach rumbled, prompting him to head downstairs for breakfast. just as he reached the door. He suddenly heard faint voices from the neighboring room. "Third brother, let us play for one more day. I never imagined Dongyang Prefecture could be so delightful. Look at the beautiful skirts made by Suji. I have never seen such exquisite garments, and Lu Yishou's 5-grain chicken, and the Tianxiang vinegar stir-fry. Wow, this is the most delicious food I have ever tasted. My taste buds are in paradise," a young woman's voice chimed. "Little sister, how can we cultivators indulge in such earthly desires? Besides, we came to attend the Ascension Conference. If we miss it, how shall we explain ourselves to father?" A deep male voice replied, filled with authority. "Third brother, just one more day. It's our last day here, and Ascension City is less than 30 miles away. We could reach it in a few hours. We have ample time before the conference. And if you don't agree, I will tell Sister Xian that you are bullying me. How about it, just one day more? I promise we'll set off early tomorrow," the girl wheedled, her tone sweet and persuasive. "Truly, I am at a loss with you. Fine, we shall stay for one last day, but we must rise early tomorrow to reach Ascension City. We have other matters to attend to," the man replied, a hint of concern in his eyes that the girl did not notice. "Yea, third brother, you are so kind. I will surely speak highly of you to Sister Xian when we return," the young woman exclaimed joyfully. "Enough, enough. Do not fill my head with nonsense. Let us go have something to eat." Footsteps approached the door. Qin Shiran quickly retreated into his room, closing the door securely, waiting for the footsteps to fade before descending to dine. The Ascension Conference? Are they also cultivators? It seems fortune smiles upon me. I must find a way to inquire about the specific location of Ascension City, he pondered as he made his way downstairs. He spotted the conversing man and woman seated by a window on the second floor, chatting animatedly while enjoying their breakfast. The man was tall and robust, with thick brows and bright eyes, clad in a blue robe tied with a matching belt at his waist. The woman was petite and adorable, her hair styled in 2 buns, her cherubic face slightly round. She wore a yellow silk garment and a plain, light-colored skirt, her slender waist accentuated by a silver sash, adding to her innocent charm. The woman giggled, chattering away with the man, who gazed at her with fondness. Chen Xiuran casually took a seat nearby, ordering a bowl of porridge, a steamer of buns, and a plate of side dishes, all the while eavesdropping on their conversation. "Third brother, will you accompany me to see the street performers? I heard there will be performances at the Northern Square today, including dragon and lion dances. Such spectacles are not found in our homeland," the petite woman exclaimed, her eyes nearly squinting with excitement. "Very well, let us observe the customs of the Song dynasty and see how they differ from those of our southern Jing kingdom." The tall man replied with a smile, "Wonderful. I'm done eating. Let us go, third brother. Right now," the young woman exclaimed, bouncing up to tug at her brother. "Wait, little sister. I haven't finished yet," the tall man said, reluctantly allowing himself to be pulled towards the door. Noticing they were not from his own country, Chen Xiuran decided to follow them. He hastily finished his meal, settled the bill, and quickly made his way after the pair towards the northern part of the city. The streets bustled with people, the air filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, and Chen Xiuran trailed behind the siblings, pretending to be a mere passerby. "Third brother, that person has been following us since we left the inn," the petite woman whispered to her brother. Chapter 11. A clash of intentions. He is a cultivator. From the spiritual energy radiating from him, he is at the peak of the first level of Qi training, dangerously close to the second. Do not provoke him. We shall leave promptly after watching the performances. It seems there are other cultivators in this city, the man remarked casually as he picked up a hairpin from a nearby stall. Understood. Chen Xiuran continued to trail behind the siblings, believing himself undetected, until they arrived at the northern square. "Third brother, look at that lion dance. It is magnificent. And the cheese, it is absolutely divine," the petite woman exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed with food as she laughed joyfully as they were conversing. Rotund gentleman clad in extravagant attire approached, flanked by his guards. "Have you two wretches no eyes? Did you not see our young master passing through here?" "Step aside," barked one of the guards, clad in black armor, with a fierce demeanor. "Who are you referring to?" the petite woman replied, bewildered. "Of course, I mean the two of you. Do you not recognize the second young master of the Qian family? How dare you obstruct his path? Are you courting death?" the armored guard retorted menacingly. "How dare you speak to the young lady in such a manner? especially one so stunning, the portly man exclaimed, snapping open his folding fan with a flourish. May I inquire your name, fair maiden? I am Qian Liang of the Qin family in the city of Tangyang. I perceive this is your first visit. Would you do me the honor of visiting my residence for a chat, to experience the hospitality of my household? The rotund gentleman grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. I do not know you. Please step aside, the petite woman said, pinching her nose and taking a step back. You'll get to know me soon enough. With your beauty, my household's plain and unremarkable ladies pale in comparison to your mere fingertip. The portly man leered, reaching out to grasp the lady's delicate hand. Brother, you are going too far. A tall man interjected, swiftly seizing the portly man's outstretched arm. Who are you? Do you know who I am? The rotund man squinted, casting a sidelong glance at the taller figure. She is my sister. This young man here has just arrived in your esteemed city and inadvertently offended you. We apologize, the tall man replied. Third brother, the petite woman cried out urgently. The tall man raised his left hand to silence her. Let us let this matter pass, shall we? He said softly. Let it pass? Remove your filthy hands from me. You have offended young Master Liang. Few leave unscathed. Either you send your sister to my residence obediently or cripple yourselves. If I am in a good mood, I might spare your life. The portly man's expression was defiant. Ha! Cripple myself? I, Han, do not provoke trouble, nor do I fear it. If you wish to cripple my legs, you must first take care of your own hands, the tall man said, his expression hardening as he squeezed with one hand, producing a sharp crack of breaking bones. Ah, it hurts terribly. Release me, you fools, come at me. I am in agony. The portly man wailed. Seeing their master subdued, the guards rushed forward, and the tall man kicked the rotund man towards them. Sister, you must leave and wait for me east of the city. I will join you once I resolve this matter. Third brother, there are too many of them. I will help you, the petite woman insisted. There is no need. Can a few lackeys truly harm your third brother? He replied with a confident smile. Signal for help, quickly. Call for Master Zhang from the mansion. I want them all captured alive. The portly man shouted fiercely. A guard commander produced a yellow talisman from his pocket, ignited it with a fire stick, and tossed it into the air. This is bad. It's a sound transmission talisman. There are other cultivators nearby. Sister, run, the tall man urged, blocking several guards as he shouted to the woman. I cannot leave, third brother. I must stay and help you. If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to Sister Xian? The petite woman insisted urgently. Go now. If more arrive, we will not be able to escape. You staying here is a burden to me. Hurry, the tall man said, kicking down another guard rushing at him. Capture that girl. A reward of 1,000 taels. The portly man bellowed with a laugh. With such a reward, the guards charged recklessly towards the siblings. Young brother, I know you are nearby, following us for a purpose. Please, help me escort my sister away. I shall reward you handsomely, the tall man shouted as he knocked another guard to the ground. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiran thought, how did he know I was following them? Weighing the risks and benefits, he recognized an opportunity. He scooped up 2 handfuls of sand from the roadside and rushed towards the woman. Stop, Qin Shiran shouted, blocking the guards. Get out of the way. You little brat, or I will take you down too, a guard snarled. Let me show you something. What? Ah, despicable, the guard shrieked, covering his eyes. Qin Shiran hurled the sand into the guard's eyes, grinning as he pulled the petite woman along. Fleeing towards the east of the city, third brother, you must return safely. I will wait for you outside the city, the petite woman cried, reluctantly being dragged along, glancing back with tears in her eyes. Rest assured, your third brother will be fine. He is incredibly capable. Once he finishes with them, he will come looking for us. Staying here will only hinder him, Qin Shiran assured her as they dashed through the city gates towards the eastern woods. Stop! Release my hand. If we run too far, my third brother won't be able to find us. Why are you so cowardly? Why didn't you help him earlier? You coward, the petite woman protested, panting heavily as she tried to break free. What are you saying? Do I not know my own strength? Help your third brother? If other cultivators arrive, we would have no chance of escape. Besides, I have no obligation to assist you. Saving you is already a stroke of luck. Qin Shiran retorted angrily. Humph. Regardless, you are still a coward. You have been following us the entire time, surely with ulterior motives? The petite woman huffed, cheeks puffed in indignation. The road is not yours to claim. I shall walk wherever I please, Qin Shiuran replied, maintaining his composure despite her accusations. Ha! You lie without a hint of shame. You have been tailing us since we left the inn, and you, a cultivator, surely have motives, the petite woman teased, hopping in front of Qin Shiuran with a laugh. I was merely curious about the identities of you cultivators. This is my first encounter with others of your kind. That is all, Qin Shiuran responded nonchalantly. Humph. Since you are also a cultivator, you should know we cannot kill mortals indiscriminately. If we did, those few lowly beings would be extinguished by my third brother's fireball. However, it seems that the fat man has other cultivators by his side. If they are powerful, I fear my brother may not withstand them. Perhaps we should return and check. That is unwise, if even your brother finds the situation troublesome. It is surely no trifling matter. Since he instructed us to wait for him in the woods east of the city, there must be a reason. We should bide our time, Qin Shiuran said. Analyzing the situation calmly. Chapter 12. The Han siblings let us wait for the duration of an incense stick. If my brother has not arrived by then, we shall return to investigate. Be the way. I am Han Lu, and my brother is Han Feng. What is your name? The petite woman said, squatting by a tree. I am Qin Shiuran. You mentioned earlier why we cultivators cannot kill mortals indiscriminately? He inquired, intrigued. Are you truly a cultivator? This is basic knowledge in the world of cultivation. How can you not know? Han Lu looked at him as if he were foolish. Qin Shiuran scratched his head in embarrassment. Chuckling awkwardly, I grew up in the mountains and have not encountered other cultivators. I am unfamiliar with the world outside. It is astonishing how you reached the first level of qi refinement while knowing so little. Since you saved me, I shall generously share some knowledge, Han Lu said, casting him a sidelong glance. In cultivation, our goal is to ascend to immortality and achieve eternal life. Mortals have a lifespan. Living to 80 is a great achievement. But cultivators differ. It is common for those in the qi refinement stage to live to 100, and some can reach up to 120 due to unique cultivation techniques. In the foundation establishment stage, one's lifespan extends to 200 years. In the golden core stage, it can reach 500, and in the nascent soul stage, one may live for 1,000 years. Han Lu spoke with envy sparkling in her eyes. Yet, this is not true immortality. One still ultimately dies, Qin Shiuran remarked, pouting. What do you understand? There are certainly realms beyond the nascent soul stage, but we cannot fathom them. If one cultivates to the utmost, true immortality is achievable, allowing ascension to the immortal realm. Otherwise, why have people consistently sought to become immortal over these millennia? Han Lu insisted. All right, I concede that you have a point. But why is it that we cannot kill mortals at will? Qin Shiuran shrugged. Humph. Why do you say I have a point? It is a fact. I do not know who established this rule. But it has been a long-standing decree. I once asked my father, and he said that cultivators possess great power, making it far too easy to kill mortals. However, due to the cycle of cause and effect and the great calamities of the heavens, killing innocent mortals accumulates karmic retribution. Not only does it make breakthroughs exceedingly difficult, but during the golden core thunder tribulation, the resulting thunder will be far more potent than that faced by ordinary individuals, making it even harder to survive. Typically, cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. However, some resort to evil techniques, taking the lives of mortals to hasten their progress. They may advance quickly at first, but as they face bottlenecks during tribulations, the challenges become greater. Thus, high-ranking evil cultivators are exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, their powers surpass those of ordinary cultivators. In future encounters, keep your distance. Their abilities are unpredictable, and most are no match for them. Therefore, to cultivate to higher realms, most cultivators refrain from killing mortals indiscriminately, Han Lu explained. I see. But what if the one killed deserves it? Qin Shiuran continued to question. I am uncertain about this matter. If the one killed was a villain, according to the cycle of cause and effect, I believe there should be no accumulation of karmic obstacles. After all, it was an act of righteousness. Han Lu expressed her doubts. I have another question. Are you aware of a type of cloth pouch used by cultivators? A cloth pouch? You must be referring to a storage bag, right? Such items are typically possessed only by disciples of major sects or prominent families. I have seen one at my father's place, Han Lu pondered. What is the purpose of such a bag? Do you possess one? Shiran inquired eagerly. You truly are naive. I mentioned that I have only seen it at my father's, which clearly indicates that I do not own one. My family is merely a small clan, and that storage bag has been passed down through generations. I have only laid eyes on it. Hanlu remarked. A storage bag, as the name suggests, is indeed meant for holding items. However, the remarkable aspect of such bags is that they can contain vast quantities despite their small size. The one my father possesses is capable of filling an entire small room. Once I join a sect at this Ascension conference, I too shall acquire one, Han Lu declared, clenching her small fist. This storage bag is so precious, I wonder what status that person holds and whether it could lead to trouble. Shiran muttered to himself. Hey, what are you mumbling about? Did you hear what I said? Han Lu asked, visibly displeased. No, nothing significant. I was just thinking how nice it would be to have one. By the way, do you know how to use this storage bag? Shiran hastily changed the subject. It's quite simple. Although I do not possess one, my father has mentioned that it can be opened using one's spiritual consciousness. However, a storage bag bears a mark. If someone has already used it, either the disparity in cultivation levels is too great, allowing one to break the restrictions with their spiritual consciousness, or one can only access it after the original user has passed away. Han Lu explained, reveling in her newfound role as a teacher to this novice. I see. Thank you for enlightening me, Miss Han. You mentioned the Ascension Conference. Is it held in Ascension City? Could you tell me more about it? To be honest, I am accompanying you both today for this very event, Shiran admitted with a shy smile. Oh, so you are following me and my third brother to attend the Ascension Conference. It makes sense now. With your lack of knowledge, you naturally wouldn't know where Ascension City is located, Han Lu realized. Indeed. I happened to overhear your conversation with your third brother about the Ascension Conference while descending the stairs. And I was also troubled about the location of Ascension City. I sincerely apologize for intruding, Miss Han. Shiran bowed slightly. So that's how it is. You should have mentioned it earlier. I thought you were up to no good and was ready to leave with my third brother immediately. Han Lu giggled, covering her mouth. I was also wary that you two might be villains. Since this is my first outing, I had to exercise caution and not reveal my identity or intentions too freely. Shiran said, rubbing his nose. A stick of incense has nearly burned out. Why hasn't my third brother returned yet? We should check on him, Han Lu said, a hint of urgency in her voice. Yes, it has been quite some time. There may be danger. Let us return and see, Shiran concurred. Just as they prepared to head back, a violent explosion erupted from the direction of Dongyang Manor. This is bad. Your third brother is in danger. Quick, we must go, Shiran exclaimed, pulling Han Lu towards the city gate of Dongyang Manor. When they were about 100 meters from the gate, a tall and disheveled figure came rushing out. Shiran, look, it's my third brother, Han Lu exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. Young brother, run, Han Feng shouted, disregarding the pursuing enemies behind him. He rushed towards them, pulling Han Lu along as they dashed towards the woods to the east of the city. Shiran quickly reacted and turned to run, his frequent training in the mountains giving him an edge in speed over Han Feng. Chapter 13. The appearance of the evil cultivator. The trio ran for nearly half an hour and, finding that their pursuers had not caught up, leaned against a great tree, panting heavily. Young brother, thank you for rescuing my sister. I am Han Feng. If there is anything I can assist you with, I will do my utmost, Han Feng said, clasping his fists in gratitude towards Shiran. No need for that, brother Han. I did nothing significant. You may call me Shiran. Shiran quickly waved his hand. Third brother, what exactly transpired? What caused such a tremendous explosion? Han Lu asked, her curiosity piqued. Fortunately, Shiran brought you out. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for us to escape. Han Feng replied solemnly. I never anticipated that Qian Fatty would be accompanied by an evil cultivator. And a third-tier Qi cultivator at that. If I had not used the explosive talisman given to me by my father before leaving, I might have met a dire fate as well. Han Feng recounted, still shaken. What? An evil cultivator? To encounter one here? Third brother, you weren't injured, were you? Han Lu asked anxiously. Third brother is fine. However, it appears that Qian Fatty helped that evil cultivator kill many. The malevolent energy surrounding the evil cultivator is indeed formidable. But my third brother is not to be trifled with. That last explosive talisman was enough to deal him a heavy blow. He may not be dead, but he will surely be severely injured. Likely confined to bed for several months. Haha. Han Feng laughed heartily. You can still laugh? You're in tatters. If you were to get hurt, how would I explain it to father and sister Exun when we return? Han Lu scolded in exasperation. Third brother is fine. It's not a good time to go back. And the problem is that I forgot to bring our belongings before leaving. There are still many valuable items left at the inn. Han Feng said, feeling helpless. We should leave this place first. If that evil cultivator has allies pursuing us, it would be troublesome. Let us wait until nightfall before sneaking back to retrieve our belongings. Qin Shiran suggested thoughtfully. Indeed, Shiran is right. We should relocate to a safer place to rest. Once night falls, we can devise a plan. I know of a secure location. Follow me, Han Feng said, striding towards the northern edge of the woods. To the east of Dongyang Manor lies a forest that stretches for several dozen miles to the north. 18. Various wild beasts roam, and aside from the main roads, few venture deep into the woods. Han Feng led them for an hour until they arrived at a cave, a place they had discovered when they first encountered a band of robbers upon arriving in Dongyang Manor. We will rest here for a while. Once it is dark, we will sneak back, retrieve our belongings, and then leave immediately, Han Feng stated. Brother Han, I come from the mountains and am not well versed in the world of cultivation. Do you know what the Ascension Conference entails? Qin Shiran asked. Come, sit down and I will explain. The Ascension Conference is organized by the 5 major sects and has been held for over 1,000 years. Occurring every 3 years. Its purpose is to recruit promising cultivators to strengthen the sects, Han Feng elaborated. What are the 5 major sects? Which one is the strongest? Qin Shiran inquired, curious about which sect would be beneficial for his own cultivation. Fortunately, one of my ancestors was an inner disciple at the Tianjin sect, so our clan possesses some records. Otherwise, I would not know much. Our continent is called Tianhang, and 5 formidable sects dominate different regions. Tianjin sect, Yuling sect, Qingyuan sect, Tianin Valley, and Diaowang Valley. If we are to speak of the strongest sect, it would certainly be Tianjin sect. They are all sword cultivators. Although their numbers are few, each is exceptionally powerful. Their recruitment standards are very stringent, requiring at least a true spiritual route to enter. Moreover, it is said that 3 years later, one must gain the recognition of the sword spirit at the Zhanqian platform. If one fails to do so, they will be relegated to the outer sect, unable to access cultivation resources, thus halting their path to immortality, Han Feng explained earnestly. Such stringent requirements. What is the distinction between inner and outer disciples? I am unfamiliar with these records, Han Lu queried, puzzled. Every time there is a clan lecture, you always choose to play instead. How can I defend your ignorance? Han Feng sighed. Han Lu giggled and made a face. Every sect has inner and outer disciples. Those with exceptional talent may become inner disciples upon entering, while those of lesser ability are designated as outer disciples. There are even those who are merely registered disciples. Not every sect has such stringent recruitment standards as Tianjin sect. After all, those with spiritual roots are quite rare. However, the selection criteria differ from one occasion to another, and we do not know what the standards will be this time. Han Feng explained. Inner disciples enjoy more resources, whether it be spirit stones, spiritual herbs, techniques, connections, or training grounds. This is why I mentioned that outer disciples may find their path to immortality stagnant, without good resources. It becomes difficult to advance further, and of course, there are those who encounter fortuitous opportunities, but such cases are exceedingly rare, Han Feng continued. Is there a sect token upon entering a sect? Qin Shiran shifted the topic. A sect token? How do you know about sect tokens? As far as I know, not everyone can obtain one. Generally, only inner disciples receive them, making them quite scarce. Moreover, sect tokens also possess tracking capabilities, Han Feng remarked. Taken aback that I just mentioned it casually, don't all worldly sects have tokens to represent their identity? However, it seems so difficult to obtain a cultivation sect's token, and it can also track you? Qin Shiran quickly replied. Indeed, due to the rarity of inner disciples, each one is required to leave a soul lamp within the spiritual hall, connected to their token. Should they encounter an untimely demise outside, the soul lamp will extinguish, and the token will shatter. This way, the sect can promptly ascertain the location of the disciple's passing and send someone to investigate, for the dignity of the sect must not be tarnished by others. Han Feng continued to elucidate. Oh, thank you, Brother Han, for clarifying. There is still some time before nightfall. Let us all rest for a moment. I will step out briefly, Qin Shiran responded, turning to depart the cave after expressing his gratitude to Han Feng. Shiran, it is quite dangerous outside at the moment, Han Feng interjected, halting Han Lu. Shiran, Here is a sound transmission talisman. If you encounter any issues, simply activate it with your spiritual energy, and you can leave a message. We will rush over immediately, Han Feng offered, handing him a sound transmission talisman. Thank you, Brother Han, I will be back shortly. There is no need for concern, Qin Shiran assured them before exiting the cave. Third brother, why did you not stop Shiran? It is so perilous outside right now. What if he encounters a malevolent practitioner? Han Lu reproached. Little sister, everyone harbors their own secrets. Remember, in this world, the less one knows, the longer one survives. As long as we are assured he harbors no ill intentions, it is sufficient. When the time comes to take him to the Ascension City, we shall part ways for now. Let us meditate and cultivate. We will depart after retrieving our packages tonight, Han Feng stated, falling silent as he began to meditate with closed eyes. Chapter 14. Entering Ascension City as soon as Chen Shiran left the cave. He hastened eastward. I did not expect the token to possess a tracking function. I am fortunate to have inquired. I must dispose of the token quickly. Several days have already passed. It is possible that the sect to which Luo Tianhai belongs has sent someone after me. According to Qin Daxiang and his sister, there is a gorge 30 miles to the east where I can discard it without being traced. Chen Shiran contemplated rapidly. After running for nearly an hour, he finally spotted a gorge deep within the woods, standing as a barrier before him. The gorge stretched endlessly north and south, while the opposite side was shrouded in mist, obscuring his view, and he could not discern the location of Ascension City. This precipice had already severed his path. Chen Shiran peered over the edge of the cliff, but the depth was unfathomable, the bottom concealed by clouds. His spiritual sense could only reach a distance of 3 zhang before being obstructed. The cliff face was stark and barren. Without further thought, Qin Shiran produced the broken token, now in 2 halves, and hurled it into the abyss. Having completed this task, he wasted no time resting and turned back to sprint towards the cave. As he neared the cave, twilight was approaching. To prevent the siblings from suspecting anything, Qin Shiran rested nearby for a short incense stick's time before re-entering the cave. Shiran, why did you take so long? Did you encounter any trouble? Han Lu inquired anxiously as he approached. No, I merely attended to some matters. Everything is fine here, I trust? Qin Shiran quickly diverted the topic. It is quite safe here. Night is nearly upon us. Shiran, if all is well, let us head to the Tangyang mansion now. Little sister, you should remain here. It is too dangerous in the city. I will return with Shiran after we retrieve our belongings. Should you need anything, use the sound transmission talisman to contact me, Han Feng instructed. Third brother, I want to go too. Han Lu insisted eagerly. Miss Han, it is best if you stay here, if we encounter any malevolent practitioners. Having more people increases the danger. Moreover, our task is merely to retrieve the package, which should not take long, Qin Shiran added in persuasion. Brother Shiran is right. Third sister, do not be willful. Remain here and wait for us obediently. Han Feng concluded, turning to exit the cave. Qin Shiran followed closely behind, and the two hurried towards Tangyang Mansion as night began to fall. After running for about an hour, darkness enveloped the land. The city gates will soon close. Those wishing to enter or exit the city must line up quickly. In half an hour, we will close the gates. Anyone wishing to enter or exit will have to wait until tomorrow morning. A soldier armed with a spear announced, Shiran, let us proceed. Conflicts among cultivators generally do not involve mortals. They should not recognize us. Besides, the influence of Qian Panzai cannot reach this far, Han Feng remarked. We will blend in and assess the situation. If it seems amiss, we will devise another plan. Agreed. With that, the two mingled with the crowd, and the soldier failed to notice anything unusual. They successfully entered the city. They quickly arrived at Fuyuan Inn and found everything to be in order. After checking their belongings in their respective rooms, they discovered nothing was missing. Brother Han, it is strange. This malevolent practitioner and Qian Panzai should have easily found out our whereabouts. Why have they not come to search? Qin Shiran pondered in confusion. Perhaps my explosive talisman frightened them, or they may have only that one malevolent practitioner. Now that we are aware of his identity, he surely dares not act recklessly, Han Feng speculated. That is plausible. Regardless, let us retrieve our items and depart without causing further complications. The city gates will soon close. Indeed, let us go. We will return to investigate once our cultivation is more advanced. Han Feng and Qin Shiran agreed, retracing their steps to exit the city smoothly. Third brother, Shiran, why have you returned so soon? Han Lu exclaimed with delight. Miss Han, do you wish for something to happen to me and your third brother? Qin teased that of course not. I simply find it surprising how smoothly it went, especially after the commotion this morning. Han Lu replied hastily. Haha, Brother Shiran is merely jesting with you. Well then, since we have retrieved our belongings, let us rest for the night and set off for Ascension City early tomorrow. Han Feng laughed heartily. With that, the group began to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The night passed without incident, and at dawn the next day, the three departed the cave without pause, heading east towards Ascension City. After several hours of travel, they finally arrived at the gorge where Chen Xiuran had discarded the token the previous day. The precipice remained an inscrutable barrier, the upper reaches cloaked in mist, and the bottom remained indistinct, with only a few birds occasionally soaring overhead. Brother Han, there seems to be no path here. Have we gone astray? Chen Xiuran inquired. Ha, young Brother Xiuran, you are unaware that as cultivators, we possess unique methods. Watch closely, Han Feng declared, producing a jade token. After channeling his spiritual energy into it, he cast it towards the top of the cliff. The token suddenly vanished from view. Moments later, ripples appeared at the cliff's summit, and a grand door materialized out of thin air, surrounded by the sheer cliffs, making the entrance appear remarkably out of place. Qin Xiuran stood in awe, realizing that was why others could not locate Ascension City. They entered through such means. Come, do not dawdle. This door will only remain open for a brief moment. After it closes, we will have to wait another 3 hours. Han Feng patted Qin Xiuran on the shoulder and stepped through the door. Seeing Chen Xiuran's astonished expression, Han Lu stifled a giggle and followed suit. Chen Xiuran hurriedly entered as well. A blinding light enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself standing beside a pavilion in a vast square, surrounded by many individuals dressed in varied attire. Spanning all ages, the Han siblings awaited him not far off. Isn't it marvelous? When I first accompanied my father to the Ascension City Square, I was just as amazed as you. Once you become familiar with the entire cultivation world, you will realize that these are merely the most commonplace techniques, Han Feng explained as he approached. Practicing cultivation involves not only mastering spells and seeking longevity, but also encompasses alchemy, weaponry, talismans, formations, and much more. The entrance we just passed through employs a formation technique, akin to a teleportation array. This token serves as a token of passage, guarded by specialized individuals who will open the teleportation array upon presenting it. After we enter, we are teleported here, and the surrounding individuals arrive from various locations. Han Feng elaborated. Is that so? So this is Ascension City. It is truly vast, Chen Xiuran remarked, surveying his surroundings. The square covered a vast area of several kilometers. Its ground constructed of white jade, and the surrounding architecture exuded an ancient charm, appearing to have weathered the passage of time. Not far from the square stood a towering city gate, in front of which a grand statue loomed. The statue depicted a middle-aged man clad in traditional robes, his head adorned with a crown, wielding a sword pointed skyward with his right hand, while his left hand rested behind his back, emanating an aura of sharpness that compelled one to bow in reverence. As they approached, Qin Xiuran glanced at the statue and felt as though it were watching him, its expression seemingly one of joy. Was this an illusion? Qin Xiuran quickly shut his eyes and shook his head. Upon reopening them, the statue remained steadfast, sword still pointed skyward, with no signs of abnormality. Chapter 15. The statue of Lu Xintian. Whose statue is this? Qin Xiuran inquired. Following Qin Xiuran's gaze, Han Feng replied, Do you not feel an urge to kneel in reverence? I felt the same way when I first arrived. It was only later, upon studying the clan's records, that I learned of his life story. His name is Lu Xintian, born with a sword body, possessing a golden spiritual root, and is a natural genius of the sword path. Han Feng elaborated. I have heard that he commenced his cultivation at the tender age of 8, laid his foundation by 20, achieved the golden core by 80, and ascended to the nascent soul stage by 200 years of age. He is undoubtedly one of the most prodigious talents in the realm of immortality. Not only is his cultivation speed astonishingly rapid, but he is also known for his humility and integrity. It was he who, a millennium ago, turned the tide during the calamity that befell the cultivation world, thereby saving the entire community of cultivators. He is a true hero among us, Han Feng declared with fervent admiration in his eyes. Such incredible prowess. What exactly transpired 1,000 years ago? Qin Xiuran inquired. Intrigued, The details are somewhat elusive to me as well, Han Feng continued. According to the records of our clan, 1,000 years ago, the demon race colluded with the demonic cultivators to launch a sudden assault on our righteous sections. At that time, we had received no intelligence, nor were we prepared in any manner. The demon armies, however, were exceedingly well prepared, and our sects faced them with great haste, resulting in catastrophic losses on the very first day. The leader of Tianyin Valley perished in battle, while the head of the Tianjin sect and a nascent soul elder of the demon race perished together. The grand elder of Qingyuan sect fought fiercely against a nascent soul elder of the demonic cultivators for hundreds of rounds. The records describe their battle as one that shook the heavens and split the earth, altering the very colors of mountains and rivers. Ultimately, the grand elder of Qingyuan sect was defeated and met his end. Our sects suffered the loss of several high-ranking nascent soul cultivators, and the number of fallen Golden Core and Foundation establishment practitioners was too great to count. In the end, our sects retreated one after another. Han Feng recounted passionately, drawing a crowd of listeners captivated by his tale. Brother, I am Shui Ruishan from the Tianhan Kingdom. Today marks my first encounter with the historical events of the cultivation world, and it is also my first time witnessing the grandeur of Senior Lu Xintian. Truly, he possesses an extraordinary presence. I am curious to know how Senior Lu managed to turn the tide. A young man clad in splendid attire interjected with a respectful "I am unworthy of such praise. I am Han Feng from the Nanjing Kingdom." I, too, learned of these matters only from our clan's records. At that time, our sects were in retreat, facing a critical moment of life and death. Ultimately, it was Senior Lu Xintian who broke through and emerged, slaying the mid-nascent soul elder of the Tianma sect with a single sword strike. Han Feng replied with a respectful gesture. What? He killed a mid-nascent soul cultivator with a single sword strike? Gasped someone from the crowd. Impossible. I have had the fortune to witness the divine abilities of Golden Core cultivators, which can already eclipse the sun and moon, and the powers of nascent soul cultivators are beyond imagination. I have heard that at the higher levels of cultivation, it is exceedingly difficult to slay a fellow cultivator of the same rank. Surely, this tale of a single sword strike is an exaggeration by later generations, another voice countered, shaking his head. The specific details elude me as well. This is merely what is recorded in our clan's texts. I trust that you all have come to attend the Ascension Conference. If you are fortunate enough to enter the sects after the conference, you may learn more. I must attend to some matters. So I shall take my leave, Han Feng said, seeing the crowd swell and wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. Having said this, Han Feng took the hands of Han Lu and Qin Shiran, leading them away from the statue toward the city gates. Brother Han, is it true that Senior Lu slew the mid-nascent soul elder of the Tianma sect with a single sword strike? Qin Shiran asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. 1,000 years ago, one of our ancestors from the Han family was an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect and participated in that great calamity. The glory of our ancestors back then is incomparable to the present. Han Feng replied with pride. Alas, although our ancestor survived by a stroke of luck, he was gravely injured and ultimately passed away after leaving behind these records. Since then, our Han family has fallen into decline. The records also state that he single-handedly defended against the joint assault of the demon race and the demonic cultivators, simultaneously battling 3 nascent soul cultivators, slaying 2 and severely wounding another. The demon race and demonic cultivators were so frightened that they retreated in disarray. Yet Senior Lu ultimately perished from exhaustion. Truly, he was a genuine hero, Han Feng sighed. Indeed, he is worthy of the title of hero, Chen Xiuran remarked, casting a lingering glance at the statue. Has he truly fallen? Chen Xiuran pondered uncertainly. As they conversed, they arrived at the city gate. The towering city walls loomed above, with the words Ascension City inscribed in grand characters above the dark green bricks. Exuding an ancient aura as this Ascension City? I feel an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon me, compelling one to bow in reverence, Qin Xiuran remarked, struggling to suppress his urge to worship. Do not be deceived by the characters. It is said that they were penned by the 3rd-generation Lord of Ascension City, whose strength is unfathomable. These characters were inscribed with supreme magical power, and even after nearly 1,000 years, they still possess such an awe-inspiring presence. We should hurry inside, Han Feng urged. The 3 swiftly entered the city, and as they did, a few individuals approached them. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Is this your first visit to Ascension City? If you wish to purchase magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, or cultivation techniques. I am your man. I can also help you gather information. Several individuals eagerly introduced themselves. Apologies, everyone. We are not newcomers here. If we require assistance in the future, we will seek you out, Han Feng replied with a polite gesture. Having said this, Han Feng led the two to a herbal shop named Lao Cheng. The owner of this herbal shop is an old friend of my father's. I visited once before, Han Feng explained. Third brother, why has father never mentioned this? It seems I am not much stronger than Shiran. I know nothing, Han Lu complained. Who told you to always be so playful at home? If father wished to share these stories with you, you would simply brush them aside. Once you join a sect, you must focus on your cultivation and restore our family's former glory, for you possess the greatest talent among us. Han Feng replied with exasperation, I know, third brother. You nag endlessly, Han Lu pouted. Seeing the close bond between the siblings reminded Chen Xiuran of his own parents, and he felt an overwhelming wave of nostalgia for his childhood. Young Han Feng, why did you not inform me of your arrival beforehand? Has old Han not come this time? A middle-aged voice called from the staircase, interrupting Chen Xiuran's reverie. A middle-aged man, his face adorned with a warm smile and dressed in a flowing azure robe, descended the stairs, his jovial demeanor evident. Uncle Lu, my father could not come due to pressing matters, but he specifically instructed me to visit you and convey his regards, Han Feng replied, presenting a white jade box. It has been years since I last saw old Han. I have missed him dearly. You have grown quite a bit since our last meeting, and it seems you should have a chance to enter a cultivation sect this time. Who are these two? The middle-aged man inquired, accepting the jade box. Uncle Lu, this is my younger sister, Han Lu, and this is our savior, Chen Xiuran, who saved my sister's life. Han Feng introduced. So this is little Lu. I remember holding you when you were just a child. You were quite the mischievous one. I can't believe how much you've grown, the middle-aged man reminisced. Hello, Uncle Lu. I was never mischievous as a child. I was quite the lady, Han Lu protested, pouting. Ha, indeed, a lady. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. This young brother, since you are the savior of my niece, you are also my benefactor, Lu Desheng. Henceforth, you shall enjoy free food and lodging here whenever you visit. He proclaimed, waving his hand grandly. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Chen Xiuran said, bowing in gratitude. Father, I'm back. There are rumors that this year's Ascension Conference will increase the number of accepted candidates. Do I have a chance to enter? Just then, a tall young man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in a black and gold brocade robe, strode in with a bundle. Father, who is this young lady? The young man exclaimed, his attention drawn to the radiant Han Lu. Come here, Chuan. Let me introduce you, Lu Desheng said with a smile. This is the son of your father's sworn brother, Han Feng, who visited 3 years ago while you were away. This is his sister, Han Lu, and this is their friend, Chen Xiuran. You all should get acquainted, Lu Desheng gestured. Han Lu, I am Lu Jinchuan. Is this your first visit to Ascension City? I know everything about this place. No one dares to claim knowledge of it second to me. Including the selection criteria for the sects this time, the young man said, winking at Han Lu. Really, Brother Jinchuan? That's wonderful. We were just worried about the selection criteria, Han Lu beamed. Brother Jinchuan, Han Feng acknowledged with a bow. Oh, it's Brother Han Feng. I've long admired you, Lu Jinchuan replied before turning back to Han Lu, continuing his affections. My dear nephew, I apologize for my son. Since childhood, he has been unable to take his eyes off beautiful girls. He is merely a smooth talker, not ill-natured, but he has endured many beatings for his antics. I have often had to clean up his messes, yet he remains unrepentant. You all go upstairs to rest. We shall call you for dinner, Lu Desheng sighed. Uncle Lu, it is no trouble. Brother Jinchuan is a good-natured fellow, Han Feng reassured. Come, Fu, show our guests to their rooms for rest, and prepare a sumptuous feast for dinner. Jinchuan, I need to speak with you in my room, Lu Desheng called to the back courtyard. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly servant emerged from the back courtyard and escorted Chen Xiuran and the others upstairs to their respective rooms. Chen Xiuran followed Lai Fu into his room, which was quite simple, containing merely a wooden bed and a wooden table, with nothing else in sight. After closing the door securely, Chen Xiuran took out all his possessions for inspection. A jade slip containing the longevity technique, 2 talismans gifted by Lu Qinxiu, and a storage bag belonging to Luo Tianhai, who was now deceased. Following Han Lu's method, he could use his divine sense to breach the storage bag's defenses. Thus, Chen Xiran picked up the storage bag, closed his eyes, and focused his divine sense against the bag's opening. He attempted repeatedly for countless times over 2 hours, and at last, a tiny crack appeared in the bag's barrier. With a sigh of relief, Chen Xiran exhaled a breath of stale air, his weary eyes leaning against the bed. I nearly exhausted all my spiritual energy, but I finally managed to open it. What a formidable barrier! I wonder what treasures lie within. The thought of finally being able to examine the contents of the storage bag brought a smile to Chen Xiran's face. Young Master Chen, dinner is ready. Please come downstairs to dine. Just as Chen Xiran was about to investigate the storage bag, the voice of the old servant Lai Fu echoed from outside the door. Uncle Lai Fu, wait a moment. I will be right down, Chen Xiran replied hastily. Very well, young Master Chen. I shall return to inform the master. After saying this, the sound of footsteps receded into the distance. Chen Xiran quickly organized his belongings and tucked them away into his garments. Ever since the unexpected incident in Dongyang Mansion, he had taken to carrying his possessions with him at all times. Once prepared, Chen Xiran descended to the dining area. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, he spotted Han Feng and his sister coming down another staircase, chatting and laughing. They greeted Chen Xiran and took their seats together. "My esteemed nephews and niece, you are all honored guests of Lu Desheng. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for me to meet you today. Should my hospitality fall short, I ask for your understanding. Allow me to propose a toast to you all," Lu Desheng said, rising with a wine cup in hand, a smile gracing his face. "Uncle Lu, you flatter us. We are merely imposing on you, and I, as a junior, would like to raise a glass in your honor," Han Feng said, downing the contents of his cup in one gulp. Chen Xiran followed suit, also finishing his drink. "Uncle Lu, where is Brother Jin Chuan? I have not seen him for dinner." This afternoon, he mentioned the selection criteria for the Ascension Conference among the various sects. "How are they set?" Han Lu glanced around, not spotting Lu Jinchuan. "Do not fret. Niece Da Chuaner has stepped out for a moment and will be back shortly." Just then, Lu Jinchuan entered, carrying a food box. "Today, we are in for a treat. Sister Han Lu, my father has splurged on several dishes from the 100 Fragrance Tower. I rarely get to enjoy them even once a year, so today I consider myself fortunate to share this with you," Lu Jinchuan said with a smile as he placed the food box on the table. "Uncle Lu, is this?" Han Feng asked, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Indeed, Han Feng, this is the renowned spiritual cuisine from the 100 Fragrance Tower in the city of Ascension," Lu Desheng replied, stroking his beard with a smile. "Uncle Lu, this is far too precious. We cannot partake in it," Han Feng said hastily, standing up. "Brother Han, one should not speak in such a manner. Your father and mine are close friends. Moreover, you, Sister Han Lu, and this young brother have made a long journey here. What do a few dishes of spiritual cuisine amount to? Once we join a cultivation sect, we shall have ample opportunity to indulge," Lu Jinchuan said as he opened the food box. "Indeed, my nephew, you have traveled a great distance, and your father and I share a bond that transcends life and death. I can certainly afford these few dishes of spiritual cuisine. Do come and taste them," Lu Desheng encouraged with a smile. "Third brother, what is spiritual cuisine?" Han Lu and Chen Xiran asked curiously, staring at the food box. "Sister Han Lu, what you may not know is that spiritual cuisine is crafted from materials infused with the essence of heaven and earth. For instance, this dish, the jade essence stew with emerald fruit, is made from a first-grade ingredient, the white jade orchid, cultivated in a spiritual field, combined with the first-grade spiritual fruit, the emerald fruit, simmered into a divine broth. These materials absorb spiritual energy, nurtured with spiritual liquid. While our daily cultivation allows us to absorb only a limited amount of spiritual energy, a single bowl of this soup is equivalent to several days of hard work. Sister Han Lu, do give it a try. The taste is exquisite," Lu Jinchuan explained as he lifted the jade essence stew with emerald fruit from the top layer of the food box and placed it on the table. Chapter 17. The harsh reality. This second dish is made from the tender belly meat of a first-tier spiritual beast. The spiritual snow rabbit it is incredibly flavorful and stewed to perfection, melting in the mouth. This dish is valued at 5 low-grade spiritual stones, Lu Jinchuan continued, unveiling the second layer of the food box. The final layer holds the highest value, the Treasure Moon Brew. This is crafted from the spring water of the Treasure Moon Spring located at the back mountain of the Qingyuan sect, combined with first-grade high-tier spiritual grains. The brewing process takes 3 years, which is why the Ascension Conference is the prime time to savor this brew. Not only is it favored by many, but it is also exceedingly difficult to obtain. This flask of wine is worth 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Lu Jinchuan said as he carefully placed a beautifully crafted white jade bottle containing the exquisite wine at the center of the table. Uncle Lu, this is far too precious. A single spiritual stone holds considerable value. Let alone this flask of wine worth 10 spiritual stones. Han Feng protested once more. Why, dear nephew? Today we shall set aside such concerns and simply enjoy the fine food and wine. Come, niece Lu, Xiuran, you must also partake, Lu Desheng said cheerfully. This soup is simply divine, and the spiritual snow rabbit meat is extraordinarily delectable, so tender and smooth. Truly a taste worthy of the heavens, Han Lu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she savored the rabbit meat. Indeed, this soup is not only delicious, but also brings a warm current that flows into the heart and lungs, with a hint of spiritual energy entering the dantian. The spiritual energy consumed this afternoon is gradually being replenished. It is no wonder this is the most famous spiritual cuisine in the city of Ascension. Chen Xiuran silently nodded in agreement. Ahem. Lu Desheng cleared his throat, stroking his beard. I trust that your primary objective in coming to the city of Ascension is to gain entry into the various cultivation sections. Chuaner, please share the news you obtained this afternoon with them, Lu Desheng said to Lu Jinchuan. Yes, father, Lu Jinchuan replied, setting down his chopsticks. Last year's Ascension Conference was attended by Brother Han, and the entry conditions for the various sects were extremely stringent. Those with inadequate spiritual roots were eliminated outright. However, I have received word that this year's selection criteria will be entirely different. It seems they will be considering overall potential, and the number of accepted participants is expected to increase. Lu Jinchuan elaborated. What are the selection criteria? Chen Xiuran inquired. I'm not entirely certain of the specifics, but I do know that this time, the focus will not solely be on spiritual roots. Those with slightly inferior roots but strong determination or fortunate circumstances may also have a chance to enter. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity, Lu Jinchuan declared with determination. What were last year's selection criteria? Chen Xiuran asked with curiosity. Why, Brother Xiuran? You may not be aware, but while we all possess spiritual roots, the number of those who ultimately succeed in entering the 5 major cultivation sects is exceedingly few. Last year, the entry requirement for the Heavenly Sword sect was that one must possess true spiritual roots and be under 10 years of age to be exempt from the conference assessment. Alternatively, those over 10 but under 16 years of age needed to reach at least the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to participate in the assessment, with successful candidates gaining entry, Han Feng explained. While the other sects may not have such stringent requirements as the Heavenly Sword sect, they are still quite high compared to other standards. For ordinary individuals, the criteria are still quite outrageous. One must possess true spiritual roots and be under 13 to be exempt from assessment, or be under 16 and at least at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement to pass the assessment, Han Feng continued. The younger one is when cultivating Qi, the stronger their potential and adaptability. I have 4 spiritual roots, and 3 years ago, at the age of 14, I only reached the 1st layer of Qi refinement, rendering me utterly unqualified for entry. If the criteria remain the same as 3 years ago, I would have to turn back home, and I would never aspire to the path of immortality again, Han Feng said with a sense of resignation. Indeed, Brother Han speaks the truth. I, too, was unable to participate in the assessment 3 years ago. I had given up on pursuing immortality, but unexpectedly, this time, there is still a chance, Lu Jinchuan said with delight. Sister Han Lu, Brother Xiuran, what are your spiritual roots? Lu Jinchuan asked. Why, sister possesses true spiritual roots and is 14 this year. 3 years ago, she missed the opportunity due to a sudden illness. This time, aside from the Heavenly Sword sect, she should be able to gain direct entry into the other sections. The prosperity of our Han family rests upon her. Han Feng said proudly, gazing at his sister. True spiritual roots? I had no idea Sister Han Lu possessed such talent. I am truly envious, Lu Jinchuan remarked, turning to Chen Xiuran. I possess 5 spiritual roots and am 16 this year. Chen Xiuran said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Waist roots? Lu Jinchuan gasped. All eyes turned to Chen Xiuran. Yes, I have the weakest waist roots, and I am only at the 1st layer of Qi refinement. Chen Xiuran scratched his head sheepishly. Younger Brother Xiuran, you are truly remarkable. I never expected that a mere 1st layer of Qi refinement could save Sister Lu, Lu Desheng said nonchalantly. I merely happened to encounter Miss Han during a crisis and did not contribute significantly. Qin Xiuran seemed to realize something. When I first met you, I thought you were at least a 4 spiritual root. I never imagined you would be a waste root. Your path to cultivation will likely be even more arduous than mine. Han Feng sighed. Not merely difficulties. To put it bluntly, he has severed his path to immortality in this lifetime. I have heard from my esteemed nephew that he is completely unaware of the location of the Ascension City. With neither a powerful backing nor innate talent, I have yet to hear of any wasted spiritual root ever reaching the Foundation establishment stage. Having dined sufficiently this evening, let us retire early. Lai Fu, please escort our guests to their quarters, Lu Desheng remarked coldly, his smile vanishing. By the way, Feng Xianzi, Lu Xin, might I trouble you to step into the backyard for a brief discussion? Your father mentioned in his letter that there are matters he wishes to convey to you. Lu Desheng said, his countenance shifting to a bright smile as he turned to the Han siblings. Chen Xiuran had already perceived Lu Desheng's frigid demeanor, while he occasionally encountered indifference in the mountain village. The rapid transformation of sentiment displayed today was unprecedented. The harsh realities of the cultivation world had delivered a stark lesson to Chen Xiuran. Suppressing the urge to flee, Chen Xiuran stood, expressed his gratitude to Lu Desheng and the others, and without hesitation, made his way upstairs to his room. Han Feng grasped his sister, who seemed on the verge of speaking, and cast an apologetic glance at Chen Xiuran, yet remained silent as he watched Chen Xiuran depart. Once Chen Xiuran had left, Han Lu expressed her dissatisfaction to her brother. Third brother, what is the meaning of this? Xiuran saved my life. Why must you treat him so coldly? Lu Xin, do not hold your third brother accountable. The cultivation world is simply this realistic. Someone of his spiritual root has no hope of rising in this life. In a century or so, he will have turned to dust, while you will have long since established your foundation and have ample lifespan ahead. You are destined to inhabit different worlds. There is no need to concern yourself with someone so unrelated to your future. You should channel your energy into refining your cultivation and befriending individuals of great talent and strong backgrounds. Only then can your path to ascension progress further, Lu Desheng said with earnestness and patience. Chapter 18. A remarkable discovery indeed, Han Lu. He likely won't even have the opportunity to participate in the assessments. Even if the conditions are relaxed this time, he stands no chance of selection. Furthermore, you two shall not cross paths again. Bringing him to Ascension City is already repaying his life-saving grace, and allowing him to witness the harsh truths of the cultivation world will help him avoid unnecessary detours in the future. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Jinchuan added in a tone of persuasion. Third brother, do you share this sentiment as well? Han Lu asked, her expression dim. Dear sister, before our father departed, he entrusted me with the responsibility of ensuring your entry into one of the 5 major sections. In our generation of the Han family, only you and I possess the aptitude for cultivation. If no inner disciples emerge, our family may follow in the footsteps of the Xiao family. Han Feng averted his gaze from Han Lu's eyes. Disappointment flickered in Han Lu's gaze. Moreover, there is something I have not disclosed to you. Since we are here at Uncle Lu's, it is time to share my purpose for attending the Ascension Conference is to seek the Hanyan grass. Father's old injury is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, and if I cannot find it this time, he may not survive the year. Han Feng spoke softly. What? Wasn't father's injury already healed, just before I came? He told me to cultivate diligently and even shared a meal with me. How could this have changed so suddenly? Han Lu's voice trembled as she gazed at Han Feng, hoping this news was untrue. Lu Xin, what your third brother says is indeed true. He possesses a letter from your father in the jade box, requesting my assistance in searching for Hanyan grass at the auction following the Ascension Conference. He also updated me on his condition. However, do not worry. Every auction following the Ascension Conference features numerous rare spiritual pills and herbs. I will certainly help your father find the Hanyan grass. You all should focus on participating in the Ascension Conference. Once you enter one of the 5 major sects, the Hanyan grass will surely be obtainable. Is that true, Uncle Lu? Han Lu exclaimed, wiping her tears. Her excitement palpable. Absolutely. Consider the 5 major sects, which have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Their foundation is profound. Although Hanyan grass is rare, it is likely available within the sections. Therefore, you must prepare well and strive for selection, aiming to heal your father's old injury as soon as possible. Yes, I will do my utmost to be selected. Han Lu beamed with joy that it is getting late. Father, Brother Han, and Sister Lu, if there are no further matters, let us retire early. The Ascension Conference is but 10 days away, and we should aim to enhance our cultivation during this time. Tomorrow, we will visit the market to inquire about news of Hanyan grass. Indeed, they all agreed, and subsequently returned to their respective rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Chen Xiuran had returned to his chamber, lying on his bed with his hands clasped behind his head, reflecting on the events of the past few days, from his encounter with the white-clad fairy and Brother Liu, learning of his potential for cultivation, to being disdained by the Liu family. Was his aptitude truly unsuitable for the path of cultivation? Yet, thoughts of his father's disappearance and his deceased mother filled him with a sense of unwillingness. And he tightened his grip behind his head until his fingers turned pale. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he resolved to persevere through every hardship. Chen Xiuran sat up and retrieved the storage bag originally belonging to Luo Tianhai, which he had obtained from the Qin siblings. He closed his eyes and extended his consciousness to explore the contents of the bag. Upon entering, he discovered a space resembling a room of 3 zhang square. The floor was strewn with clothing, 4 white jade boxes, several jade vials in the corner, and a collection of multicolored stones piled together, alongside various books and miscellaneous items. Most notably, a pair of violet boots embroidered with golden dragon patterns lay prominently displayed. What a remarkable pair of boots! Chen Xiuran was immediately captivated by them. Imagining himself taking the boots, he opened his eyes to find them already in his hands. Curious about their effects, he decided to try them on. Once donned, he found that walking had become exceedingly light. Let me channel some spiritual energy into them, Chen Xiuran mused. Upon doing so, he discovered that with a mere step, he could leap several zhang in distance. These boots must enhance speed. How swift could they truly make him? A fine treasure indeed. He planned to find an open space to test them out later. With a satisfied smile, he returned the boots to the storage bag. These colorful stones brimmed with spiritual energy, likely the spiritual stones they had mentioned last night, akin to currency in the cultivation world. He then examined the other items. 1 jade box contained a fiery red herb exuding a chilling aura. Another box held a jade pill of vibrant green, its effects unknown. Additionally, 2 jade slips were housed in a box. One was a manual titled De Luo Wan Xianggong, while the other was a herbal compendium, detailing various spiritual herbs and medicines within the cultivation realm. Another box contained a tattered parchment, and upon opening several jade vials, a refreshing fragrance wafted out, invigorating his spirit and suggesting an enhancement of his spiritual energy. This trove of discoveries left Chen Xiuran grinning from ear to ear. Though he could not decipher De Luo Wan Xianggong, he easily recognized the herbal compendium. Upon examining it, he found that the herb was indeed the Hanyan grass, which Han Feng and the others had been desperately seeking. However, Chen Xiuran was unaware of their quest for it. Hanyan grass was a high-tier spiritual herb, thriving in regions of extreme heat, particularly near volcanic lava. But curiously, it naturally possessed a cold nature, making it particularly effective for treating fire toxicity. I wonder what effects this herb and the pill hold for Luo Tianhai. Regardless, it matters not. He is already deceased, and these treasures now belong to me, Chen Xiuran mused, shaking his head as he continued to peruse the herbal compendium. Having never encountered such wondrous spiritual herbs and medicines, Chen Xiuran was engrossed. And perhaps due to his status as a qi refining disciple, his memory proved remarkably sharp. He retained much of what he read, and before he realized it, dawn had quietly approached. Setting the jade slip down, Chen Xiuran stretched, feeling no fatigue despite having gone the whole night without sleep. Perhaps it was the exhilaration of newfound fortunes. After organizing his belongings, he decided it was time to leave. As he descended the stairs, he encountered the Han siblings approaching from outside. Xiuran, good morning. Would you like to join us for breakfast? Han Lu beamed at the sight of him. Thank you, Han Gu, Han Xiong, but I must bid you farewell. I am grateful for your hospitality these past few days, and for bringing me to Ascension City, Chen Xiuran replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Xiuran, I must apologize for last night's events. I did not anticipate Uncle Lu would speak in such a manner. With the Ascension Conference approaching in just over 10 days, and considering you are unfamiliar with this place, why not stay with us until the conference concludes before making further plans? Han Feng suggested apologetically. No trouble at all. I see this as an opportunity to familiarize myself with Ascension City and integrate into this environment, thus preparing for the conference. Take care, and until we meet again. Chen Xiuran expressed his thanks before quietly passing by the two. Chapter 19. The Ascension Conference begins. Exiting the Laotsing medicinal herb shop, Qin Shiran stood on the bustling street. Feeling lost and unsure of where to go next, he resolved to first find a place to stay before making further plans. As he walked, he began searching for an inn, when suddenly, snippets of conversation caught his ear. Have you heard? This year's Ascension Conference will be the most challenging one in history, and it is hosted by the Heavenly Sword Sect. A man in gray said to a man in white, "Is that true? The Heavenly Sword Sect, that's a complete disaster. Everyone knows their standards are exceedingly high, if they are indeed the ones presiding over this event. The competition for spots will be extraordinarily fierce. I hope fortune favors me," the man in white exclaimed in astonishment. "Come on, you must be joking. You're already 18 or 19 and don't even qualify to participate. Yet you wish to compete for a spot." The man in gray retorted mockingly, "Isn't it the same for you? You're of the same age and still possess only 5 spiritual roots. Give it up. You might as well settle down and be a casual cultivator," the man in white shot back. "Haha, we're alike in that regard. Casual cultivators have their own freedom." The two burst into hearty laughter together. Last night, Lu Jinchuan mentioned that this year's selection criteria would be simpler, yet these two claim it will be more difficult. Who knows which one is telling the truth? We'll find out when the day arrives. Qin Shiran mused as he passed by an inn called Seeking Immortal Fate. This one will do. I can't be bothered to search any further. Qin Shiran stopped and entered. "Welcome, guest. Will you be staying or dining?" A 3-day stay costs 1 low-grade spirit stone. A lethargic innkeeper leaned over the counter, speaking in a drowsy tone. "You're charging spirit stones for lodging? Can I pay in silver?" Qin Shiran asked in surprise. "Spirit stones are the hard currency of the cultivation world. We don't accept mundane silver. Only spirit stones are allowed. If you have them, you may stay. If not, please leave." The innkeeper didn't even lift his head. "Could you perhaps offer a discount for a longer stay? I plan to stay for half a month." "Certainly, half a month will cost 4 spirit stones, payable in full upfront." The innkeeper perked up at the prospect of business. Qin Shiran pulled out the spirit stones he had prepared, well aware of the wisdom in not flaunting his wealth. "Brother innkeeper, may I ask you a question?" Qin Shiran began to hand over the spirit stones, but then hesitated. "Please, esteemed guest, go ahead." The innkeeper's demeanor brightened at the prospect of a customer. "How does one participate in the Ascension Conference? Could you enlighten me?" Qin Shiran inquired. You've come to the right person. Our inn is a 1,000-year-old establishment, having hosted countless participants of the Ascension Conference. There are some details and precautions that most people are unaware of," the innkeeper replied. "The format of the Ascension Conference is generally similar each time. Hosted in rotation by the 5 major sections this year, it happens to be the Heavenly Sword Sect, which typically raises the difficulty compared to previous years. However, I've heard that the number of spots and assessment methods may change this year, possibly lowering the difficulty to participate. The first step is to measure your spiritual roots. Each conference attracts at least tens of thousands of applicants, but very few are found to possess spiritual roots. Even if you do, it doesn't guarantee selection. Luck and fate play significant roles." The innkeeper rambled on, clearly eager to share after having gone so long without conversation. "Is there any secret to being selected?" Qin Shiran continued to probe. "There certainly are some tips, but recalling them seems a bit tricky. Let me think." The innkeeper rubbed his thumb and forefinger together thoughtfully. Qin Shiran quickly understood and promptly placed a spirit stone in the innkeeper's hand. "Remember this phrase. What seems true may not be. Pause at every ninth. That's all I have to say. You may go upstairs to rest now. I've taken the spirit stones." The innkeeper took the remaining stones and then slumped over the table. "Fast asleep." "Excuse me, what does that phrase mean?" Qin Shiran called out to the innkeeper. The innkeeper remained motionless, then tossed a room key his way. Seeing that the innkeeper had no intention of explaining further, Qin Shiran simply shook his head and ascended the staircase to his room. As he reached the top, the innkeeper suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at Qin Shiran's retreating figure, as if sensing something, but then shook his head and resumed his slumber. "You seem quite talkative today." A snow-white spirit beast resembling a cat appeared, surprisingly speaking human language. "I'm just having a brain fart today," the innkeeper replied without lifting his head. The spirit beast rolled its eyes and vanished without a trace. Once inside his room, Qin Shiran contemplated the innkeeper's words, but after a long while, he found himself at a loss and ultimately succumbed to sleep. Having been awake the previous night, by the time Qin Shiran awoke, it was already afternoon, and feeling a bit hungry, he descended to find the innkeeper for a meal. Upon discovering the counter was empty, he decided to venture out for food. After a stroll and a meal, he returned, only to find the innkeeper still absent. What a peculiar establishment! Do they not conduct business? There was no one at the counter. Back in his room, Qin resumed his daily practice. Though he had not broken through in recent days, he felt that a breakthrough was on the horizon. Thus, the days passed in a cycle of cultivating, dining, and resting, and before long, more than 10 days had flown by. Today marked the day of the Ascension Conference. Qin gathered his belongings and prepared to head to the Ascension City Square for the first round of spiritual root testing. Descending the stairs, he once again encountered the innkeeper, still slumped over the table, seemingly unable to awaken. "Brother innkeeper, I'm off to participate in the Ascension Conference. Until we meet again." Noticing the innkeeper appeared to be in a deep slumber, Qin placed the room key on the counter and departed. On the streets, he observed that the crowd was noticeably larger than usual, all flowing towards the Ascension City Square, with children as young as 7 and robust adults in their 30s and 40s. The allure of cultivation is truly immense. Some individuals, even knowing they have little chance, continue to pursue the path of immortality. Qin encouraged himself and joined the throng heading to the Ascension City Square. The square was teeming with people of all ages and attire. A vibrant tapestry of humanity. 10 lines had formed in the square, each led by individuals in matching attire maintaining order, with only the one measuring spiritual roots dressed differently, indicating a high status within the sect. "Please, everyone, quiet down." A resonant male voice, infused with powerful spiritual energy, rang out from a high platform, causing the crowd to tremble. "Please remain calm. Allow this humble Taoist a moment to speak before we commence today's spiritual measurement event," declared a middle-aged Taoist in a purple robe, holding a white whisk, standing prominently on the platform. Beside him stood 4 individuals. A beautiful middle-aged woman veiled in silk, a tall man bearing a bronze sword on his back, an elderly woman leaning on a dragon-headed staff, and a child with twin buns in their hair. "I am Juajwazi from the Heavenly Sword Sect, and it is my honor to host this year's Ascension Conference. As per tradition, only those with spiritual roots may proceed to the next stage of assessment. Regrettably, those without will be eliminated. I hope everyone maintains order. Any disruptions will not be tolerated. Now, I declare the Ascension Conference open." With the resounding toll of a bell, the triannual Ascension Conference finally commenced. Chapter 20. The emergence of heavenly spiritual roots. The long-awaited Ascension Conference had finally begun, and the 10 lines slowly advanced. At the spiritual measurement platform of the Qingyuan sect, Senior Brother Su, the number of participants for this year's entrance examination has significantly increased compared to previous years. I heard from Uncle Luo that the criteria for accepting disciples will differ this time. Do you have any insider information? A young man clad in dark blue attire leaned closer to a man in a pristine white robe. The man in white possessed sharp features and an aura of determination, his waist adorned with a storage pouch that suggested a notable status. "Junior Brotherly, I advise you to refrain from asking questions that could lead to trouble. If word gets out, we would both be held accountable. Besides, how would I know the secrets of these sects? If you're curious, you can always ask Uncle Luo," Senior Brother Su replied coolly. "Thank you for the advice, Senior Brother. I shall heed your counsel," Junior Brotherly responded with a submissive demeanor. "You hypocritical scoundrel, don't think I'm unaware of your scandal with Junior Sister Luo. Even if you're currently the top outer disciple, one day, I will see you beneath my feet." Junior Brotherly lowered his head, but his eyes revealed a cold, ruthless glint. Qin moved with the crowd, occasionally hearing cheers and sighs from afar, along with cries imploring the sect for another chance. At a single spiritual measurement event, one can witness the myriad facets of life. Where in life is there no splendor? Surely, the path of cultivation is not the only route to take. How lamentable and pitiful, sighed a young man in tattered clothing standing ahead of Qin. This man exuded an air reminiscent of a scholar, a sentiment Qin had encountered in his childhood from his tutor. "Indeed, while your words hold truth, those who know this path exists will not easily relinquish it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here at the Ascension Conference," Qin remarked casually. "Quite right, I too am aware of the path of cultivation, having endured countless hardships to arrive here. Naturally, I wish to glimpse the Tao. I presume you share the same aspiration, young brother." The man turned to smile at Qin. Though the man was clad in tattered garments, his smile radiated warmth, and his words flowed like a gentle spring breeze, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. This was the first time Chen Xiuran encountered such a person. I dare not presume to compare myself to you. Sir, that I am burdened by a deep-seated vendetta. My pursuit of immortality is not solely for the sake of longevity, but also for vengeance, Chen Xiuran replied, feeling a profound respect for the learned men who had selflessly imparted knowledge to him in his youth. My young brother need not be so formal. I was indeed a teacher before my journey led me to discover a tome on cultivation at an antique market, and it was by sheer happenstance that I stumbled into this world. However, since I am no longer teaching, you may simply address me as Shenyu, the man said, bowing in greeting. That I cannot accept such courtesy. Sir, I am Chen Xiuran. I have only studied briefly in my childhood. Yet I hold great admiration for those who educate. Chen Xiuran hurriedly imitated Shenyu's bow. Ha ha. If you ever find yourself in need of academic assistance, young brother, do not hesitate to seek me out should fortune favor us as fellow disciples. Shenyu replied with a hearty laugh. Are you two going to join the queue for the spirit testing conference, or are you just going to take up space without participating? A voice from behind them grumbled in dissatisfaction. My apologies, we shall form an orderly line, they responded, promptly aligning themselves to continue their participation in the spirit testing conference. Before long, their turn arrived. Come now, place your hand upon this spirit testing plate, and then you shall be done. A languid man dressed in the garb of the medicine sect, emblazoned with the character for medicine, instructed from behind the table. Xiuran, let me go first, Shenyu said, placing his right hand upon the spirit testing plate. The plate began to rotate slowly, and soon a brilliant crimson beam of light erupted forth, growing ever brighter. What is this? A celestial root? A fire-type celestial root. The man seated at the table exclaimed incredulously, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What? A celestial root has appeared. Those seated in the center, sipping tea atop the ascension platform, immediately rushed to the table upon hearing the exclamation. Su Bei, what did you just say? Inquired a childlike figure with two hair buns. Tio the Fire Immortal. It is him. He just tested positive for a celestial root. Su Bei stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Shenyu. All eyes turned toward Shenyu. You are Shenyu, correct? Please place your hand upon the spirit testing plate once more so we may verify Su Bei's claim. The elder, Juju Zi, said kindly. Indeed. Honorable immortals, Shenyu bowed before placing his right hand back upon the spirit testing plate. Despite their youthful appearance, the group consisted of individuals several centuries old, sent by the 5 major sects to oversee the Ascension Conference as Golden Core Immortals. A brilliant crimson beam shot skyward. Indeed, it is a fire-type celestial root, a truly promising talent. Since it has been tested here in our Medicine Valley, it rightfully belongs to us, so do not contest it with me. Ha ha! The Fire Immortal laughed heartily. Fire Immortal, this conference is hosted by our Heavenly Sword Sect, not your Medicine Valley, so it is only right that we have the first pick, Jujuzi replied, stroking his beard with a smile. You brazen fool! Are you serious? Your Heavenly Sword Sect has already taken an additional slot from our Medicine Valley in the last conference. You must yield one this time. Though appearing childlike, the Fire Immortal was actually of normal stature before an unfortunate encounter with an ancient spirit herb had transformed him, and his explosive temperament was well known. After consuming the herb, he had successfully built his foundation, leading to an accelerated cultivation speed, culminating in his ascension to Golden Core Immortal a decade prior. Such claims are unfounded. While we did receive an extra slot, it pales in comparison to the celestial root that has emerged. I cannot simply yield it without reason. If our sect leader were to learn of this, I would surely face his wrath. Jujuzi maintained his genial facade. Then how about this? The Fire Immortal whispered to Jujuzi. Excellent. This will certainly ease my report to the sect leader. Jujuzi chuckled, stroking his beard. That won't do. If the old Taoist reaps the benefits, we must too. Why should we yield to you, you little imp? A veiled beauty protested. Upon hearing himself referred to as little, the Fire Immortal's temper flared. Ever since his transformation, he had been particularly sensitive to such remarks, and he would not let it slide. Qing Lan, are you seeking death? I shall oblige you. The Fire Immortal roared, his aura flaring as he unleashed a fiery golden circle towards the beautiful woman. Fire Immortal, cease this at once. Jujuzi interjected, deftly using his dust brush to ensnare the fire circle and casting a protective talisman over the others. How dare you obstruct me, You insufferable old fool. The fire immortal's eyebrows reddened with rage. Do you still wish to claim this celestial root? If so, you will stand down, Juzi warned, his lips moving in silent incantation. Chapter 21. A second test reveals a wasted root hymph. For this occasion, I shall grant you face, but Qing Lan, should I hear you call Melittle again, I will not rest until we settle this. The fire immortal declared, pointing at the woman, though you think I fear you? Were it not for the conference, I could send you into the cycle of reincarnation on a whim, leaving you unable to even be little, she scoffed. Very well. Once the conference concludes, we shall meet for a duel to the death. Whoever fails to appear shall be deemed a coward. The fire immortal seethed. Cough, cough. Fire immortal, Qing Lan, heed my advice. Let us all take a step back. This is not the time for your bickering. Are you unaware of the purpose of this Ascension Conference? An elderly matron, leaning on her cane, established a sound barrier around them. Indeed, Granny Jinhua speaks wisely. This is not the time for internal strife. Our sect leader specifically instructed me to select promising talents. And I am certain you are all aware of the prophecies from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. A brawny man with a massive bronze sword on his back added. Then let us set aside our differences for now. But I claim that talent, the fire-type celestial root, is invaluable to our Medicine Valley, and I hope all of you will prioritize the greater good. The fire immortal concluded, retracting his golden circle. Fire immortal, since you have requested it, and given that your Medicine Valley did indeed receive an extra slot in the last conference, you have only offered a benefit to the old fool. Surely, you would not treat us with less respect? The elderly matron said with a smile. Hymph. You all prey on the misfortunes of others. Very well, Wu Shidi is about to refine a batch of returning dragon pills. I will arrange for each of you to receive 2. How does that sound? The fire immortal suggested after some consideration. Point 2. That is far too little. The old fool undoubtedly received more benefits, at the very least. We should each receive 5. Qing Lan objected. Do you think returning dragon pills are akin to chi gathering pills? 5. Why not go and steal them? One returning dragon pill can save your life in a critical moment. If it weren't for the numerous spirit herbs passed down in our Medicine Valley, it would be challenging to gather the necessary materials, not to mention the low success rate of pill refinement. Furthermore, this celestial root is clearly past its prime, already exceeding 20 years in age. Its potential is uncertain. 3 pills at most. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. The fire immortal exclaimed, exasperated. 3 it is. That is still a considerable benefit. Juzi said, stroking his beard as he addressed the others. Then 3 it shall be. The group agreed with that. The elderly matron lifted the sound barrier. Your name is Shunyu, correct? You are now an inner disciple of our Medicine Valley. If there are no further matters, please accompany me to our sect's residence to await the conclusion of the conference before returning to Medicine Valley. The fire immortal grinned broadly. Honorable fire immortal, I would like to wait for this young brother's spirit testing results. Should his aptitude meet your approval, I hope you will also accept him into the sect, Shinyu said, bowing once more. Very well, let us wait a moment longer. You, step forward and test your spirit root. If your aptitude is deemed acceptable, I may consider accepting you into the sect, especially given Shunyu's plea, the fire immortal said impatiently. Chen Shiran felt a surge of joy and, after expressing his gratitude, stepped forward to place his hand upon the spirit testing plate. May the results differ from what Brother Liu revealed earlier. Chen Shiran silently hoped. The spirit testing plate began to whirl, and soon, a green beam of light slowly ascended, followed by red, gold, blue, and brown. 5 colors displayed simultaneously upon the plate. Wasted root? The fire immortal gasped in astonishment. Let us depart, Shunyu. This wasted root holds little value. Accepting him into the sect would squander our resources. If he had 4 spirit roots, he might serve as a menial disciple, but 5 spirit roots in the realm of cultivation are deemed worthless, a lifetime struggle even to reach the later stages of chi refinement. Such is fate. He is not of your world, the fire immortal dismissed disdainfully. Shunyu was equally astonished, unable to fathom such an outcome. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Shun, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope. I shall strive to persevere. I have never believed in destiny. The phrase man can conquer heaven was taught to me by my private tutor on the very first day of class. With diligent effort and unwavering determination, one can ultimately triumph over fate. Jinshiran bid farewell to Shinyu. What is your name? Zhu Juzi inquired. Returning to the immortal, I am Qin Shiran, he replied respectfully, standing tall. Well said. Our pursuit of cultivation is indeed to contest against fate, to seize that slim chance of survival. If we were to succumb to fate, how could we aspire to ascend? Very well, I shall remember your name. Should you display commendable performance in the future, an opportunity for entry may yet await you, Zhu Juzi praised. Thank you, Master Xie. Chen Shiran felt an immense joy within, unexpectedly receiving praise and a promise from the Golden Core Master. Proceed to the back mountain square after successfully measuring your spiritual roots. Zhu Juzi instructed, turning to Huadong Zhenren. Huadong, we still need to co-host the assembly. Please have your disciples escort Xin Yu away. Come, fellow Taoists. Upon nodding in agreement, the group vanished in an instant, reappearing on the ascending immortality platform. Shiran, perform well. I look forward to the day we meet again. After saying this, Xin Yu turned and departed with the disciples from Yawang Valley aboard a jade vessel. Take care. Qin Shiran watched as Xin Yu and the disciples of Yawang Valley left. Feeling eager about the upcoming test, as the sky gradually darkened, the Spiritual Root Assessment Conference began to draw to a close. From morning until afternoon, the event lasted a full day, filtering out those without spiritual roots, leaving only a mere few thousand selected for the next round from the square. Blending into the crowd, Qin Shiran sat in meditation while diligently cultivating, hoping to advance to the second layer of qi refining as soon as possible to increase his chances in the forthcoming tests. Suddenly, a chime resonated, and a brilliant moon-white light illuminated the surroundings of the square, revealing floating blocks of luminous white stones that brightened the area like snow. Everyone, please quiet down. I believe you have been eagerly awaiting the next assessment after such a long day. Zhu Juzi suddenly appeared at the back mountain square. You are all individuals with spiritual roots. Most of you likely understand that only those with spiritual roots can glimpse the heavenly way and pursue the chance of ascending to immortality. However, spiritual roots vary in quality. Some are born with superior spiritual roots and cultivate at a faster pace, while others may possess 4 or 5 spiritual roots. This merely fate. At this point, Zhu Juzi paused, surveying the myriad expressions across the square. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted with varied reactions. Some appeared indignant, others remained stoic, while some sighed in resignation. Everyone, please be silent and allow me to finish. Zhu Juzi commanded gently, infused with spiritual energy. Most of you will likely refuse to accept your fate. Today, I wish to impart the phrase human determination can overcome heaven to you. Since you have embarked on the path of cultivation, be prepared for the possibility of life and death at any moment, Zhu Juzi continued. Chapter 22. Distinct challenges. Cultivation is not solely dependent on innate talent. Effort, perseverance, and opportunity are all indispensable. Even if one possesses excellent talent, neglecting hard work will ultimately lead to elimination. Zhu Juzi paused before continuing. Even if your aptitude is somewhat lacking, diligence can compensate for shortcomings, allowing for future accomplishments. Thus, today, I encourage you all to strive diligently and persistently. Remember, human determination can overcome heaven. Cultivation is a struggle against fate. I hope that among you, there will be names that resonate throughout the cultivation world in the future. Now, without further ado, please pay attention to the upcoming tests. Zhu Juzi spoke patiently. Shortly, all contestants are to enter this great array. If you can endure for a quarter of an hour without losing consciousness, you will pass. As many of you know, previous ascension conferences assessed spiritual root quality and age. However, this conference is different. We will place greater emphasis on your willpower and perseverance in cultivation. Those spiritual roots remain significant. Therefore, I hope you all perform admirably. Open the array. With a sweep of his hand, Zhu Juzi activated the array in the center of the back mountain square. A massive magical formation suddenly emerged, radiating a soft white light. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Qin Shiran was equally taken aback, marveling at the enormity of the formation, which could accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. Form groups of 10. When your names are called, step into the circle within the formation. Zhang Dong, Yu Shuang. Wei Zi, a staff member holding a jade slip, began to announce the names. Su Moran, Shangguan Wanqing, Chen Shiran. Wu Li, please stand in this circle, the staff member continued. Upon hearing his name, Qin Shiran swiftly moved to the designated spot, scanning his surroundings to find the others casting wary glances at one another. I am Su Moran, the heir of the Xiaoyu Kingdom. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I hope we can cooperate effectively if the need arises. I also invite you to visit our country. I will ensure you are treated as esteemed guests. A young man, dressed in a purple brocade robe and holding a folding fan, said with a smile. Agreed. I am Shirchuan, a commoner fortunate to meet you all. This concerns our entrance assessment, and I trust we will all work together, a towering man stated. I have no objections, a woman chimed in. Neither do I. Shinshiran responded, following the consensus of the others. Very well, the groups have been formed. I will repeat the rules. As long as you can remain in the formation for a quarter of an hour without losing consciousness, you will successfully progress to the next and final assessment. Those who fail will be automatically ejected from the formation. Juejwezi appeared above the array, floating effortlessly, inciting envy among the onlookers below. Why the need for groups? Isn't it sufficient to assess everyone together in the array? Someone curiously inquired. Because the array requires high-grade spirit stones to activate its assessment mechanism. To avoid waste, we have utilized smaller subarrays. Now that night has fallen, I hope you all succeed in the assessment and return to rest well for tomorrow's final evaluation. Activate the assessment array. With Juejwezi's command, all the subarrays emitted a soft white glow, enveloping the participants as the second round of assessments commenced. Within the array, Shinshiran remained still, uncertain of what would transpire next. Suddenly, mist began to swirl around, thickening rapidly until it enveloped everyone, and soon, the others vanished from sight. What is this? Everything was fine just a moment ago. Why is it foggy? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Is anyone there? Shinshiran called out the names of the others, but received no response. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and he found himself in his own room. Shiran, come out for dinner. A voice called from outside the door. Who is it? Who is calling me? Shinshiran felt a surge of anxiety. Shiran, can you not recognize my voice? It's your mother. What are you doing in there? Hurry out for dinner. A familiar figure appeared in his mind. You are my mother? Shinshiran stepped out of the door, staring in bewilderment at the woman busy at the table, who was none other than his long-missed mother. Shiran, wash your hands quickly. Your father will be home soon. I've prepared your favorite braised wild boar meat. The woman, appearing around 40, with a tall figure and a somewhat weathered face, still exuded beauty from her youth. Oh, okay, mother. I will go right away. Shinshiran gazed at the familiar home and beloved mother, unable to discern whether this was reality or a dream. After washing his hands, Shinshiran returned to the table and took a bite of the braised wild boar meat, savoring the familiar flavor. Shiran, you're already 16, aren't you? It's about time for you to consider marriage, his mother said with a warm smile. It's too early for that. Mother, I'm currently cultivating and learning the ways of immortality. Marriage can wait, Shinshiran replied hastily. Too early? Look at Lu Shu's eldest son. He already has 2 children. And that girl from Zhang Shu's family is 14. She looks like she would bear children well. You should stop pursuing this path of immortality and find a good wife to carry on the Chen family line, his mother continued. Zhang Shu? Shinshiran suddenly recalled the scene where he had been treated by Zhang Shu after being skinned by Lu. You are not my mother. My mother passed away 2 years ago. Who are you, and why are you impersonating her? Shinshiran stood up, eyes blazing as he pointed at the woman. She is certainly not your mother. Your parents have long since passed. A woman in white suddenly entered from outside. The woman had a curvaceous figure, a delicate jade sword at her waist, and her face was veiled in a thin gauze, obscuring her features. Are you Lin Xianzi? Shinshiran stared in astonishment at the woman before him, the very same who had rescued him on Qingfeng Mountain. Your parents have long since died. This is merely a manifestation of your longing. The white-clad woman spoke softly. Yes, my parents indeed passed away. Shinshiran sighed, and as soon as he finished speaking, the woman at the table vanished. Shinshiran stared in shock at the empty space before him, bewildered by what had just transpired. Lin Xianzi, why have you come here? Shinshiran could not help but ask the beautiful woman standing before him. I am here to bring you back to the sect. The white-clad woman's voice trembled slightly, her neck flushed with crimson. Back to the sect? Shinshiran was further confused. Wasn't he in the assessment? Why was she saying she was here to take him back to Tianjin sect? Chapter 23, Breaking Through to the Second Layer of Qi Refining. Haha, Shiran, you are indeed a fortunate lad. Your ancestor, Master Qin, narrowly escaped death and unexpectedly, through adversity, has found prosperity. Just a few days ago, he successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage, becoming the youngest Golden Core Master in our Tianjin sect. The future is limitless for him. Upon learning of your existence, he requested our sect master to arrange for Lin Shimi to wed you. How delightful this must be for you. At that moment, a familiar hearty laugh resonated as Lu Qinxiu stepped through the door. Brother Lu, what brings you here? Qin Shiran exclaimed with joy. Isn't it because I'm concerned that my junior sister has a shy disposition and might return empty-handed? Lu Qinxiu chuckled. Brother. The woman in white stamped her foot and, turning away, covered her face as she rushed outside. She actually got flustered. How rare. How amusing. Ha ha ha. Lu Qinxiu laughed heartily. Qin Shiran was also taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Struggling to discern reality from illusion, it seemed as though everything was unfolding towards a splendid outcome. Not only could he join a sect to cultivate, but he could also marry a stunning beauty like Lin Xianzi. Qin Shiran felt as though he had reached the zenith of his life. Have you lost your wits in your excitement? Don't just stand there. Let's go to Tianjin sect and get married. With that, Lu Qinxiu pulled Qin Shiran outside. Just as they were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Shiran, your father met a tragic end. Have you forgotten the hatred that lingers from his death? A tall, middle-aged man emerged at the entrance of the courtyard. The man had blood streaming from his head, his voice hoarse, and he fixed a fierce gaze upon Qin Shiran. Father! Qin Shiran stood frozen at the door, staring at the familiar figure before him. It was indeed his long-lost father. Who dares to obstruct my path, you mere mortal? You shall perish. As the words fell, a fireball spell erupted from Lu Qinxiu's hand. Striking the sudden intruder, the man let out a piercing scream, instantly turning to ashes and vanishing. Let us depart, Shiran. This man dared to impede us, and I've reduced him to nothingness. Time is of the essence. We should make haste to return to the sect. Lu Qinxiu turned to Qin Shiran with a smile. You are not Brother Lu. The real Brother Lu would never kill indiscriminately. You are an impostor. Who are you really? Qin Shiran retreated a few steps, disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Lu Qinxiu. How could I possibly be anyone else? Do my eyes not convey sincerity? Besides, Lin Shimi was just here. Could that all be a facade? Lu Qinxiu inched closer to Qin Shiran. I can no longer discern truth from lies. My mother felt genuine. Yet Lin Xianzi claims otherwise. Now, with my father appearing, you say he is false too. How can I trust any of you? What is this cursed place? Qin Shiran clutched his head, overwhelmed with anguish. Remember the trick I taught you? The innkeeper's voice echoed momentarily. Seeming true, but not true. Pause at 9. Seeming true, not true? Yes, they are all illusions. My mother is an illusion. My father is an illusion. Lin Xianzi and Brother Lu are illusions too. These are mere phantoms. The innkeeper's words flashed in Qin Shiran's mind. With newfound clarity, Qin Shiran opened his eyes, settling down to meditate and regulate his breathing, ignoring Lu Qinxiu's words as he entered a realm of profound understanding. Who would have thought this lad would break through within? Juejhuizi observed everyone, noting that Qin Shiran not only resisted the illusionary formation but also seized the opportunity to advance. Though his spiritual roots may be lacking, his resolve in pursuing the path of cultivation is remarkably steadfast. Given time, he may yet achieve greatness. A veiled noblewoman, Qing Lan, gazed intently at Qin Shiran. Dong. The sound of a bell resonated, signifying that a quarter of an hour had passed. Close the formation. With Juejhuizi's command, all formations shut down, revealing those within to the onlookers. Some lay unconscious outside the formation, others wept bitterly, and some sang merrily. A myriad of scenes unfolded. Others stood with closed eyes, motionless, while some within the formation sat cross-legged. Reciting a calming incantation, an illusion has eliminated so many. Indeed, one's spiritual roots determine everything. The Fire Child Master observed, noting that most remaining within the formation had previously exhibited superior aptitude, though some with promising potential had still been eliminated. That cannot be entirely true. There are indeed some with 5 spiritual roots still inside. Look, that lad is still here, Qinglan countered immediately. Humph, that lad merely enjoys good fortune. He shan't be so lucky in the next round. The Fire Child scoffed. Qin Shiran slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was seated at the edge of the formation, nearly exiting, and to his astonishment, he had unknowingly advanced to the second layer of chi refinement. Recalling the recent illusion, he had almost fallen for it, but thankfully the innkeeper's words had guided him, allowing him to successfully navigate the second trial. He wondered how the innkeeper had foreseen the illusionary trial. He would have to express his gratitude later, Qin Shiran thought happily. The second round of assessments has concluded. Those who have passed are to gather here tomorrow morning at 8. With that, Juejweizi and the other Golden Core Masters departed. Among those eliminated, some were filled with regret, some shouted in protest of unfairness, while others quietly gathered their belongings to leave. Qin Shiran stood and noticed that, aside from himself, only 2 others remained in his group, the young noble Su Moran and a young woman named Shangwan Wanqing. Brother Qian, Miss Shangwan, I did not expect you both to be so discreet. If the opportunity arises in the upcoming assessments, we might collaborate further, Su Moran said with a smile at him. Shangwan Wanqing replied curtly before turning to leave. Agreed, Qin Shiran responded with a cupped fist and prepared to return to the Xuanxin Yuan Inn for another night. By the time Qin Shiran returned to the inn, night had fully descended. The innkeeper was still slumped over the table, fast asleep. Xiao'er, wake up, Xiao'er, wake up. Qin Shiran entered and gently called out. Esteemed guest, is it you again? The innkeeper rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked. Thank you, Xiao'er. Were it not for your advice, I would likely have been eliminated today. Qin Shiran expressed his gratitude. Oh, that matter? I merely spoke offhandedly. Besides, you did give me a spirit stone. It was a fair trade. The innkeeper yawned casually. Are you looking to stay again? Given your success today, I'll consider it a good omen. Just 1 spirit stone will suffice, the innkeeper said with a glint in his eye. But my stay isn't over yet, is it? Never mind. It was thanks to you that I passed the assessment. Here, take the spirit stone, Qin Shiran conceded. Very well, esteemed guest. Here is your room key. Keep it safe. The innkeeper tossed a room tag over before dozing off once more. Qin Shiran accepted the room tag and ascended the stairs to rest. After a brief wash, Qin Shiran lay in bed, reflecting on the events of the day. The innkeeper's casual remarks seemed too coincidental. Remembering the illusion where he married Lin Xianzi, Qin Shiran couldn't help but blush, drifting into a deep slumber amidst his whimsical thoughts. Chapter 24. The final assessment. The night was eerily quiet, occasionally punctuated by the hoarse cawing of crows. At his certain encampment, the light from a window flickered and swayed. Lai Shizi, how goes the investigation I entrusted to you? Inquired a middle-aged man clad in a blue brocade robe with a short white beard, sipping tea as he spoke. Standing beside him was a young man dressed in dark blue attire. Bowing in wait. In response to Master Luo, I have yet to yield results. However, I have uncovered some clues. Furthermore, the remains of Master Luo have been found. He was intoxicated and murdered before his death. I assure you, I am continuing the investigation, and I expect to have results soon, the young man promptly replied. This matter pertains to the reputation of my Luo family and your own life and future. Should we fail to uncover the truth, particularly if we cannot locate Tianhai's storage pouch, you know the consequences, the middle-aged man remarked, gently blowing on the tea leaves in his cup, speaking slowly. Master, I vow to find the culprit behind Master Luo's death and recover the storage pouch. The young man said, his voice tense. Rest assured, anything promised will be given upon completion of your task. Now, you may leave. I require results by the conclusion of the grand event. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Understood, Master, the young man replied before exiting the room. After standing outside for a moment, he mounted his flying sword and vanished. The night passed swiftly. In the morning, Qin Shiran awoke from his dreams, having spent the night envisioning his marriage to Lin Xianzi and Han Lu. Feeling quite content, his face flushed with embarrassment as he rose. After washing up and descending, he found the innkeeper absent. Qin Shiran had no choice but to grab a quick breakfast outside before heading to the back mountain square. Today marked the final assessment, and he was determined to succeed. Upon arriving at the back mountain square, Qin Shiran found it teeming with people. Although only a few hundred had passed the second assessment, the number of friends and family coming to cheer them on far exceeded that of the participants. Before long, a streak of light shot from the distance and, upon landing, revealed the form of Juejweizi, the Golden Core Master. Congratulations to the contestants who passed yesterday's illusion array assessment. Today marks the final evaluation, and I shall keep the specifics under wraps for now. Please, all those who succeeded yesterday, board the vessel. We are en route to a new assessment location, Juejweizi said with a smile while stroking his beard. As his words fell, a miniature jade-green boat materialized in his hand, expanding in size to an impressive 30 zhong as it caught the wind. Is this the Bihan boat of the Heavenly Sword Sect? A female cultivator from Inin Valley exclaimed in astonishment. It is said that this boat can accommodate hundreds and travels at remarkable speed. Being one of the treasured artifacts of the Heavenly Sword Sect, this is my first time witnessing it. I never imagined that Senior Juejweizi would produce such a treasure, another disciple from Qingwen sect added. Equally amazed, the Bihan boat descended from the sky, landing in the center of the square as the contestants who had passed the assessment boarded one after another. Set sail, Juejweizi commanded, standing at the bow. With a flick of his hand, the boat unfurled its protective shield and vanished from sight in an instant. Where are we headed, Nyonizi? You wouldn't tell us about the final assessment before. Can you share it now? Asked Huatong Zhenren, munching on a spirit fruit. The reason I withheld information was at the request of the sect leader, to prevent any leaks. Now, I can reveal the final assessment to all of you. Juejweizi chuckled as he stroked his beard. We are bound for the Tongtian mountain of our Heavenly Sword Sect, Juejweizi announced with a smile. What? Gasped the crowd in surprise. You can't be serious that the final assessment will be held there. Huatong exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, it is the Tongtian road of Tongtian Mountain. Juejweizi replied with an air of calm. Is this a requirement from your sect leader or a decision from higher authorities? The elderly woman asked, equally astonished. I am not privy to the specifics. I was merely informed by my senior sect leader. There must be a rationale behind the choice of Tongtian Road, Juejweizi responded. As far as I know, Tongtian Road is a sacred site for cultivating qi in the later stages, and it's said that very few reach the summit during their qi refining phase. The elegantly dressed woman, Qinglan, remarked. Indeed, throughout the history of our Heavenly Sword Sect, no more than a handful have reached the summit during their qi refining phase, and even the least among them achieved the golden core level. Juejweizi replied with pride, You've never opened Tongtian Road to outsiders before. Why choose it this time? Furthermore, the highest among these contestants is at most at the 4th or 5th level of qi refining. Reaching the summit seems like a pipe dream. The elderly woman continued, Dear friends, as I mentioned earlier, I am not aware of the specifics. Whether anyone reaches the summit is beyond my consideration. I believe the higher-ups are already monitoring the situation, and we merely need to follow the arrangements. Juejweizi divulged another piece of information. Is it possible that there are Yuaniing ancestors observing this assessment? Huatong gasped, hastily discarding the spirit fruit in his hand. Upon arrival, I hope all of you adhere to the customary rules, Juejweizi addressed the crowd. That is how it should be, the other golden core cultivators responded promptly. The Bihan boat descended gently onto a vast circular plaza. And once the vessel stabilized, the protective shield dissipated. The contestants, upon receiving their instructions, disembarked in an orderly fashion. As Qin Shuran stepped off with the others, he was greeted by the sight of a colossal stone sword forming the mountain gate. The enormous steps behind the gate extended upward along a towering green peak, vanishing into the clouds, leaving the summit shrouded from view. Surveying the circular plaza, it was evident that the only path forward was the staircase of the stone sword mountain gate. All else was a sheer cliff in the distance. Mountains were obscured by mist, appearing ethereal, with the occasional spirit crane soaring by, resembling a scene from a celestial paradise. What place is this? How beautiful! Is this an immortal realm? Voices in the crowd occasionally inquired. Please, quiet down. This is a peak of our Heavenly Sword Sect, known as Tongtian Mountain. It is said that an immortal resides at the summit, though I cannot attest to its truth. Should you reach the top, you may discover the answer. Today's assessment takes place here, Juejweizi announced from a distant observation platform. Excuse me, Juejweizi Zhenren, does today's assessment involve reaching the summit? A youthful man, appearing around 17 or 18 years old, asked. Indeed, the final assessment today is to reach the summit, Juejweizi confirmed. Moreover, if you can ascend half of the steps before sunset, that will be deemed a successful completion of the assessment, he continued. These steps are known as Tongtian Road, comprising 999 steps. Ascending 500 steps before sunset will suffice. Time is of the essence. You may begin now. I hope to see many of you succeed in this assessment and enter the ranks of our sect. Juejweizi concluded, and as he finished speaking, a familiar bell tolled, marking the commencement of the final assessment. Chapter 25. Almost eliminated as the bell tolled. everyone rushed towards the stone sword mountain gate. Chunchuran, unwilling to lag behind, felt a sudden heaviness as he stepped onto the first step, acutely aware of an oppressive force surrounding him. What is this trial? It feels so heavy. Could it be that Tongtian Road increases gravity? How terrifying, a woman clad in a green dress exclaimed. Whoever conceived this idea is insane. It's only the first step and already so burdensome. Climbing 500 steps will surely cost me my life. Another chubby contestant lamented, stuffing snacks into his mouth as he spoke. This trial must test our perseverance and patience. I am determined to successfully join the sect. Qinxiuran took a deep breath and slowly raised his foot, stepping onto the staircase with deliberate care. Seeing this, the others, including the chubby contestant, gritted their teeth and followed suit. Ascending the steps, as time ticked by, it was soon noon, and the contestants began to form 3 distinct tiers. The first tier had already climbed 300 steps, comprising 7 or 8 individuals who were closely matched, with 3 leading the pack: a tall, dark-skinned man, a slender woman, and a boy clad in patched clothing. All 3 were drenched in sweat and panting heavily as they ascended slowly. The second tier consisted of 20 to 30 people, trailing behind the first tier by several steps, and surprisingly, the chubby contestant was at the forefront of this group. Chunxiuran found himself in the third tier, which had the largest number of participants, around 200 to 300. Some had climbed over 100 steps, while others had only managed a few dozen. This batch of contestants seems mediocre. Only one celestial route was claimed by Huatong, and there are no exceptional routes. Half the time has passed, and the front-runners haven't even reached a third of the way up. Qinglan Zhenren remarked from the observation platform. Not everyone with excellent talent and determination can even reach halfway. The 3 at the front are quite impressive. They all possess true spiritual roots, especially that boy in the patched clothing. He likely comes from humble beginnings. So his perseverance and cultivation should be commendable, Juajwazi Zhenren observed, focusing on the patched boy. Qinxiuran, weighed down by immense pressure, continued to ascend step by step. Each movement consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. But fortunately, he had broken through to the second level of qi refining the day before, significantly increasing his total spiritual energy. Moreover, growing up in a mountain village endowed him with superior physical endurance. Otherwise, he would have likely been eliminated long ago. As time passed, and the sun began to set, the 3 individuals in the first tier slowed their pace further, with less than 10 steps remaining to the 500 mark. Each step required prolonged meditation to recover their spiritual energy. Chunxiuran gritted his teeth and pressed on, but his body was nearing its limit. He trembled with each step, his muscles tensed. Having only climbed just below 300 steps, he feared he would be eliminated if this continued. Brother, do you have any pills for restoring spiritual energy? I am willing to pay double. A voice from a young man ahead called out, breathlessly inquiring. Chunxiuran looked up to see a long-haired man a few steps ahead, panting as he addressed those around him. We haven't even entered the cultivation sect yet, and even if we had pills, they would barely suffice for our training. Who has spare pills to trade? A tall young man clad in animal skins shook his head. I don't have any pills for restoring spiritual energy. But I do have a few spirit-gathering herbs. I was intending to use them to have someone concoct chi-gathering pills, and they also possess restorative properties. Would you like them? A timid voice from beside them offered. A girl of about 15 or 16, with snow-white skin and bright, sparkling eyes, spoke shyly, her round face exuding an air of innocence as her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. How many do you have? I want them all, the long-haired man said excitedly. I only have 3, the girl replied, still with a bashful tone. I'll give you 10 spirit stones for them, the man exclaimed, pulling 10 spirit stones from his pocket and offering them to the girl. Brother, 3 spirit-gathering herbs could yield at least 2 bottles of chi-gathering pills, and a bottle in the market is worth a minimum of 6 or 7 spirit stones. Isn't that a bit underpriced? The tall young man interjected as the girl prepared to hand over the herbs. Upon hearing this, the girl tilted her head, pausing her actions, as the others turned to look at her in unison. Is that so? I had no idea about the market price, haha. In that case, I'll add 5 more, the long-haired man said awkwardly, offering 5 additional spirit stones. Who gave you the audacity to speak? Just wait and see. The long-haired man transmitted with a sneer. Humph. The tall man did not respond but stood up and began to struggle up the steps. Upon hearing this, Chun Shiran felt a surge of joy and slapped himself lightly. The storage bag contains several bottles of elixirs. I have refrained from consuming them due to uncertainty about their effects, but after catching a whiff last time, I sensed a slight enhancement in my spiritual energy. Given the current circumstances, I shall not hesitate. I must resort to whatever remedies are at hand. Seizing a moment of distraction, Chun Shiran retrieved a jade-green elixir from his storage bag, its surface smooth and lustrous, adorned with a single Dan pattern emanating wisps of spiritual energy. He swallowed the elixir, then sat cross-legged to meditate. The moment the elixir entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current that flowed into his dantian, instantaneously filling it with spiritual energy, revitalizing his previously depleted reserves. This elixir is astonishingly potent. Had I known of its benefits sooner, I would have consumed it earlier, Chun Shiran thought to himself, elated. With his spiritual energy restored, Chun Shiran gathered his resolve and continued his ascent up the steps. Bolstered by the elixir's effects, he surged upward, reaching the second tier and positioning himself near the front. The sun was on the verge of setting, and Chun Shiran wiped the sweat from his brow, recognizing that he was merely 10 steps away from passing the assessment. Most of the first-tier participants had surpassed 500 steps, with a few at the forefront nearing 600, leaving only a handful trailing behind in the second tier. Among the frontrunners of the second tier, including the chubby boy, only a few steps separated them from the 500 mark. Yet those steps felt insurmountable. Each participant's legs seemingly weighed down as if leaden, some even collapsing onto the steps, drenched in sweat. Chun Shiran too sensed that he was teetering on the brink of his limits. His supply of elixirs was nearly exhausted. And with the repeated exertion of his spiritual energy, he felt an unsettling accumulation of foreign substances within him, the spiritual energy becoming increasingly difficult to control. Damn it, I'm utterly spent. I can hardly move anymore. Once this assessment is over, I plan to sleep for 3 days straight, the chubby boy shouted, all the while continuing to shove snacks into his mouth. Noticing the storage bag hanging from the chubby boy's waist, Chun Shiran realized this fellow was not from humble origins. As he pondered how to tackle the next 10 steps, he suddenly spotted movement and focused his gaze. Lo and behold, it was him. Chapter 26. Finally passing the assessment, it was the previously encountered tall youth clad in animal skin. Chun Shiran was astonished to see him here. Upon glancing around, he also spotted the earlier girl. Her face flushed and glistening with sweat, the thin veil clinging to her body, revealing her delicate form, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. Yet, in this moment, no one had the leisure to admire beauty. For the sun was nearly set, and failing to surpass 500 steps meant losing the chance to advance to higher realms of cultivation. The beast-skin-clad young man exerted himself to stand, veins bulging and blood vessels straining as though they might burst. The gravity on the steps was palpable. Chun Shiran sat cross-legged, feeling as if he bore the weight of several mountains, nearly gasping for breath. With a mighty roar, the beast-skin youth lifted his right leg and stepped down to the next level. Upon landing, a sound akin to bones compressing echoed as he felt the weight intensify. Yet he persevered and successfully reached the next step, now merely 3 steps away from 500. Seeing this, others also stood and advanced, though one individual faltered and tumbled backward, screaming as they rolled down the slope. Quickly rescued by enforcement personnel, others, unable to withstand the pressure of the next step, cried out in agony, also being swiftly extricated, all of them eliminated from the assessment. With half an hour remaining before sunset, those who had witnessed the recent eliminations were gripped by fear, yet time was running short. Chun Shiran took a deep breath and rose with determination. His bones felt as if they were being crushed by gravity, yet he summoned his spiritual energy and painstakingly lifted his leg to take a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps. He halted at the 498th step, for the weight was simply too immense, and his spiritual energy had been nearly depleted in his earlier exertion. He collapsed onto the step, motionless, as time ticked by. The round-faced girl too persevered to the 498th step, beside Chun Shiran. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Like Chun Shiran, she found herself immobile, though her position was slightly more graceful. He cast a glance at her, noticing her hands propping her up as she breathed heavily. Her collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of fair skin that made Chun Shiran's throat dry. He quickly turned away, embarrassed. Damn it, I'm going all out? The chubby boy, having finished his snacks, stood once more, his bones creaking as he retrieved a pill from his storage bag and swallowed it. Moments later, his physique began to swell as if inflated, his face flushed, and he gained several inches in height. With a mighty shout, he lifted his right leg and stepped onto the 498th step. As soon as his foot landed, the overwhelming gravity caused him to sway, nearly toppling to the side. He quickly steadied himself with his right hand and, with renewed vigor, stepped onto the 499th step. Upon stepping onto it, his face lit up with joy, and without pausing, he leaped onto the 500th step. He laughed heartily. "I've finally succeeded in entering the cultivation sect. Just wait until I show that old man." After which, he collapsed back onto the ground, gasping for breath. Blast it. I can't believe that Fatso actually passed the assessment. I can only resort to using the gathering spirit grass now, the long-haired man from earlier thought. Having exhausted his elixirs during the climb and only having 3 gathering spirit grasses left, purchased from the round-faced girl, and he was now only a few steps behind Chinchuron. He stuffed all 3 grasses into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Although the gathering spirit grass was a material for refining spirit gathering pills, consuming it directly could also enhance spiritual energy. However, without the alchemist's refinement to remove toxic components, it would leave residual toxins in the body. Yet, at this moment, the long-haired man could think of little else, determined to push through the assessment. "Get out of the way, you little brat. Do you think my spirit stones are easy to come by? Once I pass this assessment, I'll have my fun with you." The long-haired man pushed himself up, advancing toward the round-faced girl. "Be careful," Chinchuron warned as he saw the long-haired man approach. Intending to pull the girl down with him, he could not afford to rest any longer and hastily swallowed the last few elixirs. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, but his expression twisted with intensity, the energy nearly spiraling out of control. Summoning his strength, Chinchuron stood and thrust his right hand toward the long-haired man. "Ah, you little brat. I one tea spare you." The long-haired man was taken by surprise. Losing control and tumbling sideways, rolling down the steps like a ball, Chinchuron, having exerted himself to push the long-haired man down, felt his energy on the brink of collapse. He could not dwell on the consequences. Even if he fell at the last step, it would be fate. Turning, he lifted his right leg and stepped onto the 499th step. Upon landing, he sensed a reduction in pressure on his right leg. Yet his left leg felt as if it were encased in lead, immovable. Chinchuron's face contorted in pain, his veins bulging, yet his left leg remained unresponsive, his spiritual energy about to dissipate. Suddenly, he felt a release in his body and could not help but tumble forward. He rolled onto the 500th step, then succumbed to unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, he glanced back and thought he saw the round-faced girl standing and pushing him with all her might. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, so that's what stop at every 9th step means," and then fell into oblivion. Voices of argument reached his ears as Chinchuron's eyelids fluttered, gradually opening his eyes. "You're awake?" The round-faced girl asked. Dark, bright eyes met Chinchuron's gaze, and upon seeing him awake, she exclaimed with joy, "Where am I?" Chinchuron struggled to sit up. He found himself lying in a grand hall, alongside the round-faced girl, the chubby boy, the bee-skin youth, and others who had also undergone the assessment. "This is the main hall of the city lord's estate. We are all those who passed the assessment. You fainted while trying to save me." "Thank you. My name is Qin Shui. What is yours?" The round-faced girl tilted her head, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "I merely acted for my own sake. No need for thanks. I am Chinchuron." "What were those seniors arguing about just now?" Chinchuron observed several golden core realms arguing animatedly in the hall. "I'm not sure. It seems to be about the order of selection. Everyone wants to go first, but none are willing to yield." Qin Shui replied, resting her chin on her hand, her expression adorably thoughtful. Chinchuron was also unclear about the specific situation. A cursory glance around the grand hall revealed that only around 30 individuals had passed the assessment. And he did not spot the Han Feng siblings. He also did not encounter them on the stairway and wondered if they had been eliminated. Chapter 27. Unfortunate, no sect wants me? Then it is settled. We shall proceed according to the regulations of the previous session. The Tianjin sect will select first, followed by the Yuling sect, then the Tianin Valley, the Qingyuan sect, and lastly, the Yaoang Valley. Is there any dissent among you? An elderly man with hair as white as snow declared. Agreed. No objections? The assembly of golden elixir practitioners nodded in consensus. Excellent. I hereby announce the successful conclusion of this year's Ascension Conference assessment. Let the final selection ceremony commence. With the resounding peal of a bell echoing throughout the grand hall, Chen Shuran could not help but feel a surge of excitement. It was then that Juejweizi stepped forward to congratulate everyone on passing the assessment before beginning the selections. The first to be chosen was the top contender of this conference, the lad with the golden fire true spiritual root, previously praised by Juejweizi, who ascended to the 652nd step. Next, the imposing figure of Giant Chong, a practitioner from the Yuling sect, selected a burly man with a black face and earthwood true spiritual root to join his ranks. A young woman in a green dress proactively requested to join Tianyin Valley. Qin Shui was selected by the Tianjin sect, revealing her dual water and wood spiritual roots, a talent that rivaled the first place, evoking a sense of envy in Chen Shuran. The beast skin-clad man, who had previously argued for Qin Shui regarding the insufficient spirit stones, opted for the Qinglun sect, while a chubby boy clamored to join the Yaowang Valley, expressing a desire for the ease of acquiring elixirs as if they were as simple to consume as water. Indicating his ambition to pursue the path of alchemy. As the selections continued, one by one, the crowd gradually dwindled until only Chen Shuran remained. Though this year's candidates may not possess the overall quality of previous years, those selected are well-rounded in various aspects, not just in talent but also in determination and perseverance in cultivation. We can return to report to the sect leader. The jovial fire child exclaimed with a broad grin. You certainly can return with satisfaction. Bringing back a heavenly spiritual root will surely earn you a grand reward from your sect leader, but do not forget your promise. Juejweizi smiled while stroking his beard. Rest assured, I will not forget. I shall take my leave now, fellow Taoists. With that, the fire child gathered his chosen disciples and vanished in a flash of shielded light. I shall not linger either. Old Taoist, once I finish my tasks, let us have a contest. My cultivation has seen some improvement lately. I hope you do not disappoint me, Giant Chong said before taking his chosen disciples and stepping onto his bronze sword, disappearing into the distance with a flash of shield light. The other golden elixir practitioners bid their farewells and prepared to depart. Chen Shuran, noticing he had yet to be selected, hurried forward and anxiously inquired. Excuse me, esteemed seniors, I am Chen Shuran, and I have not yet been chosen. He called out loudly. Ah, you are the lad who was tested to have 5 spiritual roots, named Chen Shuran, correct? Juejweizi turned back in surprise. Indeed, Senior Juejweizi, my name is Chen Shuran. I have also passed this assessment and hope to be taken into a cultivation sect. Chen Shuran bowed respectfully. But according to the regulations of the conference, those who pass the assessment are eligible to join a cultivation sect. This young man has endured considerable hardship to complete the assessment and deserves an opportunity for admission. What say you? Who is willing to take him in? Juejweizi turned to inquire of Jinhua and Qinglan. Our Tianyin Valley only accepts female disciples, and we have no means to take in a male. No Bizi, did you not previously have a favorable opinion of him? Why not accept him into your Tianjin sect? The elderly woman shook her head. It is not that the old Taoist is unwilling, but our Tianjin sect requires a minimum of 3 spiritual roots for acceptance. Those with 4 cannot even enter the mountain gates. Even if he were to come, he would be no different from a commoner. Why subject him to that? Juejweizi replied helplessly. Humph, you all are being evasive. Both the short and Giant Chong are clearly afraid of bringing this subpar root back to be scolded by the sect leader. Hence their quick retreat. Though this lad's talent may be lacking, his determination and will in cultivation are remarkably steadfast. In time, he may yet achieve great success. If given the chance to enter the foundation establishment stage, he could grasp the path to greatness. Since you do not wish to accept him, I shall take him under my wing, but Nyo Bizi, you owe me a favor. Qinglan smiled. I knew you would never miss a profitable deal. Very well, since this Ascension Conference was hosted by our Tianjin sect, it would be embarrassing if no one was selected in the end. I shall owe you a favor, but you must inquire with Luo Fatsi about when he will repay me the drunken immortal brew he owes me. He has been avoiding me for so long. It's about time he pays up. Ha! Juejweizi chuckled, stroking his beard while addressing Chen Shuran. Chen Shuran, I am here, Senior Juejweizi. Chen Shuran responded promptly. In light of your unwavering pursuit of the immortal path, I had previously promised you an opportunity for admission if you performed well. You may not join the Tianjin sect, but the Qingyuan sect has agreed to accept you. Do you wish to proceed? Zhuozhi smiled. Thank you, Senior Zhuozhi. I am willing. Upon hearing that Qingyuan sect was willing to accept him, Chen Shiran readily agreed, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Well, the conference has concluded, and I must return to my sect. Qing Lan, I shall take my leave now. Do not forget to relay my message. Zhuozhi produced the Bai Han boat. Giggle, rest assured. Whenever you two drunkards gather, nothing good comes of it. I will certainly deliver your words. The elegantly dressed woman chuckled, her laughter as enchanting as her figure. Do think you never conveyed my words to that Luo Fatsi, truly vexing. But as long as you deliver this time, it's acceptable. Mayor Jiang, I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall take my leave. Whenever you come to Tianjin sect, I assure you there will be ample fine wine. Zhuozhi turned to the elderly man and smiled. Haha, I must plan accordingly. I shall ensure to drink all your fine wine. Mayor Jiang laughed heartily. Well said. Until we meet again, fellow Taoists. With that, Zhuozhi whisked away Qin Shui and the others aboard the Bai Han boat. Soaring into the sky. Shiran, do visit the Tianjin sect to play with me when you have the time. Qin Shui's voice lingered in Chen Shiran's ears as they departed. Do not fret. This girl possesses exceptional talent and will undoubtedly be valued within the sect. Do not be disheartened. Strive diligently, and there may yet be another opportunity for you to meet again. The rest of you, come forth. With that, Qing Lan produced a blue flying boat. Everyone leapt onto the spirit vessel. And Chen Shiran followed suit. Mayor Jiang, I shall take my leave now. You must visit Qingyuan's sect in the future, the beautiful woman said as she stepped onto the flying boat. I shall certainly visit. And please convey my regards to Dao friend Luo. Mayor Jiang waved his hand in farewell. The azure flying boat ascended slowly, soaring into the heavens in an instant, leaving behind a fleeting blue shadow. Chapter 28. The entrance turmoil at Qingyuan sect. The blue spirit boat traversed the skies throughout the night, and at the break of dawn, they finally arrived at a perilous location. Most major cultivation sects are established in areas rich in spiritual energy. And our Qingyuan sect is no exception. We have chosen a site amidst the ancient spiritual wood, the birthplace of the Qingyuan tree. Hence, our sect is named Qingyuan sect. This ancient spiritual wood thrives in the rugged mountains where spiritual energy abounds, rendering the terrain treacherous. Generally, no commoners venture here. You now stand at the entrance of our Qingyuan sect, the elegantly dressed woman elaborated. However, esteemed elder, from our vantage point on the spirit boat, we see only a vast expanse of forest and trees. There are no visible sect buildings, a handsome young man in a green robe remarked, his sword-like brows furrowed. This individual was Wei Kong, the finest candidate selected by Qingyuan sect at the Ascension Conference. Possessing earth and with dual spiritual roots, it was said that he was a prince from the Wei kingdom in the secular world, merely 15 years of age, with outstanding talent. Giggle, have you forgotten about the teleportation array in the Ascension City? The beautiful woman chuckled softly, a wave of laughter following that. Of course, our Qingyuan sect possesses a concealed array, and it is of considerable grade, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Yuan Ing stage elder. With that, Qing Lan produced a token, infused it with spiritual energy, attached a sound transmission charm, and tossed it into the air, where it promptly vanished from sight. Before long, a ripple occurred in the air, and a fissure opened in the sky. With a flick of her hand, the blue spirit boat surged into the crack, which then promptly closed, leaving the surroundings quiet as if nothing had transpired. Chirp! A series of white crane calls echoed from the distant peaks, as several white cranes flew past the azure peaks. Wow, the spiritual energy here is so dense, it is truly marvelous. This is indeed a paradise. The 13 or 14-year-old girl on the spirit boat clapped her hands in wonder. From the flying vessel, one could gaze far and wide, witnessing 9 towering immortal mountains piercing the clouds, stretching for hundreds of miles. Wisps of auspicious clouds enveloped them, and the golden spiritual light, unyielding in its brilliance, bathed the surrounding area for thousands of miles. The mountains were laden with spiritual herbs and trees, their spiritual energy far surpassing that of the outside world by dozens of times. Among the 9 immortal mountains, magnificent palaces stood in layers, and at the forefront, a resplendent mountain gate loomed over the clouds, inscribed with 3 gilded, ancient characters. Qingyuan sect. This was indeed the location of Qingyuan sect on the eastern continent of Tianheng. It is truly magnificent. Is this the sect where I shall cultivate my immortality in the future? The spiritual energy here is more than tenfold stronger than that of Qingfeng Mountain, Chen Xiuran thought to himself, overwhelmed with joy, as he felt he had drawn one step closer to his dream of becoming an immortal. The azure spiritual vessel soared through the sea of clouds, eventually coming to a halt before the grand hall atop one of the mountain peaks. The group disembarked from the vessel, and before them stood the majestic entrance of the hall, emblazoned with the gilded characters Council Hall above. The golden roof and red doors, combined with the hall's antique charm, invoked a profound sense of solemnity. Come, follow me to meet the sect leader and the senior members, Qinglan declared, leading Chen Xiuran and the others into the hall. Inside, the predominant hue was crimson. 4 colossal azure spiritual wood pillars supported the great hall, while a bronze incense burner stood prominently in the center. Seated at the head of the assembly was an elder, adorned in a blue robe and a crown. Beside him sat around 10 men and women, all formidable high-tier cultivators radiating powerful spiritual pressure, causing Chen Xiuran and his companions to feel a wave of nervousness. Senior Brother Sect Leader, we have brought back the selected candidates for this year's Ascension Conference. Please decide their allocation. The beautiful woman, Qinglan, bowed solemnly, her usual flirtatious demeanor nowhere to be seen. Thank you for your efforts, junior sister. Please take a seat and explain their circumstances. I will make the arrangements afterward. The elder spoke with a soothing voice, instilling a sense of calm among the anxious crowd. Yes, Senior Brother Sect Leader, Qinglan replied, taking a seat beside a jovial, rotund man. This time, we have brought back 6 individuals, 3 with dual spiritual roots, 2 with tri-spiritual roots, and 1 with quintuple spiritual roots. Quintuple roots? Junior sister, how could a cultivator with such poor spiritual roots make it to the mountain? Is that not a waste of resources? A beautiful woman, around 36 or 37 years old, dressed in a light green silk robe and crowned with flowers, addressed Qinglan. Senior Sister Zhou, he qualified for ascent after passing the assessment. Are the rules merely ornamental? Qinglan replied calmly, in the past several hundred years, which of the many cultivators with poor spiritual roots has ever reached the foundation establishment stage? There are already thousands of errand disciples at the foot of the mountain, receiving their monthly allocation of spiritual stones and other resources without fail. Senior Brother Sect Leader, I propose that our Qingyuan sect should raise the standards for selecting disciples' spiritual roots, just like the Tianjian sect. Otherwise, our sect's resources will dwindle further. We have not seen a nascent soul cultivator emerge in centuries. If this continues, the flower-crowned beauty's voice grew increasingly forceful. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiuran felt his heart plummet into an abyss of despair. Junior sister, mind your manners, the sect leader admonished. I apologize, Senior Brother Sect Leader. It was unwise of me to speak so freely, but I am merely advocating for. The flower-crowned beauty persisted. I understand. Please remain patient. I shall handle the arrangements. The elder raised his right hand to halt her. True spiritual roots, step forward. The elder smiled. As 3 individuals took a step forward, he turned to a middle-aged man with a short black beard beside him. Junior Brother Qin, you oversee the resources of our 5 peaks and 4 halls. How do you propose we allocate them? Currently, the resources of each peak are abundant. Admitting one with quintuple roots poses no significant issue, especially since he successfully passed the assessment. If we were to reject him, it would tarnish the reputation of our Qingyuan sect. The middle-aged man with the black beard hesitated before responding. Very well. Then we shall select the remaining candidates according to the order established in the last inter-peak competition, the elder continued. You 3 may choose from any of the 5 peaks. He smiled at the 3 candidates. Our Qingyuan sect has 5 peaks and 4 halls. The 5 peaks are Yunjian Peak, Qingzhou Peak, Shaoxi Peak, Tianlu Peak, and Danling Valley, while the 4 halls are the Council Hall, the Disciplinary Hall, the Spiritual Weapon Hall, and the Resource Hall, the elder elaborated slowly. May I inquire, esteemed sect leader, what distinguishes these 5 peaks? Wei Kong respectfully asked. I shall leave that question to the peak masters to elucidate for you, as it will grant you a better understanding of our Qingyuan sect. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Let me begin. As our name suggests, Yunjian Peak specializes in swordsmanship. Our overall strength is unparalleled within the Qingyuan sect, primarily focusing on the sword technique Yunfeng 9 swords. Mastering it to perfection allows one to shift mountains and seas, rivaling even the Tianjian sect. A scruffy man drinking from a wine gourd declared. Our Qing Zhu Peak primarily practices wood-based techniques, and the spiritual energy here is the most abundant in the entire Qingyuan sect, thanks to the presence of Qingyuan wood in our back mountains. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Qinglan, the beautiful woman, chimed in with a smile. It turned out that Qinglan was the master of Qingzhou Peak. Shaoxi Peak not only boasts a beautiful environment, but also matches Qingzhou Peak in spiritual energy. Moreover, the renowned Baoyue Spring, famous throughout the Qingyuan sect, lies in our back mountains. Not only are the cultivation conditions excellent, but our Shaoxi Peak also has the highest number of female cultivators. As the saying goes, men and women working together makes labor less burdensome. Wei Kong, choosing Shaoxi Peak would certainly be a wise decision. The flower-crowned beauty said gently. You shameless wretch, utterly devoid of shame. Qinglan muttered under her breath in indignation. Someone is clearly envious and resentful. Perhaps she should take a look at her own figure, which has become quite unkempt. Does she truly believe she can compete with me for disciples? The flower-crowned beauty retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Humph! Qinglan huffed angrily as she sat heavily in her chair. Ahem, junior sister Zhou. Allow me to introduce Tianlu Peak to our new disciples before they make their selections. A robust man clad in tight animal hide, his muscles bulging, bellowed with a hearty laugh. Our Tianlu Peak specializes in weapon forging. Most of the weapons used by the disciples of the Qingyuan sect and the sect's equipment are crafted here. If any disciples wish for the finest weapons, they should consider joining Tianlu Peak, the burly man enticed. Junior brother Zhao, your Tianlu Peak is filled with brawny individuals who only know how to forge. We Danling Valley is far superior. Our primary focus is on refining pills, providing ample medicinal pills for consumption, which will expedite cultivation. What is the ultimate goal of cultivation? It is to enhance one's abilities and reach higher realms. So, what do you think, everyone? Please ponder carefully. A white-clad old man, his hair and beard grizzled, shouted. Having introduced the 5 peaks, you may now declare your preferences. Wei Kong, please begin, the elder said gently. Esteemed sect leader, I wish to join Shaoxi Peak. Wei Kong replied after some contemplation. Esteemed sect leader, I would like to enter Yunjian Peak. Another youth named Yihan, around 17 or 18 years old, followed suit. Esteemed sect leader, I wish to go to Danling Valley, said the only female among the dual route candidates, a 16 or 17-year-old girl named Xia Xiaoning. Very well, the remaining 3 must choose their peaks. Junior sister Qinglan and junior brother Zhao, please select first. The elder said, stroking his beard with a smile. I choose her. Qinglan pointed to a girl of about 13 or 14. There's no other choice left. This lad seems to have a decent physique. I'll take him. The man in animal hide pointed at the beastly man who had previously assisted Qin Shui. That leaves one more. Who among you wishes to take him? The elder inquired. Silence fell over the others. Is no one willing to take him? Very well, junior brother Qin. Please escort this disciple down the mountain to begin as a servant disciple, but ensure he receives the treatment of an outer disciple. The elder turned to Qin, the resource hall master. Yes, senior brother sect leader. Qin promptly responded. What is your name? Are you amenable to this arrangement? The elder turned to Chen Xiran. Esteemed sect leader, my name is Chen Xiran, and I am willing to comply with your arrangements, Chen Xiran replied, his heart aflame with fury, though his expression remained placid. Despite the sect leader and the Golden Core cultivators appearing amicable, the world of cultivation reveres strength above all. Angering them could bring dire consequences. For now, he had no choice but to swallow his indignation, which only fueled his desire for power further. That will be all for today. I ask all junior brothers and sisters to take the new disciples to your respective peaks and teach them well. I will leave the subsequent admission procedures to you. The elder addressed the peak masters. Of course, yes, senior brother sect leader, the gathered disciples replied in unison. Let us depart. With that, Chen Xiran felt a darkness envelop him. And upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a hall. Master Qin, a portly middle-aged man, sprang up from a reclining chair, his movements surprisingly agile for his size, rushing to greet Qin, the hall master. Li Ji, sure, it seems you are enjoying a comfortable life, Qin remarked leisurely. Thanks to your grace, master. Life has been quite pleasant. You may simply call me Li Fatty, Li responded, bowing respectfully. I have come to bring you a new disciple. One who has passed the assessment for this Ascension Conference. However, due to his lackluster spiritual roots, the sect leader has instructed me to send him here to serve as a servant disciple. But he shall receive the treatment of an outer disciple. Is that agreeable? Qin explained. Everything will be as you say, master. Is there anything else you require? Li inquired, bowing deeply. Nothing else for now. The cloud mist tea you provided last time was delightful, leaving a lingering fragrance that is hard to forget, Qin replied. Master Ancestor, a fresh batch of the latest cloud mist tea has just arrived from the mundane world. I was preparing to deliver it to you when you fortuitously arrived, thus sparing my disciple a trip. Please, do come to the storeroom to have a look. Li Jishe eagerly invited Qin Dianzhu to inspect the goods. Master Ancestor, this is all we have. What do you think? Li Jishe nervously inquired. All right, I shan't put you in a difficult position. This must also be offered to the ancestors in the back mountain. I shall leave it to you. I'll take my leave now. Do feel free to visit me whenever you wish. With that, Qin Dianzhu took the tea leaves and vanished in an instant. I shall pay my respects to you once I finish my tasks. In reverent tribute to the ancestors, Li Jishe bowed as he bid farewell. Chen Xiaoren stood motionless in the hall, awaiting instructions. After an interminable wait, he finally saw Li Jishe emerge from the storeroom alone. What is your name? How old are you? What is your spirit root? And what level of qi cultivation have you achieved? Li Jishe reclined in his chair, crossing his legs to eye in response. Li Jishe. My name is Chen Xiaoran and I am 16 years old, possess 5 spirit roots, and have reached the 2nd level of qi cultivation. Chen Xiaoran replied. 5 spirit roots, you say? No wonder you were not accepted by the other peaks. Achieving 2 levels of cultivation at 16 is commendable, however. Since this is the arrangement of Master Zhang and Master Qin, here, take this identity token, along with these 2 sets of robes and this steel sword. You are now a servant disciple of Qin Yuan sect. And here is your entrance reward, Li Jishe said as he tossed Chen Xiaoran a jade token, 5 low-grade spirit stones, a sword, and 2 sets of clothing. Thank you, Li Jishe. And where is Qin Dianzhu? Chen Xiaoran asked, glancing towards the storeroom, and no need to look. Master Qin has already departed. Rest assured, since he brought you here, I shall look after you well, Li Jishe leisurely stated, sipping his tea. Thank you, Li Jishe. What should I do next? Chen Xiaoran inquired, unsure of his next steps. Simply probe your consciousness into the identity token to discover your residence and room number. Just turn left upon exiting and walk for 10 minutes to find your quarters. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave, Li Jishe instructed. Thank you, Li Jishe. I appreciate your guidance. With that, Chen Xiaoran handed over 2 low-grade spirit stones. Not at all. Hand over the token. I shall arrange for a better accommodation for you. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me at any time. Li Jishe cheerfully modified the token before returning it to Chen Xiaoran. Thank you. With that, Chen Xiaoran exited the hall and made his way towards the left to his new residence. As he inhaled the rich spiritual energy in the air, Chen Xiaoran couldn't help but marvel, realizing the arduous journey that lay ahead on the path of cultivation. Chapter 30. Sun Xiaoho and Pang Dehai. After following the route provided by Li Jishe for about 10 minutes, Chen Xiaoran finally arrived at a dilapidated courtyard nestled at the foot of a mountain. Upon entering, he found the courtyard to be spacious, with a row of stone houses extending from east to west. However, it seemed exceedingly desolate, devoid of any human presence. Is this truly the dwelling place of the servant disciples? It appears rather rudimentary. Perhaps it is a reflection of a cultivator's dispassion, wholly devoted to the pursuit of the Tao. Indifferent to external conditions, Chen Xiaoran mused to himself for comfort. Wandering through the courtyard, he eventually located his designated room according to the number. Upon pushing the door open, he discovered the interior to be quite spare. A stone bed, a stone table, and several stone stools, devoid of any other adornments. Just as he set down the garments and standard weapon issued by Li Jishe, he heard voices drifting in from the courtyard. Monkey, did you comprehend how to amplify the potency of the fireball technique as discussed by Uncle Sun? No, I found it quite perplexing. Although I can perform the fireball technique, its power pales in comparison to Uncle Sun's. Let us practice more this afternoon, replied one youth. Indeed, came the response from another. After placing his belongings down, Chen Xiaoran stepped outside to find 2 boys, one slender and the other portly, conversing at a stone table in the courtyard. Greetings, esteemed brothers. Might I inquire if this is the residence of the servant disciples? I am new here, yet it seems so sparsely populated. Chen Xiaoran approached them with a question. Are you a new servant disciple? The 2 boys scrutinized Chen Xiaoran from head to toe. Most of the others have gone to attend Uncle Sun's lecture this morning, while we had some urgent matters to attend to before returning. The rest are still practicing at the dojo. The lean youth explained, I see my name is Chun Xiu Ran, and I am not yet familiar with your names. Chun Xiu Ran replied respectfully, no need for such formalities. I am Sun Xiao Ho, and this is Peng Dahai. You may call me Xiao Ho and him Dahai. We hail from the same village and have been here for over 2 years. Sun Xiao Ho shyly introduced himself. Then you may call me Xiao or An.as. I am just beginning my journey. I have much to learn from you both. By the way, how do servant disciples usually procure their meals? Qin Xiu Ran inquired, his stomach rumbling audibly. We cultivators are not yet at the stage of abstaining from food. We still require 3 meals a day. There is a designated cafeteria that provides meals free of charge. And it's nearly mealtime. Shall we go together? Xiao Ho chuckled heartily. Thank you, brothers. Please hold on a moment while I secure my door, and I will join you shortly, Qin Xiu Ran said, dashing off to ensure his room was locked before following the 2 boys to the cafeteria. The cafeteria only serves flatbreads and steamed buns, which are common fare from the mundane world. Unfortunately, we lack the spirit stones to indulge in spirit rice or spirit vegetables. Moreover, we wouldn't dare spend our limited resources on such luxuries when we need them for cultivation. Fortunately, the buns and flatbreads here are quite decent, flavorful, and unlimited. Sun Xiao Ho and Peng Dahai claimed a table and quickly piled their plates high with 20 or so buns. I did not expect that your residence would be in the top-tier stone house, Dahai remarked, devouring his bun alongside some pickles. Is there a significant difference? Qin Xiu Ran asked curiously while munching on a bun. Absolutely. Our accommodations require 2 people to share a room, and aside from 2 beds, there's nothing else, and the space is cramped. Your top-tier room is a single with its own stone table and stools, and it is far more spacious than ours, Dahai replied enviously. For a cultivator, the quality of residence matters little. What is essential is its benefit to cultivation. How do we servant disciples typically cultivate? Qin Xiu Ran shifted the topic. Since you are new, allow me to explain. Sun Xiao Ho said with his mouth full of bun, speaking somewhat indistinctly. Our Qing Yuan sect disciples are divided into direct disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and servant disciples, each enjoying vastly different privileges, he continued. Direct disciples are personally instructed by elders or the leaders of the 5 peaks and 4 halls, possessing the finest skills, talents, and resources, and are the most likely candidates to achieve golden core or nascent soul. Sun Xiao Ho said with great admiration. Inner disciples form the backbone of Qing Yuan sect, with an inner disciple conference held every 3 years. The top 50 can successfully advance to inner disciples, and their treatment improves substantially. It is said that some inner disciples are not inferior to direct disciples in terms of strength, Dahai added. Then surely, servant disciples must have an opportunity to ascend to inner disciples. Qin Xiu Ran mused while chewing on his bun. Theoretically, yes, but it is exceedingly difficult. Just consider the outer disciples. Although there is an outer disciple conference held once a year, only 100 can qualify. And there are thousands of servant disciples. Breaking through the ranks is quite a challenge. We have participated twice, and have yet to enter the top 1,000, and to participate in the inner disciple conference. One must first be an outer disciple. Sun Xiao Ho shook his head in disappointment. So you are saying that servant disciples have no hope of advancement for a lifetime? Qin Xiu Ran asked. Disheartened. Do not lose heart. While we may lack some resources such as spirit stones and elixirs compared to inner and outer disciples, we still have access to monthly cultivation insight lectures, which we can attend as auditors. Sun Xiao Ho reassured him. Moreover, techniques, elixirs, spirit stones, and weapons can all be exchanged for contribution points, which is quite fair, he continued to explain. What are contribution points? Qin Xiu Ran asked, having never heard of the term before. Contribution points are values exchanged for contributions made to the sect. For instance, completing sect tasks earns you a certain number of contribution points. Those who make significant contributions to the sect are also rewarded with contribution points. Upon entering, everyone receives 100 contribution points, which you can check on your identity token. Contribution points are incredibly powerful, even allowing redemption for Foundation establishment pills, Sun Xiao Ho said enviously. As they conversed, a girl with braided hair approached, leading a group of individuals clad in uniform attire. If it isn't the skinny monkey and the fat one. What is this? Did today's buns not suffice? If you're still hungry, you can always speak to Zheng Xiao. Today, Zheng Xiao is treating us to spirit food made from spirit grains. Why not join us for a taste? Ha ha, ha ha. The girl and her companions laughed boisterously. Su Chong, if you can't afford it, just admit it. We may be enjoying flatbreads and buns, but our cultivation is no lesser than yours, Xiaoho retorted, unable to contain himself. Should you find yourself unable to afford it? Do not disgrace yourself here. Quickly take your flatbreads and buns and leave. This noon, young Master Zheng has reserved the cafeteria, and all will feast on buns made from premium spirit grains. How about that? You've never tasted such delicacies, have you? Ha ha. Su Chong laughed heartily. Chapter 31. The conflict triggered by spirit buns Dahai. What exactly are these buns made from premium spirit grains? Qin Shiran quietly inquired of Dahai. These are the signature spirit dishes from our servant disciples' cafeteria. They are crafted from first-grade premium spirit grains ground into flour, then mixed with the honey of first-stage junior spirit bees, and after fermentation, they are kneaded and steamed into buns. Not only are they delectably soft and tender, but I've also heard they possess the ability to stabilize spiritual energy. I'm not sure of the truth in that, but I've only had them once, and I can still savor their flavor, Dahai said, his face filled with yearning. What do they cost? This piqued Qin Shiran's interest. Having recently broken through to the second layer of Qi training and having consumed a significant amount of spirit pills on his ascent, he was nearing the pinnacle of that stage. However, during his climb up the 499th step, a surge in spiritual energy nearly caused his body to collapse, leaving his second layer of Qi training somewhat unstable. It also seemed as though he had accumulated a lot of residue within him, which posed a risk. If these spirit buns truly had the effect of stabilizing spiritual energy, they would be most timely for Qin Shiran. Due to the complex preparation of these spirit buns and the high demand, one spirit stone will only buy you 2 buns. We, being in the Qi training stage, require at least 5 or 6 buns to feel satiated in a single meal. By calculation, that means a meal will cost 2 to 3 spirit stones, and the sect only allocates 5 spirit stones a month to us servant disciples. Dahai replied, go buy 15 spirit buns for me. Here are 10 spirit stones. If there's any surplus, see if there's any spirit soup and bring 3 bowls as well. If you lack spirit stones, you can cover the rest for now. I'll reimburse you shortly. Qin Shiran discreetly took out 10 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Dahai. Shiran, what is this? Dahai was taken aback. Don't ask so much. Just hurry and buy. Qin Shiran smiled. All right, I will be back shortly, Dahai exclaimed excitedly, springing up and racing toward the cafeteria's spirit food area. Skinny monkey, how long are you lot planning to sit here? If you can't afford it, then get lost. If you anger young Master Zheng, do you know the consequences? Su Chong scoffed as he settled into his seat, crossing his legs arrogantly. Su Chong, don't forget that you owe Wu Dong spirit stones from your gambling debts. Who was it that begged us to help him pay? Sun Xiaoho pointed at Su Chong, fuming. Oh, is that so? I don't recall such a matter, Su Chong said with a chuckle, digging in his ears. You are utterly shameless. Sun Xiaoho's eyes reddened with anger, his body trembling. Brothers, throw these few out for me. When young Master Zheng arrives for his meal, we wouldn't want to tarnish his vision, Su Chong commanded with a wave of his hand. Reveling in the feeling of being in charge. Hold on. Who says we can't afford it? A slow, languid voice interjected. And you are? Su Chong turned to see a youth who had previously sat beside the skinny monkey. My name is of little consequence, but I've heard that these spirit buns are extraordinary in flavor today, and I've decided to give them a try. And I would like to invite those 2 to taste them as well. If that is not a problem for you, I have no intention of inviting you, so feel free to do as you wish, Qin Shiran replied nonchalantly. I don't care who you are. If you offend young Master Zheng, you better think carefully about the repercussions. Su Chong rose menacingly, glaring at Qin Shiran. Am I offending anyone merely by treating my friends to a meal? You are laying on the accusations thick. Just then, Dahai returned from the spirit food area, carefully balancing the spirit buns and 3 bowls of spirit soup. Senior brother, here are the buns you wanted. Dahai placed the buns on the table. The spirit buns were remarkably white, emanating wisps of steam, accompanied by an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, so fragrant. Qin Shiran could not resist picking up a spirit bun and taking a bite. The soft, white bun melted in his mouth, leaving a lingering sweetness on his lips and teeth. Waves of warmth surged from his mouth straight to his dantian, and the spiritual energy generated by this warmth instantly permeated his limbs, giving him a delightful sense of stability. It was utterly pleasurable, causing Qin Shiran to exclaim in delight. Sun Xiaoho and Dahai looked at the spirit buns, unable to suppress their own salivation. Don't just stand there. You two should eat as well. Qin beckoned them to partake, simultaneously lifting the spirit soup to take a sip. What is this soup? It is delicious and refreshing, leaving a delightful taste on the palate. It is exquisite, Qin exclaimed. This is spirit soup brewed from first-stage junior red spirit fish. Its flavor is delightful and can enhance spiritual energy, Dahai explained. Wonderful, you little rascal. Regardless of your origins, you've offended young Master Zheng, and you will surely regret it. Let us go. Su Chang saw Qin and the others pull out a handful of spirit stones to purchase the spirit dishes. Unable to discern Qin background, he decided to retreat and inform young Master Zheng first. If Qin had a powerful backing, that would be young Master Zheng's concern, not his. After a moment's reflection, Su Chang turned and led his group away, tail between their legs. Qin, you are truly remarkable. You scared off Zheng the brat, Sun Xiaohou said while stuffing a spirit bun into his mouth. Such individuals prey on the weak. The more you fear them, the more they bully you. But how did you two offend him? Qin, curious, took another bite of the spirit bun. He, Dahai, and I are all from the same county, so we can be considered fellow townsfolk. However, he is the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, and he is utterly untrustworthy. Last year, he gambled and incurred a debt of over 20 spirit stones to Wudong. And when he couldn't pay, he was beaten at night. After his leg healed, he kneeled before us, begging to borrow spirit stones to repay his debts. Out of consideration for our hometown connection, we lent him all the spirit stones we had saved over a year, without even a promissory note. In the end, he flatly denied it, not only refusing to repay, but also aligning himself with young Master Zheng. Thus, every time we encounter him, he enjoys humiliating us. But young Master Zheng's background is too significant, and we dare not offend him. So we have no choice but to avoid him, Sun Xiaohou said, seething with anger. You two are not weaker than him. Why fear him when you could take him on together? And what of young Master Zheng? Why do you fear him so? Qin asked, taking another bite of the spirit bun. The sect forbids private conflicts. If discovered, punishments range from fines of spirit stones to expulsion from the sect. As for young Master Zheng, I'm not entirely sure. But I know he has a cousin who is an inner sect disciple and holds considerable influence. We have no choice but to tolerate it, Sun Xiaohou continued. It appears that strength is paramount. No matter where one is, let us finish our meal and depart. If young Master Zheng arrives, we might find ourselves unable to leave, Qin declared as he rose. Once they were satiated, the group hastened back to their quarters. Upon entering his room and shutting the door, Qin recounted the remaining spirit stones he had after deducting the cost for his lodging in Immortal Ascension City and the spirit dishes he had just purchased. With the 5 spirit stones distributed by elderly, he was left with a total of 95 spirit stones. For an average servant disciple, this would be a substantial sum, but for Qin, it was far from sufficient, as he aspired to go further, and a significant amount of spirit stones was essential. After securely storing his bag, Qin sat on his bed to meditate. The spirit buns and soup he had just consumed had yet to be fully refined. After several hours, he finally completed the refinement, discovering that the spirit buns indeed stabilized his spiritual energy. His energy was now firmly settled at the peak of the second layer of qi training. However, some residue remained in his body from the large quantity of pills he had consumed earlier, leaving him uncertain of what it was. He would need to find an opportunity to inquire with Xiaohou and Dahai. Chapter 32. The 5-element spirit technique. After spending an entire afternoon in his room refining the spirit dishes, with his spiritual energy stabilized, Qin was ready to venture out in search of Xiaohou and Dahai to discuss how to address the residue in his body, as well as the matter of cultivation techniques. After all, the technique provided by Lu Qianqiu was rather pedestrian. To accelerate his cultivation, he needed to find a superior technique. As he stepped outside, he encountered Dahai returning from outside. Dahai, do you know what happens if one consumes too many pills? Also, what are the cultivation techniques of our Qingyuan sect? Qin hastily inquired. Too many pills? I've never encountered that situation. If I did, I would wish to die from it, Dahai joked, grinning. However, you could check at the Spirit Martial Hall. There's a library there, and they should have books on the repercussions of overconsumption of pills. The Spirit Martial Hall is directly north from the entrance. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will discuss this later, Dahai said before hurriedly heading to his own room. What's the rush? I'll head to the library, Qin Shiran remarked, then left the compound, heading north. After walking for about half an hour, he finally spotted a cluster of pavilions standing atop a mountain peak. Upon entering the main gate, he noticed an old man dressed in coarse linen sitting in the sun, exhibiting no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. At first glance, one might mistake him for an ordinary elder. Qin Shiran quickly approached him and asked, "Senior, I would like to enter to search for books on cultivation techniques and the aftereffects of consuming too many pills. How should I go about it?" "Senior," Qin Shiran called out again. "How irritating. I was just dozing off when you woke me. Didn't you see the sign on the table?" The old man flipped over, speaking with annoyance. Qin Shiran stepped closer to examine the sign. It read, "One question per spirit stone. Questions beyond the first will be charged separately." What is this nonsense? You charge spirit stones just to ask a question? Qin Shiran could not help but scoff. "Senior, here's a spirit stone. I would like to ask what suitable cultivation techniques for the Qi training stage are, as well as how to resolve the aftereffects of excessive pill consumption." Qin Shiran presented a spirit stone, placing it on the table. Within the innermost recesses of the first floor lies the section on Qi refinement techniques. This presents two inquiries. "Retrieve another piece," the old man uttered. His eyes closed. "Truly stingy." Qin Shiran scolded inwardly, compelled to produce another piece. "Are you cursing me in your mind?" "Humph." The chapter on complex ailments is located on the left side of the first floor. Specifically on the 8th bookshelf. By the way, a copy of the Jade Slip will cost 1 spirit stone, the old man continued. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Shiran proceeded deeper into the room. The first floor was teeming with bookshelves, densely packed with an array of tomes. As Qin Shiran traversed further, he sought out cultivation methods. He discovered comprehensive guides on spirit herb cultivation, introductions to spirit beasts, and various manuals on swordplay, boxing techniques, and weapon arts. The expanse of the first floor was immensely vast, wholly concealed from view from the outside. Upon reaching the innermost section, he finally found cultivation techniques, which, in stark contrast to the preceding books, were crafted from jade slips. Qin Shiran grasped the first jade slip to the left and delved into it with his spiritual sense. Qingmuju, a wood-based technique, capable of cultivation up to the late foundation establishment stage, suitable for those with wood attribute spiritual roots, enhancing the purity of the wood's spiritual root. Liehuiju, a fire-based technique, also capable of cultivation up to the late foundation establishment stage, suited for fire attribute spiritual roots, providing a certain amplification to fire-based attack methods. After perusing several slips, Qin Shiran found none suitable for his needs. Although all techniques boasted the potential to reach the late foundation establishment stage, he sought one that could accelerate his cultivation speed. Yet he found nothing after much searching. As he continued to seek, he returned the examined jade slips to their places, only to suddenly notice a worn jade slip tucked away in the corner of a bookshelf. How curious! What had rendered this jade slip so dilapidated? Qin Shiran picked it up and probed with his spiritual sense. "I am Yang Xiaodao, having tread the path of cultivation for over a century, ultimately reduced to a mere handful of earth. Though my spiritual roots are lackluster, my comprehension is quite profound. In my destined years, my cultivation made no breakthroughs. One day, a thought struck me. Why not absorb all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for my own use? As the Tao teaches, chaos gave birth to yin and yang. Thus I was inspired to create this technique, known as the 5-element spiritual decision. Yet, despite exhausting my life's efforts, I could not transcend the foundation establishment stage nor perfect this method. With my final breath, I offer this technique, hoping a fated individual can refine it further. Thus, I close my eyes. The genius behind this technique had indeed been remarkable. Alas, it was but a fragment of a conceptual design. This 5-element spiritual decision purportedly allowed for a swifter cultivation speed compared to standard methods, as it absorbed the quintessence of the 5 elemental energies, unlike conventional techniques that draw from a singular source. However, the sole prerequisite was that only those with 5 spiritual roots would possess the optimal cultivation physique. Moreover, the creator of this technique was himself endowed with 5 spiritual roots. Despite his subpar spiritual roots, he diligently practiced, achieving the late stage of Qi refinement by the age of 50. However, thereafter, he made no further progress, leading him to devise this alternative approach. Regrettably, this method remained theoretical, as he too did not break through the foundation establishment stage before his lifespan concluded. Entrusting a friend to present the technique to the library, The singular challenge of cultivating this method lay not only in the necessity of immense patience and willpower, but also in possessing considerable comprehension. Upon absorbing the 5 elemental energies, one would need to meticulously balance the influx of each type within their body. Only by maintaining equilibrium could one avoid chaotic disruptions in their spiritual energy. Moreover, breaking through the barriers of stagnation required a high level of insight to transform the 5 elemental energies into chaotic energy, a task of immense difficulty. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic failure, with severe repercussions, including irreparable damage to one's meridians. Tragically, even as he neared the end of his lifespan, he had failed to manifest a trace of chaotic energy. This technique could serve as a reference. The Qingmu Ju might enhance the purity of his spiritual roots, thereby accelerating his cultivation speed in the later stages. This was the only viable option, as the others were unsuitable. Having made his decision, Qin Shiran approached the chapter on complex ailments to seek remedies for the aftereffects of excessive elixir consumption. "I found it," he exclaimed, seizing a volume on elixir secrets. The text elucidated that elixirs are refined from the essence of heavenly materials, purging the dross to create spiritual medicine. Consequently, different elixirs exhibit varied effects. However, even the most adept alchemist could not eradicate all impurities entirely. Thus, consuming too many elixirs can lead to the gradual accumulation of elixir toxins within the body, which, if left unaddressed over time, could adversely affect one's constitution and impede cultivation progress. So, that's how it is. The book lists common remedies for elixir toxins. The one I consumed was likely the qi-gathering pill commonly taken during the qi refinement stage. The remedy is rather straightforward. One method involves using the water from the spirit spring behind the mountain, the Baoyue spring, to detoxify. Upon recalling the Baoyue spring, Qin Shiran thought of the Baoyue brew he had previously tasted. Reflecting on the faces of the Lu father and son, lamenting the harsh realities of the cultivation world. This book proved invaluable, and he decided to make a copy. Qin Shiran gathered 2 jade slips and the volume, turning to leave when he suddenly noticed a staircase leading up to the 2nd floor. There's another level above? Do not entertain thoughts of ascending to the 2nd floor. Access requires not only spirit stones, but also a cultivation level reaching the late stage of qi refinement. The old man's voice echoed, seemingly aware of Qin Shiran's intentions. Upon hearing the warning, Qin Shiran could only relent, planning to explore it further once he had elevated his strength. He was also astonished by the old man's prowess in guarding this place. He must possess at least the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. Approaching the entrance, Qin Shiran presented the 2 jade slips and the book to the old man, intending to have them copied before returning for a thorough study. This Qingmu Ju is quite esteemed among would attribute spiritual roots. If you possess such a root, selecting this technique would be wise. This elixir secret also contains common knowledge about various elixirs to broaden your understanding. What about this jade slip? The old man picked it up, closing his eyes. I recall this jade slip has remained untouched for over a century. The creator of this technique, if memory serves, was named Yang Xiaodao, a 5-rooted practitioner from the Qingyuan sect 300 years ago. If I am not mistaken, this technique is called the 5-element spiritual decision. Young man, you don't intend to cultivate this, do you? If you wish to do so, I shall not permit you a copy. The old man shook his head. Why is that, senior? Is there a problem with this spiritual decision? Qin Shiran inquired curiously. Indeed, since its placement in the library, this spiritual decision has led to the demise of over a dozen practitioners. The method is fundamentally flawed, attempting to absorb 5 elemental energies and transform them into the elusive chaotic energy. It is well known that the more singular the energy, the easier it is to absorb and control. Thus, an excess of diverse energies within one's body can lead to catastrophic outcomes. The deaths of those practitioners resulted from such mismanagement, prompting the sect leader to designate this jade slip as forbidden, instructing me to destroy it. I momentarily overlooked this duty until I noticed you retrieving it today, the old man elucidated. Senior, I also possess 5 spiritual roots. I merely wish to take it back for contemplation, hoping to glean some inspiration. I shall not cultivate this technique. My primary focus will undoubtedly be the Qingmu Ju. Please assist me. Qin Shiran offered 5 low-grade spirit stones. If it is merely for reference, that is permissible. However, you must absolutely refrain from cultivation. Should I discover otherwise, I will personally seek you out, and you shall face the consequences. The old man's eyes glimmered at the sight of the spirit stones. Rest assured, senior, I promise not to practice. Shortly thereafter, Chun Shiran eagerly took the copied jade slips and exited the library, intent on returning to his quarters for a thorough study. On his way, he encountered numerous fellow disciples visiting the library, none of whom he recognized. Thus far, the only two individuals he was acquainted with in the Qingyuan sect were Sun Xiaohou and Pang Dehai. Upon returning to the quarters of the miscellaneous disciples, he found both Pang Dehai and Sun Xiaohou absent, their whereabouts unknown. He had initially intended to inquire about the Baoyue Spring but would have to wait for another opportunity to ask. Once in his room, Chen Shiran securely closed the door and eagerly retrieved the 5 Elements spiritual decision for meticulous review. Yang Xiaodao posited that the ultimate form of the 5 elemental energies is chaos. However, the method for transforming them into chaotic energy remains elusive, relying solely on the principles of the 5 elements interactions, a path fraught with failure, as evidenced by the subsequent demise of over a dozen practitioners. Chen Shiran was cautious and refrained from any hasty experimentation. He resolved to first cultivate the Qingmu Ju. Should his progress prove too slow, he might later reconsider. During his practice of the Qingmu Ju, he would also seek out information regarding chaotic energy. After perusing the cultivation content of the Qingmu Ju, he found it akin to the Changxing Ju, differing only in the pathways for absorbing and refining with spiritual energy. Seated in meditation, he began the cultivation process from the first layer. A substantial amount of with spiritual energy flowed into his body, and he exhaled a wisp of white mist that was inhaled once more, forming a cyclical flow. Thus, Chun Shiran dedicated himself to rigorous practice within his room for a full fortnight. Apart from meals, during which he occasionally encountered Sun Xiaohou and Pang Dehai at the dining hall to discuss sect news, he spent all his remaining time diligently cultivating. The spiritual energy within the Qingyuan sect far surpassed that of Qingfeng Mountain, and cultivating the Qingmu Ju eliminated the need for the initial step of drawing energy into the body. Additionally, having previously practiced the Changxing Ju at the second layer of qi refinement, provided him with a solid foundation, allowing for swift advancement in his cultivation. The morning sun streamed through the window. Chen Shiran, with his hands performing intricate gestures, drew in the 2 long, white tendrils of mist-like spiritual energy that wafted from his nostrils. Absorbing them entirely, he concentrated this energy into his dantian, thereby concluding a night of arduous cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Shiran felt an unusual sensation within his body. A glance revealed that a considerable amount of black, murky sludge was seeping from his pores. The foul stench indicated that these were impurities expelled from his body. Although he had experienced something similar during his practice of the longevity technique, he had never encountered such an abundance. Hastily, he fetched water and took a refreshing bath, changing into a clean set of clothes. After diligently training for half a month, he had finally returned to the second layer of qi refinement. Filled with joy, Chun Shiran resolved to take a day of rest and ventured outside to check on Sun Xiaohou and Pang Dehai. Previously, while dining, he had inquired about the Baoyue Spring and learned from Wang Pan, a disciple from Xiaoxi Peak, that it was available for purchase, albeit only through acquaintances. Having delayed this matter until now, he was determined to resolve the issue of the internal poison now that he had regained his cultivation level, fearing that further procrastination could hinder his progress. He stepped into the courtyard. He spotted Pang Dehai approaching with a pronounced limp, rushing towards him in a state of distress. Chen Shixiang, a grave situation has arisen. Since the last meal where they had consumed the spiritual buns, Pang Dehai had taken to addressing Chen Shiran as Shixiang, despite his earlier entry into the sect and his cultivation at the third layer of qi refinement. His admiration for Chen Shiran compelled him to insist on this form of address. After several refusals, Chen Shiran had reluctantly accepted it. "What troubles you, Dehai? What has happened? What is wrong with your foot?" Chen Shiran halted Pang Dehai's frantic advance. "Chen Shixiang, it's terrible. The monkey has been captured and is hanging at the foot of Xiaoxi Peak. Being beaten by someone, you must save him. If you delay, he may be killed." Pang Dehai's eyes brimmed with tears from panic. "Calm down and explain the situation clearly. Do not rush. Take your time. Only by understanding the sequence of events can I devise a solution." Chen Shiran instructed. "It is like this. You were inquiring about Baoyue Spring, and then the monkey and I sought out Wang Pan, a disciple from Xiaoxi Peak with whom we had previously completed a task, to see if we could purchase a jar of it. Wang Pan agreed, and we settled on a price of 20 low-grade spirit stones per jar. Arranging to meet in a grove at the foot of Xiaoxi Peak this morning to conduct the trade. However, Immediately after the transaction, disciples from the enforcement hall appeared. Peng Dehai recounted, his anxiety palpable. The enforcement hall accused the monkey and me of stealing the Baoyue spring. Without a moment's hesitation, they apprehended us. We explained that we had purchased it from Wang Pan, but when he was summoned, he denied it. Lacking evidence, the enforcement hall subjected us to hanging and beating for nearly half an hour. In a moment of desperation, I claimed I had evidence. They then released me, granting me half an hour to retrieve it. I hurried back to seek your assistance, Chen Shixiao. You must think of a way to rescue the monkey. Peng Dehai recounted the events in a fragmented manner. This matter originated from my actions. I will certainly rescue the monkey. You should go to the grove at the foot of Xiaoxi Peak and wait for me. The longer you can buy me, the better. I will be there shortly. Qin Shiran pondered and resolved to employ that particular method. All right, Qin Shixiao, I shall go now. By the way, on my way back, I encountered Zheng Xiaoying. I wonder if this incident is connected to him? Peng Dehai suddenly added that it is possible that he is the one instigating this trouble. Hurry along. I will be there momentarily. Peng Dehai hastened toward the grove, while Qin Shiran returned to his room, gathering all his spirit stones before swiftly making his way out the western gate. In less than a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the management hall for the servants' disciples. Excuse me, is elderly available? I am Qin Shiran. He knocked on the door. Qin Shiran. Ah, I remember you. The disciple with the discarded spirit root sent by Ancestor Qin. What brings you here? Come in, elderly beckoned. And upon entering, Qin Shiran promptly closed the door behind him. Elderly, I seek your assistance. This is all I possess. Please accept it. Qin Shiran placed a bag of spirit stones upon the table. And as he opened it, a shimmering aura filled the room. Elder Li's eyes gleamed upon seeing the multitude of spirit stones. Asked the steward of the servants' hall, I cannot accept bribes from others. If discovered, it would result in severe punishment. Are you not aware of the rules of the servants' hall? Quickly, put it away. Elderly waved his hand dismissively, yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on the spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiran internally cursed the old fox. Elderly, how could I be unaware of the regulations of Qingyun's sect? Have you forgotten? These are the spirit stones I borrowed from you previously. I have just managed to gather the amount needed to return them, Qin Shiran cleverly countered. You managed to gather them so quickly? Very well, I shall accept them. Now, tell me what you need from me. Elderly inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of curiosity as he stroked the spirit stones. Here's the situation. Qin Shiran recounted the events concerning Sun Xiaohou and Peng Dehai. Immediately after the transaction, the disciples from the enforcement hall appeared. It is evident that someone has framed them. Wang Pan and the monkey have no grievances against each other. Either someone informed the enforcement hall in advance about the sale of Baoyue spring at the foot of Xiaoxi Peak, or the enforcement hall is in collusion with the instigator. Elderly analyzed, surprising Qin Shiran with his astute observations. I share your assessment, elderly. How do you propose we resolve this? If we delay, Sun Xiaohou may be killed, and while losing him is unfortunate, the embarrassment it would bring to your management hall for servants' disciples is far more significant. Qin Shiran refrained from mentioning his conflict with Zheng Xiaoying. Do not make a fuss. In the realm of cultivation, survival is paramount. Without life, nothing else matters. I am contemplating whether to accept your 100-odd spirit stones. Though I know many disciples of the enforcement hall, offending someone formidable could jeopardize my position, elderly mused, stroking the spirit stones with a conflicted expression. Elderly, I was personally sent by Ancestor Qin. Is there anyone more formidable than him? You must consider this carefully. Can an ordinary servant's disciple casually produce 100 spirit stones? Qin Shiran maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Could it be? Elderly recalled the events of that day when Ancestor Qin had sent him, promising him the treatment of an outer disciple. Was it common for a mere discarded spirit root to receive such treatment? He had also benefited from half of the spirit stones upon entry. The more he reflected, the more he felt something was amiss, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Observing Qin Shiran's calm demeanor, Elderly speculated that he was either a descendant of Ancestor Qin or had a close relationship with him, making it difficult to bring him under his wing due to sect regulations. Thus, he had to send him to the servants' hall, as he too had been promoted by Ancestor Qin. After considering his own lengthy tenure at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, he realized that aligning with this individual could open doors to future opportunities, such as the possibility of obtaining foundation establishment pills. Elderly resolved to take a gamble. Shiran, since the monkey and Dahai are disciples of my servant's hall? I must assist. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our hall. I know several people in the enforcement hall. Let us go now. Return the spirit stones to me, and in the future, you must speak highly of me to Ancestor Qin. Elderly enthusiastically declared, shoving the spirit stones back toward Chen Xiuran. Certainly, certainly, Chen Xiuran replied, recognizing that Elderly had mistaken him for a person of high standing with Ancestor Qin. For now, he needed to rescue the others, and he would deal with the truth later. The two hastily made their way towards Xiaoxi Peak. Damn it, this is exhausting. This ridiculous rule forbids us from flying on swords during the Qi refinement stage. Otherwise, we would have arrived much sooner. After a grueling incense stick-esque journey, they finally reached the grove at the foot of Xiaoxi Peak. There, they found Sun Xiaoho suspended beneath a large tree, while Pang Dahai knelt beside him, pleading incessantly, Xiaoho, Dahai. Qin Shiran exclaimed upon seeing that Sun Xiaoho had been beaten into unconsciousness, his body battered and bruised. You are the one seeking to purchase Baoyue Spring? As mentioned by Pang Dahai, a young man with a dark complexion, dressed in the garb of the enforcement hall, addressed Qin Shiran. The young man, with a robust and well-proportioned physique, appeared to be in his 20s. Wielding a curved blade and seated upon a rock, indeed, I am Qin Shiran, a junior disciple. May I inquire what crimes Sun Shixiang and Pang Shixiang have committed to warrant such a severe punishment? Qin Shiran clasped his hands in respect. Do you not recognize me? The dark-complexioned youth replied, astonished. This junior has just entered Qingwen sect. Today marks my first encounter with a disciple of the enforcement hall. I was unaware that disciples of the enforcement hall possessed such authority to arbitrarily punish other disciples of Qingwen sect. Qin Shiran responded, maintaining a composed demeanor. Elderly, having caught his breath, looked up upon hearing the dark-complexioned youth's voice and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Today, we are facing the chief of the enforcement hall, Duan Tianya, known for his unwavering integrity. This individual, with his naturally dark skin, has earned the nickname Black Face. It is said that he is fiercely opposed to wrongdoing, possesses profound cultivation, and is unyielding in his duties. I never anticipated encountering him today. This complicates matters significantly. Elderly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. I do not mind if you are unaware. As long as you know that I am a disciple of the law enforcement hall, my name is Duan Tianya. Yesterday, someone slipped a note under my door, stating that someone would be attempting to steal the precious Baoyue spring water in the woods at the foot of Xiaoxifeng Mountain this morning. Although I am uncertain of the note's author, as a disciple of the law enforcement hall, I felt compelled to investigate. Upon my arrival, I indeed spotted these two rascals preparing to depart with a jug of Baoyue spring water. Subsequently, the disciple known as Pang Dahai claimed that it was you who sought to purchase it. Thus he engaged a disciple named Wang Pan in a transaction. Is this true? Duan Tianya inquired. Gripping his curved blade. In response, Senior Brother Duan, this matter indeed stems from my excessive consumption of elixirs recently, which has led to a significant accumulation of Dan poison. Thus, I entrusted Senior Brother Sun and Senior Brother Pang to inquire whether it was possible to procure Baoyue spring water for its antidote. The elders in the library pavilion can attest to this. I recently made a copy of the book detailing the elixir's antidote. Furthermore, Senior Brother may examine my body for signs of Dan poison. Qin Shiran stepped forward, extending his hand towards Duan Tianya. Indeed, it is true that you have amassed quite a bit of Dan poison, and Baoyue spring water can indeed serve as an antidote. However, this does not confirm whether these two came to trade or to steal the Baoyue spring water. There are no other witnesses present, and Wang Pan has stated that he did not engage in a transaction with them. Duan Tianya remarked, inspecting Qin Shiran's physique with keen interest. Senior Brother Duan, it is I, the steward from the miscellaneous hall, Li Jianghe. Steward Li finally decided to assist Qin Shiran after much internal conflict. Who are you? Do I know you? Duan Tianya asked. Eyeing the portly figure of Steward Li, I am the steward of the miscellaneous hall, Li Jianghe. Last year, you resolved the case of a murdered miscellaneous disciple. Remember? I provided you with substantial information. Steward Li replied with a broad smile. Oh, I recall now. You are the one who reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage at the age of 35. After several failures in foundation establishment, you sought a position in the miscellaneous hall instead of pursuing immortality. You have served as a steward for 30 years. What brings you here today to plead for a disciple of the miscellaneous hall? Duan Tianya said with a bemused smile, arms crossed. Steward Li's face turned awkwardly pale at this remark. Do not belittle yourself in my presence, Li Zhonghe. You reached the 9th level of qi refinement at the age of 25. It is certain you will soon become an established cultivator, enjoying a lifespan of 250 years. Your future in the realms of golden elixir and nascent soul is undoubtedly within reach. Which is truly enviable, Steward Li declared loudly. Afterward, Steward Li approached and spoke softly. Chen Shiran is no ordinary individual, Senior Brother Duan. May I have a word in private? He suggested delicately. Though puzzled, Duan Tianya followed Steward Li to a secluded spot to hear him out. Chen Shiran has a significant connection to Qin Shizu. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to me. Despite his status as a disciple of the miscellaneous hall, he enjoys the privileges of an outer sect disciple and possesses considerable spiritual stones and elixirs. What do you think about this matter? Steward Li said cautiously. What of Qin Shizu's connections? Since his identity is not publicly known, his affiliations are still debatable. Even if Qin Shizu were to learn of this, he would not reprimand me for upholding the Law Pongzi. It seems your aspirations in cultivation have drifted further away from you. It is a shame to associate with you. Duan Tianya scoffed and resumed his seat on a stone. Chen Shiran, do you possess any evidence to prove that you purchased the Baoyue spring water from Wang Pan and did not instruct these two to steal it? Duan Tianya gestured toward Sun Xiaoho and the other two. Senior Brother Duan, while I lack concrete evidence, consider this. If you were in Sun's position, would he and his companions take such a significant risk to steal Baoyue spring water? First, what is their cultivation level? Qi refinement level 3. Whether they can even enter Xiaoxifeng remains to be seen. Second, even if they manage to infiltrate, they would not risk everything to steal just this one jug. Third, who would dare to steal brazenly in broad daylight, knowing they would be discovered? Furthermore, they would have no reason to offend a disciple of Xiaoxifeng, as they are acquainted through previous tasks and thus sought Wang Pan to make a purchase. I trust you will uphold justice, Senior Brother, Chen Shiran articulated, each word precise and deliberate. An eloquent speaker you are. Your reasoning is indeed sound. However, the matter ultimately requires evidence. Very well, Wang Pan is present. You shall confront him directly. With that, Duan Tianya summoned Wang Pan. Wang Pan, you have heard what Chen Shiran stated. What is your response? Duan Tianya directed his gaze at Wang Pan. In response, Senior Brother Duan, I have been unjustly accused and feel greatly aggrieved. Wang Pan declared, bowing respectfully to Duan Tianya. While Chen's reasoning is valid, I must affirm that I did not engage in a transaction for Baoyue spring water with Sun and his companions. Moreover, I am well aware of the sect's regulations prohibiting private trade and sale of Baoyue spring water. Please make a judgment, Senior Brother. Wang Pan continued to bow deeply. I trust that Senior Brother Sun and Senior Brother Pang would not deceive me. I implore you to decide. Chen Shiran also bowed respectfully. This matter is neither trivial nor monumental. Both of you present valid points. If either of you is not truthful, I will have no choice but to report to the Law Enforcement Hall, where specialists will handle the situation. They possess their own methods, so you both must consider carefully, Duan Tianya replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Pan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He had heard of a soul-searching technique employed by the Law Enforcement Hall that could unveil memories, and slandering a fellow disciple could lead to the lightest punishment of having one's cultivation revoked, or the harshest of expulsion from the sect. While it was possible to rebuild one's cultivation after revocation, expulsion meant a permanent loss of the opportunity for foundation establishment. Had he known better than to heed Zhang Shaoying's words and wade into these murky waters for a mere 50 spiritual stones, he would not find himself in such a precarious position. As he hesitated, a voice echoed in his mind. Wang Pan, tell Duan Tianya that you wish to duel Chen Shiran on the duel platform. If you end up in the Law Enforcement Hall, you know the consequences. If I am implicated, I will make your life a living hell. The reason for the duel is that you cannot endure such humiliation. And the sect rules state that if matters cannot be resolved, they shall be settled through a duel. If you lose, you must accept any punishment from the sect. If you win, Chen Shiran must compensate you with 100 spiritual stones. Chen Shiran has only reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. You are at the 3rd. There is no way you can lose. Moreover, with my support, you will surely prevail. If you win, I will grant you an additional 50 spiritual stones, provided you incapacitate Chen Shiran. Zhang Shaoying's voice resonated in Wang Pan's ears. Wang Pan nodded subtly in agreement. Senior Brother Duan, I cannot accept Chen Shiran's slander. I wish to duel him on the duel platform. If I lose, I will accept any conditions he imposes. If I win, I only ask that Chun accept to compensate me with 100 spiritual stones. I beseech you to grant this request." Wang Pan proclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. The dual platform is indeed a customary resolution method within our Qingyuan sect. Chen Shiran, do you agree? If you decline, you must compensate with double the spiritual stones. Duan Tianya stated to Chen Shiran, "Shiran, do not agree to this. Although the dual platform is one of our sect's methods to resolve disputes, you are merely at the second level of qi refinement. Wang Pan is at the third. You cannot possibly defeat him. Just offer some spiritual stones instead. When you meet Qin Shizu, relay the situation to him, and he will certainly seek justice for you. Why bother with the dual platform? Should you lose, it would be a disgrace to Qin Shizu," stewardly whispered to Qin Shiran. Qin Shiran let out a resigned smile inwardly. He had no connection to Qin Shizu and was well aware that entering the dual platform meant engaging in a legitimate fight. However, he had 200 spiritual stones to spare, and if he compensated Wang Pan, it would imply he had instructed Sun Xiaohou and the others, resulting in a permanent loss of face within the sect. What hope would he have for immortality and longevity? After contemplating, Qin Shiran resolved to accept Wang Pan's duel. In response to senior brother Duan, "I too refuse to be slandered and am willing to accept the duel," Qin Shiran declared, bowing firmly. "Excellent. Since you both consent, we shall meet on the duel platform 3 days hence, and I will preside over this duel." Duan Tianya nodded, clearly aware that Wang Pan had lied. Yet lacking evidence from Chen Shiran, he appreciated Chen Shiran's character and decided to oversee the matter, knowing he could potentially aid him at a critical moment. "Thank you, senior brother," both men exclaimed in unison, though the tension in the air was thick with animosity. "All right, return to your duties. Sun Xiaohou, you may take him away. He is unharmed, merely has some superficial injuries. Chen Shiran, do not disappoint me in 3 days." With that, Duan Tianya turned and departed. Chen Shiran realized that the moment determining his fate was fast approaching in 3 days. Chapter 36. Preparations before battle. Chen Shiran, why did you just agree to Wang Pan's challenge? How can you, at the second level of qi refinement, possibly defeat someone at the third level? Are you unaware that the spiritual energy reserves at the third level far surpass those at the second? Once on the dual platform, aside from not endangering your life, you may utilize any elixirs, talismans, or weapons. Moreover, this fellow undoubtedly has backing. The resources he can access are certainly substantial. Is it not a foregone conclusion that you will lose? After escorting Sun Xiaohou and Pang Dehai back to their quarters, Chen Shiran and Stewardly gathered in the hall of the miscellaneous hall to discuss the duel set for 3 days hence. "Thank you for your concern, Stewardly, but a man must not be cowardly in this world, constantly fearing for his life and hesitating. Cultivating immortality requires a resolute heart. While I am aware my chances of victory are slim, I will exert every effort. Even if I ultimately lose, I will have no regrets," Qin Shiran replied with unwavering determination, fully aware that he had no path of retreat. "You truly are obstinate. With the poison of the elixir coursing through your veins, it would be wise to expunge it before engaging in any duels. I shall gather information on Wang Pan, seeking out his vulnerabilities. There may yet be a glimmer of hope." As he observed Chen Shiran's stubbornness, Elderly was reminded of his own youthful exuberance. "Thank you, Elderly. I shall return to eradicate the elixir poison now. Should you have any urgent matters, feel free to send a message through the sound transmission talisman." With that, Qin Shiran took his leave and returned to the servant-disciple quarters. He first checked on Sun Xiaohou and Pang Dehai. Sun Xiaohou had only sustained minor injuries and was already asleep with medicine applied to his wounds. Pang Dehai seemed unbothered, sitting by Sun Xiaohou's bedside in a daze, lost in thought. After placing 30 spirit stones on the table, Chen Shiran advised Pang Dehai to rest well before taking the precious Baoyue spring water back to his own room. According to the alchemical texts, clearing the poison was a straightforward process. By drinking the Baoyue spring water and enveloping the elixir poison with the spiritual water, it could be refined away. Upon removing the jade lid from the vessel of spiritual water, he beheld the crystal-clear liquid, which emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Spiritual energy wafted from the opening, coalescing into a misty white vapor. This vessel of spiritual water likely contained a considerable amount of spiritual energy, which should aid in his cultivation. Chen Shiran procured a jade cup and poured himself a drink. As soon as it touched his lips, the spiritual water flowed down his throat like a silvery thread, cascading smoothly. Chen Xiuran swiftly guided the water to envelop the elixir poison and entered a meditative state to refine it. Thus, Chen Xiuran spent a full 2 days refining the elixir poison until it was entirely eradicated. This elixir poison is truly tenacious. Fortunately, I was able to eliminate it in time. Delaying further could have led to dire consequences. However, this Baoyue spring water is indeed miraculous, capable of breaking down the elixir poison. No wonder the Qingyuan sect prohibits private transactions. Chen Xiuran opened his eyes, assessing his body. The poison had been completely expelled, and he felt a slight enhancement in his cultivation, with his spiritual power becoming even more refined. Chen Xiuran stepped outside, intending to inquire with elderly about Wang Pan's circumstances. As he opened the door, a sound transmission talisman flew toward him, and he immersed his consciousness within it. Xiuran, I have investigated Wang Pan's situation. His ancestors contributed to the Shao Creek Peak, which granted him entry as an outer sect disciple. Currently, he is at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement with 4 spiritual roots. He lacks any significant backing and practices the thick earth technique, excelling in defensive combat. Therefore, you must avoid a protracted battle and strive for a quick resolution. After Elder Li's voice faded, the talisman disintegrated into ashes. The thick earth technique, skilled in defensive maneuvers, I must find a way to swiftly deplete his spiritual energy. Prolonging the fight would only diminish my chances of victory. I should consult with the monkeys for their insights. With that, Chen Xiuran made his way to Sun Xiaoho's room. Xiaoho, how is your health? Are you feeling any better? Upon entering, he noticed Sun Xiaoho and Peng Dahai meditating in cultivation. Thanks to you, senior brother, I am nearly recovered. It is merely some superficial injuries. I am deeply grateful for your assistance that day. Sun Xiaoho rose, preparing to kneel in gratitude. Xiaoho, please rise. This matter is not your fault. Were it not for me, you would not have suffered. I owe you an apology for involving you in this predicament. Chen Xiuran hastily supported Sun Xiaoho, helping him to his feet. Dahai must have informed you of the situation. I have come to discuss tomorrow's duel. Do you have any suggestions? Wang Pan specializes in defensive combat and is at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Defeating him will require a swift approach. Chen Xiuran stated. Senior brother Chen, Wang Pan has previously worked with us on missions. He is indeed adept at defense. His diamond shield can withstand attacks from those below the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. However, he has a flaw. He is arrogant and somewhat impulsive. Perhaps we can exploit that. Sun Xiaoho pondered. Do you know where I might purchase offensive talismans? Chen Xiuran inquired. 20 miles east of the Qingyuan sect's foot. There is a market run by a sect where various items are sold, including elixirs, talismans, and magical tools. If you wish to buy something, that would be the place to go. Sun Xiaoho replied promptly. Very well. You both take care to recuperate. I shall head to the market. With that, Chen Xiuran departed from the servant quarters, making his way toward the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving at the base, he spotted an offering riding beasts for rent. Senior brother, are you heading out? I have excellent spiritual beast mounts and worldly steeds available at varying prices, the stableman greeted with a smile. I wish to visit the market to the east. Which would you recommend? Chen Xiuran asked, uncertain which to choose. You may opt for the worldly steed. The blood-sweating horse, it can cover 1,000 miles in a day. More than sufficient for your trip to the market. 1 spirit stone will secure it for 5 days. The stableman quickly responded. Very well. After paying the spirit stone, Chen Xiuran mounted the horse. Though he had never ridden before, the well-trained steeds ensured a steady ride. After about an incense stick's worth of time galloping eastward, he finally arrived at the market. The market was bustling with activity, filled with various stalls and vendors. Resembling the secular world in every way, Chen Xiuran selected a shop named Lingfu Pavilion and stepped inside. Upon entry, a beautiful attendant approached to assist him. Esteemed guest, what type of talisman do you require? We have a wide array available, offensive, defensive, 1st and 2nd tier. The charming attendant smiled at Chen Xiuran. I seek offensive talismans capable of countering something like the diamond shield. Do you have such items? Chen Xiuran inquired. Certainly, please proceed to the 2nd floor, where our finest talismans are displayed. The attendant led Chen Xiuran upstairs. Old he, we have a customer for talismans. The attendant called out to a room on the 2nd floor. Ling Yu, who is here to purchase talismans. I was just about to draft the Fire Sun talisman when you interrupted me. An elderly man with graying beard and bright eyes emerged from the room. Is this lad here to buy talismans? Speak up. What do you need? Old he fixed his gaze on Chen Xiuran. Old he, I wish to buy talismans that can counter the diamond shield of a third-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Chen Xiran quickly expressed, the diamond shield? That is a technique of the Earth's spiritual root. For the third layer, that is simple enough. Ling Yu, fetch the 1000-gene talisman. He contemplated for a moment before instructing. After spending an incense stick's worth of time in the shop, Chen Xiran emerged, satisfied, having spent 60 spirit stones on 3 mid-grade first-tier 1000-gene talismans, 5 lower-grade first-tier stabbing talismans, 5 lower-grade first-tier true fire talismans, and 1 mid-grade first-tier golden bell talisman. With his newly acquired talismans in hand, Chen Xiran hurriedly rode back to his room in the sect, counting his possessions. In addition to today's purchases, he had a diamond talisman and a fire talisman from Qinqiu, leaving him with just 4 spirit stones. Tomorrow, he would take all of these and face Wang Pan in a decisive battle. The night passed swiftly, and dawn arrived. Today marked the first trial of Chen Xiran's life. Chapter 37. The intense duel. As Chen Xiran opened the door, he found Sun Xiaohou and Peng Dehai waiting outside. Let us proceed. The three of them made their way to the vast plaza in front of the law enforcement hall. The Qingyuan sect's dual platform was situated there. To his surprise, a considerable crowd had gathered, the word spreading that the servant disciples of the second layer of Qi refinement would duel against the third layer disciples of Shao Creek Peak. Step right up, bets are open. Wang Pan of Shao Creek Peak to win at 0.8 odds. Chen Xiran of the servant disciple quarters to win at 3 odds. It appeared there was even a booth for wagering. The odds for senior brother Chen are astonishingly high. They truly underestimate him. Dehai, how many spirit stones do you have? Put them all on senior brother Chen. Sun Xiaohou turned to Peng Dehai, asking that I spent all my spirit stones on Qi gathering pills a few days ago. I'm out. Peng Dehai stammered that I've never seen you buy much before. Why the sudden splurge on Qi gathering pills this time, senior brother? I have only 20 spirit stones left. I will wager them all on you. Sun Xiaohou declared with determination, pulling out a pouch. Thank you for your trust. Chen Xiran was genuinely touched. I have only 4 spirit stones remaining. Please place a bet for me as well, wagering on my victory. Chen Xiran reluctantly handed over his last 4 spirit stones to Sun Xiaohou. Everyone, quiet down. Are Wang Pan and Chen Xiran both present? A cold voice rang out from the platform. Standing on the duel stage was a young man in a black robe from the law enforcement hall, wielding a curved blade and loudly addressing the crowd. Here, present, a lean youth and a tall man stepped onto the stage simultaneously. Today marks the Qingyuan sect's public duel. The rules are simple. Do not harm each other's lives. Violators will have their cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect. That understood. Duan Tianya spoke to the two. Understood. Clear. Both responded in unison. Good, if you are ready, let the duel commence. With that, Duan Tianya leapt off the platform. As soon as his voice fell, Wang Pan took several steps back. Diamond shield. A flash of golden light enveloped Wang Pan, forming a golden spiritual barrier around him. Heh, come on, kid. Attack me, Wang Pan taunted. Wang Pan? I have heard that your diamond shield can withstand attacks from those at the third layer of Qi refinement. I am only at the second layer, so I clearly cannot compete with you. Chen Xiran discreetly retrieved a talisman from his sleeve. You need not concern yourself, yet your refusal to concede may lead to your own downfall, should your spiritual energy be depleted and I have my way with you. Wang Pan bellowed with a hearty laugh. Brother Wang, I am aware that you are under orders, but have you considered why Zheng Xiaoying would instruct you to target me? Chen Xiran communicated through thought. Upon hearing this, Wang Pan's expression shifted dramatically. How does this brat know that it is Zheng Xiaoying pulling the strings behind me? Wang Pan pondered in confusion. Have you not contemplated why the management of the outer disciples' quarters would advocate on my behalf, even at the risk of offending Duan Tianya of the law enforcement hall? Chen Xiran noted Wang Pan's altered demeanor, recognizing it as an indication of Zheng Xiaoying's meddling. While transmitting his thoughts, he silently recited his technique. My identity is indeed quite extraordinary. Although I possess 5 spiritual roots, I enjoy the privileges of an outer disciple. Furthermore, you may inquire about who personally escorted me to Li Pengzi. If you offend me, you must consider the consequences carefully. Chen Xiran continued to convey to Wang Pan. Wang Pan, upon hearing Chen Xiran refer to the steward as Li Pengzi, realized that what Chen had said aligned perfectly with his own investigations. His composure faltered, and his protective barrier began to waver. What a splendid opportunity! Piercing spike talismans, Chen Xiran exclaimed. Several massive, sharp spikes erupted from beneath Wang Pan's feet. In an instant, Wang Pan's countenance turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper. You fool! Damn it! Zheng Xiaoying could not restrain himself and stood up from the audience. What the hell is wrong with you? I wagered 300 spiritual stones on your victory. If you lose, I swear I will flay you alive. Zheng Xiaoying transmitted his anger to Wang Pan. Just as the spikes were about to pierce Wang Pan, an ethereal shield materialized, blocking the attack. Then, a sound reminiscent of a jade pendant shattering echoed through the air. Wang Pan, still shaken, recoiled and looked down to see that the jade pendant, which had accompanied him for many years, lay shattered at his chest. This pendant, a treasured heirloom passed down for its life-saving properties, had unexpectedly been used in this critical moment. Damn it, how despicable! Wang Pan could not help but curse, the pain in his heart igniting a desire to kill Chen Xiuran. Golden Barrier, Azure Steel Sword. I command you to slay him. Wang Pan summoned the Golden Barrier once more, brandishing a low-grade magical weapon, the Azure Steel Sword, towards Chen Xiuran. What a pity. I wonder what saved him just now. Chen Xiuran thought as he hastily retrieved the Golden Bell talisman he had purchased the previous day, channeling spiritual energy into it to withstand all attacks below the third stage of Qi refinement. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted as the sword struck the protective barrier. Die! The Azure Steel Sword relentlessly hacked at the barrier. Chen Xiuran continuously infused spiritual energy to maintain the shield. Let's see how long you can sustain this. Wang Pan, executing his technique, furiously swung the Azure Steel Sword at Chen Xiuran's barrier, intent on depleting his spiritual energy. Realizing this could lead to a deadlock, Chen Xiuran, under immense pressure, produced a 1,000 talisman from his sleeve. As he infused spiritual energy into it, the talisman absorbed a significant portion of his energy like a great whale drinking water. This is not good. I didn't anticipate this talisman would require so much energy. I must end this swiftly. The 1,000 talisman began to glow brighter, transforming into a massive mountain. Go! Chen Xiuran hurled the talisman towards Wang Pan. By the heavens, that is a mid-grade first-tier 1,000 talisman. Where did this kid acquire such wealth? One of these costs several spiritual stones. Wang Pan, not daring to delay, pulled out a golden barrier talisman from his sleeve, capable of withstanding attacks from the 4th or 5th stage of Qi refinement. Golden barrier, activate. Wang Pan reluctantly infused spiritual energy into the talisman, forming a new protective shield. He had originally intended to save this talisman, but Chen Xiuran proved to be a formidable opponent, forcing him to use it sooner than expected. With a loud thud, the mountain formed by the 1,000 talisman crashed down upon the golden barrier, causing it to buckle under the pressure, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Cold sweat poured down Wang Pan's forehead, but ultimately, the golden barrier managed to withstand the assault from the 1,000 talisman. Chen Xiuran continued to channel energy into the talisman, pressing down harder. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Pan was rattled within the shield. Finally, the energy of the 1,000 talisman waned, and it disintegrated into a useless scrap, drifting down. Ha ha, Brother Chen. Let us see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Wang Pan, wiping the blood from his mouth, laughed heartily. Chen Xiuran's expression shifted. He had already exhausted half of his spiritual energy. He had not anticipated the golden barrier to be so formidable. Indeed, Lu Qianqiu had provided him with an exceptional tool. Brother Wang, you must have expended quite a bit of energy using that golden barrier talisman yourself. How about this? We call it a draw. This way, you won't have offended me, and considering your efforts, it will be easier to explain to Zheng Xiaoying. What do you say? Chen Xiuran continued to transmit his thoughts, attempting to coax Wang Pan. Chapter 38. A desperate counterattack. Humph. Do you think you can deceive me again? I will not be fooled a second time. Wang Pan persisted in summoning the golden barrier and the azure steel sword to strike at Chen Xiuran once more. Damn it. Let us see how you will defend yourself. I am at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. You are only at the 2nd. Even if it takes all I have, I will outlast you. Wang Pan laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiuran's expression darkened. He was left with only half of his spiritual energy and had not purchased any Qi gathering pills. If he ran out of energy, he would be left defenseless. The Golden Bell talisman could hold for a while longer. But he needed to devise a plan to expose a weakness and conclude the battle swiftly. Brother Wang, do you not think it a bit unfair to rely on your higher cultivation to compete with me in terms of spiritual energy? Chen Xiuran shouted loudly. Indeed, Brother Wang. You are a disciple of the small creek peak. Is it not beneath your dignity to compete in spiritual energy with a mere servant disciple? Someone from the audience shouted. Exactly. If it's a battle, let us engage in earnest. Hiding behind your protective barrier and waiting for Chun Xiaoran to deplete his energy is hardly a victory worth celebrating. Am I not right? Sun Xiaohou incited the crowd. Yes, yes. Many voices echoed in agreement from the audience. Humph, a win is a win, regardless of how I achieve it. Your opinions matter not to me. Wang Pan, emboldened by his golden barrier, disregarded Chan Xiaoran's use of the true fire talisman or piercing spike talismans, relentlessly attacking Chan Xiaoran's golden bell talisman with the azure steel sword. The light of the golden bell talisman grew dimmer, and Chan Xiaoran's complexion paled further. Dahai, it seems Brother Chun is on the verge of collapse. What shall we do? Sun Xiaohou turned to the stout Dahai beside him. I do not know what to do. The situation is dire. Monkey, if Brother Chun loses, we must go and apologize to Jing Xiaoying. If he can defeat Brother Chun, we will be in grave danger. Dahai replied anxiously. Dahai, what nonsense are you speaking? If Brother Chen had not stood up for us, would we have ended up on the duel stage? We cannot think of anything else. We must find another way, Sun Xiaohou exclaimed, frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof. On the stage, Chun Xiaoran observed the dimming light of the golden bell talisman, realizing that its spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Wang Pan was not faring much better. Chun Xiaoran unleashed all of his piercing spike talismans and true fire talismans upon Wang Pan. Although Wang Pan was jolted and coughed up blood, the golden barrier held firm. Brat, you must be running low on energy. Ha ha. Wang Pan pulled a chi-gathering pill from his pocket and swallowed it, replenishing a significant portion of his recently expended energy. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Vines of the green vine. Chun Xiaoran executed a spell from the longevity technique he had practiced. Child's play, daring to show off in front of me. Wang Pan allowed the vines to lash against the golden barrier, which remained unperturbed, not even a ripple forming. Is this it, Brother Chen? Ha ha. Wang Pan laughed heartily at the sight of Chin Xiaoran's predicament. I refuse to believe that Brother Wang's golden barrier can last indefinitely. Chin Xiaoran gritted his teeth, continuing to channel energy into the golden bell talisman. It can last for at least half a stick of incense without issue, but by then, you will be finished. Your barrier is about to vanish. Ha ha. Wang Pan, undeterred by the entangling vines, continued to channel energy into the azure steel sword, waiting for the barrier to break. Once it did, Chin Xiaoran would either be cleaved in two or suffer grave injury. Chin Xiaoran struggled to maintain his stance, and the audience could not help but sigh in sympathy. This is impossible. Wang Pan's barrier is so resilient, and his energy far exceeds that of Chin Xiaoran. At this rate, Chun Xiaoran will undoubtedly lose. Thankfully, I bet on Wang Pan's victory. While the odds are not high, I can still make a profit, a disciple from Qingzhou Peak remarked. Humph, that may not be the case. Although Brother Chen is struggling, he has not yet given up. He may have other means at his disposal. A woman in green attire countered. Despite his pallid complexion, Chun Xiaoran's eyes remained resolute, refusing to yield. He continued to infuse energy into the golden bell talisman, determined to hold out until the very last moment. Give up, brat. Soon, I will shatter your dantian, severing your path to immortality. This is the consequence of opposing Zheng Xiaoying. Prepare to die. As Chen Xiaoran's barrier appeared on the verge of collapse, Wang Pan funneled all his energy into the azure steel sword. The sword emanated a fierce azure glow, as if it sought to devour Chen Xiaoran whole. The massive sword beam descended upon Chen Xiaoran, and as it grazed the protective barrier of the golden bell talisman, a resounding crack echoed, transforming the talisman into mere scraps of paper. As Chen Xiaoran beheld the azure steel sword descending upon him, what time was this summoned? Wang Pan's eyes revealed a glimmer of fear. Not good, Duan Tianya silently exclaimed. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, sending dust swirling into the air. What was the outcome for the two, who emerged victorious? Someone in the audience could no longer contain their curiosity. Moments later, as the dust settled, it revealed Wang Pan lying on the stage, covered in blood with broken legs, unconscious and unaware of his fate. The arena was littered with shattered stones, resembling a spider's web. Chen Xiaoran lay sprawled on the platform, his arms crossed over his chest, wielding a blue spirit sword that blocked the azure steel sword. His hands were a bloody mess, his chest concave, his complexion pale, and his torso drenched in blood, yet he remained conscious. Duan Tianya swiftly leaped onto the stage to check on Qin Shuran and Wang Pan, discovering that although Qin Shuran was gravely injured, his life was not in jeopardy. Merely a few ribs were broken. Wang Pan, on the other hand, had his legs crushed. Had it not been for Duan Tianya misdirecting the 1,000 gene talismans with his artifact, Wang Pan would have been crushed to death on the spot. This contest goes to Chen Shuran, Duan Tianya declared after assessing the situation. Haha, Chen Shixiang has won. Da Huai, go fetch the winning spirit stones from the hall. I shall check on Chen Shixiang and hope he is unharmed. Sun Xiaohou hurried towards the arena. I won, didn't I, monkey? Chen Shuran coughed up blood as he spoke haltingly. You did win, Chen Shixiang. Please, do not speak. I shall take you for treatment immediately, Sun Xiaohou replied, his eyes reddened with emotion. Do not waste time. Though he is alive, he is severely injured. Take Qin Shuran to the spirit herb house to see Sun Shirshu. Here is my token. She will treat him. The rewards from the subsequent bet can wait until Chen Shuran regains consciousness. I will retrieve them from Wang Pan then, Duan Tianya said, tossing a token to Sun Xiaohou. Thank you, senior brother Duan. Sun Xiaohou expressed his gratitude before promptly carrying the unconscious Qin Shuran towards the spirit herb house. Unbeknownst to Sun Xiaohou, as he bore Qin Shuran on his back, the jade pendant at Qin Shuran's chest emitted a soft, white glow. Chapter 39. The elegant gowned woman, Director Sun, you are awake. If you can move, drink the medicine. Qin Shuran slowly opened his eyes to find a graceful woman in a plain gown, her face veiled in white, offering him a bowl of medicinal soup. With great effort, Qin Shuran sat up. A sharp pain caused him to grimace. His chest was swathed in white medicinal strips, resembling a meat dumpling. I advise you not to move. Several ribs are fractured, but fortunately, none have pierced your heart or dantian. Otherwise, even a golden elixir ancestor would be powerless, the woman in plain attire cautioned him. May I ask where this is? Did you save me? I recall being on the arena, Qin Shuran inquired, pressing his forehead. This is the herb house. The one who saved you was that servant disciple who brought you here. Had he not arrived promptly? Your injuries would have greatly affected your future cultivation, she explained, delicately pounding herbs in a jade mortar with a pestle. I am the director of the herb house. Surnamed Sunday according to seniority, I should be considered your Shirshu. But I prefer to be addressed as Director Sunday once I prepare the medicine. I will have someone come to change your bandages, she continued. Thank you, Shirshu-san. No, thank you, Director Sun, for saving my life. Chen Shuran expressed his heartfelt gratitude. There is no need to thank me that a few years ago, I owed a favor to Duan Tianya. Without his token, I would not have saved you. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him. She replied in a nonchalant manner. Rest well after drinking the medicine. If you need anything, use the sound transmission talisman to call me. With that, she left the sound transmission talisman and exited the room, carrying the prepared elixir with her. After drinking the medicine, Chen Shuran slowly reclined, surveying his surroundings. The small room was meticulously organized. To the left of the entrance stood a bookshelf filled with tomes. A square table occupied the center, and at the far end was a wooden bed flanked by two chairs in the corner, where Chen Shuran lay recuperating. He closed his eyes, recalling his final duel with Wang Pan. During the moment he unleashed the vines, he had taken advantage of Wang Pan's inattention to send out 1,000 gene talisman, continuously channeling spiritual energy into it while feigning an attack with the vines. Timing his words to gauge how long Wang Pan's diamond talisman could hold, he ultimately mustered the last of his strength to infuse the golden bell talisman with his remaining energy. Allowing him to seize a critical moment, as Wang Pan's diamond talisman dissipated, he knew it was a decisive strike. The energy invested in the 1,000 gene talisman was only sufficient for one attack. Failure would lead to certain defeat. Despite the golden bell talisman nearing its limit, he had calculated the timing perfectly. At the last moment, Wang Pan had no strength left to resist the final blow from the 1,000 gene talisman, and although he himself had nearly succumbed to grave injuries, every step had been within his calculations. A slight miscalculation would have led to his loss. Ultimately, Qin Shuran was unable to withstand the assault from Wang Pan's azure steel sword. Yet at the moment the 1,000 gene talisman struck, Wang Pan's control over the sword faltered, diminishing its power. Chen Shuran utilized the azure steel sword provided by his sect for a final defense. Though gravely injured, he had survived and achieved victory in the realm of cultivation. A single misstep can lead to death. If a mere third-level Qi cultivator like Wang Pan is so formidable, I shudder to think of the strength of Zheng Xiaoying behind him. I should not have impulsively provoked such a powerful adversary. Qin Shiran sighed silently within. His thoughts turned to his parents, and he could not help but grasp the jade pendant at his chest. This pendant! Qin Shiran suddenly noticed that the two jade pendants he had worn had merged into one, its color altered from translucent jade to a blood-red hue. What could this mean? He was astounded. Since his mother had given him this pendant, it had never changed, and despite numerous attempts to alter its condition, it had remained an ordinary ornament. Yet now, it had undergone such a significant transformation. Chen Shixiang, are you feeling better? Look who has come. Sun Xiaoho's voice called from outside the door. Chen Shidi, how are you? Is your body free of major issues? To Qin Shiran's surprise, Duan Tianya, the chief of the law enforcement hall, accompanied Sun Xiaoho. Thank you for saving my life. Senior brother Duan? Hearing the voice, Chen Shiran hastily concealed the pendant beneath his clothing and attempted to rise. Lie still. Do not move. I am here first and foremost to check on your condition. And secondly, to inquire about your requests. I will ensure Wang Pan fulfills them. Duan Tianya remarked, his expression surprisingly warm. Thank you for your concern, Senior brother Duan. I would like Wang Pan to pay me 300 spirit stones. Qin Shiran pondered and stated that that your only condition? Very well. I shall inform him shortly to have Zheng Xiaoying prepare the spirit stones for you. Duan Tianya replied after a moment of contemplation. Senior brother Duan, you already knew? Both Qin Shiran and Sun Xiaoho were taken aback. Haha, do you think I, as the chief of the law enforcement hall, am idle? From the moment someone left clues at my cave, I suspected someone sought to eliminate an innocent. When I arrived at Xiaoxi Peak and observed Sun Xiaoho and Da Huai, I feigned a confrontation to draw out the true perpetrator. Given your previous encounters with Zheng Xiaoying, I deduced that the one behind it all is Zheng Feihu, Zheng Xiaoying's cousin, an inner sect disciple. Duan Tianya elucidated that I share the same law enforcement hall status as his cousin. Although Zheng Feihu's cultivation is slightly below mine, we have clashed several times over the position of chief, each time to my advantage. Thus, he sought to tarnish my reputation as an impartial enforcer, and you all have become collateral damage in this conflict. Once you recover, I will transfer you all to the herb house. You shall reside here to avoid further entanglements with them. Duan Tianya's eyes glinted with a sharpness. Senior, is this permissible? Sun Xiaoho's face flushed with concern. Rest assured, Sun Shishu will agree. She owes me a favor, and given the circumstances, she will accommodate this small request. Duan Tianya replied with a smile. Shiran, focus on your recovery. If anything arises, have Sun Shishu contact me. You will be quite safe here. Do not be fooled by her reticence. She is a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, Duan Tianya said before departing. The spirit stones will be delivered within 3 days. Shiran, rest well. I will inform Da Huai. He will be overjoyed with that. Sun Xiaoho hurriedly left, eager to share the good news with his friend, Da Huai. Never did I imagine that we would be mere pawns in their power struggles. Chen Shiran's eyes burned with indignation, yet he sighed, realizing that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Without it, one becomes a mere piece on someone else's chessboard. His desire for power intensified. Chapter 40. The secret of the mysterious jade pendant. Once everyone had departed, Chen Shiran retrieved the blood-red jade pendant from his chest, determined to scrutinize it closely. Let us once more attempt with our spiritual sense, Chen Shiran said, pressing the jade pendant against his forehead. He infused his spiritual awareness into the pendant again, but, as before, he found nothing of significance, until something caught his attention. In an inconspicuous corner of the jade pendant, he discovered a fissure resembling the forbidden crack he had previously encountered within a storage bag. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Shiran's mouth. Indeed, this jade pendant harbored secrets. He relentlessly bombarded the fissure with his spiritual sense for 2 consecutive hours, and just as exhaustion threatened to overtake him, he finally breached the crack and plunged into the forbidden space. As Chen Shiran's spiritual form entered the pendant, he immediately realized that the space was a mere 10 zhang in size. Surrounded by an expansive and ethereal void, the entire area appeared as if it had been cleaved apart. Following the end of the jade pendant, he sensed a spatial rift, a chilling wind that pierced his soul, prompting him to retreat hastily. Within this 10 zhang space stood 2 stone tablets, one large and one small, exuding an aura of antiquity, inscribed with numerous characters. Chun Xiuran noted that these were the only objects present in the entire space. He approached to discern the inscriptions on the tablets. To his astonishment, the script was entirely unlike any he recognized. As his fingers grazed the surface, he perceived the characters wriggling like tadpoles, seemingly alive. He surmised that this must be an ancient script, utterly incomprehensible to him. Just as Qin Xiuran was about to leave the space in frustration, the inscription on the larger tablet began to transform slowly. The tadpole-like characters commenced their dance, reconfiguring into new symbols that radiated a crimson light. This was the script of the cultivation world. Having diligently studied the common characters and knowledge of the cultivation realm after joining the servant disciples, Chun Xiuran recognized that the script before him now corresponded with the contemporary writings of the cultivation world. Chaos Swallowing Heaven Technique? What a domineering title! The largest stone tablet prominently displayed these striking characters. From primordial chaos, yin and yang are born. The yin-yang shield embodies the 5 elements, which in turn give rise to all things. The essence of all is rooted in primordial chaos, while the 5 elements manifest the tangible. Thus, the 5 elements can gather chaos, and chaos can unravel the 5 elements. This is the foundation of the Chaos Swallowing Heaven technique. The ruby-hued script shimmered with brilliance. Could this be a cultivation method? Qin Xiuran was overwhelmed with joy. Marvelous. This senior Yang Xiudao is indeed a genius. His concept, 5-element spirit technique, shares a remarkable resonance with the essence of this method, Chun Xiuran exclaimed in admiration. He continued to read until he had absorbed the entirety of the tablet's inscription, then closed his eyes to ponder the profundities of this technique. The true power of the Chaos Swallowing Heaven technique lay in a single word, swallow. Practicing this technique would allow one to directly absorb the spiritual energy of the 5 elements from the heavens and earth for personal use, and the cultivation speed rivaled that of a heavenly spiritual root. All without the fear of catastrophic failure. Furthermore, with each level of advancement, one's spiritual awareness would strengthen incrementally, and upon completing major realms such as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core, one could store a portion of primordial chaos energy. With power equivalent to a full force strike from the next minor realm, for instance, upon achieving full Qi refinement, one could store primordial chaos energy with the might of a foundation establishment initial stage cultivator's full effort. This pattern continued, allowing for unexpectedly potent strikes in battle. However, the technique had its drawbacks. First, it required the practitioner to possess a 5-element spiritual root. Second, while the cultivation speed rivaled that of a heavenly spiritual root, its essence was still bound to the 5-element root, making breakthroughs to higher realms particularly challenging. Moreover, this technique was currently incomplete, allowing cultivation only up to the late foundation establishment stage. This technique feels as if it were tailor-made for me. It suits me perfectly, Qin Xiuran exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. Although it can only be cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage for now, that is sufficient for my needs. Whether I can even establish a foundation is another matter entirely. First, I must reach the late stage of Qi refinement. This technique merely accelerates cultivation speed but offers no assistance for breakthroughs. The 5-element root is far more difficult to advance than a true or heavenly spiritual root. Why was it that senior Yang Xiudao reached the late stage of Qi refinement in his 50s, yet never had the chance to break through to foundation establishment? The reason lies in his inferior spiritual root. It seems my chances of establishing a foundation remain uncertain, Qin Xiuran mused, sighing inwardly. Let me examine what the smaller stone tablet reveals. With that, Qin Xiuran reached out to touch the characters, and in mere moments, the tadpole-like script began to stir once more, revealing a fresh array of cultivation world text. Qin Xiuran read attentively from beginning to end, his expression growing increasingly jubilant until he could no longer contain his laughter. This is astonishing. It is an accompanying attack sword technique for the Chaos Swallowing Heaven technique, Qin Xiuran exclaimed in elation. The Heavenly Origin 9 Heaven Sword technique requires the Chaos Swallowing Heaven technique for cultivation. It necessitates formidable spiritual awareness to manipulate the 5 elemental spirit swords, capable of individual attacks or forming the 9 Heaven Sword array, which requires at least weapon-grade spirit swords to assemble. The higher the quality, the greater the power. Alas, the stone tablet records indicate that it can currently only be cultivated to the 2nd layer. Chapter 41. Fat Dahai has disappeared. Qin Xiuran. This medicinal field is enormous. When will we finish planting these herbs? 2 figures toiled diligently in a medicinal field spanning several acres. We're almost there. If we quicken our pace, we can finish before sunset. Stop talking and dig faster. Chen Xiuran urged as he scattered spirit herb seeds into the holes dug by Sun Xiaohou, covering them with spirit soil. The sun gradually descended, and Chen Xiuran and Sun Xiaohou were blissfully unaware that they had resided in Lingqiao Academy for 3 months. Duan Tianya had indeed kept his word, transferring the two of them from the servant disciples' quarters to become disciples of Lingqiao Academy. It had also been 3 months since Fat Dahai went missing. Even Duan Tianya could not uncover his whereabouts. All that was known was that on the day he disappeared, he had stealthily rented a spirit horse at the foot of the sect. After which he vanished without a trace, along with the spirit horse. Monkey, you needn't worry too much about Dahai. Perhaps he has embarked on a journey for some reason and will certainly return once his affairs are concluded. Chen Xiuran comforted, sitting on the ridge beside the spirit field and handing a water flask to Sun Xiaohou. I hope so. By the way, Brother Chen, do you know why Dean's sun is perpetually so cold and distant? Sun Xiaohou inquired mysteriously. You know? Chen Xiuran wiped the sweat from his brow. Astonished, I heard it from others. Sun Xiaohou replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. After 3 months, Chen Xiuran finally understood why Dean's sun was so aloof and why there were so few people in Lingqiao Academy. A decade ago, this place was flourishing, with dozens of disciples, until one fateful day when an individual arrived and utterly transformed the environment. Chapter 42. The secret of Sun Ruyan. This individual is the prodigious disciple of Qingyuan sect. Jun Moyan, who is now a close disciple of a certain Golden Core elder. Sun Xiaohou exclaimed enviously. What does that have to do with Dean's sun and Lingqiao Academy? Chen Xiuran asked, perplexed. You are unaware. Brother. Sun Xiaohou stood, glanced around to ensure no one was listening, and leaned closer to Chen Xiuran, whispering, it is said that Jun Moyan fell in love with our then Dean's son, Sun Shishu. Sun Xiaohou's revelation was earth-shattering. What? Chen Xiuran gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. This Jun Shixiang, now likely referred to as Jun Shishu, was an ordinary person 10 years ago. Brought back from the secular world by Shishu Sunday, he was said to be only 14 or 15 at the time. But little did anyone know he possessed a natural thunder spirit root. Although he began cultivating later than others, he managed to reach the peak of the Qi refining stage in merely 6 or 7 years. Just a step away from achieving complete mastery, Sun Xiaohou continued in a hushed tone. How astonishingly rapid. He possesses an extraordinary spirit root akin to that of the ancestors. Chen Xiuran marveled inwardly. Monkey, what does his affection for our Dean's son have to do with the current lack of disciples? Chen Xiuran pressed further. Because he forcibly drove away all the disciples to monopolize our Dean's son. And his attempts to become her dual cultivation partner even reached the ears of the sect leader. But in the end, he was rejected by our Dean. It is said that they had a fierce altercation over this matter, and the outcome remains unknown. All that is known is that he later vowed something. Sun Xiaohou took a sip of water and continued. What vow? Chen Xiuran inquired eagerly. He declared that the moment he ascended to the Golden Core would also be the moment he wed Sun Ruyan. If anyone dared to covet her in Lingqiao Academy, he would pursue them to the death. Sun Xiaohou articulated each word with gravity. So Dean's son's name is Sun Ruyan. What a beautiful name. However, you have been rambling for a while without getting to the main point. Monkey, are you feeling a bit itchy? Chen Xiuran teased, mimicking a scratching motion. Haha, no brother, I shall explain. Sun Xiaohou, sensing Chen Xiuran's playful demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle nervously. Originally, Lingqiao Academy thrived 10 years ago, but after Jun Shishu began driving away disciples 3 to 4 years ago, fewer and fewer dared to join. Following the establishment of that vow, no one dared to come anymore. Thus, since the last disciple fled a year ago, only Dean's son and Uncle Quan, who manages the daily affairs, remain. Sun Xiaohou hurriedly explained. Then doesn't that make it perilous for us to be here? Monkey, Chen Xiuran exclaimed, unable to suppress his concern. It should be fine. Jun Shishu was promoted to foundation establishment a year ago. He shouldn't trouble us. Mere Qi refinement stage practitioners, Sun Xiaohou replied, apprehensive. Let's avoid attracting attention for now and focus on improving our cultivation. If we can enter one of the 5 peaks, we will no longer fear Xiaoying, Chen Xiuran reassured. That makes sense. Let's tidy up and return to cultivate. Today has been exhausting. Sun Xiaohou stretched lazily. Indeed, let us go and ensure we have everything. After gathering their belongings, the two made their way back to Lingqiao Academy. Miss, these 2 brash youngsters dare to gossip about you behind your back. Should this old servant find a way to drive them away? Duan Tianya's favor has already been repaid. There is no need to keep them around. An aged voice whispered, no need. There are hardly any people in Lingqiao Academy. Their presence can be utilized for various tasks and to keep things discreet. Just attend to your duties, do not act independently regarding other matters. A cool, detached female voice responded. Yes, miss, it was a mistake on my part. The old voice quivered slightly with fear. Do not investigate Jun Moyan's background any further. It is beyond your reach. Be cautious not to attract the attention of the old fellows from Qingyun sect. For that would spell trouble. In a secluded pavilion, an elderly man hunched over respectfully before a gracefully attired woman. The woman was draped in a flowing white veil, her figure alluringly elegant, her loose robe concealing her captivating form. With delicate hands, she held a teacup, gazing serenely at the mountains shrouded in clouds. Spirit birds flitted through the mountains, veils of mist obscuring the peaks, much like the mysterious aura surrounding the woman in white. Chapter 43. The Outer Sect Disciples Competition Crack. A faint sound of cracking resonated within. I have finally broken through to the third level of Qi refinement. Ha! Qin Shiran channeled his energy into his dantian, gradually exhaling a breath of turbid air, opening his eyes to reveal a clarity and brightness. Qin Shiran had spent the entire afternoon alone in his room. Ever since acquiring the chaotic devouring technique, he had dedicated every moment to cultivation, aside from fulfilling the tasks assigned by the Herb Academy. Just a month ago, he had reached the peak of the second level of Qi refinement. And after a month of relentless effort, he had finally broken through to the third level today. It had occurred much faster than he had anticipated. The chaotic devouring technique was indeed formidable. When executing this technique, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged around Qin Shiran, his dantian absorbing it like a great whale consuming water, refining and assimilating it. In just 2 months, he had reached the peak of the second level. And another month later, he had ascended to the third level. In a month, Qin Shiran would turn 17. Achieving the third level of Qi refinement at this age was no small feat, comparable to the pace of other 3 spirit root disciples. Qin Shiran felt extremely satisfied with his current cultivation speed and yearned even more for the subsequent techniques of the chaotic devouring technique. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted him. Brother Qin, are you home? It's Monkey, came Sun Xiaoho's voice from outside. What is it, Monkey? Qin Shiran opened the door to find Sun Xiaoho standing outside, his face alight with joy. Brother Qin, have you broken through? Sun Xiaoho exclaimed in surprise. Noticing that Qin Shiran's spiritual pressure now matched his own, with hints of surpassing it. Fortune favors the bold. I just managed to break through. What has you so jubilant? Qin Shiran replied with a smile. I just learned from a notice in the sect that the biannual Outer Sect Disciples competition is about to commence, Sun Xiaoho declared excitedly. Are you saying we can soon participate in the Outer Sect Disciples competition? When does it begin? Qin Shiran asked, his interest piqued. He understood that although he enjoyed the privileges of an Outer Sect disciple, receiving 10 low-grade spirit stones each month and a vial of Qi-boosting pills, these benefits were scarcely sufficient for serious cultivation. Moreover, the advantages of being an Outer Sect disciple extended beyond better treatment compared to servant disciples. It included the right to accept tasks from the task hall. Completing sect or personal tasks not only awarded contribution points but also yielded rewards such as magical artifacts, spirit talismans, spirit pills, and various resources. Thus, it was no wonder that the Outer Sect Disciples competition, held every 2 years, was so highly sought after, although only 100 would be accepted, and this year was expected to be no different. The competition will take place in a month at Qingzhou Peak. Inside Qingzhou Cave, Sun Xiaoho continued. Qingzhou Cave? What kind of place is that? Is there anything special about it? Upon hearing it would be held at Qingzhou Peak, Qin Shiran sensed the significance of this selection. I am not entirely sure, but I know that Qingzhou Cave has existed since the founding of the sect. It serves as a trial site. Typically, it is reserved for disciples of Qingzhou Peak or inner sect disciples. I never expected it would be used for selecting outer sect disciples this time. This competition will surely be extraordinary, Sun Xiaoho reasoned. Indeed, you are right. We must prepare thoroughly. I will visit elderly while you continue to cultivate diligently in Lingqiao Academy. Let us strive to be selected as outer sect disciples together this time, Qin Shiran encouraged, giving Sun Xiaoho a reassuring pat on the shoulder before heading towards the servant disciples' quarters. Along the way, Qin Shiran encountered several servant disciples clad in blue robes. The sect categorized disciples by their rank: blue for servant disciples, azure for outer sect disciples, black for inner sect disciples, and white for those personally chosen by Golden Core elders or peak masters. In the Qingyuan sect, the Qingyi disciples are the most numerous, and the annual competition for outer disciples is exceedingly fierce, marked by intense internal rivalry. Consequently, securing a position among the top 100 is quite a formidable challenge. After half an hour of travel, I arrived at the Hall of Miscellaneous Duties, only to discover that Elder Li was unexpectedly absent. Just as Chen Xiuran was preparing to leave and return tomorrow, he caught sight of Elder Li approaching from a distance, playfully coaxing a little tune while clutching a wild rabbit. Xiuran pays his respects to Elder Li. It has been a few months since our last meeting, and you appear even more spirited, Chen Xiuran greeted, performing a courteous bow. Oh, it's you, lad. What brings you here? Do you have matters to discuss? Elder Li inquired as he approached Chen Xiuran. You wouldn't come seeking me without a reason. It must be trouble of some sort. Speak. What brings you here? Elder Li remarked with a hint of displeasure. Come now, I've been busy with my cultivation lately. I thought I'd drop by whenever I had the chance. Is that a wild rabbit you're holding? Allow me to show you a little culinary skill. Hand it over, you take a seat inside for a bit, and I'll have it ready shortly, Chen Xiuran said as he took the rabbit from Elder Li and walked toward the riverbank. With practiced ease, Chen Xiuran skinned, cleaned, and marinated the rabbit, sprinkling it with the seasonings he always carried. He wrapped it in fragrant lotus leaves washed in the river, encased it in a thick layer of mud, and ignited a fire, placing the wrapped rabbit into the flames. Elder Li watched in astonishment. What kind of method is this? I've never seen anything like it, Elder Li asked, curiosity piqued. This is a method from my hometown known as beggar's chicken. The beggars out in the wild prepare it this way. Once it's cooked, you must try it. I assure you, the flavor will leave you raving, Chen Xiuran explained, squatting down and continuously tending to the rabbit while smiling. If the taste does not satisfy me, you'll find it quite impossible to extract a word from my lips today, Elder Li declared as he settled onto a nearby stone, pouring himself a cup of wine. Fear not, you shall be pleased. Just wait an hour. Perhaps you could sit inside for a while, Chen Xiuran suggested. No need. I'll wait right here, Elder Li replied, wiping the wine from his lips. An hour later, Chen Xiuran extinguished the fire and retrieved a charred, round mass from the embers. Striking it with a stone caused it to burst open, revealing the lotus leaves within. He peeled away the hardened mud shell and tore open the leaves. An enticing aroma wafted into the air, delicious fragrance. Is this truly the method for beggar's chicken? Elder Li exclaimed, leaping from the stone with the agility of a rabbit, tearing off a leg of the rabbit and shoving it into his mouth despite its heat. Hot, hot, hot. This is exquisite, truly delightful, Elder Li mumbled, savoring the flavors. Before long, the entire rabbit had vanished, consumed entirely by Elder Li. Burp. Elder Li released a satisfied belch. This beggar's chicken was remarkably well prepared. I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills. Now, what brings you to seek me today? Elder Li asked while picking at his teeth. I came to inquire about the outer disciples competition. Having heard it was about to commence, I wish to glean some insights from you regarding any strategies. Chen Xiuran replied with a cheerful grin. You seek knowledge about the King Shidong, do you not? Elder Li stated. Indeed. I feel rather uncertain and would appreciate your guidance. Chen Xiuran scratched his head and chuckled. Chapter 44. Is the competition location at King Shidong? I knew you would come to me regarding the outer disciples competition. It is indeed fierce. Consider our Qingyuan sect, with a legacy spanning millennia and countless disciples. There are thousands of miscellaneous disciples alone, yet only a mere 100 are selected for each competition. With your current cultivation at the 3rd level and possessing 5 spirit roots, it would be exceedingly difficult to break through without external assistance. Elder Li poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Xiuran understands the challenges ahead. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, yet even the tiniest glimmer of hope compels me to exert my utmost effort. I hope Elder Li can impart some wisdom to me. Xiuran recognized Elder Li's cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refining, aware that despite his avarice, he possessed a warm heart. It is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but my understanding of the secrets of King Shidong is limited, as it pertains to the sect's hidden matters. I only learned a little due to my association with Master Qin when I partook in the trials many years ago. Elder Li waved his hand dismissively. Elder Li, please accept this handful of spirit stones for a cup of spirit tea. Chen Shiran produced a pouch containing 50 low-grade spirit stones and pressed it into Elderly S hand. Is this appropriate? Elderly opened the pouch to glance inside. Seeing the substantial number of spirit stones, he hurriedly stowed the pouch away in his storage bag. Ahem. While I may not know all the secrets, I can still share some relevant information. Come, let us return to the Hall of Miscellaneous Duties, Elderly said, leading Chen Shiran back. Upon closing the door, the two sat down, and Elderly brewed 2 cups of spirit tea. Handing one to Chen Shiran. It is said that King Shidong has existed since the founding of the sect, inherited from ancient times, and the ancient wondrous tree, Kinji Wanmu, also resides on Qingzhou Peak. Thus, Qingzhou Peak is one of the most enigmatic summits of our Qingyun sect. Elderly continued after taking a sip of tea. I've only visited King Shidong once, accompanying my master when I first became an inner disciple. It was a trial organized for the inner disciples. Unfortunately, I couldn't endure to the end and was eliminated in the second round. Elderly reminisced about events from decades past. Was your master Qin Shizu? Chen Shiran asked with curiosity. No, you are mistaken. My master was the youngest disciple of Qin Shizu, who unfortunately perished decades ago. Elderly sighed. My master treated me like a father, yet I have yet to attain the foundation establishment stage, let alone avenge him. Alas, I feel like a failure. Tears welled up in Elderly's eyes as he expressed his self-reproach. Brother, there's no need for such self-blame. Though you may have failed to establish your foundation, you are still at the pinnacle of the 10th level. Regain your confidence. Opportunities may yet arise. If you continue to wallow in despair, not only will you fail to establish your foundation, but you may also never avenge your great grievance. Do you wish for your master to depart without peace? Chen Shiran, recalling his own father, could not help but rise and speak forcefully. Though I am aware of my poor spirit root aptitude, I have never forgotten my desire for vengeance for my father's death. Regardless of my circumstances, I shall strive forward, seeking greater strength to find and confront my father's murderer. Brother, it is time for you to awaken. Chen Shiran asserted once more. You speak the truth, Shiran. I am merely 60 years old, with decades still ahead of me. There is still a chance to successfully establish my foundation again, provided I reclaim my confidence. Thank you, Shiran. Elderly expressed his gratitude, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor and no need for thanks. Elderly. Now, what secrets does King Shidong hold? Chen Shiran pressed on eagerly. In truth, the reason King Shidong is considered a hidden treasure of the sect is that it offers not only 3 trials for the disciples' training, but also significantly enhances their cultivation after successfully passing each trial. Some individuals have experienced a 2 to 3 level increase in their cultivation after all 3 trials. Most intriguingly, a disciple may only enter King Shidong once at each major stage of cultivation. A second entry will result in immediate expulsion. It is quite mysterious, Elderly elucidated. What are the 3 trials? Chen Shiran inquired impatiently. The first trial is called the Fiery Trial, where a bridge hangs suspended in mid-air. All participants must traverse it, while beneath lies a sea of molten lava, periodically erupting. A moment's carelessness may lead to being struck and falling into the depths, resulting in disqualification, Elderly explained slowly. The lava is merely a minor obstacle. The principal challenge lies in the extreme heat. Without cultivating fire attribute techniques or possessing fire-warding treasures, reaching the end is nearly impossible. Moreover, a creature known as the Flame Spirit dwells beneath the lava, encased in flames, resembling a fiery orb. Its strength varies, and it will attack those of similar strength, making the traversal particularly perilous, Elderly continued. The second trial is called the Frost Trial, characterized by an unbearable chill and blinding snowstorms that obscure all sense of direction. I was eliminated back then due to becoming lost, Elderly lamented. Is there any method to navigate it? Chen Shiran pressed for details. The method involves locating a snow beast within this trial and defeating it to obtain its core. The strength of snow beasts varies, and not all possess cores. However, the stronger the beast, the greater the likelihood of having a core. I cannot explain why acquiring the core helps find the way. The only one I encountered was far too powerful for me to defeat, and after that, I never encountered another snow beast. Eventually, time ran out, and I was eliminated due to being lost, Elderly reflected with a hint of regret. As for the third trial, I cannot say much, as I did not participate. It is likely to be even more challenging. Then, Elderly, if the inner disciples struggle to pass even the second trial, how can it serve to select outer disciples? Chen Xiaoran pondered aloud. This is the enigmatic allure of the Qingzhou Cave. As I mentioned earlier, each major realm can be traversed once, as the difficulty of each stage is manageable. It can be calibrated to the late stage of qi refinement, or even to the early stage. Therefore, you need not fret about your inability to succeed. This time will surely witness the emergence of a group of formidable disciples. Thus, it is imperative that you prepare diligently in advance, explained Deacon Li. Thank you, senior brother. What items should Xiaoran prepare in advance? I seek your guidance, Qin Xiaoran replied, clasping his fists in respect at a treasure that dispels fire and cold. I happen to possess one. However, borrowing it will require. A chubby face grinned widely. Senior brother, how can you be so miserly? Just a moment ago, junior brother reassured you, yet now you demand a fee for lending it to me? Moreover, did I not just give you 50 low-grade spirit stones? I still need to purchase pills and talismans. Where will I find so many spirit stones? Qin Xiaoran retorted, his expression one of discontent. Ah, well, find out I shall lend it to you just this once. Additionally, you must prepare more pills and talismans. And most importantly, you should procure a high-quality armor-breaking talisman, Deacon Li reminded him. Why is that? Qin Xiaoran inquired. Puzzled. I am unsure. It was my master who advised me to do so. I cannot fathom the reason. However, bringing it along will undoubtedly serve you well, Deacon Li replied, shaking his head. Very well, thank you, senior brother Li. I shall prepare at once, and I hope with your assistance, I will navigate this smoothly. With that, Chen Xiaoran bowed and departed. Watching Chen Xiaoran's retreating figure, Li Jianghe took a deep breath, influenced by the youth. His demeanor was no longer one of despair. Foundation establishment pills, it is time to gather materials, Deacon Li murmured softly. Chapter 45. Sun Rian's coercive deal. Upon returning from Deacon Li's, Chen Xiaoran relayed all the information to Sun Xiaohou, who promptly began preparing essential items for the upcoming Outer Sect Disciple competition next month. Chen Xiaoran, however, chose to remain in his chamber, contemplating how to tackle each challenge and pondering why Deacon Li's master had advised him to prepare an armor-breaking talisman. Typically, such talismans are employed against particularly robust armored beasts or formidable defensive artifacts. Could it be that the final challenge would require direct confrontation? He was lost in thought when a voice called out from outside. Qin Xiaoran, are you there? Yes, Uncle Quan. There's something you need? Recognizing the voice of Sun Academy's servant, Qin Xiaoran quickly opened the door. The young lady wishes to see you, if you have no other matters. Please accompany me at once, Uncle Quan replied with a smile. What does she require of me? Qin Xiaoran asked. I cannot say. You will find out upon your arrival, Uncle Quan answered with a shake of his head. Very well, Uncle Quan. Please wait a moment while I gather my things, Qin Xiaoran said, uncertain of what the young lady wanted, but he resolved to find out. After securing his storage bag about his chest, Qin Xiaoran followed Uncle Quan to the residence of Sun Academy. The academy's courtyard was nestled beside a babbling brook, surrounded by verdant waters. The courtyard itself spanned 3 rooms and included a small back garden. As soon as Qin Xiaoran stepped into the courtyard, he was captivated by the picturesque scenery. The courtyard was filled with an array of spiritual flowers and herbs, some of which were in full bloom, attracting numerous bees and butterflies, creating a truly enchanting landscape. The young lady has loved cultivating various spiritual plants since childhood, and I have learned much alongside her. Eventually, she entrusted me with the care of the plants in this garden, and I have transplanted many fine specimens. Although it cannot compare to the variety found in the Danling Valley, there are still several precious varieties here. Moreover, the spiritual energy is among the most abundant in this region. What do you think? Uncle Quan spoke with evident pride. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Xiaoran felt the rich spiritual energy enveloping him, causing his chaotic swallowing of heaven technique to instinctively activate. To avoid detection, he suppressed his technique. This is the most concentrated spiritual energy I have ever encountered. Cultivating here would surely benefit my cultivation greatly, Qin Xiaoran thought, inhaling the spiritual energy deeply. Indeed. Come, the young lady is waiting for you in the back garden, Uncle Quan said, leading Qin Xiaoran through the courtyard to the back garden, where he lightly knocked on the door. Miss, Qin Xiaoran has arrived, Uncle Quan announced respectfully. Come in. A melodious voice, reminiscent of a deep valley's orchid, beckoned from within. With a gentle creak, Uncle Quan pushed the door open, and the two entered. A young woman, draped in sheer gauze, sat in a pavilion, her delicate white arms resting upon the table as she gazed towards the distant green mountains. Qin Xiaoran lowered his head, stealing a glance from the side. Sun Academy possessed a tall and voluptuous figure. Though her face was obscured, it was evident she was a stunning beauty, clad in a white robe over a red gauzy garment. Her fair, straight neck revealed her exquisite complexion, accentuated by the way the gauze clung to her curves, igniting an involuntary heat within Chan Shuran's heart. "Please step outside for a moment," the young woman's soft, slightly cold voice commanded. "Miss," Uncle Quan hesitated. "Yes?" Her tone carried a hint of annoyance. "Understood. Mississippi, I shall step outside now. Should you require anything, you may call for me. I will be waiting outside," Uncle Quan said, bowing slightly as he retreated. Once outside, the young lady cast a soundproof barrier. "Chun Shuran, I require your assistance with a matter," she said, turning to face him. "I am at your service. I owe a great debt of gratitude to Miss Sun for her healing and refuge during my time of need. If I can be of assistance, I shall not hesitate," Chin Shuran replied, his head bowed. "This is merely a way for me to repay a favor owed to Duan Tianya. You need not take it to heart. Rest assured, I will not ask of you without recompense. This is merely a transaction between us," Sun Academy said, her crimson lips moving. "May I inquire what you wish of me?" Chin Shuran asked, puzzled. "I would like you to discreetly gather information regarding the Qingyuan heart within the third trial of the Qingzhou cave. Of course, I do not expect you to go immediately. It will be during your participation in the Outer Sect Disciple competition that I require your assistance," she explained gently. "What exactly should I be looking for?" "I would appreciate your guidance, Miss," Chen Shuran inquired. "First, you must swear an oath that if you are unable to assist, you will not divulge this to anyone. Should you break this vow, your cultivation will be forfeit," she proclaimed, her gaze cold and unwavering. Upon hearing this, Chun Shuran's heart tightened. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately swore the oath, fully aware that refusing could spell disaster for him. After all, it would be as effortless for Sun Academy to eliminate him as it would be to crush an ant. "Excellent! You possess a keen sense of timing. Had you hesitated, I would have promptly removed you." She spoke with a voice devoid of emotion. "I need you to seek out clues regarding the Qingyuan heart within the third trial of the Qingzhou cave." Sun Academy's words jolted Chen Shuran. "Is this truly appropriate, Miss Sun? The Qingzhou cave is a closely guarded secret of the sect. Moreover, our primary purpose is to compete. If I am discovered harboring ulterior motives, I risk expulsion from the sect," he cautioned. "Humph. Should you refuse, I could eliminate you without anyone being the wiser. Consider your options carefully," the enchanting woman retorted with a huff. Chen Shuran broke into a cold sweat, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, I simply wish to avoid trouble, yet this woman threatens my life over a disagreement. How infuriating!" His mind raced as he contemplated his response. "Miss Sun, surely, with your status, a visit to the Qingzhou cave would not pose a challenge. I do not wish to shirk my responsibilities. You are aware of my limited power and my wasted spiritual roots. It remains uncertain whether I can even reach the third trial. To seek out clues regarding the Qingyuan heart may be beyond my capabilities," he said, maintaining his gaze downward. "Rest assured, I will ensure you are able to pass through and reach the third trial. The reasons behind my request are not for you to concern yourself with," Sun Academy replied, rising gracefully and allowing her white robe to sway gently as she concealed her lips behind her hand. Laughing softly now, "Lift your head and see what this is," she said, her voice beckoning Chen Shuran to look up slowly. In her elongated, jade-like hand rested a pair of twin fish pendants, one pink and one blue. This is called the Lingxi pendant. The pink one is for the female, while the blue one is for the male. Not only does it provide protection against cold and heat, but it also allows for communication between the two parties. Furthermore, it can transfer a significant portion of the damage one receives to the other. Additionally, here is an ascending spirit pill for you to take. Consuming it will allow you to instantly elevate your cultivation by one level, with the caveat that your spiritual power will be temporarily depleted once the effect wears off, requiring time to recover. Thus, if you cannot defeat your opponent within the duration of the pill's effect, be cautious in its use, Sun Academy explained, retrieving a pill from her storage bag. "Miss Sun, should an opponent confront me, I fear I may not be able to prevail, and my spiritual energy is limited," Chan Shuran expressed with trepidation. Chapter 46. Procuring the armor-breaking talisman Himph. Additionally, take these few talismans and 3 bottles of chi-gathering pills. As long as you remain clever, reaching the third trial should not be an issue. Once there, Seek out the Qingyuan wood, where you should be able to find clues regarding the Qingyuan heart. Notify me immediately upon discovery, Sun Rian declared, producing more talismans and pills from her storage bag. Dean Sun, I have a question. Regardless of your intentions, I will not PRYM. My only desire is to diligently pursue the path of cultivation, hoping to one day ascend to a higher realm. But why have you chosen me? Qin Shiorwan gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, whose maturity resembled that of a ripe peach, his heart devoid of any tumult, his eyes instead imbued with clarity and brightness. Since you have inquired, I shall not withhold the truth. Firstly, only those with a wood spiritual root can perceive the heart of Qingyuan. Secondly, you possess no background. From your skirmish with Wang Pan, it is evident that you harbor a resilient spirit yearning for strength, which is precisely what I value. I am acutely aware that, given your current status and capabilities, establishing a foundation is akin to scaling the heavens, hence any opportunity to grow stronger is one you will undoubtedly seize, Sun Ruoyan articulated calmly. Of course, if you can assist me in uncovering clues regarding the heart of Qingyuan, I will grant you a breaking wall pill, which will elevate your cultivation by 1 level upon refinement, without any side effect. If you can help me acquire the heart of Qingyuan, I can also promise to bestow upon you an additional foundation establishment pill, along with everything mentioned earlier. What do you say? Sun Ruoyan's voice, sweet as honey, drifted forth as her lips parted. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiorwan felt a stirring in his heart. Regardless, he would have to embark on this quest. Acquiring a foundation establishment pill would offer a glimmer of hope for his future. Even if he failed to find the heart of Qingyuan, securing some leads would still facilitate a swift elevation in his cultivation. After all, one's life is paramount. Should danger arise, he could always feign ignorance. Dean Sun, I accept your terms. I hope that you will honor your promise when the time comes. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he said. Very well. Here are the Lingxi pendant and the medicinal talisman I promised you. This pendant can save your life in critical moments, so do not lose it. And remember to return it to me upon your return, Sun Ruoyan said, handing him the items before dissolving the sound barrier. Uncle Quan, see him out. Sun Ruoyan's cool voice resonated as she conveyed her command. Uncle Quan entered from outside the courtyard and escorted Qin Shiorwan to the gate, where he took his leave. Qin Shiorwan, the young lady has entrusted you with an important task. I hope you take it seriously and fulfill it diligently. Otherwise, you may find the consequences unbearable, Uncle Quan warned, a terrifying pressure emanating from him that made Qin Shiorwan feel as though he might kneel, with gritted teeth. Qin Shiorwan resisted the urge to submit. After what felt like an eternity, the oppressive aura receded, leaving him drenched in sweat. Qin Shiorwan, I am not as lenient as the young lady. Take heed, Uncle Quan's icy voice lingered in the air, followed by the creaking sound of the courtyard gate closing. Cursing under his breath, Qin Shiorwan took a moment to collect himself before returning to his quarters. He recalled the overwhelming pressure he had just experienced, far more terrifying than that of the moment when the esteemed Zhenren Jueju had graced the Ascension Conference with his presence. Who would have thought that this seemingly inconspicuous servant possessed such formidable strength? He pondered Sun Ruoyan's true identity, fearing that he had unwittingly become entangled in a dreadful conspiracy. No use dwelling on it. After all, I am but a minor character. No one should pay me any mind. Once I complete my task, I shall depart swiftly and seek opportunities at other peaks. With this thought, Qin Shiorwan resolved to descend the mountain to the marketplace in search of a breaking armor talisman. Descending the mountain with ease, he rented a steed and made his way to the marketplace, heading once more to the Lingfu Pavilion, which he had visited previously. Upon entering, he found the lovely attendant who had assisted him last time fast asleep at the counter. Her long lashes fluttering slightly, a cherubic face adorned with a cherry-red mouth that drooled as if she were dreaming of delectable treats. Hello, miss, wake up, it's time for business, Qin Shiorwan called out loudly. Who is it? Who has devoured the boneless fish? Startled by his shout, the young lady jolted upright, gazing blankly at Qin Shiorwan. Hello, I came to purchase some talismans, Qin Shiorwan said awkwardly, gesturing to the drool at the corner of her mouth. Instinctively, she touched her mouth, gasping in shock. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily covered her face, mumbling incessantly, how embarrassing, how utterly mortifying. How did I fall asleep and drool in front of someone? Oh, the shame. Miss, do you have any breaking armor talismans for sale? Qin Shiorwan scratched his head, slightly exasperated by her lack of response. Oh, yes. Please follow me, she replied in a hurried whisper, quickly rising to lead him upstairs. Qin Shiorwan followed her upstairs. Lingyu, have you fallen asleep again? Your grandfather has warned you several times. Next time you slack off, I will send you back to the headquarters to learn talisman crafting properly. An elderly voice called from a room on the second floor. Old he, please don't tell my grandfather. Otherwise, he'll force me to make talismans again. Later, I'll brew you a fine pot of Juchu wine. How about that? Lingyu pleaded with her small hands raised in a gesture of supplication. You little rascal, fine. I won't mention it to your grandfather this time, but remember to serve me the wine later. Ha ha, old he chuckled heartily. How annoying. Always eyeing the spirit stones in my pocket. Someone else here to buy talismans again. It's that young man from before. Lingyu led Qin Shiorwan into the room upstairs. As the door swung open, an elderly man dressed in a green robe, his beard white as snow, emerged holding a shimmering talisman brush. Chapter 47. Gathering Spirit Pill and Yellow Dragon Pill O. It's you again. How did the last 1,000 gene talisman work for you? Old he inquired, stroking his grizzled beard with a smile. Thanks to you, Elder he, I, Qin Shiorwan, managed to turn the tide during the competition with the 1,000 gene talisman. This time, I wish to purchase a premium breaking armor talisman that I wonder if you have any in stock. Qin Shiorwan said, cupping his fists in gratitude. Breaking armor talisman? Few seek this talisman due to its limited application. Aside from its unique armor-breaking effect, it has little else to offer. We currently do not have any in stock, but if you are certain you want it, you may return in 3 days. Old he replied thoughtfully that I am certain. How many spirit stones for a premium breaking armor talisman? I would also like to inquire about pills suitable for the mid-stage of chi refinement. Does your esteemed shop have any? Qin Shiorwan confirmed. Our Sea-Hai Trading Company spans the entirety of the Tianheng continent. The Lingfu Pavilion is merely a branch situated outside the Qingyuan sect. While we primarily sell talismans, we also offer various pills, weapons, and armor, so feel free to buy with confidence. Our prices are low and quality high, Old he proclaimed with a hearty laugh. This breaking armor talisman is rare, and its effects are quite unique. For a first-tier premium breaking armor talisman, I will charge you 20 low-grade spirit stones. The most common pills for mid-stage chi refinement are the Gathering Spirit Pill and the Yellow Dragon Pill. Their combined effects are even better. The Gathering Spirit Pill is 2 low-grade spirit stones each, in bottles of 10, while the Yellow Dragon Pill is 8 low-grade spirit stones each, in bottles of 3. Consume a Gathering Spirit Pill every 5 days and a Yellow Dragon Pill once a month. If you buy in bulk, I can offer a discount. How many would you like? The old man continued. Smiling, that expensive? I'll take 1 breaking armor talisman, 4 bottles of Gathering Spirit Pills, and 2 bottles of Yellow Dragon Pills. How much of a discount can you offer? Qin Shiorwan mused, deciding to purchase a 6-month supply. The total will be 144 low-grade spirit stones. I'll charge you 140 and throw in 3 extra Gathering Spirit Pills. How does that sound? Old he replied with a grin. However, I must first collect a 30% deposit of 40 low-grade spirit stones, he added. Thank you. Elder he. I will return in 3 days to collect the breaking armor talisman and the pills. Qin Shiorwan said, feeling a pang of regret as he paid the 40 low-grade spirit stones as a deposit before returning to the sect point 3 months prior. The 300 low-grade spirit stones he had obtained from Wang Pan had already dwindled to more than half. Cultivation truly required a fortune, Qin Shiorwan lamented. Upon arriving back at the Lingqiao courtyard, Qin Shiorwan encountered Sun Xiaoho, who appeared to be in a hurry as he rushed back from outside. What are you busy with? Monkey? Senior brother, the sect has just announced that the external disciples competition has been moved up. It will commence in half a month, and there are even cultivation requirements. Only those at the 3rd level of chi refinement can participate. How strict? Luckily, we both meet the criteria, Sun Xiaoho exclaimed, panting. Perhaps it's to limit the number of participants. By the way, monkey, have you prepared your things? Qin Shiorwan inquired. Not yet. I went to the contribution exchange point in the sect to see if they had that treasure that keeps one warm in winter and cool in summer. But everything had already been redeemed. Now I'm at a loss for where to find one. The marketplace might have it, but I'm unsure of the spirit stone cost. I'll go check it out shortly. Sun Xiaoho replied, exasperated, don't worry. I'll find a way to secure the treasure. You prepare the other items, and take this half-month to diligently improve your cultivation. Let us strive for greater heights. Qin Shiorwan suggested. recalling that elderly had promised him a treasure for Sun Xiaoho. Really? Thank you, senior brother. I'll go buy some medicinal pills for cultivation and aim to improve my level, Sun Xiaoho said, bouncing off to purchase the pills. Qin Shiuan smiled. Although the world of cultivation was harsh, it also offered true friends who cared. One good friend was more than enough. Before long, half a month passed swiftly, and the external disciples' competition was about to begin. Senior brother Qin, hurry! We need to gather at the sect square, Sun Xiaoho shouted from outside Qin Shiuan's door. Here they come, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Qin Shiuan was engaged in his final checks, ensuring that everything was in order. Once satisfied, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Here you go, monkey. Qin Shiuan tossed a transparent jade orb to Sun Xiaoho. Senior brother Qin, what is this? Sun Xiaoho's face lit up with delight. This is a treasure for warding off the cold and heat. Take it with you, and we shall strive for a better ranking, Qin Shiuan declared as he walked ahead. Sun Xiaoho followed closely behind, unable to contain his excitement as he caressed the treasure. Senior brother, does this treasure have a name? Sun Xiaoho inquired, holding the orb up to the sun. Its interior shimmering brightly, the sunlight dazzling his eyes. It seems to be called Feilai. Qin Shiuan recalled that this name had been mentioned when the item was given to him by Deacon Li. Feilai? What an odd name, but quite cool, haha, Sun Xiaoho remarked, enamored with the Feilai. Qin Shiuan secretly smiled, pleased to see that Sun Xiaoho was so fond of this treasure given by Deacon Li. The duo arrived at the plaza of Qin's sect, where a sea of people had gathered, numbering at least 1,000 or 2,000. Chapter 48. The Outer Sect Disciples competition officially begins. Look, it's Goddess Qinglan. She's stunning, absolutely mesmerizing. Her mature figure rivals that of celestial maidens. Shh, keep your voice down. Do you want to get killed? That's a golden core true person. With a mere flick of a finger, she could end you. If you want to die, don't drag the rest of us down. Voices murmured about the leader of Qingzhou Peak, true person Qinglan. Giggling, what do you think, junior sister Zhou? Does my outfit pass muster today? A voluptuous beauty clad in a watercolored long robe, with just a hint of makeup, covered her mouth and chuckled at another lady in palace attire beside her. Humph, shameless hussy, what a show-off! The palace-clad beauty scoffed. Dear disciples, today marks the Outer Sect Disciples competition. We shall announce the details shortly. Save your chatter for later. Ahem. Esteemed disciples, I, true person Qin, will elucidate the rules and rewards of this year's Outer Sect Disciples competition. I trust you all understand that this event is your moment to alter your fates and to showcase your talents. Qin true person proclaimed loudly, channeling his spiritual power. Without further ado, we will head to Qingzhou Peak for the competition, but first, I have a few rules to outline. Qin true person continued. First, participants must be at least at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Those who do not meet this requirement should withdraw voluntarily. If found at Qingzhou Peak during the inspection, a penalty of 1 year's resource supply will be imposed. Second, participants are forbidden from harming fellow disciples. Any violations will result in the immediate nullification of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Third, only the top 100 will be accepted as Outer Sect disciples, so put forth your utmost effort. Qin true person concluded, prompting an uproar among the disciples below. What? Only 100 spots again? There are at least 1,000 or 2,000 participants, including those at the later stages of Qi refinement. With so few spots, those of us at the 3rd level are doomed to be eliminated. This is utterly unfair. Our strength is already lacking, and with later stage disciples in the mix, how can we possibly compete? They might as well bar us from entering. Voices of discontent rose from the crowd. Silence, everyone. Please, calm down. This competition will be different from previous ones and will be exceedingly fair. As for how it will be fair, once we arrive at Qingzhou Peak, the Peak Master will personally explain. For now, let me unveil the rewards. Qin true person amplified his spiritual pressure, silencing the crowd. The rewards for this competition are exceptionally generous. All who place in the top 100 will receive prizes. Listen closely. The first place will be directly promoted to Inner Sect Disciple and awarded a high-grade offensive magical weapon, along with 300 low-grade spirit stones. Qin true person cleared his throat deliberately. What? Is this not the Outer Sect Disciples competition? The first place can ascend to Inner Sect Disciple? The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Quiet. The 2nd and 3rd places will each receive a medium-grade defensive magical weapon and a medium-grade offensive magical weapon, with the 2nd place awarded 200 low-grade spirit stones and the 3rd place 150. The 4th to 10th places will each receive a low-grade defensive magical weapon and 100 low-grade spirit stones. The 11th to 50th places will receive a low-grade offensive magical weapon and 50 low-grade spirit stones, while the 51st to 100th places will receive 50 low-grade spirit stones. Qin True Person delineated the rewards in one breath. So, dear disciples, strive hard. Your efforts today will be your pride tomorrow. Now, I shall hand over the proceedings to True Person Qinglan to elucidate the upcoming competition, Qin True Person declared before gracefully descending from the platform. Senior Brother Chen, the rewards this time are quite substantial. The first place in the last competition I participated in only received a medium-grade defensive magical weapon and 200 spirit stones. I can't believe this time it's doubled, Sun Xiaohou exclaimed, impressed. Achieving the top 100 would be commendable enough. Aiming for first place is unrealistic, Qin Shiran replied calmly. Giggling, dear disciples, the competition will take place in Qingzhou Cave. As you all likely know, as for the specifics of the competition, I will inform you shortly. All eligible participants, please gather at Qingzhou Cave. There is a teleportation array behind you. You will ascend in batches. There will be personnel at the cave entrance to assist you. As you heard from True Person Qin, those who do not meet the criteria should not enter. The cave will automatically identify you. So do not waste your efforts trying to deceive the system. Begin entering the array. True Person Qinglan's previously charming voice grew stern. All disciples began entering the teleportation array in an orderly manner. And Qin Xiuran and Sun Xiaohou stepped into the formation together. The array activated, emanating a dazzling white light. Qin Xiuran felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and moments later, upon opening his eyes, he discovered he had been transported to the entrance of a cave. The cave loomed tall and deep, its depths obscured from view, surrounded by towering ancient trees that shielded the sunlight. Each tree was thick enough for several people to embrace, giving the entire environment an ancient and ethereal quality. When the last batch of disciples arrived, True Person Qinglan also appeared at the cave entrance. Excellent. Welcome, disciples, to the sect's secret realm at Qingzhou Peak, Qingzhou Cave. I hereby declare the Outer Sect Disciples competition officially commenced. Enter Qingzhou Cave. With that, True Person Qinglan gracefully led the way, her watercolored gown trailing elegantly as she swayed her alluring figure towards the depths of the cave. Chapter 49. The fiery gates Yinling emerges as the other disciples entered in an orderly manner. A disciple wearing black robes and with a sallow complexion was abruptly flung backward upon stepping into the cave entrance. Crashing heavily to the ground, "Humph, I just said those lacking in strength should not approach. Hongya, take him away," True Person Qinglan coldly remarked without turning back, continuing deeper into the cave. "Yes, master." A red-clad, graceful young woman approached the sallow-faced disciple. Her expression devoid of emotion, as she seized him and flew skyward on a beam of sword light. "Ancestor, spare me. Please grant me another chance." His voice faded into the distance. "Tio think he is at the Foundation establishment stage. And so young," remarked a handsome young man in green robes beside them. "How do you know she is at the Foundation establishment stage?" Sun Xiaohou curiously inquired. The distinction between Qi refinement and Foundation establishment is not merely in the spells and powers. After reaching Foundation establishment, the spiritual energy in one's dantian transitions from gaseous to liquid form. Moreover, those at Foundation establishment can not only fast but also fly on a sword for extended periods, which those in the Qi refinement stage cannot achieve. Look at that Hongya. She is not only carrying someone while flying, but she also exudes a spiritual pressure far beyond that of a late-stage Qi refiner. I suspect she is indeed at the Foundation establishment stage, though she appears far too youthful. Could she have taken a beauty-preserving pill? The young man in green mused. What is a beauty-preserving pill? Qin Shiran asked, intrigued. A beauty-preserving pill is a miraculous elixir that does not enhance cultivation or mend injuries, but solely preserves one's appearance as it was on the day of consumption. It is quite popular among women. However, the main ingredient for crafting this pill, the Jingyan herb, seems to have gone extinct. Legend has it that only Yaowang Valley still cultivates a few, and even if the pills were to become available, they would fetch a sky-high price, the young man in green explained. Greetings, I am Qin Shiran, and this is Sun Xiaohou. May I ask your esteemed name, senior brother? Qin Shiran expressed his desire to befriend him. Senior brother is too kind. I am Li Ziwan, a servant disciple under the Yunjian Peak. Such information can be found in the library. I merely read a bit more than others, and do not wish to flaunt my knowledge before you. Li Ziwen replied modestly, shaking his head gently. Monkey, do all the peaks have servant disciples? Qin Shiran was taken aback, having never heard of such a division. Did you not know? Senior brother Qin, every peak has its own servant disciple academy. We belong to the servant disciple academy under the resource hall. The Wangpan from earlier belongs to the servant disciple academy under the Xiaoxi peak, but his status is rather unique. Equivalent to that of an outer sect disciple, Sun Xiaohou explained, half amused, while Li Ziwen regarded Qin Shiran with mild astonishment. It seemed that Qin Shiran was rather naive about such matters, hinting at his status as a diligent practitioner. Oh, I see. I haven't paid much attention to these details, Qin Shiran replied, feeling somewhat sheepish as he scratched his head. A group of individuals was engaged in conversation when, after a duration comparable to the burning of a joss stick, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a vast plaza. The sky above the plaza was adorned with luminous pearls that illuminated the entire area. The plaza was oval in shape, and at its forefront stood a radiant portal, beside which stood the esteemed Qinglan Zhenren. Listen closely, everyone. I shall not repeat myself. Beyond this portal lies the first challenge of this trial, the fiery realm. You will soon discover its intricacies, but I must forewarn you. If you lack cooling treasures or have not cultivated fire attribute techniques, it is best to withdraw. The temperatures within are exceedingly high. While there will be no life-threatening dangers during the competition, you will certainly endure considerable hardship. Those who pass through this portal will bear a mark upon their bodies, which will automatically transport you out in times of peril. Moreover, the entire competition lasts only 3 days. Once the time is up, you will all be automatically expelled. Now, without further ado, hurry and enter. Qinglan Zhenren imparted this information in one breath. Feeling a thirst after such an extensive explanation, he retrieved a bottle of jade brew from the ring on his hand and took a few sips. Qin Shiran and the other miscellaneous disciples each stepped through the portal, feeling a mark left upon them as they did so. To their astonishment, the area beyond the portal revealed yet another expansive platform capable of accommodating thousands. Over 1,000 miscellaneous disciples were crowded upon this platform. Before them lay a colossal stone bridge extending into the distance, its end obscured from view. The bridge was 3 zhang wide, and beneath it surged boiling magma, with flames occasionally erupting onto the bridge as surface. Instilling a sense of dread among the onlookers, no one dared to be the first to step onto the bridge when suddenly a male voice rang out. Brothers and sisters, I am Zhou Han from the Xiaoxi Peak. Possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I believe many of you are somewhat acquainted with the fiery realm. The most formidable aspect of this challenge is the Yanling. I assume many are aware of this. Therefore, I hope we can unite our strength to confront the Yanling together. Those willing to join my camp will find their safety assured, and we shall navigate the first challenge successfully. Anyone interested may come forth, Zhou Han proclaimed loudly from the bridge's edge. Soon as he finished speaking, several individuals gravitated towards him, and in no time, over 100 people had gathered. Senior brother, should we also join him? His cultivation is so high. Following him could save us a lot of trouble, Sun Xiaohou whispered to Qin Shiran. Let us not rush. Let us observe first. Qin Shiran understood that the Yanling would only attack those of similar strength. Rendering numbers less significant, he wished to discern Zhou Han's true intentions. Senior Wang, should we inform them about the Yanling's characteristics? Zhou Han has amassed quite a crowd. He might gain considerable advantage in the second challenge. A youth clad in gray spoke to a tall, robust and no need. Soon, they will realize that sheer numbers are of little use, and they will blame Zhou Han for manipulating them. Zhou Han is a fool. Let us wait for the spectacle, the tall man scoffed. Zhou Han had gathered a group and led them onto the bridge. Soon, the Yanling will attack us. When it does, follow my command and strike it together. Understood. Let us heed Senior Zhou's instructions. The group converged towards the center of the bridge and began to advance slowly. Suddenly, jets of lava erupted from below, surging towards the crowd. Everyone, be cautious, Zhou Han shouted, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that sliced through the flames. Thank you, Senior Zhou, for saving us. Several individuals exclaimed in unison, grateful for Zhou Han's timely intervention. Dear juniors, there is no need for thanks. Since we are in this together, we must assist one another. I shall ensure everyone's safety. Zhou Han seized the opportunity to win their favor. Humph! What a hypocritical scoundrel, the gray-clad youth scoffed, Patience, let us watch closely. The tall youth remarked, arms crossed and expression indifferent. It's so hot. Senior Zhou, someone began to lament. Indeed, Senior Zhou, is there any way to help alleviate the heat? Another voice chimed in. Just hold on a little longer. We will reach the end soon, Zhou Han reassured them. The group had traversed more than half the distance, and it was estimated that they would reach the opposite end in about half an hour. Ah, what is that terrifying creature? Someone screamed at its horrifying. Junior Wu was just dragged away. Everyone, run! Another shouted in panic that it has appeared. Qin Shiran could not help but take a few steps forward. Haha, Zhou Han. Let us see how you handle this, the tall youth smirked, a mocking expression crossing his face. Chapter 50. Zhou Han's Conspiracy. Everyone, remain calm and gather around me. The Yinling will not attack us frequently. When I give the command, we shall strike it together. If we endure a bit longer, we will reach the end. Zhou Han bellowed. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly moved to surround Zhou Han. Suddenly, a fiery red sphere, radiating flames, charged towards a slender boy on the outskirts. Wu Qi, be careful, someone cried out. But it was too late. The fiery Yinling bypassed the crowd and headed straight for the slender boy. Terror flickered in the boy's eyes. And before he could react, the Yinling struck him. A piercing scream echoed across the bridge. The boy was hit by the fireball, leaving his chest charred black, his body convulsing violently. Then, a flash of white light ensued. And the boy vanished without a trace. He must have been transported out. This is dreadful. Did they not say there would be no life-threatening dangers? That attack was severe enough to have cost him his life. Li Ziwen's eyes reflected fear. Qinglan Zhanren did mention there would be no life-threatening dangers, but injuries are certainly unavoidable. We must be cautious. Monkey, stick close behind me, Qin Shiran remarked, his mind racing as he processed the recent events on the bridge. I understand, Brother Qin, if danger arises, you needn't worry about me. Just save yourself. You have become an outer sect disciple and must take care of yourself. Otherwise, if both of us are eliminated, it would be a loss. Sun Xiaohou said calmly. All right, brotherly, let us collaborate. You keep an eye on the right while I watch the left. Monkey, keep an eye on our rear. Chen Shiran assigned tasks and began to look for the right moment to step onto the bridge. Senior Zhou, did you not promise to protect us? Over a dozen have already been eliminated on this journey. Someone voiced their dissatisfaction. Humph. Our target is too large. It is impossible to safeguard everyone. Some will inevitably be eliminated. If you wish to secure a spot as an outer sect disciple, stop complaining and charge forward with me. After stating this, Zhou Han accelerated his pace towards the opposite side of the bridge. Seeing this, others also began to quicken their steps, and at that moment, the Yinling surged from beneath the bridge like a boiling cauldron, swarming towards the disciples led by Zhou Han. Damn it, why are there so many? Ah, run, damn it, I understand now. The more people there are, the more Yinling will appear. Zhou Han has deceived us. He is using us as bait. Another began to curse. People were continually forced to the edge of the bridge, and some were struck by the Yinling and transported away. Humph, a bunch of fools. Did you really think Zhou Han was so benevolent? While the Yinling only attacks those of similar strength, the greater the number, the more Yinling will be drawn in. The more individuals around, the lower his chance of being struck, while those of lesser strength face a higher probability of being hit. Foolishness. The tall youth scoffed before continuing to speak to the gray-clad man beside him. Listen to my command. When I say charge, you all follow quickly. After the Yinling attacks, there will be a brief period of inactivity. Let us seize this opportunity to rush onto the bridge. Understood, boss. The gray-clad man and his companions responded in unison. From the moment Zhou Han gathered the crowd, that individual has been wearing a mocking expression. Moreover, his spiritual pressure is not inferior to Zhou Han's. He is clearly strategizing with his subordinates. Let us observe the situation for now, Qin Shiran thought to himself as he cast a side glance at the tall man. Now is the time. Charge, the tall man bellowed, leaping forward like a bullet. The others quickly followed suit. Monkey, brotherly, let us go. Qin Shiran noticed that not only the tall man was rushing onto the bridge, but several other capable disciples were also making their way there simultaneously. Many began to leap onto the bridge, and surprisingly, the Yinling did not reappear at all. So the Yinling does have a time interval between attacks. Monkey, brotherly, accelerate. Qin Shiran whispered urgently. Those still observing on the platform recognized this pattern as well. and a large crowd surged onto the bridge. The group that had set out with Zhou Han had already covered nearly half the distance, and the end was now within sight, that moment. The magma beneath the bridge began to churn violently, releasing a torrent of scalding steam that surged onto the bridge. Quick, use your treasures. The heat is becoming unbearable. Qin Shiran, now drenched in sweat, retrieved his Lingxi pendant and infused it with spiritual energy. A wave of coolness enveloped him, followed by a protective shield encasing him. Those who had initially followed Zhou Han were beginning to struggle. Some of their spiritual shields were already on the verge of collapse. The bridge was quite lengthy, and some disciples, unable to withstand the heat from the outset, had erected their spiritual shields too early and were now running low on energy, though the end was in sight. Whether they could endure until then remained uncertain. Look quickly, what is that? Qin Shiran, upon hearing someone shout, could not help but glance to his right. Not good, run quickly. Yinling has started attacking again. Qin Shiran's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed a multitude of crimson fireballs rising slowly, swiftly flying towards the crowd from all directions. To his astonishment, Yinling, which had paused for a moment, resumed its assault, this time with a broader range and greater numbers, while Zhou Han, who was running at the forefront, was nearing the finish line. Chapter 51. Crisis moment. After calling out to the monkey and Li Ziwen, Qin Shiran took off running, as a swarm of Yinling pursued him, the air filled with anguished wails. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from ahead. Zhou Han, are you seeking death? A tall man shouted in anger. Luo Tianyao, haven't you found your useless brother yet? I reckon he's dead somewhere in a woman's belly. Ha ha, I'll take my leave first. You can have fun with Yinling. Zhou Han laughed heartily as he dashed toward a nearby gateway of light. Damn it, don't let me run into you later, or I'll make you pay dearly for this. You infuriate me. The tall man, who had mocked Zhou Han earlier, was now desperately evading the attacks of Yanling. It turned out that this man named Luo Tianyao had almost caught up to Zhou Han. But after crossing the bridge, Zhou Han deliberately unleashed several wind blades towards the bridge's base, inadvertently attracting a horde of Yanling, which, unable to reach Zhou Han, redirected their wrath towards Luo Tianyao. Luo Tianyao dodged and sprinted forward. He continuously cast fireball and water arrow spells at Yinling. However, these spells merely tickled them, further inciting their fury. Luo Tianyao was near his limit and, with great reluctance, pulled out a diamond talisman from his storage bag. After infusing it with spiritual power and slamming it onto the ground, a radiant spiritual barrier enveloped him. Yet, the sheer number of Yinling relentlessly battered against the diamond barrier, its glow dimming gradually. From a distance, Qin Shiran noticed Luo Tianyao's plight. Having overheard Zhou Han's earlier remarks, he shares the surname Luo. It can't be a coincidence. Could he be Luo Tianhai's brother? Regardless, I must be cautious. Qin Shiran slowed his pace. The purple Luo boots had already proven their efficacy to Qin Shiran, enhancing his agility. The more spiritual power he infused, the faster he would move. At full capacity, his speed could surpass that of an ordinary late-stage Qi cultivator flying at full force. However, the downside was the significant spiritual energy consumption, and he had yet to test the limits of his speed, planning to do so once his cultivation improved. Die for me? Luo Tianyao roared, as he pulled out a multitude of spiritual talismans from his storage bag, hurling them at Yinling. Some of the Yinling exploded, but this only enraged their companions further. Don't! Luo Tianyao's diamond barrier was finally breached by Yinling, and he was instantly surrounded and devoured. Zhou Han, when you get out, I won't let you off easily. A flash of white light enveloped Luo Tianyao, and he was teleported away. Witnessing the scene of Luo Tianyao being consumed, Qin Shiran broke into a cold sweat. Yinling was truly terrifying. Just then, a fiery red sphere screamed as it charged towards Qin Shiran. Vine entanglement! Qin Shiran unleashed the spell he had mastered, and several vines sprouted from the bridge, ensnaring Yinling. With a shriek, Yinling exhaled a jet of flame, instantly incinerating the vines. Damn! How formidable! Water ball technique. Qin Shiran retrieved a talisman, infused it with spiritual power, and threw it at Yinling. A water sphere materialized, enveloping Yinling within. Inside, Yinling emitted piercing shrieks, enveloped in a thick cloud of white smoke. Ha ha! These Yinling are nothing extraordinary, Qin Shiran exclaimed joyfully. Senior brother, watch out from behind. Sun Xiaoho's urgent voice called from behind. Qin Shiran's hair stood on end at the warning. Not good, I was too careless. One Yinling had silently circled behind him and suddenly crashed into him. With no time to turn around or perform other actions, Qin Shiuran hastily erected a spiritual barrier. But the might of Yinling was overwhelming. Upon contact, the barrier shattered like a soap bubble. Yinling slammed into Qin Shiuran's back, causing him to cry out in pain, blood spurting from his mouth as he teetered on the brink of falling from the bridge. Senior brother, Sun Xiaohou leapt forward, grasping Qin Shiuran just before he could plummet. Hold on, senior brother. I'll pull you up immediately, Sun Xiaohou, with one hand gripping the bridge and the other clutching Qin Shiuran's wrist. Dangled precariously in mid-air, Li senior brother, lend a hand. Yinling is about to attack again, Sun Xiaohou shouted to the approaching Li Ziwen. However, Li Ziwen showed no signs of slowing down, as if he hadn't heard. Sprinting swiftly toward the opposite side of the bridge, Li senior brother, Li senior brother. Wait, Sun Xiaohou called out anxiously. Don't waste your breath, monkey. When disaster strikes, everyone saves themselves. We're rivals, and it's a miracle he hasn't stabbed us in the back. Qin Shiuran rasped. The impact from Yinling left Qin Shiuran's back burning with pain, his internal organs feeling as if they were shifting, contorting his face in agony. Monkey, let me go and hurry to the next round. If you delay any longer, it will be too late, Qin Shiuran shouted. In a way, senior brother, if anyone is to leave, it should be you. If it weren't for you standing up for me and Dahai, I wouldn't have offended Zhang Xiaoying, nor would I have nearly lost my life on the dueling platform. Although I, Sun Xiaohou, may be weak and inept, I understand the principle of repaying even the slightest kindness, Sun Xiaohou declared, his face flushed with determination. Monkey, be careful. Another Yinling charged towards the two of them. Chapter 52. The second challenge, Snow and Ice senior brother, you must become an outer sect disciple. With that, Sun Xiaohou exerted all his strength to hurl Qin Shiuran upward, but in doing so, he exhausted himself and began to fall toward the bridge below. Monkey! Qin Shiuran, propelled onto the bridge, cried out hoarsely, his eyes reddening. Yet, in a flash of white light, Sun Xiaohou was also eliminated. With no time to mourn, several more Yinlings surged toward Qin Shiuran. Enduring excruciating pain, he retrieved a life-saving talisman given to him by Sun Rian, which doubled his speed temporarily in an instant. A blur of motion passed by, and Yinling missed its target, unable to catch sight of Qin Shiuran, who swiftly evaded them. Qin Shiuran sprinted towards the finish line, navigating through the perilous onslaught of Yinling with remarkable agility. Ahead lay the gateway to the second challenge, and without hesitation, he charged forward. A flash of white light enveloped him as he passed through the portal, coming to a stop as he noticed many others meditating and recuperating at the threshold. The sky of the second challenge was shrouded in a white haze, with snowflakes swirling down, blanketing the entire world in a pristine white, stretching endlessly before him. Qin Shiuran prepared to find a spot to meditate and heal. Not far away, Li Ziwen, spotting Qin Shiuran, was taken aback, incredulous that he had reached the second challenge. Chun junior brother, congratulations on reaching the second challenge. I have a healing pill here. You appear gravely injured. Take it to alleviate your pain. Li Ziwen approached Qin Shiuran, offering him a pill. Thank you, Li senior brother, for your concern. I have some medicine of my own. I'm curious as to why everyone is gathered here. Seemingly inactive? Qin Shiuran inquired, masking his disdain for Li Ziwen. It seems that Sun Xiaohou did not follow. He must have been eliminated. I could not save either of them. This kid has shown me no enmity and has been quite polite. He possesses both humility and ambition. If he survives, he could become quite a figure. It might be worth forming a connection, Li Ziwen pondered, his thoughts racing. Here's the situation. The first arrivals at the threshold discovered a stone tablet inscribed with the name of this challenge, Snow and Ice. To pass, one must find the inner core of a snow beast, but the locations of the snow beasts were not specified, so everyone is discussing how to proceed. Li Ziwen elaborated. I see. Then we can only wait for now. There should be others arriving at the second challenge. I'll go heal. Thank you for the information, Li senior brother. Qin Shiuran clasped his hands in gratitude and found a corner to begin his recovery. He took a chi-boosting pill from his storage bag, which he had procured before the competition. The chi-boosting pill was suitable for invigorating and replenishing energy, making it perfect for his current condition. As soon as the pill dissolved, a wave of warmth enveloped his internal organs, gradually mending his wounds, alleviating the pain in his back considerably. Occasionally, Individuals passed through the portal, and after 2 hours, Qin Shiran slowly opened his eyes. Thanks to the healing effects of the pill and his meditation, he had recovered significantly. Fortunately, Yinling had not struck a vital spot, or he would not have been able to recover so swiftly. Brothers and sisters, please heed my words. Approximately 400 to 500 individuals have passed the first challenge. I, Zhou, am not particularly talented, but among you, my cultivation is likely the highest. Thus, I propose we band together to search for the snow beast. Strength in numbers surely makes the task easier. Zhou Han, clearing his throat, stepped forward to speak. Zhou Han, you are here again. Enticing everyone. It was because I listened to you that my brother was eliminated. A man in black with a scar on his face exclaimed loudly, his discontent palpable. Wei Dong, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute, with your 5 levels of cultivation. I hardly take you seriously. If you wish to fight, I am available any time after the competition, Zhou Han retorted disdainfully. Then, senior brother Zhou, the stone tablet states that only by obtaining an inner core can one find a way to pass the second trial. How shall we distribute the inner cores if everyone follows you to acquire the snow beast's inner core? A disciple raised a question. This is simple. The first to discover it gets to keep it. The second, the one who contributes the most effort, and so on. Furthermore, those who obtain an inner core will not be allowed to participate in the next one's contention, but they must continue to contribute. What do you think? Zhou Han surveyed the crowd as he spoke. That sounds excellent. It provides an opportunity for weaker disciples while still considering the stronger ones. I agree. A disciple echoed, if you wish to join, feel free to come to my side, Zhou Han said, a smirk gracing his lips as he reveled in the sensation of leadership. Before long, a throng of 200 to 300 had gathered around Zhou Han, with half of them already aligning themselves with his faction. Chinshidi, would you like to join senior brother Zhou's team? It would make it easier to find clues for the third trial. Li Ziwen inquired of Qin Shiran. I prefer to be alone. Thank you, Li Shixiang. Qin Shiran politely declined. What a pity. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Li Ziwen said before departing. Thank you for your concern, Li Shixiang, Qin Shiran replied with a smile. Had it not been for previous events, Qin Shiran might have genuinely believed him. However, now he was skeptical, viewing such pretentious individuals with a sense of disdain. Gazing at the swirling snow, Qin Shiran fell into contemplation. Although Elderly had mentioned that some snow beasts were powerful while others were weak, and not all would possess inner cores, the likelihood of encountering a snow beast was surely slim. Those like Zhou Han would undoubtedly leave most behind without inner cores, while Zhou Han himself was guaranteed to obtain YT, was evident that these individuals were blinded by their own naivety, prompting Qin Shiran to shake his head. Half a day had passed, and the 3-day mark drew closer. The heavy snowfall quickly obscured the tracks of disciples who had ventured out to seek snow beasts. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shiran resolutely stepped into the blizzard. Chapter 53. The mysterious snow-white creature fireball technique. After walking for nearly 3 hours through the relentless snow, Qin Shiran found himself utterly alone. The biting cold overwhelming. For the past 2 hours, his vision had been filled only with the endless expanse of white snow and snow-laden trees, devoid of any sign of wildlife. Cold and hungry. Qin Shiran's use of spiritual energy to ward off the chill accelerated, and he soon found a cave. There, he kindled a fire to warm himself and replenish his energy. He retrieved a chi-gathering pill from his storage pouch, swallowed it, and began to meditate. After consuming 2 chi-gathering pills, his energy gradually returned. The potency of the chi-gathering pills has diminished. Perhaps it is due to my increased cultivation. I should reserve the spirit-gathering pills for critical moments. Qin Shiran mused while basking in the warmth of the cave, contemplating how to locate the snow beasts. Grr. His stomach growled ominously. I should eat something first, he acknowledged, for the chi refinement stage did not allow for fasting. Necessitating daily sustenance, he took out a prepared wild rabbit from his storage pouch, propping it on a stick over the fire to roast. This was a suggestion from Elderly, who advised him to consume more meat to replenish energy in the cold. The rabbit sizzled as it turned golden brown, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. Fat dripped from the rabbit into the flames, causing the fire to roar even higher. Almost done. What kind of rabbit is this? It smells divine, reminiscent of the one Elderly had. Could it be a spirit rabbit? Just as he was about to take a bite, the rabbit vanished from his grasp. Who is it? Qin Shiran exclaimed. Alarmed, his hair standing on END-1 responded, and the roasted rabbit was nowhere to be found. The air thickened with tension. Quickly, Chunchuran pulled out a Vajra talisman and clutched the last remaining 1,000-pound talisman in his right hand. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, after a prolonged silence, a rustling sound broke from a corner of the cave. Following the sound, Chunchuran cautiously approached and discovered a fluffy little creature nibbling on his freshly roasted rabbit behind a rock. "So it was you who stole my rabbit. Return it." Without hesitation, Chunchuran lunged at the diminutive creature, which posed no threat. Just as he was about to seize it, the furry little beast, along with the rabbit, vanished in an instant. Stunned, Chunchuran stood frozen, bewildered by this peculiar occurrence. Time passed, and after a while, nothing happened. The little creature did not reappear. Reluctantly, he retrieved another rabbit to roast, this time remaining particularly alert. Fearing another theft, the golden-hued rabbit began to emit a tantalizing scent. Golden fat dripped into the flames, igniting them higher. Chunchuran readied a knife, slicing a piece of rabbit meat while keeping his eyes peeled for any sign of trouble. Just as the succulent meat was about to enter his mouth, he found nothing but emptiness. The rabbit had once again vanished. What the hell? What kind of creature is this? I can't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Chunchuran cursed under his breath. However, he masked his surprise, determined to capture this mysterious little creature. With a calm demeanor, he continued to slice a piece of rabbit meat, slowly preparing to take a bite, readying himself for a capture. Now, Chunchuran swiftly lunged toward his mouth. In an instant, a snow-white creature appeared, snatching the rabbit meat from his mouth, while Chunchuran's left hand grasped nothing but air. What kind of spirit beast is this, moving so swiftly? Could it possibly be a snow beast? Chunchuran thought, realizing that aside from snow beasts, there should be no other spirit beasts in the second trial. The thought of soon uncovering clues for the next trial thrilled him. He needed a plan to capture it. Perhaps this would work. A smile crept across Chunchuran's lips. On his usual excursions to the library, he had come across a 5-elements confinement array. Believing he would surely need it someday, he purchased the necessary array pearls, though he had never utilized them. The formation was relatively simple, requiring only low-grade spirit stones for activation. Quickly, Chunchuran retrieved 5 low-grade spirit stones of various colors, arranging them in a unique shape representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. He placed an array pearl in the center to guide the formation's operation, then set the freshly roasted rabbit within, preparing to lure the mysterious creature. Once everything was set, Chunchuran feigned sleep against the wall, remaining perfectly still as he awaited the creature's capture. After a while, the array had yet to activate, and the mysterious creature did not reappear. Is this snow beast truly so clever? It seems unlikely that it would resist the temptation of my rabbit meat. He observed with narrowed eyes, monitoring the surroundings. As time passed, he finally caught sight of the true form of the mysterious little creature. It emerged near the array, its round, plump body entirely snow-white, with short limbs and a pair of tiny wings on its back. It was small, about the size of a palm, and its round face featured 2 pitch-black eyes the size of mung beans, with an enormous mouth that dominated half its face. Is this the snow beast? It looks so peculiar with such a large mouth. No wonder it loves to steal food. This time, there's nowhere for you to run, Chunchuran thought with a smirk, remaining motionless as he awaited the creature's inevitable capture. The snow-white creature circled the golden-brown rabbit, drooling with anticipation, yet it seemed aware of the trap, refusing to enter. Its small eyes darted around. It kept glancing at Chunchuran, but he remained utterly still. Finally, it flew closer, opening its mouth wide in an attempt to intimidate him, but Chunchuran stayed unperturbed. After making faces for some time, the creature realized that this person appeared to be asleep. It then flew to the wall, picked up a small stone, and tossed it at the rabbit meat within the 5-elements confinement array. This array can be activated with the array pearl in my hand. I never expected this little beast to be quite clever, but it will prove ineffective, Chunchuran thought, stifling a laugh. The snow-white creature, seeing that nothing happened when it tossed the stone, rolled its black eyes thoughtfully and finally mustered the courage to fly toward the roasted rabbit. No matter how cunning you are, you cannot escape my grasp, Chunchuran thought, waiting for the moment the snow-white creature stepped into the array to activate it. The snow-white creature approached the rabbit. It grasped the meat with its short, stubby paws, flapping its tiny wings as it prepared to flee as it turned to leave. The pure white creature suddenly collided headfirst into a transparent barrier, disorienting itself in the process. Startled, it quickly changed direction to flee, but despite its frantic attempts to escape, it only succeeded in bumping around aimlessly, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. "Ha, you little thief, I've finally caught you. Where do you think you're going now?" Shinjuran chuckled heartily as he rose and approached the snow-white creature. Chapter 54. Discovering the tracks of the snow beast trapped within the formation. The snow-white creature recoiled in fear upon seeing Shinjuran suddenly awaken and approach. Though its expression betrayed terror, it clung desperately to the rabbit in its mouth. "What a gluttonous little thing you are. Even in such a predicament, you refuse to part with your rabbit," Shinjuran remarked, squatting outside the formation and addressing the creature within. "You've stolen my rabbit meat, leaving me still hungry. I'm tempted to roast you and feast upon you instead." With a glint in his eyes, Shinjuran pondered whether the creature could comprehend his words. "Poochie Poochie." The snow-white creature dropped the rabbit in fright and hurriedly tried to fly away, yet it continued to collide against the barrier. Becoming increasingly dizzy, Shinjuran merely caught a flash of white light before hearing a series of thuds. He hadn't expected such a small creature to possess such remarkable speed. It was beyond his imagination. "Stop crashing around. You're trapped in this formation and cannot escape. How about this? If you can remain still, I want to eat you." Shinjuran attempted to coax some information from the creature. Upon hearing that it wouldn't be eaten, the little beast promptly halted, its tear-filled eyes looking up at Shinjuran with an expression of grievance. "Don't put on that pitiful facade. Where was your sympathy when you were stealing my roasted rabbit? Humph. Tell me, are you a snow beast from this icy realm?" Shinjuran questioned fiercely. Upon hearing the term snow beast, the snow-white creature immediately shook its head vigorously. "Reminiscent of a rattle drum. Not a snow beast? Then how did you end up here? Are there other spirit beasts besides snow beasts in this realm?" Shinjuran asked, curiosity piqued. "Poochie Poochie." The snow-white creature eagerly nodded. "Do you know where the snow beast is located?" Shinjuran pressed on. "Poochie Poochie." The creature initially nodded, then shook its head vehemently. "It seems you do know where the snow beast is. Here's the deal. If you help me find the snow beast, I'll roast you another rabbit and set you free." "What do you say?" Shinjuran thought joyfully, realizing that the creature might indeed know the snow beast's whereabouts. Upon hearing the promise of another roasted rabbit, the snow-white creature's eyes sparkled, eagerly nodding, drool dripping from its mouth, completely unaware of its current predicament. "I keep my word. You can have the rabbit I just mentioned. I'll roast another one. But this time it's for me alone. You mustn't steal it again," Shinjuran gently persuaded. "Poochie Poochie." The little creature nodded repeatedly. "All right then, stay put inside and don't move. I'll have my meal first. And once I'm full, I'll open the formation and let you guide me to the snow beast. If we don't find it, I might just have to eat you," Shinjuran warned to frighten the snow-white creature. The creature nodded in fear. Shinjuran reluctantly took out the last rabbit. The stewardly had only given him 3, and he hadn't anticipated that the little beast would consume 2 of them. The enticing aroma wafted through the air once more, and the snow-white creature, having finished its second rabbit, stared hungrily at the one in Shinjuran's hands, drool pooling on the ground. "Do you want some?" Shinjuran inquired while roasting. "Poochie Poochie." The snow-white creature nodded rapidly, desiring it isn't out of the question. "But first, tell me, what kind of spirit beast are you? What is your name?" Shinjuran wished to uncover the nature of this remarkably intelligent little creature. "Poochie Poochie." The snow-white creature turned its head, eyes filled with confusion. "Oh, you don't even know what kind of spirit beast you are. Silly me. It can't speak and wouldn't be able to tell me even if it did." Shinjuran chuckled, patting his head. "Since you lack a name, I shall bestow one upon you. Given your round and white appearance, how about I call you Chochio?" Shinjuran suggested with a smile. "Poochie Poochie." The snow-white creature flapped its wings joyfully, waving its little hands in excitement, producing cheerful sounds of delight. "Ha ha. It seems you quite like this name. Here, have some rabbit meat. After you finish, we'll rest for a bit. And then we can set off to find the snow beast," Shinjuran declared, opening the formation and tossing half of the roasted rabbit to Chochio. Chochio caught it in midair, settling on Shinjuran's shoulder, happily munching away. Chen Xiuran devoured the roasted rabbit as well. Indeed, it was a spirit rabbit, and its meat melted in his mouth, infused with strands of spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians, nourishing his weary and famished body. Outside the cave, the weather remained a tempest of swirling snow, with fierce winds howling, yet inside, it was warm and bright. The man and beast leaned against the cave wall, soundly asleep, utterly oblivious to the cold. An hour later. That was some restful sleep. Qiuqiu, wake up. It's time to search for the snow beast. Chen Xiuran stretched and gently roused the creature perched on his shoulder. Poochie poochie, Qiuqiu rubbed its eyes and took to the air, gesturing towards Chen Xiuran. Are you indicating that the snow beast is in that direction? Chen Xiuran observed as Qiuqiu pointed toward the northwest. Poochie poochie, Qiuqiu nodded affirmatively. Very well, lead the way, but be cautious. We mustn't let the snow beast spot us. Chen Xiuran extinguished the fire in the cave, organized the remaining supplies, tightened his clothing, and, donning a protective barrier, set off toward the northwest. The man and beast trudged through the heavy snowfall, fierce winds whipping across the land, snowflakes cascading onto the protective barrier as they journeyed for about an hour. Poochie poochie, Qiuqiu emitted a warning sound. Have we arrived? Chen Xiuran crouched down, moving slowly forward. Not far ahead, he spotted a valley, and after peering over a stone wall, he discovered a steaming hot spring at the valley's bottom. In the hot spring, 4 or 5 spirit beasts, each as tall as a person and resembling giant bears, frolicked within. Is this the snow beast? Chen Xiuran whispered from behind the rock. Poochie poochie, Qiuqiu confirmed. I am unsure of their strength, but there are 4 or 5 of them. Charging in now would be akin to courting death. I shall wait and see if any separate from the group. Hoping their strength isn't overwhelming, Chen Xiuran silently mused. Time ticked by, and Chen Xiuran had remained hidden behind the rock for half an hour. However, the snow beasts showed no signs of leaving the hot spring. Suddenly, one of the snow beasts let out a roar, prompting the others to respond with low growls. Before long, they climbed out of the spring in succession, heading en masse toward the north. After waiting half an hour, they all decide to leave together. It seems they enjoy the hot spring. I'll remain here a bit longer. Perhaps another one will come by. Chen Xiuran resolved to continue waiting. After a short while, Poochie poochie, Qiuqiu suddenly called out. Something approaching. Chen Xiuran whispered. A snow beast, approximately 8 to 9 feet tall and entirely snow-white, approached, leaping into the hot spring and beginning to swim. Here is my chance. Get ready. Chen Xiuran prepared to hunt the snow beast. Chapter 55. Slaying the snow beast. Chen Xiuran, wary of the situation, took out the fiery talisman that Lu Qianqiu had given him, preparing for a decisive strike. However, he needed someone to draw the beast's attention first to ensure a successful hit. Qiuqiu, you need to attract the snow beast's attention and lure it over here. I'll deliver the final blow. Chen Xiuran instructed the little creature beside him. Poochie poochie, Qiuqiu shook its head in fear. If you successfully lure it over, I'll roast something even tastier than the rabbit you had before. What do you say? Chen Xiuran tempted. Qiuqiu's eyes spun with consideration, and after a lengthy deliberation, it ultimately succumbed to the allure of food, nodding in agreement. Great, now, quietly descend this hillside and lead it back to me. I'll be hiding behind the rock, ready to strike. Chen Xiuran meticulously laid out the plan. Qiuqiu nodded, opening its mouth wide as it flitted down the slope, quickly reaching the snow beast. Poochie poochie. Qiuqiu made a face at the snow beast. Roar. The snow beast was instantly enraged, incensed that such a small creature dared to provoke it. The snow beast leaped from the hot spring, bearing its sharp claws toward Qiuqiu. But it missed, its frustration manifesting in a loud roar. The beast's sharp teeth resembled a row of steel spikes as it opened its mouth to bite at Qiuqiu. Who would have thought this snow beast was not only massive but also so agile? I wonder if Qiuqiu can withstand it, Chen Xiuran mused anxiously, observing the precarious scene below. Qiuqiu darted left and right. Although the snow beast was nimble, Qiuqiu was faster, teasing the beast for a while before deliberately slowing down to fly back toward Chen Xiuran. The snow beast fell for the ruse, baring its teeth and sprinting toward them. The sphere soared rapidly towards Chen Xiuran, and moments later, it was about to reach the stone, emitting a series of chirps as a signal. Indeed clever. Watch me. Chen Xiuran infused spiritual power into the fire talisman, which was instantly activated. Now, at the very moment the sphere passed by, Chen Xiuran hurled the fire talisman towards the snow beast. Boom! A brilliant explosion of light, accompanied by a deafening sound, reverberated through the surroundings. Did it succeed? Chen Xiuran exclaimed joyfully. Roar! A heart-wrenching cry pierced Chen Xiuran's ears, causing him intense pain in the aftermath of the fire. The snow beast was left mangled, its body marred, green blood pooling around it, its right claw blown off, and its left eye obliterated, revealing a grotesque grimace. What? It's still alive. This creature must possess at least mid-level strength. This is troublesome. Chen Xiuran retrieved the diamond talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and swiftly slammed it onto the ground. The snow beast, still reeling from the explosion, recognized Chen Xiuran's ambush and, enraged despite its grievous injuries, swung its sharp left claw fiercely at him. Just as Chen Xiuran raised the diamond shield, he felt an overwhelming force propel him, causing him to crash against the stone behind him. The tremendous recoil made Chen Xiuran's throat taste blood. Vine of the Azure Vines. Ignoring the injury at the corner of his mouth, Chen Xiuran invoked the spell from the longevity technique. Vines erupted from the ground, rapidly entwining the snow beast's powerful limbs. The snow beast yanked at the vines, tearing them apart with brute force. Thousand June Talisman. Chen Xiuran hastily summoned his last Thousand June Talisman and threw it towards the snow beast's head. The Thousand June Talisman transformed into a great mountain, glowing brighter and brighter until it suddenly crashed down upon the snow beast. As the snow beast extricated itself, it was met with the looming mountain above. Hastily raising its left claw to brace against it, boom! A tremendous sound echoed. Under the colossal mountain, a snow beast struggled desperately, its entire body sinking into the snow. Roar! The snow beast's robust left claw strained against the mountain formed by the Thousand June Talisman. I refuse to believe you can withstand this forever. Perish! Chen Xiuran continued to channel spiritual energy into the talisman. The Thousand June Talisman grew ever brighter, and the mountain became increasingly heavy at last. The snow beast exhausted its strength. Boom! The mountain crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise. Chen Xiuran wiped the sweat from his brow and cleaned the blood from his lips, retracting the Thousand June Talisman. This talisman had consumed nearly half of its spiritual energy, still capable of one more use. The ground was a gruesome sight, smeared with blood and flesh, the snow beast crushed beyond recognition, limbs severed. Painting a horrific tableau. Suppressing his urge to retch, Chen Xiuran searched through the remains for the inner core. Typically, only beasts of a certain level possess one. This snow beast should have just reached mid-level, or it would not have withstood the fire talisman's attack. Found it. Amidst the green blood and flesh lay a small white orb, the size of a pearl, so small. I wonder how it relates to the clues for the third trial. Chen Xiuran picked up the inner core, feeling the immense energy contained within it for the first time. The sphere fluttered over, fixated on the inner core, drooling in anticipation. You can't eat this. I'll roast something delicious for you once I find the clues for the third trial, Chen Xiuran told the sphere, which was nearly pressing against the inner core. Someone's coming. Chen Xiuran swiftly scooped up the sphere and dashed towards the valley below. There were no nearby hiding spots, and after contemplating, he decided to conceal himself in the hot spring. Brother Lu, there was a tremendous explosion just now. Someone must have been fighting here. What do you think that is? Chen Xiuran held his breath, hiding in the hot spring as three figures approached the site where the snow beast had been slain. I is a snow beast, replied the man in white. Known as Brother Lu. Brother Lu, have you seen a snow beast before? We've been searching for half the day in Haven Tea, spotted even a shadow of one. Are you certain? Said another man in green. Luo Shitty, it's undoubtedly a snow beast. My cousin participated in the Qingzhou cave trial and has seen a snow beast before. He even sketched it. He described the snow beast as bear-like, standing 8 to 9 feet tall, with snow-white fur, immense strength, and remarkable speed. Moreover, the blood of a snow beast is green. As you can see from this blood, it's definitely a snow beast, Brother Lu explained. No wonder I felt the blood was different when I saw the snow beast explode just now. Chen Xiuran listened intently from the hot spring. Who could have slain it? The blood hasn't even fully coagulated. It must have been killed not long ago. They likely fled upon hearing us. Let us see if we can find the inner core, Luo Shitty suggested, rummaging through the remains. Brother Lu, it seems there's nothing here. A man in yellow also searched for a long time without finding anything. The inner core was probably taken by whoever killed the snow beast. We should search the surrounding area. That person can't have gone far. Brother Lu analyzed. All right, I'll check over here. Wang Shidi, you go that way, Luo Shidi instructed. Chen Shiran felt a pang of anxiety in his heart upon hearing this. Chapter 56, a perilous passage through the ice and snow barrier. After Luo Shidi spoke, he moved deeper into the valley. Chen Shiran watched him draw nearer, anxiety gnawing at him. Brother Lu, I've searched behind all the nearby rocks and found no hiding spots, Wang Shidi called out loudly. Luo Shidi, how about you? Brother Lu appeared to be the leader of the group. Brother Lu, I've also searched the valley below. Apart from this hot spring, there's nowhere else to hide. However, it's unlikely anyone would be hiding here since we've been talking for some time without any indication of a presence. Luo Shidi replied. Just to be safe, take another look. If you find nothing, come back up and we'll search elsewhere, Brother Lu continued. What should I do? That guy is coming this way. Chen Shiran felt a surge of urgency. The hot spring was crystal clear, and if he approached, he would be easily spotted. The sphere's eyes darted around, and unable to hold its breath any longer, it broke free from Chen Shiran's grasp and soared towards the water's surface. Splash! With a sound of water breaking, the sphere burst forth and quickly flew northward. Something just flew out. Quick, pursue it. It might be related to the snow beast. Luo Shidi, upon noticing something emerging from the hot spring, was about to draw closer. The other two, hearing Luo Shidi's shout, hurried over. Such speed! Hurry, let us chase it. The three of them sped past the hot spring, pursuing the sphere in the direction the snow beast had fled. After waiting for about a tea's worth of time, Chen Shiran finally emerged from the water. Phew! I almost suffocated. Even as a chi cultivator, my breathing is only slightly better than ordinary people. I wonder what it feels like for a foundation establishment cultivator to fast. Do they really not need to eat? Chen Shiran changed into a dry set of clothes, slightly worried about the sphere. Fearing the sphere might not find him, Chen Shiran decided to stay hidden behind the stone and wait. After about a stick of incense had burned, Chen Shiran grew increasingly impatient, wanting to see what was happening. Just as he was about to rise, a flash of white light appeared. Poo-poo, to his delight. It was the sphere returning. Wonderful, you're safe, sphere. I was about to go look for you, fearing you'd been captured, Chen Shiran exclaimed, laughing as he embraced the sphere. Poo-poo. The sphere gestured animatedly with its limbs. You mean you led them to the snow beast's lair? Chen Shiran took a moment to understand. Poo-poo. The sphere nodded proudly, then tugged at Chen Shiran's clothing, as if urging him to hurry and leave. I understand, let us go. We've secured the inner core. We need to find a safe place. This area is too dangerous. More snow beasts might be on their way. With that, Chen Shiran placed the sphere on his shoulder and quickened his pace towards the cave they had previously occupied. Just after Chen Shiran and the sphere left, two figures came rushing towards them. Luo Feng, what spirit beast did you see just now? Damn it, I'm in deep trouble. There's a late-stage chi cultivator in the snow beast's lair. And I've used up all my ice blade talismans. The man named Lu, with torn clothing, cursed loudly as he ran. Brother Lu, I couldn't see clearly either. That little spirit beast was too fast. Damn it, it led us right into the snow beast's lair. Thankfully, Brother Lu's ice blade talisman helped immensely. Otherwise, we might have met the same fate as Wang Shidi, Luo Shidi replied as they hurried away. Humph, let us get out of here first. There are so many snow beasts. We need to find others to tackle this together. I've heard that Zhou Han has gathered quite a few people. Let us go find him. With that, Brother Lu and Luo Shidi dashed westward. Chen Shiran and the sphere returned to the cave they had occupied earlier. Chen Shiran sealed the small entrance with stones and snow, then lit a fire inside. Poo-poo. Upon seeing the fire, the sphere chirped excitedly, fluttering around Chen Shiran. I know. You're such a glutton. Just sit quietly over there and don't move. Chen Shiran pointed at the sphere. Obediently, the sphere settled down on a nearby stone. It seems that the spirit rabbits provided by Deacon Lee have all been roasted. Let me check what else is in my storage bag. Chen Shiran usually prepares some food and fresh water in his storage bag, for after all, without fasting, one must still be prepared with provisions. What about this? Chen Shiran pulled out several tuber-like sweet potatoes from the bag. This is called a tu-shu, and it tastes absolutely delicious when roasted. Chi-chi, you are in for a treat. Chen Shiran tossed the tu-shu onto the fire to roast. He has always had a fondness for roasted tushu. As during winter back in his hometown, food was often scarce, and this plant was easy to cultivate in the mountains, so his family would grow it. Tushu was what he consumed the most during his childhood. Chi-Chi excitedly chirped in delight. While the tushu was roasting, Chen Xiuran took out the inner core of the snow beast. The inner core, the size of a pearl, was as white as snow, and touching it revealed an immense energy contained within. What does this have to do with the third trial? Chen Xiuran felt around, finding nothing amiss, and couldn't help but feel frustrated. The inscription on the stone tablet had stated that finding the inner core would reveal the clues for the third trial. Could it be that I need to channel my spiritual energy into it to gain insight? What if it explodes? Chen Xiuran, worried about the potential explosion, deliberated for a long time before deciding to give it a try. Holding the inner core, Chen Xiuran cautiously began to channel his spiritual energy into it. As soon as he did, the energy within the inner core intertwined with his own, forming a swirling vortex. The vortex spun faster and faster, frantically absorbing Chen Xiuran's spiritual energy. What on earth is this? Before he could curse, the inner core latched onto his palm, and no matter how he tried to shake it off, it remained. Chen Xiuran's spiritual energy continued to drain, forcing him to keep swallowing gathering energy pills. After consuming 5 gathering energy pills, the vortex finally ceased its voracious absorption, gradually coming to a halt. With a sizzling sound, a luminous portal materialized in the cave. The portal stood about a person's height, radiating the same glow and aura as the previous 2 trials. So the entrance to the third trial is here. No wonder the stone tablet mentioned that finding the inner core would lead to the clues for the third trial. Chen Xiuran couldn't help but smile with glee. Chi-Chi, how is it? Is it delicious? By this time, the tushu was already roasted. Chi-Chi, clutching the roasted tushu, was happily munching away, emitting delighted sounds, while the tantalizing aroma wafting from the roasted tushu stimulated Chen Xiuran's taste buds. With no time to indulge, Chen Xiuran took out a gathering spirit pill and swallowed it. He did not know how long the portal would remain, so he prioritized replenishing his spiritual energy. Fearing that he might encounter danger upon entering the third trial, the gathering spirit pill proved to be miraculous, as before long, his spiritual energy was nearly fully restored. Chen Xiuran opened his eyes to see Chi-Chi still munching away, hesitating for a moment, unsure whether to take it with him into the third trial. After all, it had lived here. He worried it might face danger if it followed him. Chi-Chi, I am preparing to enter the third trial. Just beyond this portal. Will you stay here, or will you come with me? Chen Xiuran decided to ask. Chi. Chi-Chi looked curiously at the portal and then back at Chen Xiuran. Struggling in its small, dark eyes, it glanced one last time at the roasted tushu before. With a puff, it flew onto Chen Xiuran's shoulder, clutching the roasted tushu. Haha, excellent. As long as you stick with me, I assure you there will be delicious food every day. Let us go. We're off to the final trial. Chen Xiuran laughed heartily, extinguishing the fire before leaping toward the portal. Moments later, the portal vanished, and the world returned to silence, as if nothing had occurred, with only wisps of blue smoke rising from the extinguished fire. Chapter 57. Searching for the green bamboo sea. When Chen Xiuran opened his eyes again, he found himself in a valley surrounded by various spirit flowers and herbs, with an astonishingly rich spiritual energy. I think the third trial is set in such an environment filled with abundant spiritual energy. This valley is brimming with various spirit herbs. If I could collect some, I would strike it rich. Chen Xiuran exclaimed in delight, marveling at the diverse spirit plants he had never seen before. Chi. Chi on his shoulder also emitted joyful sounds. Suddenly, a cracking sound erupted, revealing that the inner core in Chen Xiuran's hand had burst open. Then, a sultry voice echoed from the air. Belonging to the charming Qing Lanzhenren, all participating disciples of the third trial, please gather a vial of Qing Yuan wood sap from the green bamboo sea. The first to complete this task will be declared the victor. After the voice faded, there was no further sound. The location is the green bamboo sea. Collecting Qing Yuan wood sap. I wonder how it relates to the Qing Yuan heart. It didn't mention where the green bamboo sea is either. Chi, do you know where the green bamboo sea is? Chen Xiuran turned to Chi on his shoulder. Chi. Chi shook its head, its mouth full of tushu. What a glutton, only thinking about eating. Chen Xiuran had no clue either, so he could only search around. However, before leaving, I might as well gather some of these spirit herbs. I could profit a bit. Qin Shiran thought to himself, secretly amused, as he harvested a large quantity of fine spirit herbs and placed them into a jade box. I've hit the jackpot. This is fantastic. Qin Shiran was about to place a purple extreme ginseng, which was at least several hundred years old, into the jade box. Oh, wait. I forgot to inform all disciples that the third trial is called the Spirit Void Trial. All the spirit flowers and herbs here are mere illusions reflected from the outside world. Harvesting them is futile. Only items from the green bamboo sea are real. Good luck, everyone. Hurry and find the Qing Yuan with sap. I will wait outside for you. A mischievous and alluring voice suddenly chimed in his ears. What? Qin Shiran opened the jade box filled with spirit herbs, only to find it completely empty. What kind of nonsense is this? Why not say it earlier? Frustrated, Qin Shiran tossed the purple extreme ginseng away, only to see it vanish into thin air mid-flight. Let us go, let us go. This is so annoying. Chi-Chi, stop eating. Let us find the green bamboo sea. Qin Shiran placed the jade box back in his storage bag and called to Chi-Chi, preparing to leave the valley in search of the green bamboo sea. Pu-Chi Pu-Chi. Chi-Chi quickly flew back onto Qin Shiran's shoulder, burping and then curling up to fall asleep. The duo, one person and one beast, headed eastward, walking for nearly 2 hours. Along the way, they encountered some fellow disciples, but they all consciously avoided Qin Shiran. Chi-Chi, you should hide in the cloth bag on my back. It might cause unnecessary trouble if someone spots you, Qin Shiran gently advised Chi-Chi. Pu-Chi Pu-Chi. Chi-Chi nodded and burrowed into the cloth bag Qin Shiran had brought, continuing to sleep soundly. Chen Shixiang ahead. Please wait a moment, a clear and melodious female voice called out. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiran turned to see a girl of about 16 or 17 years old, with a radiant complexion, snow-white skin, and a small dimple on her oval face, dressed in green, jogging towards him. As she reached Qin Shiran, the girl gently gasped for breath, her face slightly blushing, exuding a charming beauty, dressed in a flowing emerald green dress. She resembled a lotus flower blooming in the summer morning, delicately poised. May I ask who you are? I don't seem to recognize you. Qin Shiran pondered for a moment, but could not recall her. You may not recognize me, but I know you. 4 months ago, you made a stunning comeback at the duel platform, defeating Wang Pan. It was truly an eye-opener. I was in the audience that day. The girl said with a bright smile that, at that time, I was merely lucky. If Brother Wang had been more vigilant, I would have lost. Qin Shiran scratched his head and chuckled. Once you lose, it's just a loss. There's no such thing as luck or misfortune. Qin Shixiang, my name is Li Xiaoxiao, and I hope you'll take care of me. The girl curtsied politely. No need for such formalities. We are all fellow disciples. Looking out for one another, Qin Shiran waved his hand modestly, feeling a bit shy. Shixiang, how did you manage to kill the snow beast in the second trial? I exhausted all my spirit talismans and pills just to barely defeat it. You seem to have done it effortlessly, Li Xiaoxiao asked curiously. I was fortunate enough to encounter an injured snow beast and launched a sneak attack, so I succeeded. It was merely luck. Qin Shiran refrained from revealing the truth. Truly lucky. I wish I had your fortune. I spent several hours searching before encountering a snow beast, and it took all my strength to obtain the inner core, Li Xiaoxiao said enviously. Haha, that was luck. Yours is skill. By the way, Li Shimi, do you know where the green bamboo sea is? Qin Shiran changed the subject. I don't know either. Shortly after I entered, the inner core exploded, and I heard the task for the third trial from Qing Lan Zushi, which mentioned finding Qing Yuan with sap in the green bamboo sea. I've been wandering around aimlessly until I ran into you. Li Xiaoxiao tilted her head and sighed. Don't worry. Let us search together. Perhaps we'll encounter other fellow disciples who know the location of the green bamboo sea. Qin Shiran reassured her. Yes, yes. Let us go check ahead. With that, the two continued onward in search of the green bamboo sea. Chapter 58. The terrifying third trial. As the two chatted and walked for another hour, they turned past a sea of flowers when suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from the northeast. Over there seems to be someone. Let's go take a look, Qin Shiran said to Li Xiaoxiao. The two then swiftly ran towards the northeast. Zhou, don't overreach. A cold-faced woman with twin ponytails, clad in a purple qipao, coldly remarked, by Fei Fei. I already stated that we are the first to enter Qingzhou Sea. You can come in afterwards, Zhou replied nonchalantly, holding a jade flute. Qingzhou Sea was discovered by us first. Why should you enter ahead? The cold-faced woman retorted loudly. Indeed, why should you? It was our senior sister Bai who found it first. Why must we wait for the second batch to enter? A group of women behind Bai Feifei chimed in. Why? Simply because I am at the late stage of qi cultivation, while you, Bai Feifei, are at the mid-stage. The difference between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. If you are unconvinced, feel free to step forward and test me. I will not show mercy. Of course, if you agree to be my dual cultivation partner, I will allow you to enter first, and the second position will be yours. What do you say? Naturally, your junior sisters will have to wait for the second batch, Zhou Han said in a mocking tone. You shameless. Bai Feifei's anger made her silhouette tremble fiercely. As Qin Shuran and Li Xiaoxiao arrived. They overheard Zhou Han and Bai Feifei discussing Qingzhou Si. Could that grove of bamboo ahead be Qingzhou Si? They saw a vast grove of bamboo not far ahead, lush and vibrant, forming a sea of bamboo. Excuse me, senior brother, what has happened? Is that ahead Qingzhou Si? Qin Shuran inquired of a short, stout fellow disciple nearby. Indeed, that is Qingzhou Si. This grove of bamboo was originally discovered by senior sister Bai. But Zhou senior brother insisted on entering first. After all, whoever enters first may be able to obtain the Qingyuan wood essence and secure the top position, hence the dispute. However, Zhou senior brother is at the late stage of qi cultivation, and he has many people on his side. Even if a conflict arises, senior sister Bai may find herself at a disadvantage. The stout man shook his head. Thank you for clarifying, senior brother, Qin Shuran said, returning to share the information with Li Xiaoxiao. Shameless? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. If you are stronger than me, I won't utter a word, but that is merely hypothetical. Step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhou Han unleashed his terrifying spiritual pressure, targeting Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei staggered back, her charming face flushed with anger, heaving with indignation. Zhou Han, you are ruthless. Remember this, I will get my revenge. Sisters, retreat. Bai Feifei gritted her teeth, unwilling to yield. Ha ha. Those who recognize the situation are the true talents. If you seek revenge, I await you. Zhou Kong, go in first and take a look. Zhou Han laughed heartily, instructing a fellow clansman to enter first. Yes, third brother, a towering man, over 8 feet tall, stepped forward towards the entrance of Qingzhou Si. Shortly after the man entered, a loud bang echoed, and he was sent flying out, drenched in blood. Third brother, what happened inside? Before he could finish, the man fainted, and in a flash of white light, he was teleported away. Zhou Kong, what is inside? The crowd was startled by Zhou Kang's appearance, and Zhou Han too felt a sense of fear. Luo Gongyuan, you go and give it a try. Zhou Han turned to the man who had chased after the ball earlier. Zhou Han, what do you mean by this? A man named LV stepped forward. I mean no harm, LV Guangqi. While you led us to the Snow Beast's lair, we lost quite a few brothers. Just now my clansman was eliminated. I think it's your turn to give it a try. Isn't that right, fellow brothers? Zhou Han raised his voice. Indeed. If it weren't for you two leading us to the Snow Beast's lair, my elder brother wouldn't have been eliminated while protecting me. You share the blame? And I agree to let Luo senior brother give it a shot. A young man in black called out loudly, agreed. I concur. Many began to clamor. You? LV Guangqi's face turned red with anger. There's no choice. You should give it a try, brother Luo. LV Guangqi turned to Luo Gongyuan. Brother LV, I dare not go. Luo Gongyuan's face was filled with dread. This is a golden bell talisman. Take it with you. If anything unexpected occurs, retreat immediately. LV Guangqi handed Luo Gongyuan a golden talisman. Reluctantly, Luo Gongyuan accepted the talisman and cautiously approached the entrance of Qingzhou Si. He stood at the entrance, peering inside, where the verdant bamboo swayed gently in the wind. But he found no trace of Qingyuan wood. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the rustling of bamboo in the breeze. Luo Gongyuan entered with caution and soon vanished from the sight of the crowd. After a short while, a scream pierced the air, and Luo Gongyuan flew out, covered in blood and trembling. Brother Luo! LV Guangqi rushed forward to catch him. Brother LV, it was terrifying. Inside there are ghosts. He fainted before he could finish. And in a flash of white light, Luo Gongyuan was eliminated. Ghosts? The crowd shivered in unison. A gentle breeze swept through, freezing the scene, as the rustling bamboo seemed to mock all present. Chapter 59. Encountering a ghost, isn't that Zhou Han? Why are you here so early? Why not go inside? A lean and tall man, with long black hair and distinct facial features, approached with a group, his deep voice resonating. Indeed, I thought the first place was taken by you. Johan? A petite yet voluptuous woman giggled, covering her mouth delicately. Wuqing, Jiang Chuchu, and Yang Hong, you are all too slow. I've been waiting here for quite some time. Since this is a competition, fairness is paramount. Please, Johan laughed heartily, gesturing for them to proceed. Hypocritical, Li Xiaoxiao pouted. Shoo, lower your voice, junior sister. Do you not know who they are? If they take notice, especially Jiang Chuchu, you will be in for a rough time. A voice, sly and low, interjected. What? When did you sneak up on us? You startled me. Qin Shuran turned to find the stout fellow disciple had wedged himself between them. I was just speaking with this junior sister. Please refrain from interrupting, junior sister. My name is Zhu Xiaoshan. Zhu as in Zhu Xiaoshan, Xiao as in small, and Shan as in mountain. I am why mother hoped I would grow tall and strong, hence this name. I have certainly achieved the strong part, but tall is still a work in progress. I am only 17 this year, so I still have time to grow. What is your name, junior sister? Any secrets to growing taller? Zhu Xiaoshan inched closer to Li Xiaoxiao with a mischievous grin. Li Xiaoxiao was startled by the stout youth, who barely reached her shoulders, and promptly patted her ample bosom, saying, You gave me quite a fright. Brother Zicheng, my name is Li Xiaoxiao. There are no secrets to growing taller. Just regular meals and sleep. But who are those you just mentioned? Li Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. You have asked the right person. The long-haired man with twin swords is named Wuqing, 25 years old, with 4 spiritual roots. He is the chief servant disciple of Cloud Sword Peak. At the 7th level of Qi cultivation. 2 years ago, he should have been an outer disciple, but he reportedly delayed for 2 years to compete with Luo Tianyao for the title of chief servant disciple of Qingyuan sect. This year, Luo Tianyao was eliminated in the first round. Zhu Xiaoshan sighed. Do not be fooled by his 4 spiritual roots. It is said that he has a great affinity for the sword path and has made considerable progress in the 9 swords of Cloud Peak. 2 years ago, he reached the 3rd form. I do not know how far he has come now, but do not provoke him when you encounter him. Zhu Xiaoshan continued. The petite yet voluptuous woman is named Jiang Chuchu. Also at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, her age and spiritual roots unknown. She is the chief servant disciple of Danling Valley, known for her affinity for concocting various poisons, and is notoriously flirtatious. She particularly despises beautiful women, so, junior sister Li, you should keep your distance from her to avoid any trouble, Zhu Xiaoshan advised earnestly. And what about the last one? Who is Yang Hong? Qin Shuran observed. Noticing that the 3rd person had not stepped forward to speak with Johan. Yang Hong is quite mysterious. He is from Tianlu Peak, and his spiritual roots and cultivation level are unknown. Did you see that bald man with the iron hammer? That is him. He is not fond of talking, but his strength is formidable. A year ago, he severely injured an outer disciple at the 6th level of Qi cultivation with a single blow. His power is simply outrageous, Zhu Xiaoshan whispered, wary of being overheard. With such strong opponents, the challenge to secure a place in the top 3 will be daunting. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. Just making it into the top 100 would be a blessing, Qin Shuran thought quietly. Wuqing, it is not as Johan paints it. He is not simply waiting for you here. The 2 disciples he sent in earlier were thrown out, bloodied, and one even claimed there were ghosts inside. Bai Feifei stepped forward to declare, You wretched woman, undermining my efforts. Very well, once we are outside, if I find the opportunity, I will make you suffer humiliation beneath me. Johan spat venomously in a whispered tone to Bai Feifei. Oh, junior sister Bai, are you suggesting that Johan deceived us? Excellent. A smile emerged on Wuqing's face, yet it sent a shiver down Johan's spine. Senior brother Wuqing, how could junior brother Zhou deceive you? Indeed, there is something peculiar about the Qingzhou Sea. Thus, I specifically instructed someone to investigate, and the conclusion drawn is that there should be a formidable entity within the entrance of the Qingzhou Sea. I propose that we all venture in together to see what exactly lies within, Johan hastily interjected. Since you have arrived at a conclusion, let us indeed press forward and see what this entity is capable of. I am quite eager to confront it myself, Wuqing commanded, and subsequently instructed everyone to enter together. Thus, all were compelled to enter, with Qin Shuran being no exception. The entrance to the Qingzhou Sea remained shrouded in swaying bamboo. As Qin Shuran stepped inside, the surroundings abruptly transformed. Turning back, he could no longer discern the entrance. All around him lay an expanse of white, as though he had stepped into a different realm. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping against metal. Qin Shiran focused his gaze, and what he saw sent him into a panic. Impossible. Chapter 60. The trial of the Lingshu formation. Before him strode a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Shiran. The only distinction being that this man was clad in heavy iron armor and wielded a red tassel spear, which he brandished as a barrier against Qin Shiran. No wonder the two ahead claimed to have seen a ghost. If this is not a ghost, what is it? How could there be another version of myself? Could it be an illusion? Qin Shiran pinched himself hard, eliciting a grimace of pain. This is no illusion. It is the trial of the Lingshu formation, the third challenge of the Qingzhou cave. Defeat me to pass the trial, and only then shall you have the opportunity to seek the Qingwen wood essence behind me. The armored figure unexpectedly spoke. The revelation that the armored figure could speak startled Qin Shiran profoundly. Pray tell, are you a real person or a mere fabrication? How is it that you look exactly like me? Qin Shiran inquired curiously. I am merely a puppet conjured by this Lingshu formation. Enough of idle chatter. Are you ready? I shall attack in 3 breaths, the armored figure replied impatiently. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiran's heart tightened. He quickly drew his inferior-grade weapon, the Qinggang sword, activated the unspent Vajra talisman, and readied his attack talismans such as the Thrust talisman, True Fire talisman, and Qianjun talisman, preparing to seize an opportunity to subdue the illusionary puppet with the Qianjun talisman. 3 breaths passed in an instant, and the illusionary puppet lunged at Qin Shiran with the red tassel spear aimed fiercely forward. Swift indeed. Qin Shiran desperately dodged to the right to evade the spear. But the puppet's speed was astonishing. Despite his best efforts, he was still grazed by the spear's tip. Qin Shiran was sent flying, and although the Vajra talisman offered some protection, he could still feel the impact of the spear. Who would have thought this illusionary puppet, clad in such heavy armor, could move so quickly? Ah, the Shenheng talisman. Qin Shiran's eyes brightened as he hastily applied the Shenheng talisman to his legs. And no sooner had he done so than the puppet, spear in hand, charged at him once more. As it was about to strike, Qin Shiran infused the Shenheng talisman with spiritual energy, instantly allowing him to evade behind the illusionary puppet, causing the spear to miss. What a perfect opportunity! Qin Shiran lifted the Qinggang sword, channeling energy into it. The sword glimmered with a blue spiritual light before he struck fiercely at the illusionary puppet. Clang! Sparks flew as the sword merely left a faint white mark upon the armor. The illusionary puppet quickly reacted, thrusting the red tassel spear backward. Thud! Qin Shiran was propelled away by the immense force, the shockwave causing him to involuntarily spit out blood. What a monster! How am I to defeat it? The only exposed part is its eyes, while the rest is encased in impenetrable armor. Why inferior-grade weapon can only leave a faint mark? Must I solely target its eyes? Qin Shiran lamented. Whoosh, whoosh, just then. Qiuqiu, still sleepy-eyed, emerged from the cloth bag, rubbing its eyes. I've got it. Qiuqiu, did you see that armored man? Draw its attention while I use the Qianjun talisman to strike it down, just as we did with the snow beast last time. If you perform well, I shall reward you with something even more delectable than before once I exit. What say you? Qin Shiran coaxed Qiuqiu into becoming bait. Given that the activation time of the Qianjun talisman was prolonged, it could only target slower-moving objects. If noticed, it would be challenging to land a hit, much like when he had outmaneuvered Wang Pan with the Qianjun talisman. Whoosh, whoosh, at the mention of delicious food, Qiuqiu, having just enjoyed a pleasant nap, became eager for a treat. Promptly nodding and darting towards the illusionary puppet, I made several faces at the armored figure, which instantly enraged it, causing it to swing its spear at Qiuqiu. However, Qiuqiu's speed was remarkable. Despite several attempts, the puppet failed to land a hit, growing increasingly impatient. Crimson Lotus Inferno! The armored puppet roared, and in a flash, its red tassel spear ignited with flames as it swung it toward Qiuqiu. Whoosh, whoosh! This fiery attack spread across a wide area, prompting Qiuqiu to dart left and right in panic. Now, Qiuqiu, dodge! Qin Shiran shouted. To his surprise, a massive azure mountain had appeared above the illusionary puppet, growing increasingly radiant and colossal. Crush it! Qin Shiran commanded, and the Qianjun talisman plummeted toward the illusionary puppet. This scene unfolded in an instant as Qin Shiuran called for Qiuqiu to evade. Upon hearing the command, Qiuqiu swiftly zipped past the armored puppet's feet in a flash of white light. By the time the illusionary puppet regained its composure, the Qianjun talisman was already descending upon it. With no time to escape, the puppet raised the red tassel spear overhead, bracing against the immense pressure of the Qianjun talisman. The ground beneath the puppet fractured under the weight of the force, causing its knees to buckle. Qin Shiuran continuously infused the Qianjun talisman with spiritual energy, pushing its gravitational power to the limit. Yet, to his astonishment, the armored puppet remained steadfast, refusing to be toppled. A tea's worth of time passed, and the spiritual light of the talisman began to dim. This is bad. The talisman is about to fail. Qin Shiuran's eyes widened in horror, realizing that the talisman's energy was nearly depleted at a critical moment. Boom! The massive mountain was shattered by the armored puppet's sheer strength. Die! The armored puppet brandished its red tassel spear, furiously lunging toward Qin Shiuran. Chapter 61. The terrifying illusionary puppet. As the red tassel spear hurtled toward him, Qin Shiuran found himself in a state of exhaustion, having just exerted all his strength in a futile attempt to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the spear approached. Boom! The fiery spearhead struck the Vajra talisman, which held its ground for but a breath before shattering like a bubble. The force behind the spear, now considerably diminished, surged toward Qin Shiuran. Although its speed had decreased, he was unable to evade it and braced himself for elimination. I shouldn't perish, right? Didn't they say one could be teleported away in times of danger? As the spear threatened to pierce him, Qin Shiuran's eyes widened in fear. Suddenly, at the moment of impact, the lynxy pendant in his embrace erupted with light, forming a protective barrier around him. Thud! Struck by the spear, Qin Shiuran coughed up a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward like an arrow released from its bow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Witnessing Qin Shiuran being thrown, Qiuqiu anxiously flew toward him. My goodness! I am still alive and not eliminated? After spitting out blood, Qin Shiuran joyously realized he had merely sustained minor internal injuries. Qin Shiuran, what just transpired? A cold voice emanated from the jade pendant. Is that you, Dean's son? I just came under attack and nearly faced elimination. Fortunately, the lynxy pendant helped deflect most of the assault, Qin Shiuran recounted, still shaken. Was it a snow beast? Which trial are you at now? Briefly explain the situation. I shall see if there's a way. Dean's son urged. Dean's son, I have reached the third trial, known as the Lingshu formation. The puppet within resembles me, clad in armor and wielding a spear, and it is exceptionally formidable. Why Qinggang's sword and Qianjun talisman have failed to inflict any damage upon it. I fear passing this trial is exceedingly difficult. Qin Shiuran relayed the situation swiftly. The Lingshu formation? I never anticipated that the Qingzhou cave harbors an ancient, lost formation. Dean's son mused softly on her end. This formation conjures puppets that mirror the cultivation level of those who challenge it, so your strengths are quite comparable. Its only advantage lies in its armor and weaponry. If you can find a way to pierce through its armor, victory will be yours, for it is merely a puppet devoid of significant intelligence. Dean's son analyzed from her side of the pendant. However, Dean, its armor is exceptionally tough. I struggle to breach it. Wait, I believe I possess a break armor talisman. Could that be of use? Qin Shiuran suddenly recalled that Stewardly had instructed him to purchase a break armor talisman, claiming it to be immensely effective, though he had completely forgotten until now. Do you possess the armor-piercing talisman? Why did you not employ it sooner? The armor-piercing talisman is extraordinarily effective against defensive gear like the iron golem. With it, your victory is nearly assured, the melodious voice of Sun Rian echoed from the jade pendant, igniting a warmth in Qin Shiuran's heart. What is it about her? Every time I hear her speak, an impulse surges within me, Qin Shiuran thought, shaking his head to suppress the burgeoning emotions. The illusory puppet observed that Qin Shiuran had been sent flying, sustaining only minor injuries and not being eliminated, and was momentarily taken aback. Under normal circumstances, such a strike would have directly eliminated the challenger. I care not what protective treasures you possess. This time you shall have no chance. Crimson Lotus Inferno! The iron golem roared, unleashing a widespread magical assault. It's attacking again. Director's son, what should we do? In the brief moments that had passed, Qin Shiuran had already recovered. Seeing the iron golem preparing to launch another attack, He decided to take the initiative, activating all the talismans in his possession and hurling them into the fray. True Fire Talisman, Stabbing Talisman, Explode for me. After completing his actions, Chanshuran activated the Swift Movement Talisman, retrieving the armor-piercing talisman from his storage bag, hoping to utilize this assault to pierce through the Iron Golem's defenses. Boom! The clash between the Iron Golem's attack and Chanshuran's talismans produced a deafening explosion. Chanshuran, I just remembered. This illusory puppet has a flaw. After it executes a widespread attack, there is a brief interval before it can strike again. You can exploit that moment to defeat it. Sun Ruyan's voice resonated from the Jade Pendant once more. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chanshuran muttered. He had already missed the interval following the illusory puppet's recent attack and could only await the next opportunity. Could you repeat that? Sun Ruyan's voice turned icy with displeasure. Nothing, thank you, Director, for your vital information. Chanshuran quickly replied. Hemph. You're wise to recognize this. Swiftly defeat it and help me search for clues regarding the heart of Qing'e. This Jade Pendant's spiritual energy is nearly depleted, so I must sever our connection for now. Contact me again once you find the Qingyuan wood. With that, silence fell on the other end. Women truly are capricious creatures. Chanshuran couldn't help but think disdainfully. Seizing the moment of explosion, he quickly consumed a spirit-gathering pill to replenish his recently depleted spiritual energy. Having missed his chance, the Iron Golem, wielding its crimson spear, charged at Chanshuran once more. Utilizing the speed granted by the Swift Movement Talisman, Chanshuran deftly evaded the assault, seeking an opportunity to lure the golem into executing a widespread attack, allowing him to strike with the armor-piercing talisman during the interval. Chapter 62. The might of the armor-piercing talisman. Vines of the Azure Vine entwine. Chanshuran unleashed a previously favored technique. Several azure vines swiftly coiled around the illusory puppet's form. He did not expect these vines to subdue the illusory puppet. He merely hoped to hinder its movements. Though the vines lacked offensive power, they regrew immediately after being severed, persistently obstructing his advance. Further enraging the illusory puppet, Starfire Conflagration. Despite his boundless spiritual energy within the illusory formation, the enraged puppet sought to end Chanshuran in one blow, unleashing its most formidable technique. The sky ignited in a blaze of crimson, the terrifying heat igniting the air and producing crackling sounds. Good heavens, this is overwhelmingly powerful. I can't evade this. Who would have known this creature, despite being on par with my cultivation, could unleash such a devastating technique? Chanshuran sighed in resignation, certain he was destined for elimination. Dodge? A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Purple Luo Celestial Boots. Chanshuran suddenly recalled the pair of movement-enhancing spiritual artifacts he had acquired from Luo Tianhai. Their quality was uncertain, but the speed they granted was proportional to the spiritual energy infused. This was the perfect moment to utilize them to evade the impending attack. Truly, the heavens do not forsake the worthy. Watch me evade this attack and then deal with you. Chanshuran retrieved the golden-threaded purple boots from his storage bag. Upon donning them and infusing them with spiritual energy, he felt his agility soar. Perish! Countless flames surged towards Chanshuran, reminiscent of a raging inferno. Chochio, get out of the way! Chanshuran scooped up Chochio and, with the aid of the purple Luo Celestial Boots, became a blur of motion. Boom! The violent flames consumed everything in the vicinity of Chanshuran. The illusory puppet, envisioning Chanshuran bloodied and eliminated, began to turn away, spear in hand, heading back from whence it came. Suddenly, at the instant it turned its head. Armor-piercing talisman, shatter for me! A voice filled with determination resonated. A massive golden spear surged from behind the illusory puppet, its sharp tip striking directly at its chest, emanating a piercing sound that reverberated throughout the formation. Ah! The tremendous force sent the illusory puppet staggering backward. With its hands bracing against the spear, the puppet let out a low, furious growl. Shatter! Chanshuran poured his spiritual energy into the spear-like armor-piercing talisman with reckless abandon. Damn it! Ah! The razor-sharp spear gradually penetrated the iron golem, fissures appearing on its metallic surface. After a tense few moments, a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the entire formation. Chochio, did the iron golem shatter? Chanshuran could scarcely believe his eyes. Pu-chi pu-chi, Chochio affirmed with a series of approving sounds. As the smoke cleared, The illusory puppet revealed that it had one leg kneeling on the ground, its hands extended forward in a gesture of push. Bang! The illusory puppet suddenly erupted into countless fragments, vanishing from sight. Was I not dreaming? Just like that, it's gone? I won? I thought there would be more fighting to endure. Chinchuran felt as if he were in a dream. Puchi Piu Chi! Chocho playfully swatted Chinchuran across the face. What the hell, Chocho? Why did you hit me? Chinchuran exclaimed, covering his face. Puchi Piu Chi! Chocho pointed at the spot where the illusory puppet had disappeared, as if to affirm that he had not been dreaming, but that it was indeed real. Humph! You've certainly contributed enough this time. I'll let it slide. But if you strike me again, I shall never prepare you delicious food again, Chinchuran retorted in indignation. Puchi Piu Chi! Chocho quickly flew to Chinchuran's shoulder, rubbing the spot where it had struck him, attempting to appease him. It seems this trial has been successfully passed. First, I shall replenish my spiritual energy, then we shall explore further. Chinchuran sat cross-legged, employing the devouring heavens technique to fervently absorb the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, while also drawing upon the residual potency of the spirit-gathering pill he had consumed. After a short while, Chinchuran opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. His spiritual energy had returned to its peak. Through the trials he had endured, his cultivation had progressed significantly, now reaching the mid-stage of the third layer of chi refinement. With further practice, he might even break through to the fourth layer following the outer disciple competition. Let us go, Chocho. It's time to see what lies ahead. Chinchuran stowed away the purple Luo celestial boots, as he wished to keep them hidden from others, knowing that the Luo Tianhai family was one of the affiliated families of the Qingyuan sect, and their ancestor, Luo Gudian, was renowned as the Valley Master of the Qingyuan sect, rumored to have reached the mid-stage of golden core cultivation, giving the family considerable influence within the sect. Chinchuran and Chocho made their way toward the luminous portal ahead. Upon passing through the light, as Chinchuran opened his eyes, he found himself in a realm reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. Not far off stood a range of verdant mountains piercing the clouds, with a meandering stream flowing gently at their base, winding its way beside Chinchuran. The banks of the stream were adorned with various spiritual flowers and herbs, with centuries-old spiritual plants populating the area, suffusing the air with an abundant essence, so thick it felt almost tangible. At the entrance of the light portal stood a stone tablet, upon which were inscribed 4 grand characters. Qingyuan's Secret Realm. Chapter 63. The Qingyuan Secret Realm. This is indeed the Qingyuan Secret Realm. The marrow of Qingyuan wood must be located here. I shall first seek out its whereabouts. Chinchuran's devouring heavens technique began to operate autonomously, fervently absorbing the dense spiritual energy surrounding him. Surveying his surroundings for clues regarding the Qingyuan wood, he found no trees in sight. The landscape was dominated by sprawling grasslands, with the possibility of trees only in the direction of the towering mountains ahead. It is likely just ahead. Let us proceed. With that, Chinchuran set off alongside Chocho, following the stream toward the mountains. As the saying goes, a distant mountain can tire a horse, and after 2 hours of arduous trekking, during which they had covered considerable distance, they finally reached the base of the mountains. To his astonishment, a lush forest truly thrived at the mountain's foot, teeming with towering azure trees that required several people to encircle. These trees, standing over 10 zhang tall, grew upright, their expansive branches forming a vast canopy overhead, casting a protective shade below. The azure trees exuded pure and rich wood essence, nurturing the surrounding spiritual flowers and herbs. Could this be the legendary ancient spiritual tree, the Qingyuan wood, spoken of by Master Qinglan? Chinchuran exclaimed in excitement. This sprawling grove of Qingyuan wood must harbor the marrow of Qingyuan wood. Perhaps even the heart of Qingyuan exists here. He quickly retrieved the Lingxi pendant in preparation to contact Sun Rian. Just as he was about to produce the Lingxi pendant, Chinchuran paused. Let us first venture inside and take a look, and if we cannot find anything, we can seek her assistance later, Chinchuran resolved, deciding to explore further. As he stepped into the Qingyuan forest, he noticed that the deeper he ventured, the more potent the wood spirit energy became, accompanied by the towering stature of the trees. After wandering for a full half an hour, Chinchuran discovered nothing of significance. Aside from the intensified wood spirit energy and the impressive height of the trees, there was nothing else that seemed out of the ordinary. I suppose I should consult Dean Sun, he mused. retrieving his jade pendant and infusing it with spiritual energy to contact Sun Rian. Dean Sun, are you there? This is Chen Shiran. I have located the Qingyuan wood, but I have yet to find the Qingyuan wood marrow or the Qingyuan heart. He called softly. Him. A languid groan resonated from the other end of the jade pendant, as if awakened from a midday slumber. You found the Qingyuan wood? Sun Ruyan's tone quickly morphed into one of delight. Indeed, Dean Sunday. Upon hearing the groan, Chen Shiran could not help but feel a tremor of excitement within. Excellent. I shall instruct you on how to seek out the Qingyuan heart. With a stroke of luck, you may just find it, Sun Rian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Dean Sun, could you first guide me on how to locate the Qingyuan wood marrow? Chen Shiran eagerly interjected. The Qingyuan wood marrow? That is simple enough. Examine the crowns of each Qingyuan wood trunk. If you observe a viscous green liquid seeping out, that would be the Qingyuan wood marrow. Sun Ruyan responded promptly. Oh, it is found atop the trees. No wonder I couldn't find it, Chen Shiran remarked as he began to ascend the Qingyuan. Sure enough, atop some of the trees, he discovered the green viscous liquid. Overjoyed, Chen Shiran produced a white jade vial and painstakingly collected the liquid, taking an entire hour to harvest from the grove, ultimately filling a small vial. Dean Sun, may I inquire about the uses of the Qingyuan wood, Qingyuan wood marrow, and Qingyuan heart? Chen Shiran asked with curiosity. The Qingyuan wood is an ancient spiritual wood that, by all accounts, should have perished long ago. It is said to be an exceptional material for crafting wood-based magical artifacts, possessing a hardness comparable to metals, and achieving a perfect compatibility with wood's spiritual roots. Thus, it was highly favored by cultivators with wood's spiritual roots in ancient times. However, due to its exceedingly slow growth, it takes no less than a millennium to mature, which has led to its scarcity and, eventually, extinction. It is quite surprising to find it thriving within the secret realm of the Qingyuan sect, Sun Rian elucidated. As for the Qingyuan wood marrow, it is a liquid that only begins to exude once the tree reaches an age of over 3,000 years. It is rumored to be used in the crafting of longevity elixirs, though its veracity remains uncertain, she continued. The Qingyuan heart is believed to sprout only from Qingyuan woods over 10,000 years old. Its purported function, which I do not mind sharing, is documented in ancient texts to safeguard one from being controlled by demonic thoughts during the transition from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage. While also increasing the success rate of such a transition by 30%, Sun reinstated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Chen Shiran felt that the benefits of the Qingyuan heart and Qingyuan wood marrow were too distant for him. Yet the Qingyuan wood itself seemed quite suitable. He yearned to procure some to potentially craft the main sword of the Tianyuan Zhuxiao sword art in the future. I advise against harboring thoughts of acquiring the Qingyuan wood. First, those over 1,000 years old cannot be felled by cultivators below the golden core stage. Secondly, even if you could fell it, you wouldn't be able to carry it away. Do you understand? Now, quickly listen closely and help me search for the Qingyuan heart. Sun Rian interrupted Chen Shiran's musings. Understood. Dean Sunday, please instruct me on what I should do. Chen Shiran conceded, placing the vial containing the Qingyuan wood marrow into his satchel and dismissing his earlier ambitions. Chapter 64. Obtaining the Qingyuan heart. First, close your eyes and attune your senses to perceive the surrounding with spirit energy. Seek out the one that emanates the most potent and pure essence. Although the Qingyuan heart can only grow on a millennia-old spiritual wood, once it emerges, it possesses considerable sentience and may wander to other spiritual woods. Thus, you must rely on the intensity and purity of the wood's spirit energy to locate it. Sun Ruyan continued. Heeding her words, Chen Shiran closed his eyes and began to sense the wood's spirit energy around him. Countless green luminescent particles drifted through the air, continuously entering Chen Shiran's body. As he felt the nourishing embrace of the swallowing heaven technique absorbing the wood's spirit energy, he could not help but let out a contented sound, though not make any noise. Focus on discerning which direction harbors the most abundant and purest wood spirit energy. A cold feminine voice pierced through the calm. Understood, Dean Sun, Chen Shiran replied, resolutely closing his eyes to continue his search. Suddenly, he sensed a significant concentration of spirit energy in the northeastern direction, and it felt remarkably pure. With his eyes still closed, Chen Shiran guided himself toward that direction using his senses. I found it. It is within this Qingyuan wood, he exclaimed softly, his eyes opening wide. You are certain? Sun Ruyan's voice brimmed with joy. I cannot be entirely certain, but this spiritual wood exudes the most potent and pure energy, Chen Shiran replied, still uncertain. Then allow me to instruct you on how to capture it. You shall place the vial filled with Qingyuan wood marrow beneath the tree and set up a 5 elements binding array. The Qingyuan heart has a penchant for consuming Qingyuan wood marrow, so as long as it is lured out and steps into the array, it will surely be ensnared. You will have only one chance. Should you miss it, there will be no second opportunity. Confirm once more that it is indeed within this spiritual wood. Sun Ruyan's voice rang out with clarity. Qin Shiran closed his eyes and sensed that the most abundant and pure energy indeed resided within this spiritual wood. I am certain. It must be within this spiritual wood, Qin Shiran affirmed earnestly. Very well. I shall teach you how to set up the 5 elements binding array. This formation is quite simple. You only need to use. Excuse me, Dean Sun, but I am already familiar with the 5 elements binding array, Qin Shiran interjected, feeling slightly embarrassed to interrupt her. Is that so? That is even better. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Go set up the array now, place the Qingyuan wood marrow within it, and then retreat to a safe distance. Wait for it to take the bait. Sun Ruyan surprisingly did not express any annoyance at Qin Shiran's interruption this time. Qin Shiran retrieved 5 colored spirit stones and his array beads, quickly establishing the 5 elements binding array. He then opened the vial containing the Qingyuan wood marrow and placed it within the formation, hastily retreating to a safe distance after completing the setup. Qiuqiu had been resting soundly on Qin Shiran's shoulder throughout the process, oblivious to the formation that had previously ensnared it. Qin Shiran concealed himself behind a Qingyuan wood, suppressing his aura as he observed the array from afar. Time trickled by, and after a fragrant incense stick's worth of waiting, nothing transpired. Dean Sun, it seems there is not a single sign of movement. Qin Shiran whispered. Do not be impatient. The Qingyuan heart is inherently timid and will not emerge without absolute certainty. The allure of the Qingyuan wood marrow is substantial. Just wait a little longer. And it will surely appear, Sun Ruyan gently replied. After another half an hour, at last, there was a stirring. A small orb, akin to a pill, emerged from the Qingyuan wood, glowing a jade green and emanating a soft luminescence. Imbued with an aura of mystery, it has appeared. It resembles a green pill, Qin Shiran murmured softly. Do not make a sound. Hold your breath, Sun Ruyan commanded in a hushed tone. The Qingyuan heart cautiously peeked out to survey its surroundings before retreating. After a stick of incense had passed, it peeked out again. The vial beneath the tree exuded an abundance of enticing aromas, and the Qingyuan heart could no longer resist, hurtling toward the vial. We've got it. Activate the array. Qin Shiran laughed heartily as he rushed toward the 5 elements binding array. Upon hearing the voice, the Qingyuan heart was startled into a hasty retreat, colliding with an invisible barrier and being bounced back. Do not struggle, Qingyuan heart. Surrender willingly. Qin Shiran could not suppress his triumphant glee. Quickly, use the jade vial to capture it. We cannot afford to let it escape, Sun Ruyan urged anxiously. After a short while, Qin Shiran dismantled the 5 elements binding array, successfully capturing the Qingyuan heart and placing it into his storage bag, while the Qingyuan wood marrow remained in the satchel on his back. The spiritual energy of the Lingxi pendant is nearly depleted. Once you emerge, do not approach directly. Instead, return to your quarters to cultivate as usual. We shall meet 1 month from now by the water pool, 30 miles north of the sect. Do not open the jade vial after you exit. Remember. With that, the voice from the jade pendant fell silent. Qin Shiran understood that the consciousness of high-level cultivators was remarkably powerful. Should he open the vial outside, he would undoubtedly attract attention. This much he was aware of. Having completed his task, Qin Shiran left the grove in search of a hiding place, wary of any potential intruders. Yet, even after 3 days had elapsed, no one approached, which left him puzzled. Could it be that no one has defeated the illusory puppets? Just as he pondered, a flash of white light enveloped him, signifying that the 3 days had come to an end, and he was about to be teleported away. Qiuqiu, stay quiet in the satchel, Qin Shiran warned, just as the surrounding environment shifted, revealing the entrance of the Qingzhou cave. Welcome to all participating disciples who have successfully completed this outer sect competition and returned safely. It was none other than Hall Master Qin presiding over the event. Very well. Whoever has completed the task, please present the Qingyuan wood sap, and I, the master of this hall, shall determine the first place, Master Qin said with a beaming smile. The atmosphere was thick with silence, with not a single soul daring to respond. Come now, Reveal it. I will take charge. Whoever produces the Qingyuan wood sap shall receive an additional reward of a high-grade storage bag. Master Qin's expression began to darken. Still, the disciples remained mute. The tension in the air escalated palpably. Master Qin, I have. A cautious voice broke the silence. Chapter 65. The sect leader's doubts about Qin Shiran. Who is it? Which disciple spoke just now? Step forward. Master Qin seemed to have heard a heavenly sound. Master Qin, it is I have obtained a small vial of Qingyuan wood sap, Qin Shiran said, noticing that none of the others had completed the task. Oh? Aren't you that 5-element root disciple who entered during the Ascension Conference? What was your name again? Master Qin inquired, astonished. You are Qin Shiran, correct? I remember bringing you to the mountain. Who would have thought we were both mistaken? Said Master Qinglan, stifling a giggle. Indeed, that is correct. I am Qin Shiran. I even escorted him to the auxiliary disciples' courtyard. By the way, I hope Li Fatty hasn't given you a hard time. If he has bullied you, do let me know. I shall take care of him. Now, you mentioned you have a small vial of Qingyuan wood sap. Present it for this master to inspect and verify its authenticity. Master Qin said cheerfully to Qin Shiran. Thank you for your concern. Master Qin, Deacon Li has treated me very well. Were it not for his substantial assistance, I might not have been able to obtain the Qingyuan wood sap, Qin Shiran replied, retrieving the small vial from his bag and handing it to Master Qin. Junior sister, indeed. This is authentic Qingyuan wood sap. I never thought I would encounter it again after 50 years, Master Qin said, passing the jade vial to Master Qinglan. Brother Qin, it is indeed genuine. It seems this Qin Shiran has indeed ventured into the Qing secret realm. Let us allow Brother Qin to oversee the remaining reward rankings while I take him to inquire with the sect leader, Master Qinglan communicated telepathically. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, junior sister, Master Qin said. Then coughed lightly. Dear disciples, I hereby declare that the first place in this external disciple competition goes to Qin Shiran. Is there any dissent? Master Qin paused before continuing. If there are no objections, we shall determine the rankings based on the time held in the third round. The second place in this competition is Wuqing, the third is Yang Hong, and the fourth. Master Qin began to announce the results of the competition. Come, Qin Shiran, follow me to meet the sect leader. Before Qin Shiran could react, a gust of wind swept past, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself at the entrance of the council hall. Whatever questions the sect leader may ask you, simply respond truthfully. If you anger the sect leader, I cannot save you. So let us proceed. Master Qinglan's alluring voice reached Qin Shiran's ears. Thank you, Master Qinglan. Qin Shiran quickly expressed his gratitude. The hall retained its ancient charm, with vermilion walls, azure pillars, and a central bronze incense burner enveloped in swirling smoke. It was then that Qin Shiran realized the azure pillars supporting the hall were made of Qingyuan wood. Junior sister, I have received your message. This disciple named Qin Shiran has indeed procured the Qingyuan wood sap, correct? An elderly man, adorned with a crown and dressed in azure robes, spoke kindly. Yes, sect leader, it is indeed him. He has obtained a small vial of Qingyuan wood sap. Please have a look. As soon as she spoke, the jade vial in Master Qinglan's hand appeared in the sect leader's grasp. Indeed, this is Qingyuan wood sap. Qin Shiran, if I recall correctly, you entered our Qingyuan sect during last year's Ascension Conference, did you not? The elder said, taking a whiff and speaking slowly. Yes, sect leader, I indeed entered at that time, Qin Shiran replied hastily. Then let me ask you, how did you, with your cultivation at the third level of Qi refining, manage to pass the third round of the illusory puppet challenge? Furthermore, how did you acquire this Qingyuan wood sap? Explain everything to me, step by step. The elder's voice was filled with authority. Qin Shiran's heart sank. He had not anticipated being interrogated after obtaining the Qingyuan wood sap. Respected sect leader, I did encounter the illusory puppet during the third round and was nearly eliminated. However, by a stroke of fortune, I used a break armor talisman to defeat the illusory puppet, Qin Shiran recounted truthfully. How did you come to possess a break armor talisman? Who informed you that it could breach the iron armor of the illusory puppet in the third round? The elder's tone grew increasingly frigid. Well, sect leader, my spiritual roots are rather chaotic, and my cultivation is not high, so I intended to purchase some talismans for self-defense. While at the market, I saw the break armor talisman for sale, which claimed it could penetrate various sturdy armors, so I thought it prudent to acquire one for protection. I never expected it would come in handy this time. Qin Shiran maintained his composure. Fabricating a story without disclosing the truth about Deacon Li's guidance. That makes sense. Luck is elusive. Even with great talent, one cannot progress further without the favor of fortune. Now, how did you come upon the Qingyunwood sap? Did you discover anything else aside from the sap? The sect leader sighed and continued to inquire. Respected sect leader, I found a grove of Qingyun wood at the foot of the mountain within the Qingyun secret realm. I searched for quite some time without any success. Eventually, I climbed to the treetops to see if there might be any clues above, and there I discovered some green liquid, sensing the immense with spiritual energy contained within it. I deduced that it was the task assigned to me, the Qingyunwood sap, so I collected it all. Shortly after, I was teleported out as for any other items. I did not find anything else. Qin Shiran replied, still unflinching, very well, I understand. You have performed admirably this time. As for your reward, you may collect it from the resource hall. You may leave now, the sect leader said, waving his hand. Thank you. Sect leader, did I take my leave? Qin Shiran's face lit up with joy. The reward was indeed substantial. Once Qin Shiran departed, the sect leader suddenly asked, Junior Sister Qinglan, what do you think? Do you believe this child has lied? Chapter 66. Master Qinglan takes a disciple. I find it unlikely. This child is only at the 3rd level of qi refining. It seems implausible that he could conceal his strength to defeat the illusory puppet, let alone know about the heart of Qingyun and capture it. Master Qinglan pondered. I also find it improbable. 50 years ago, when our disciple Hongye entered the Qing secret realm, he sensed something amiss. It is surprising that nothing has been discovered again this time. When the secret realm reopens in another 50 years, we must strategize thoroughly. At the very least, we should inform some promising disciples who enter. Otherwise, it will likely be very difficult to obtain the heart of Qingyun, the sect leader concurred. Your foresight is commendable, brother, Master Qinglan echoed. This time, the first place will be directly inducted as an inner disciple. How about you take him under your wing? It would be beneficial to keep an eye on this child. What do you think, junior sister? The sect leader said with a smile, stroking his beard. Brother, you are adding to my responsibilities. I won't do it unless you grant me a single longevity pill from the Qingyunwood sap refined this time. Master Qinglan retorted with a glint in her eye. That is not permissible, junior sister. The longevity pills are meant for the elders in the back mountain. I cannot take such liberties. The elder waved his hand in refusal. Brother, this time the quantity of Qingyunwood sap collected is significantly greater than last time. So the number of longevity pills produced will also be more. It wouldn't hurt to give junior sister one, would it? Moreover, this competition was set up in my Qingzhou cave, which has cost my Qingzhou peak considerable resources. Besides, I must supervise this child. With so much work assigned to me, how could you bear to do this to me? Master Qinglan feigned tears. All right, you've worn me down. Of everyone in the Qingyun sect, you and junior sister Zhou are the most challenging. I shall grant you one pill, but you must keep it a secret, the sect leader relented. Thank you, brother. I shall take my leave now, Master Qinglan exclaimed cheerfully, covering her mouth as she giggled, then vanished from sight. The sect leader chuckled to himself, then seemed to recall something and suddenly disappeared. Chun Xiuran returned to his quarters from the council hall. Sensing that the higher-ups harbored doubts about him, he resolved to remain low-key for the next month. Brother Qin, congratulations, you are incredible. Winning first place in this external disciple competition, defeating so many seasoned late-stage qi refining disciples, truly impressive. Came the voice of Sun Xiaoho from outside. Is that you, monkey? Qin Shiran exclaimed joyfully as he stepped out of his room. Are you all right, monkey? Qin Shiran scrutinized Sun Xiaoho and found him unharmed. What could possibly be wrong with me? When I fell from the bridge, I was directly teleported out. Plus, with the flying protection you provided, I suffered not a scratch. Sun Xiaoho replied with a grin. That's a relief. I was just lucky to attain first place. I'm feeling quite apprehensive. What do others outside think of me? Qin Shiran said, revealing a look of anxiety. Many of the seasoned disciples are disgruntled, challenging you to a duel. Clearly, they are envious of your achievement. If they have the ability, they should strive for first place themselves. However, brother, you ought to stay indoors for the next few days to avoid running into them. Trouble will surely follow, Sun Xiaoho said indignantly. I have the same intention. These days, I plan to deeply reflect on the gains I've made here. Just as he spoke, a beguiling female voice echoed, Is Qin Shiran here? It is Master Qinglan. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiuran hurriedly ran out of the courtyard with Sun Xiaoho. A beautiful woman clad in white palace attire appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Greetings, Master Qinglan. The two bowed in unison. There is no need for such formalities. I have come today to inform Qin Shuran that he has been accepted as a disciple under the Qingzhou Peak. You should gather your belongings and follow me to Qingzhou Peak, where you will cultivate and reside from now on, Master Qinglan said with a gentle smile. Is that true? Thank you, Master Qinglan. Qin Shuran quickly knelt and bowed in gratitude. There is no need for kneeling at this moment. You will perform the formal bowing ceremony upon reaching the peak. It is not too late then. Master Qinglan lightly waved her hand, causing Qin Shuran to stand up involuntarily. Thank you, Master, that I have a small request. I wonder if Master can grant it. Qin Shuran glanced at Sun Xiaohou as he spoke. Speak freely. I will agree to anything that is not too excessive. Master Qinglan replied that I wonder if Sun Xiaohou can accompany me to Qingzhou Peak. Qin Shuran said cautiously, well, that it is not impossible. Since you are the first place winner of this competition and have brought considerable honor to our peak, he may come along. However, he can only reside in the disciples' quarters at the mountain base. He must earn a rank in the next outer disciple competition to be promoted to an outer disciple. Master Qinglan consented. Thank you, Master Qinglan, Sun Xiaohou exclaimed, bowing several times in excitement. Hurry and pack your things. You have half a stick of incense to do so. After half a stick of incense, Qin Shuran and Sun Xiaohou set off with Master Qinglan to Qingzhou Peak. Chapter 67. The meeting gift from senior brothers and sisters as one of the 9 peaks. Qingzhou Peak soars into the clouds, standing at several thousand feet tall, with its midsection shrouded in mist. At this moment, Qin Shuran had arrived before a pavilion at the mountainside. Come, let me introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. With that, Master Qinglan swayed her enchanting waist and entered the pavilion first, with Qin Shuran closely following. The pavilion exuded an ancient charm, adorned with carved railings and jade-like structures, where various spiritual flowers and herbs were planted in spirit pots. Turning into a courtyard, they entered through a screen of maidservants, where 5 men and women awaited. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Mother. The 5 spoke in unison. No need for formalities. I summoned you all today to meet your junior brother. Get to know him. He is the first place winner of this outer disciple competition and has acquired the essence of the Qingwen wood. Therefore, your master uncle rewarded him with a promotion to inner disciple and allowed me to accept him under our peak. The beautiful Master Qinglan addressed everyone seated. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. I am your junior brother, Qin Shuran, with 5 spiritual roots, 17 years old, and at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. Qin Shuran hurriedly bowed to everyone. Is this our junior brother? With 5 spiritual roots, he has reached the 3rd level of Qi cultivation at such a young age. And he is quite handsome as well. Truly a remarkable talent. A scholarly young man with a fair complexion chuckled. Bai Yang, as the 4th senior brother, you must present a meeting gift to our junior brother. Quickly bring it out. A hearty man laughed heartily. Senior brother, this is all I have, and you still keep asking. Let us see what you can present as a meeting gift for our junior brother later. The fair-skinned scholar muttered. Junior brother, here is a small gift from your 4th senior brother. Accept it. The fair-skinned scholar said with a beaming smile. He produced a fiery red jade ruler and handed it to Qin Shuran. 4th senior brother, you are truly biased. I've asked you so many times for this, yet you never gave it to me. How come you are willing to part with it now? A petite girl in a yellow silk dress pouted in dissatisfaction. Little Ku, I am nearly broke. This fiery ruler is all I have left. How about you help me find a meeting gift, and I will give you this ruler? The fair-skinned scholar smiled. Dream on. This ruler can only gather some flames, and its quality is comparable to a mid-grade magical artifact. I won't trade for it. The girl made a face at the fair-skinned scholar after finishing her words. Ha, junior brother. This is your 4th senior brother, Bai Yang, at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Do not be deceived by the fact that this fiery ruler is a mid-grade attack magical artifact. It is among the finest of mid-grade artifacts, nearly approaching the upper grade. Moreover, it has the ability to collect and concentrate spiritual flames within the ruler, enabling a surprise attack on enemies, the hardy man explained. Thank you, 4th senior brother. Qin Shuran gratefully accepted the fiery ruler. To my left is your 3rd senior brother, named Songyu, at the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi cultivation. Beside Bai Yang is your 2nd senior sister, Hongyi, at the peak of the initial stage of foundation establishment. She is a genius in cultivation, having successfully established her foundation at just 30 years old. Lastly, the 5th in rank is your senior sister, Luo Xiaoka, at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. She is the cherished daughter of our master and mistress. I am your eldest senior brother, named Lu Chuan, At the initial stage of foundation establishment, the hardy man continued his introductions with a smile. Now that everyone is acquainted, you should support one another as siblings and unite against outside forces. Understood? Master Qinglan addressed the group. Yes, mistress. They all responded eagerly. By the way, where is your master? Where has he gone? Master Qinglan inquired of Lu Chuan. Master said he had matters to attend to and would be away for half a month. He did not specify what it was. Lu Chuan replied, I see Lu Chuan. You shall take it upon yourself to teach Chun Shiran the rules and techniques of our peak until your master returns to make further arrangements. I am feeling a bit tired now and will retire for some rest. If anything arises, send me a message. With that, Master Qinglan vanished without a trace. Farewell, mistress. The group bowed, and once they realized she had left, they began to chat animatedly. Junior brother, could it be that you are from the secular world? Do you know of any interesting places there? The petite girl hurried to Qin Shiran, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, I hail from the secular world, but it is not as enjoyable as one might think. It is rife with conflict, and the people suffer greatly. Cower, let the junior brother rest for now. You can ask him more later when the opportunity arises. First, let's present your meeting gifts. Lu Chuan laughed at the group. Here, a graceful, cold-faced woman dressed in fiery red tossed a round pearl to Qin Shiran without uttering a word as she walked out of the pavilion. Hong Yi, what is this? Cower exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 68. The Water Pool Agreement. Hong Yi, you are being too generous, giving the exploding spirit pearl to our junior brother, the fair-skinned scholar said enviously. Without turning back, Hong Yi offered no reply and exited the pavilion. Ascending with a shield of light and vanishing in an instant, Shiran, do not take it to heart. Hong Yi is like this with everyone. In truth, she appears cold but is warm-hearted. This exploding spirit pearl is a remarkable item. Its power can rival a full-force strike from a Foundation Establishment practitioner. If used unexpectedly against a Foundation Establishment practitioner, it could severely injure them. Not to mention, it would be lethal for a Qi cultivation practitioner. However, it is a one-time consumable, making it an excellent means of self-preservation, Lu Chuan explained. Take this, Song Yu, tall and imposing with sharp brows and a stern expression, handed Chun Shiran a warm jade pendant radiating a red glow. Second senior brother, isn't this your treasure? Why give it to the junior brother? Lu Chuan expressed his astonishment. I no longer need it. I will attempt to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage next month. Failure means death. This warm spirit jade will be useful to junior brother, he stated, pressing the pendant into Chun Shiran's hands. Shiran, this warm spirit jade can be utilized during your meditation to maintain a serene state of mind, aiding your breakthrough in Qi cultivation. However, it will be of no use once you reach the Foundation Establishment stage, which is why second senior brother gives it to you. Lu Chuan elucidated. It is too precious. Second senior brother, I cannot accept it. Qin Shiran hesitated. If I give it to you, then take it. Once your second senior brother offers something, he will not ask for it back. Here, this is a meeting gift from your eldest senior brother. Lu Chuan said, handing Chun Shiran a shield. This is the upper-grade defensive artifact, Xian Gui Shield, forged from the shell of a first-tier high-level demon beast, the Xian Gui. This was once used by your eldest senior brother but is no longer needed. So I bestow it upon you, Lu Chuan smiled. Thank you, eldest and second senior brothers. Qin Shiran felt immense joy. Generally speaking, defensive artifacts are rarer and more expensive than attacking ones. He was deeply grateful for the upper-grade defensive artifact. Eldest brother, you and sister Hong Yi are so biased. The meeting gifts I received back then were not this good. Luo Xiaoka began to voice her discontent again. You little girl, the ice water handkerchief I gifted you back then is of comparable quality to this Xian Gui shield. Other senior brothers and sisters have also given you numerous fine items. Moreover, our master and mistress have given you plenty of treasures. Why are you still comparing with junior brother? Lu Chuan teased as he ruffled Luo Xiaoka's hair. Eldest brother, I am a grown girl now. Do not treat me like a child, Luo Xiaoka protested, attempting to dodge Lu Chuan's hand. Ha ha. The others laughed heartily at the adorable antics of Luo Xiaoka. As the sun gradually set, the day swiftly came to an end. Shiran, from now on, you shall reside in this courtyard, which is fortified with a defensive formation. This is the flag that controls the formation. The rest of us live not far from you, so if anything arises, feel free to use the communication talisman to contact us. For now, take a good rest. Tomorrow I shall return to explain the rules and cultivation methods of Qingzhou Peak, said Lu Chuan before departing. Thank you, senior brother. Safe travels. After seeing off his senior brother, Chun Shiran surveyed his surroundings. The courtyard was situated on the western slope of Qingzhou Peak, boasting breathtaking scenery and abundant spiritual energy. A gentle stream flowed past the entrance, enhancing the serene atmosphere. Upon entering the courtyard, Chun Shiran retrieved the gifts recently bestowed upon him by several senior brothers and sisters. A top-grade earth defensive artifact, the Xian Gui Shield, a mid-grade fire attribute offensive artifact, the Fire Spirit Ruler, a burst spirit pearl, a warm spirit jade, and finally, a special spiritual talisman, an invisibility talisman, given to him by Luo Xiaoke. Affixing this talisman to himself would grant him invisibility for the duration of a Joss Stick S-burn, rendering him undetectable to cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage, provided he refrained from emitting any spiritual fluctuations. Otherwise, higher-level practitioners could still sense his presence. Chun Shiran was elated, knowing that refining and utilizing all these weapons and armors would enhance his capabilities significantly. Early the next morning, Lu Chuan visited to briefly outline the rules of Qingzhou Peak and to explain the cultivation methods available. Their master practiced the Great Luo Infinite Technique, while their mistress cultivated the Taihua Xianwater Scripture, both of which directly aimed at the Golden Core Path, alongside other sect techniques. After much contemplation, Chun Shiran ultimately decided to continue with the current cultivation method, the Qingmu decision, which was simple yet suited to him. After all, his spiritual roots were subpar, and attempting to cultivate a powerful and profound technique would be exceedingly arduous. Lu Chuan understood this, but was aware that he was concealing his practice of the chaos-devouring technique. Lu Chuan did not press him further, offering a few words of encouragement before taking his leave. Learning that their master practiced the same Great Luo Infinite Technique startled Chun Shiran, as a jade slip in Luo Tianhai's storage bag had recorded this technique. It turned out their master, Luo Guyuan, was actually the younger brother of Luo Gudian, the current head of the Luo family. However, a rift had developed between them in their early years, leading to estrangement. Otherwise, Chun Shiran would have been terrified enough to flee. Time passed swiftly in the realm of cultivation, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this month, Chun Shiran received a mid-grade storage bag as a reward from Lord Qin, which was 2 to 3 times larger in capacity than the one he had previously acquired from Luo Tianhai. He also received a top-grade offensive artifact, the Qihua Sword, and 300 low-grade spirit stones. His wealth now surpassed that of ordinary disciples, proving that having powerful connections made a considerable difference. The following day marked the date agreed upon with Dean's son, and throughout this past month, Chun Shiran had devoted himself entirely to cultivation. The effects of the chaos-devouring technique were astonishingly potent. After a month of fervent absorption and the aid of spirit-gathering pills, he had reached the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refinement. Although his absorption and refining speed rivaled that of a heavenly spiritual root, the final breakthrough remained as challenging as it would be for someone with 5 spiritual roots. It seemed imperative that he procure a breaking wall pill the next day. At the break of dawn the next day, Chun Shiran discreetly disguised himself and descended the mountain, hastening towards the north once he confirmed he was not being followed. This time, he did not hire a swift-footed companion, but instead utilized a movement talisman. Wary of leaving a trail of his exit from the mountain, after running for about half an hour, he finally located the designated meeting spot in a grove, beside a tranquil pond. However, Dean's son had yet to arrive, and Chun Shiran was left to wait. Half an hour passed. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Could something have happened? Chun Shiran pondered, preparing to return and contact her later. Why the rush to leave? A cool, ethereal voice suddenly inquired. Dean's son, you have arrived. Chun Shiran exclaimed with joy. Before him stood a tall woman clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with a pink gauze garment beneath that revealed a hint of her figure. Her face partially obscured by a veil, as she materialized at the edge of the pond. Dean's son, had you not come soon, I would have feared something had gone awry and would have been on the verge of departing. Chun Shiran smiled. Handed over, a fair, delicate hand extended towards him. I have everything prepared, Dean Sunday now, about the breaking wall pill and the Foundation establishment pill you promised me. Shouldn't those be forthcoming? Chun Shiran smiled, yet did not retrieve the jade vial containing the Qingyuan heart from his storage bag. Do you truly doubt my word? I can provide the breaking wall pill now, while the Foundation establishment pill will be given to you later. Sun Rian replied coolly, Dean's son, it's not that Shiran distrusts you, but a clear exchange, payment for goods, ensures everything is settled transparently. Chun Shiran remained unmoved. Do you believe I could make you vanish in an instant? Sun Rian's voice turned cold. I certainly believe you can, but prior to my departure, I recorded a message on a sound talisman detailing my plans for today. You should know I am now a disciple of the Qinglan real person. Should anything go awry, they will surely be informed. Qin Shiran had taken precautions, recording his intentions with a sound talisman before leaving. Haha, I did not expect you to be so astute at such a young age. While I currently lack the Foundation Establishment Pill, how about this? I will use the Lingxi Jade Pendant as collateral with you. Within 10 years, I will exchange the Foundation Establishment Pill for its return. How does that sound? Sun Rian gently chuckled, covering her mouth. What? 10 years? Qin Shiran's face turned green with anger. Dio, you think Foundation Establishment Pills are common commodities? The materials required for their refinement have become extinct. They can only be found in select secret realms. The next Tianheng secret realm will open within 10 years, at which point Foundation Establishment Pills will be circulated again. I assure you that I will provide you with one within that time frame. Sun Rian guaranteed. Moreover, you are aware of the pendant's significance. It can save your life in critical moments. I will leave it with you for now, and once you acquire the Foundation Establishment Pill, you can return it to me. This way, you have multiple chances to save your life within 10 years. It is not a loss at all. Furthermore, the Qingyuan heart requires a stable source of pure with spiritual energy. Without it, it will gradually wither. You may choose not to give it to me, but you may end up with nothing in the end. Keeping it with you also increases danger, as the Qingyuan sect has immortal cultivators at the nascent soul stage who could discover any anomalies. Sun Rian's words struck Qin Shiran like a heavy blow to the chest. He understood that he could not guard the Qingyuan heart indefinitely. As time passed, the risks would only grow. The Lingxi pendant's utility in critical moments was invaluable, providing a chance to save his life within 10 years. After careful consideration, Qin Shiran gritted his teeth. Dean Sun, you have convinced me. Let us finalize this deal. I hope you will honor your promise. With that, Qin Shiran retrieved the jade vial containing the Qingyuan heart from his mid-grade storage bag and tossed it to Sun Rian. Rest assured, I keep my word. Here is the breaking wall pill. Sun Rian reciprocated by tossing a jade vial to Qin Shiran. Opening it, he inhaled the fragrant aroma of the pill, feeling a loosening within his barriers, confirming it was indeed the breaking wall pill. Thank you, Dean Sun, for the pill. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Qin Shiran said, not waiting for her response, hastily donning his disguise and rushing back to the sect. As Sun Rian watched Qin Shiran's retreating figure, she released her tightly clenched fist. Miss, why did you not eliminate him to prevent future troubles? An elderly voice suddenly inquired. Old dog, you were following me? Sun Rian glared angrily at the figure behind her. Old servant merely worried for the miss and came to ensure your safety. I had no intention of following you. A vague, elderly figure gradually became clear, revealing it to be Uncle Quan. Humph, such sweet words. But you likely fear I might monopolize the Qingyuan heart, Sun Rian replied coldly. The Tower Master specifically instructed this old servant to protect the miss. I dare not slacken my efforts. I am unaware why the miss contemplated killing that boy but then spared him. Uncle Quan inquired, hunched over. What do you understand? Do not underestimate that boy. Despite his youth, he is quite clever. His claim of leaving a sound talisman is likely true. It is unnecessary to stir up trouble over something as trivial as a breaking wall pill and a Foundation Establishment Pill. Sun Rian replied dispassionately. You are right, miss. It was this old servant's oversight. The elder quickly lowered his head. If you follow me again, I will report everything to the Tower Master. I hope you will still be alive when that time comes. Sun Rian's voice was icy. Please spare this old servant, miss. I shall never do so again. The elder, hunched over, quickly knelt and begged for mercy. Humph! A cold snort from Sun Rian echoed, and she suddenly vanished without a trace. You wretched girl, for now, I shall allow you to revel in your triumph. In the future, I will ensure you plead for mercy beneath my feet. The kneeling elder's voice morphed into that of a middle-aged man. Meanwhile, Qin Shiran hurriedly returned to the sect, swiftly making his way back to his residence. Fortunately, the round trip had only taken a few hours, and the courtyard's protective barriers had not been breached. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin Shiran activated the formation and prepared to consume the breaking wall pill, aiming to ascend to the 4th layer of qi refinement. He retrieved the jade vial containing the breaking wall pill. Pouring out the pill, which was a vibrant azure hue, approximately the size of a longan, exuding a fragrant aroma, I have never heard of such a pill at Lingfu Pavilion, nor do I know where Dean's son obtained it, whether it is genuine or not. However, Dean's son has no reason to deceive me, so I shall swallow it and see." With that, Qin Shiuran consumed the pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his mouth, the azure liquid flowing down his throat and coursing through his meridians until it finally reached his dantian. Within the dantian, a substantial amount of spiritual energy began to coalesce, prompting Qin Shiuran to sit cross-legged and circulate the chaotic devouring technique. Various spiritual energies rapidly converged into the dantian. Initially, they manifested in 5 colors, but as the technique operated, these vibrant energies merged and began to whirl. The vortex emerged at the center of the dantian, its rotational speed increasing until all the colors converged into pure white spiritual power. The accumulation of this power intensified, and the azure liquid that had just entered began to blend in, resulting in a pale azure-white energy spreading throughout the dantian. Once this pale azure-white energy filled the entire dantian, it seemed as though a barrier emerged, hindering the further expansion of the spiritual power. At that moment, the azure liquid pierced through the barrier like a series of sharp arrows, multiplying with each thrust. Boom! The barrier shattered, allowing the white spiritual power to expand rapidly, while the chaotic devouring technique resumed its autonomous operation. After half an hour, a young man clad in azure, with hands forming seals, exhaled a stream of white, serpent-like turbid energy, gradually opening his eyes, which shone with brilliance. "Am I at the 4th layer?" Qin Shiuran gazed down in disbelief at the black sludge seeping from his body. "Ha ha! I have finally reached the mid-stage of qi refinement." Qin Shiuran could not contain his excitement and burst into laughter, only to furrow his brow in distaste and hurriedly seek a bath. There is a saying in the cultivation world: only upon reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement does one's path of cultivation truly begin. Qin Shiuran had finally taken his first step on the long journey of cultivation. Chapter 70. Useless Spiritual Roots. You are unworthy in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed, and Qin Shiuran's master, Luo Guyuan, returned. Early one morning, Qin Shiuran was summoned to his master's cave dwelling via a voice transmission. Disciple Qin Shiuran pays respects to master. A middle-aged man of average height, with a square face and a deep wrinkle on his forehead, sat in a stone chair within the cave, his figure somewhat plump. Clad in a dark robe, beside him stood the smiling Qinglanzhenren. "You are the one who won first place in the Outer Sect Disciples competition for the Qingwood Essence, as mentioned by my wife?" A commanding and resonant voice resonated in Qin Shiuran's ears. Disciple was fortunate to achieve first place. "I dare not belittle myself," Qin Shiuran promptly replied. "I have heard that you possess 5 spiritual roots and were selected as a disciple for this year's Ascension Conference. You entered the sect at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Is that correct?" Luo Guyuan stated with a stoic expression. "Indeed, that is true, master." Qin Shiuran felt an ominous sensation creeping in less than a year. "You have ascended from the 2nd layer to the 4th layer of qi refinement. With your 5 spiritual roots, such a feat is absolutely unattainable. However, our Qingzhou Peak's Qingzhou Cave is a rather miraculous secret realm. Each time disciples enter for trials, some manage to elevate 1 or 2 layers of their cultivation. I suspect you have benefited from this. Otherwise, I would wonder if some ancient expert has disguised themselves to infiltrate our sect." Luo Guyuan's words sent a chill down Qin Shiuran's spine, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Master, I must admit that I indeed gained something from the trials in Qingzhou Cave, which allowed me to reach the 4th layer of qi refinement half a month ago," Qin Shiuran replied, striving to maintain his composure. "Since the sect leader has agreed to elevate you to an inner sect disciple and requested that you be under my Qingzhou Peak. Although the sect leader has issued the order, I cannot accept you," Luo Guyuan said slowly. "Husband." The beautiful Qinglanzhenren was about to speak, but was silenced by Luo Guyuan's raised hand. Qin Shiuran felt dazed. At a loss for words, "I know you must be feeling distressed and have questions about why I cannot accept you as a disciple. I could have chosen not to explain, for as a golden core true person, the decision of whom to take as a disciple lies solely with me. However, since the sect has issued an edict, I must inform you. It is because you are unworthy," Luo Guyuan stated flatly. This single sentence struck Qin Shiuran like a bolt from the blue, plunging him into despair. His face turned ashen, and his body trembled involuntarily in the more than half a year since entering the sect. He had enjoyed a smooth journey, first earning the admiration of Duan Tianya, then receiving assistance from elderly and collaborating with Dean Sunday now, he was on the verge of becoming an inner sect disciple. No other newly admitted disciple had experienced such fortune and influence as he had in less than a year. He had achieved the fourth layer of qi refinement, his cultivation speed rivaling that of true spiritual roots. Yet he was deemed unworthy by Luo Guyuan, who was to become his master. It is not my intention to discourage you. You are simply a waste of spiritual roots, destined for mediocrity in this lifetime. Even achieving foundation establishment would be a luxury, let alone the golden core path. All of my disciples are expected to at least become foundation establishment cultivators, if I were to accept you. A waste of spiritual roots as a disciple, it would tarnish my reputation as Luo Guyuan. What would others think? Therefore, I hope you possess self-awareness and voluntarily relinquish your desire to become my disciple. Of course, I shall compensate you, Luo Guyuan continued. Chen Shiran knelt on the ground, speechless, yet his trembling body seemed to resist the reality of these words. I grant you two options. First, I can accept you as a registered disciple. You may consult Lu Chuan and the others should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, but I will not oversee you nor provide any resources, and you must relocate to the foot of the mountain. Secondly, I will give you some resources, including everything previously provided by Lu Chuan and the others, but you must declare that you willingly forego your desire to become my disciple, Luo Guyuan stated slowly. There is no rush in making your decision. First, consider the resources I offer. 10 bottles of high-grade gathering spirit pills, 5 bottles of high-grade Huanglong pills, 5 bottles of high-grade gathering Yuan pills, 500 low-grade spirit stones, and a set of high-grade magical artifacts for both attack and defense. These should suffice for your cultivation until the late stage of qi refinement. What say you? Luo Guyuan leisurely sipped a cup of tea and said calmly. Chen Xiuran steadied his shaken spirit, contemplating for a few moments. Master Luo, I choose the second option, Chen Xiuran replied calmly. Good, you possess a decisive heart. If you cultivate diligently, there may yet be an opportunity for foundation establishment in your future, Luo Guyuan remarked, revealing a hint of approval. Chen Xiuran left Luo Guyuan's cave in a daze, returning to his courtyard. Flap, flap, as soon as he entered, Qiu rushed over, flapping its wings. Yet upon seeing Chen Xiuran's frostbitten expression, Qiu seemed to understand his distress and nestled in its nest, staring at him blankly. One day, I shall make you all see me in a new light, and those who once looked down upon me shall be made to regret their scorn. Chen Xiuran gathered his few belongings, took Qiu, left behind the formation flags, and departed without a backward glance. Husband, why did you not accept Chen Xiuran just now? If you do not explain yourself today, see how I shall deal with you. Qinglan Zhenren was about to erupt. My dear, you must understand. I am also considering our daughter's future, Luo Guyuan replied with an expression of helplessness. What do you mean? Chapter 71. The Gamble of Master Guan, my dear. You must understand that I know the sect leader promised that if Chen Xiuran were accepted as a disciple, it would allow us to monitor whether he knows the whereabouts of the Qingyuan heart. And he has promised a longevity pill. However, both our lifespans are still considerable, and since the longevity pill can only extend our lives by a maximum of 100 years, what significance would it truly hold? What of our daughter? Luo Guyuan spoke in a hushed tone, his face etched with gravity. Is there hope for our daughter? Qinglan Zhenren grasped Luo Guyuan's hand, excitement coursing through her. Indeed, there is hope. My recent journey was to fulfill an agreement with Old Eagle. He possesses a fire sunlingji that can completely cure our daughter's heavenly cold poison, but he is adamant about not trading it. His sole condition is that I must engage in a contest with one of his qi refinement period disciples. If I win, I can take the fire sunlingji. If I lose, Luo Guyuan hesitated. If you lose, what will happen? Qinglan Zhenren asked urgently that if I lose, I must find a way to allow his disciple to participate in the Tianheng secret realm in a few years. And I must also provide him with 5 foundation establishment pills. Luo Guyuan's expression darkened. What? Allow his disciple to enter the Tianheng secret realm for trials? Have you lost your mind? Did you agree? Qinglan Zhenren exclaimed in shock. I have no choice. I cannot allow our daughter's cold poison to worsen. The intervals between her episodes are growing shorter, and in a few years, even deities may not be able to save her. For her sake, I am willing to risk betraying the sect, Luo Guyuan said with a calm demeanor. Sigh, if we are discovered, our lives, along with our daughters, will be in peril, since it is for her. We must take this risk, but what does this have to do with Chen Xiuran? Qinglan Zhenren inquired further. Though Old Eagle is eccentric, he is generally trustworthy. He has recently accepted a disciple with unusual spiritual roots. A rare wind root. This disciple is at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and the contest must be held among our own disciples. If we were to accept Chen Shuran and select him for the competition, we would undoubtedly lose. Thus, even if the sect leader is willing to offer us a longevity pill, I cannot accept this boy. Luo Guyuan said with resignation. Is it really fair for him to choose the disciples for the competition? This seems exceedingly unjust, exclaimed Master Qinglan indignantly. There is no other choice. After all, he possesses what we desired. We must yield to his whims. However, I have immense faith in Tsangyu and Baiyang. They have ascended 2 or 3 levels in cultivation. And with the magical artifacts we have bestowed upon them, not to mention our training, they stand a considerable chance even against those with wind spirit roots. So, do not worry, Luo Guyuan said confidently, patting Master Qinglan's jade hand. But Master Qinglan expressed her concerns. Do not fret. Trust in Baiyang and Tsangyu. The competition will take place in half a month. Let us inform them first, and then we can prepare diligently. Luo Guyuan replied with a smile. Madam, it has been half a month since we... Stop it? No. Chen Shuran descended from the mid-mountain of Qingtian Peak and arrived at the resource hall, seeking a cave abode rich in spiritual energy. At Qiyuan sect, there are both free accommodations, such as those for the servant disciples, and the residences of the Peak Master's disciples, as well as numerous paid lodgings. For instance, other peaks have opened various caves for rent. Many inner and outer disciples opt to lease these caves, with prices varying according to the concentration of spiritual energy. Chen Shuran found it inappropriate to return to the servant disciple's residence since he was now an inner disciple, and the spiritual energy there was relatively sparse. Currently, he possessed over 800 low-grade spirit stones, making him somewhat affluent for the time being. Junior brother, are you looking to select a cave? Our Qiyuan sect offers caves of 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Which grade do you wish to choose? A middle-aged man with a smile inquired. Senior brother, may I ask what the differences are, and how are the prices calculated? Chen Shuran asked. The differences are quite significant. For instance, a lower-grade cave located at the foot of Niujiao Mountain has a spiritual energy concentration that exceeds that of the servant disciple's residence by at least 30%, priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones per month. A middle-grade cave, situated halfway up the mountain, boasts a concentration exceeding 50%, costing 30 low-grade spirit stones monthly. As for upper-grade caves, their spiritual energy is at least double that of the servant disciple's residence, allowing for a cultivation speed that is astonishingly rapid, priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones per month. We currently have all types of caves available. Which one does junior brother require? The middle-aged man said excitedly. Such an exorbitant price for the upper-grade cave. I shall opt for a lower-grade one for the time being. Staying for 3 months, Chen Shuran replied, handing over 30 low-grade spirit stones. Very well, junior brother. Please wait a moment. Here is your cave token. Each cave is equipped with a formation for restrictions, controlled by this token. The location of Niujiao Mountain is marked on this map. You may seek it out at your leisure. Should you wish to renew the lease, feel free to return anytime, the middle-aged man said, handing Chen Shuran a token and a jade slip containing a map. Thank you, senior brother, Chen Shuran said, and then, following the map, he set off towards Niujiao Mountain using his light body technique. After nearly half an hour of travel towards the west of the resource hall, he finally arrived at the foot of Niujiao Mountain. One can only learn to fly with a sword after reaching the late stage of Qi refinement. I wonder when I will be able to learn that. It truly is frustrating, Chen Shuran lamented while searching for his cave. After a stick of incense had burned, he finally located his cave. Upon entering, he discovered a bed, stone table, and stone chairs were all present, and to his delight, there was even a small pond in front of the cave. Thus, Chen Shuran embarked on a life of arduous cultivation. Indeed, the spiritual energy here was incomparable to that of the servant disciple's residence, or the spirit herb pavilion. 3 months of diligent practice, supplemented by various medicinal pills and the miraculous effects of the chaotic devouring heaven technique, enabled Chen Shuran to make significant progress in his 4th layer of Qi refinement. If he continued training like this for another 6 months, he might even reach perfection in the 4th layer. One day, as Chen Shuran prepared to renew his cave lease at the resource hall, a sound transmission talisman suddenly emitted a call from outside his cave. Greetings, senior brother. I am Chen Tong, an inner disciple residing next door. At the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I would like to pay you a visit. Upon realizing it was the inner disciple living next door, Chen Shiran promptly opened the restrictions and invited him in. I did not expect a junior brother of such tender years to be an inner disciple. It puts me to shame, remarked a man of medium build, sporting a short beard, with a smile. I am Chen Shiran, at the fourth layer of Qi refinement, merely fortunate to have recently ascended to the rank of inner disciple. Senior brother is already at the late stage of Qi refinement. So please do not mock me, Chen Shiran replied with a grin. Are you not the first place winner of this outer disciple competition? No wonder, no wonder. The requirement for inner disciples is to reach the late stage of Qi refinement. I was puzzled seeing the inner disciple sign outside your cave, only to discover your true level, Qian Tong said, enlightenment dawning on him as he laughed. Indeed, I am the first place winner of this outer disciple competition, purely by chance. Please have a seat, senior brother. Unfortunately, I have nothing to offer, just a cup of tea, Chen Shiran said, producing some spiritual tea he had purchased at the market. Please, there's no need for formality. However, as a newly promoted inner disciple, are you aware of the sect's task requirements for inner disciples? Chen Tong inquired further. What requirements? Chen Shiran asked, a look of confusion on his face. He had never heard of such requirements for inner disciples. You may not know, but once one becomes an outer disciple, they can undertake various tasks issued by the sect or individuals to earn spirit stones and other resources. These are voluntary, as some tasks could be a waste of time or even perilous. However, once you become an inner disciple, the sect mandates that each inner disciple must complete at least one task annually. With less than a month remaining this year, junior brother is fortunate to have time to complete a sect task. Or else next year's monthly resources and benefits will be entirely forfeited, Chen Tong explained. Is that so? I truly had no idea, Chen Shiran said, astonished. Just inquire at the task hall, and you shall find out. I will not disturb you any longer. Thank you for the tea, junior brother. Feel free to visit me sometime, Chen Tong said before taking his leave. Just as Chen Shiran was about to head to the resource hall, he decided to first make a trip to the task hall to verify Chen Tong's words. If it were true, he would seek a simple task to fulfill this year's sect requirement. Chapter 72. The search for snake saliva fruit in Chaos Cloud Valley. The task hall is located halfway up the main peak of the resource hall, belonging to the resource hall itself. Chen Shiran employed his light body technique and arrived at the foot of the resource hall after about half an hour. The task hall serves as the central hub for issuing tasks and gathering information within the sect, with a steady stream of disciples coming and going. Upon entering the hall, Chen Shiran was taken aback by the bustling scene and the diverse ranks of disciples present. Even Foundation Establishment stage seniors come here to receive tasks. It appears some tasks are quite challenging, Chen Shiran thought as he approached a task counter. Excuse me, senior sister, I would like to check if I have a task that I must complete this year. Chen Shiran politely inquired. Please hold on, junior brother, I will assist you as soon as I finish this, replied a graceful young woman in a white silk robe, who appeared to be around 18 or 19. As she conversed with a fellow disciple. It's no trouble. Take your time, Chen Shiran said, observing the surroundings at the counter. I apologize for the wait. Please present your identity token so I can assist you. The young woman said upon returning, having noticed Chen Shiran's youth, which suggested he was a newly promoted outer disciple. Oh, of course, Chen Shiran replied, handing over the identity token for inner disciples that Master Qinglan had provided him. Junior brother is actually an inner disciple. Oh no, senior brother, please do not hold it against me for my earlier oversight. I am Yue, an outer disciple. Please keep your identity token safe. You must complete a task this month. Otherwise, you will lose next year's resource benefits. Yue respectfully returned Chen Shiran's token. Do not be so formal, senior sister. I have just recently been promoted to inner disciple, and I am only at the fourth layer of Qi refinement, Chen Shiran said, slightly embarrassed, scratching his head. The status of an inner disciple felt awkward, as people often assumed he was at the late stage of Qi refinement when, in truth, he was far from it. Ha ha! So, senior brother is at the same level as me. I thought I had offended a senior disciple, Yue exclaimed, her laughter ringing out as she patted her chest in relief, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. It's no problem. Please help me check if there are any tasks suitable for my level. I wish to complete one swiftly. Rewards are of no consequence, Chen Shiran said, addressing Yue as senior sister despite being younger due to the disparity in their ranks. Please wait a moment. Let me check. Currently, it seems there are no simple tasks available that can be completed quickly. Many straightforward tasks have already been taken. The remaining options include planting spirit orchids for Elder Lu for half a year, delivering a letter to Yawang Valley for Senior Brother Wang, or serving as a fire worker for Senior Uncle Chong for 3 months. Yi Wei listed the remaining tasks that had not yet been claimed. Wait a moment, is the letter delivery task simple? Qin Shiran asked, realizing that many tasks were time-consuming, which likely explained their unclaimed status, as cultivators often faced a scarcity of both resources and time. This task is best left untouched by you, Senior Brother. It is far too perilous. The Yawang Valley is at least several thousand miles from our Qingyiwanzong. If we were to hire a spirit vessel for the round trip, it would take at least a month, and the journey would traverse dense forests and valleys where some bandits and rogue cultivators tend to gather, specifically targeting disciples of sections. They operate in well-coordinated gangs and are seasoned in the art of bloodshed, making them exceedingly experienced. An ordinary disciple encountering them would likely be completely stripped of their belongings. Thus, I implore you to reconsider, Yue advised earnestly. Such danger. Does the sect not intervene? Qin Shiran countered. It would be futile. Once they catch wind of any plans to eradicate them, they have already fled. The truth is, they typically seek only wealth and do not take lives. The sect also hopes that disciples can gain more experience. Hence they turn a blind eye, Yue elucidated. Well, if it's merely for riches, then I shall pass. It's hard-earned spirit stones we're talking about. Are there no other tasks available? Most of them either require excessive time or pose great danger, making them unsuitable for me, Qin Shiran lamented, continuing to inquire. I just remembered. There is one task that may pique your interest, Yue exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. What task is it, Junior Sister Yi? If it's not too daunting, I'm open to hearing more, Qin Shiran responded instantly, intrigued by the prospect. Originally, I had planned to undertake a task with a close friend to search for snake saliva fruits in the Chaos Cloud Valley. However, she informed me this morning that she has other commitments and cannot join me. I was at a loss for a companion. But since you are also seeking a task, why don't we go together? Yue proposed with a hopeful gaze. Where is this Chaos Cloud Valley? How challenging is the task? Could you provide me with further details before I make a decision? Qin Shiran requested, not immediately acquiescing but rather seeking clarity first. The Chaos Cloud Valley is situated 100 miles south of the sect, nestled within a deep mountain range. The valley is perpetually shrouded in miasma and swirling fog. Without taking a detoxification pill, one could easily succumb to poisoning. Thus, it is named Chaos Cloud Valley. However, the valley is home to numerous spiritual herbs and plants, albeit guarded by many fierce beasts. Some creatures deep within the valley possess strengths rivaling those at the Foundation establishment stage, which is why disciples from various sects frequently venture there in search of medicinal herbs, Yue explained. This task was issued by a Foundation establishment elder from Daling Valley, who provided the map as well since he requires snake saliva fruits for a potion he is concocting but is unable to leave his work. The map clearly marks the location, which is on the outskirts of the valley, so the danger is relatively minimal. Yue continued, and I also researched the information. The beast guarding the snake saliva fruits is a mid-tier first-level demon beast known as the bone-eating crocodile. If we split up, one of us can use the luring grass to distract it while the other retrieves the fruit. This requires coordination between us. What do you think, Senior Brother? If all goes well, we could complete it in just a few days. Yue laid out the entire plan with enthusiasm. Very well, count me in. When shall we depart? Qin Shiran deliberated for a moment, concluding that if they remained cautious around the valley's periphery, the risk seemed manageable, and he readily agreed. 3 days hence I will gather some essential supplies, including luring grass and detoxification pills. Please share your residence with me. Once I'm prepared, I'll contact you to confirm the meeting point. Yue said with a crescent-shaped smile, Thank you for your efforts. I shall return to await your news. Here is my address. If there is anything you need me to procure, do not hesitate to ask. Qin Shiran replied, jotting down his address and then heading to the resource hall to renew his lease for the cave on Nyojo Mountain. 3 days passed swiftly. On that morning, as Qin Shiran practiced his breathing techniques in the cave, a communication talisman suddenly arrived from outside. Senior Brother Qin, meet me at the grove 1 mile south of the sect's foot. I have set out. Please hurry. Yue's melodious voice echoed from the talisman. Chapter 73. The Bone-Eating Crocodile. Marsh. Qin Shiran, having made his preparations, equipped with elixirs and magical artifacts, activated his light body technique and swiftly made his way to the designated meeting point. In less than half an hour, he descended the mountain and arrived at the grove 1 mile away. Junior Sister Yi, are you here? Chen Shiran inquired, expanding his spiritual sense to vigilantly assess the surroundings. I am here, Senior Brother Chen, a strikingly graceful young woman in a black dress and boots, with her hair styled in a ponytail and a charming smile revealing a row of pearly teeth, emerged from behind a tree. Let us proceed. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return, Chen Shiran said with a smile upon seeing Yi Wei. Today, Yi Wei's appearance radiated an enchanting aura, embodying both purity and a wild beauty that compelled Chen Shiran to steal a few extra glances. Indeed, we shall travel by spirit vessel, Yi Wei said, cheerfully producing a crescent-shaped spirit vessel. I hired this for 10 spirit stones. With a mere surge of spiritual power, it can soar 1,000 miles in a day. We shall reach our destination in just 1 hour. Senior brother, remember to return me 5 spirit stones upon completion of the task, Yi Wei teased, playfully sticking out her tongue. Not a problem. I owe you a great debt of gratitude for inviting me on this task. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. A mere handful of spirit stones is insignificant. Chen Shiran laughed heartily. With a surge of spiritual power, the crescent spirit vessel shot forth like an arrow. Hurtling towards Chaos Cloud Valley, an hour later, the vessel descended gently before a valley. That is our destination. Yi Wei pointed toward the valley entrance, obscured by swirling white mist. Chen Shiran gazed ahead, observing towering cliffs on either side of the valley. Rising 1,000 feet into the air, with only a narrow opening of several yards visible, shrouded in the fog, rendering it impossible to see clearly within. Take this detoxification pill, Senior Brother. The white mist is the valley's miasma. Once we enter, it will gradually dissipate. According to the map, the snake saliva fruits are approximately 5 miles to the northeast from the entrance. It's not too far, but we must remain vigilant as dangers may arise unexpectedly. Yi Wei advised, and together they disembarked from the spirit vessel, swallowing the detoxification pills before cautiously approaching the entrance. Upon entering, Chen Shiran quickly realized that the miasma infiltrated every pore, seeping through his skin. Fortunately, the detoxification pill's effects promptly neutralized the poisonous gas entering his system. The entrance was shrouded in a haze, and Chen Shiran maintained his spiritual sense closely behind Yi Wei. After walking about a mile, the miasma began to thin. Suddenly, Yi Wei halted, and Chen Shiran noticed a marsh obstructing their path ahead. Junior Sister Yi, why have we stopped? Chen Shiran gently inquired. The map did not indicate the presence of a marsh here. It seems we will need to take a detour, Yi Wei replied softly. Why not simply fly over the marsh with the spirit vessel? Taking a detour could take ages, Chen Shiran questioned, puzzled. That is not advisable. I have been to Chaos Cloud Valley several times, and one must never fly recklessly here, especially over the marsh. There resides a beast called the bone-eating crocodile, comparable in strength to late-stage chi refinement cultivators, which preys on any creature entering the marsh, including birds or beasts flying overhead. They may be blind, but their spiritual sense is extraordinarily acute. Any fluctuations in spiritual power above will attract them, and they will leap out, snapping their massive jaws to drag their prey into the marsh to drown and devour them. Moreover, in Chaos Cloud Valley, even flying is restricted to a few yards above the ground. The higher you ascend, the greater the pressure. It's a perplexing phenomenon that even golden core cultivators cannot escape. Thus, we should take the longer route, Yi Wei concluded, carefully making her way along the marsh's edge towards the west. This was the first time Chen Shiran had heard of such a terrifying beast inhabiting a marsh. If one were unaware of their habits, it would be all too easy to fall victim. Reluctantly, he followed Yi Wei in search of a new route. After half an hour of trekking along the marsh, they still saw no end in sight. It seems there has been a change within the Chaos Cloud Valley. I never expected this marsh to stretch so far. Just now, this was the narrowest part. Senior Brother Chen, shall we attempt to cross here? Yi Wei asked, turning to him. Chen Shiran observed the distance, noting that it was only 7 or 8 yards to the opposite side, considerably narrower than other areas, which spanned a dozen yards. Junior Sister Yi, this is the closest point to the opposite bank. I believe it is feasible. Do you see that withered tree over there? Chen Shiran pointed to a small tree on the opposite side. I see it. Senior Brother, what method do you intend to employ? I was thinking of using the light body technique along with a teleportation talisman to cross quickly. If we are fast enough, we can make it in mere moments, Yi Wei suggested. Your plan is too perilous. You just mentioned that the bone-eating crocodile is particularly sensitive to spiritual power. If we can silently cross without using any spiritual energy, it would be much safer, Qin Shiran advised. What does senior brother propose? Yue asked, perplexed. We can tie a rope to that withered tree on the opposite side, then stand on a bamboo raft and gradually pull ourselves across while holding onto the tree. Qin Shiran proposed, his expression shifting with determination. Excellent idea, senior brother. How did I not think of that? Yue exclaimed delightedly. Let us first fashion 2 bamboo rafts. I will attempt it first, but tying the rope to that withered tree will require some spiritual power. I hope it does not attract the bone-eating crocodiles, Qin Shiran said, pulling out a sturdy rope from his storage bag, which he had previously obtained from Luo Tianhai's possessions. Here, after tying a knot in the rope, Qin Shiran threw it forcefully towards the opposite bank, infusing the rope's end with a touch of spiritual energy, causing it to soar swiftly over the marshland. At that very moment, a colossal black beast suddenly leapt from the eerily tranquil marsh. Lunging towards the rope's end with its gaping maw, Qin Shiran flicked the rope upwards, causing the beast to snap at thin air before crashing heavily back into the mire, while the rope's end deftly ensnared a gnarled tree branch. Marvelous, senior brother. How did you manage that? Yue exclaimed in awe, her voice barely above a whisper. I often accompanied my father into the mountains for hunting during my childhood, and over time, I learned the ropes. That just now was a bone-eating crocodile, wasn't it? A truly massive one. Just a hint of spiritual energy allowed me to sense its presence. Quite terrifying indeed. Fortunately, we didn't recklessly venture in earlier, Qin Shiran replied softly. Thanks to you, senior brother. Yue cheekily made a face. All right, let us craft 2 small bamboo rafts. The marsh appears calm for the moment, but they are surely still lurking within. I will go first. Once I have safely crossed, you may follow, Qin Shiran said, and began chopping wood to construct the rafts. Half an hour later, Qin Shiran and Yue had completed 2 small bamboo rafts. I shall go first. If you notice anything amiss, please alert me, Qin Shiran instructed, pulling out a swift escape talisman and affixing it to his leg. An essential tool for a critical moment. He tugged on the rope, noting that the marsh remained still, and gently placed the raft onto the surface, gradually pulling himself across to the opposite bank. After a short while, Qin Shiran successfully reached the other side and waved to Yue before tossing the rope back to her. Yue joyfully caught the rope, setting down her raft to replicate Qin Shiran's actions, pulling herself across. As Qin Shiran took hold of the rope from the gnarled tree, he began to assist Yue in her crossing. As she slowly traversed the middle of the marsh, a sudden disturbance broke the surface. Not good, junior sister, be careful, Qin Shiran shouted in alarm, urgently pulling on the rope. Senior brother. Ah? Yue's terrified scream echoed through the air. Chapter 74. A perilous escape in the blink of an eye. A massive crocodile erupted from the bubbling marsh, its maw agape, lined with sharp steel-like teeth, making a beeline for Yue. Paralyzed with fear, could only watch, wide-eyed, as the beast lunged toward her. Dodge, you fool! Qin Shiran cried out, witnessing Yue's immobility. With no time to summon his magical artifacts, he yanked on the rope with all his strength. Yue was abruptly pulled back and instantly jolted awake, hastily employing her light body technique to flee forward. Caught off guard by Yue's sudden movement, the crocodile missed its target, snapping at nothing but air. However, its cumbersome body was surprisingly agile as it raised its head, bearing its gaping maw once more, this time from behind Yue. Qin Shiran quickly summoned a defensive artifact, the Xiangui shield. From his storage pouch, with a flicker of power, it transformed into a shimmering blue light that shielded Yue from behind. Yue, junior sister, do not look back, run quickly, Qin Shiran commanded, executing the maneuver in a heartbeat. The crocodile lunged again, the stench of its foul breath wafting into Yue's nostrils. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely forged ahead, placing her utmost trust in Qin Shiran. Clang! The bone-eating crocodile's razor-sharp teeth collided with the Xiangui shield, producing a jarring, grating sound. Though the shield's glow dimmed slightly, it steadfastly withstood the crocodile's assault. Seizing the moment of respite, the panicked Yue swiftly made her way to the opposite bank. Upon seeing Yue reach safety, Qin Shiran nearly succumbed to darkness, collapsing to his knees. Senior brother Qin, are you all right? Yue rushed to his side, supporting him as he staggered. After successfully deflecting the crocodile's attack, The Xianggui's shield returned to Chen Xiuran's hand in a flash of blue light. Help me up, we must flee. That bone-eating crocodile may yet pursue us. Chen Xiuran urged. Yes, yes. Yue promptly assisted him, leading him forward. Frustrated by its failed attempts, the enraged crocodile attempted to leap onto the bank to continue its chase. However, upon realizing that the pair had escaped faster than a rabbit, it retreated back into the mire in anger. Let us pause. It seems we are no longer being pursued. We can rest here. Chen Xiuran suggested, leaning against a nearby rock. Senior brother Chen, are you truly all right? Yue inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. I need to replenish my spiritual energy. Please guard me, Chen Xiuran replied, swallowing a spirit recovery pill before settling down to meditate. After a short while, Chen Xiuran slowly opened his eyes. I hadn't anticipated that summoning such a superior artifact would drain my spiritual energy so drastically. Thankfully, I managed to hold on, Chen Xiuran spoke, a hint of trepidation in his tone. Thank you immensely for saving my life just now, senior brother. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have perished. Yue expressed her gratitude with a bow. There's no need for such formalities. We are a team and ought to support one another, Chen Xiuran replied, waving his hand dismissively. Was that superior artifact you summoned just now? Its defensive capabilities were remarkable, capable of withstanding even the bone-eating crocodile's assault. However, such artifacts are typically meant for late-stage qi refinement practitioners. We are merely at the 4th layer, and thus lack sufficient spiritual energy, which explains the fatigue after a single use. Once you advance to the 5th or 6th layer, you will find it much easier, Yue remarked with a gentle laugh, covering her mouth. Indeed, that seems to be the case. How far are we from the location of the snake saliva fruit? Chen Xiuran inquired. According to the map, we are still about 3 or 4 miles away, Yue replied, producing the jade slip map. Then let us continue on our way. If all goes well, we should arrive within an hour, Chen Xiuran concluded, rising to press onward. What is that at the foot of the mountain ahead? Chen Xiuran asked. Noticing several greenish plants swaying gently in the breeze, emanating a faint spiritual energy, Yue's eyes lit up. Senior brother, it appears to be gathering spirit grass, she exclaimed, dashing towards the plants. Indeed, it is gathering spirit grass. Be cautious, Chen Xiuran called out, following closely behind. 1, 2, 3. There are 8 stalks of gathering spirit grass in total, senior brother. Yue chimed joyfully as she gathered the plants. You discovered the gathering spirit grass? So it's only fair that you benefit from it. You may take 5 or 6 stalks, Yue suggested shyly. Let us split it evenly. As a team, it is only right to share, Chen Xiuran replied, taking 4 stalks for himself. But, senior brother, this hardly seems fair to you, considering, Yue protested earnestly. There are no buts about it, asked the senior brother. I have the final say, half for each of us. Any future finds of spiritual herbs or grasses will also be divided equally. If it proves difficult to split, we shall sell them for spirit stones and share the proceeds, Chen Xiuran interjected firmly, leaving no room for argument. Then I shall not be difficult. Thank you, senior brother. Yue beamed, placing the gathering spirit grass into her storage pouch. Each stalk of gathering spirit grass can fetch at least 5 spirit stones. With these 4, we have earned 20 in total. Let us see if there are any more nearby, Yue suggested, glancing around but finding nothing else of worth. Let us move on. If there are none here, perhaps we will find more ahead. Chen Xiuran smiled. Thus, the two continued on their journey towards the snake saliva fruit, simultaneously searching for more spiritual herbs. Along the way, they stumbled upon additional gathering spirit grass and even discovered a few blood-condensing grasses, yielding a modest profit. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at a deep pool beneath a steep cliff, reaching their intended destination. Chapter 75. An unexpected incident before the snake saliva fruit cave. Senior brother. Do you see that cave? It should be within, Yue whispered as they hid behind a rock. Yes, let us wait for a moment. We should assess the situation first. We do not know if there are guardian beasts within the cave. Chen Xiuran replied in a low voice. After an hour passed without any changes in their surroundings, you wait here for me, hand me the luring herb, and I will investigate, Chen Xiuran instructed, placing the luring herb that Yue had given him into his storage pouch. He then retrieved a diamond talisman and the fire spirit ruler, a mid-grade artifact given to him by Baiyang, carefully making his way toward the cave. The cave was dim and damp. The passage narrow. Chun Shuran advanced cautiously, suppressing his presence. After about half a tea's time, the path opened up, revealing a spacious area illuminated by gradually brightening light. There, about 30 meters away, lay a gigantic black python, its girth comparable to that of a water barrel, fast asleep with its eyes closed. Close by, a vibrant red plant thrived, adorned with 4 or 5 round, crimson fruits, exuding a pungent, repulsive odor. After observing for some time, Chen Xiuran discerned that there was no opportunity to approach without waking the black-scaled serpent and decided to withdraw. Just as he exited the cave, he overheard a commotion coming from behind a large boulder. Chen Xiuran quickly sought refuge in a concealed spot, stifling his breath. Zhao senior brother, Wu senior brother, that snake saliva fruit was discovered by me first. We must adhere to some semblance of order here. You cannot simply try to drive me away. Moreover, you esteemed inner disciples of the late-stage Qi refinement are bullying an outer disciple. If word of this reaches the sect, would you not be ridiculed by your peers? Yi Wei's furious voice rang out, echoing in Chen Xiuran's ears. How could there be others who have found their way here, and inner disciples at that? Chen Xiuran thought, astonished. Mockery? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. So what if we seized your snake saliva fruit? It is already fortunate that we haven't compelled you to surrender your storage bag. Yet here you are, prattling on. If you continue to annoy me, I shall not hesitate to end your life. My father is a foundation-building elder of our sect, and eliminating an ordinary outer disciple is a trivial matter. Be wise and scram. A brazen male voice scoffed disdainfully. You shameless scoundrels, Yi Wei exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Yi Wei felt a surge of anxiety. Chen Xiuran had barely arrived when 2 fellow disciples discovered their presence. Amidst their quarrel, she realized that one of them was actually an inner disciple at the late stage of Qi training, and this person's father was a foundation-building elder of their sect. Yi Wei hoped that Chen Xiuran would hear the commotion and find a way to escape in the world of cultivation. Power was everything. The act of killing for treasure was alarmingly common. Even among fellow disciples, such incidents could transpire if no one was around to witness them. Zhao Shixiang, this girl is quite appealing. With her alluring figure and radiant complexion, wouldn't it be a pity to let her go? Moreover, the snake saliva fruit is typically guarded by fierce beasts. Why not send her into the cave to retrieve it for us? Sparing us the trouble? If she is fortunate enough to survive, I would be grateful if you could grant her to me. Wu, the male disciple, whispered to Zhao. Indeed, that sounds reasonable. Cultivators shouldn't be preoccupied with matters of the opposite sex every day. My father has stated that if you do not reach the late stage of Qi training within 3 years, he will not accept you as his disciple, Zhao replied with disdain. Thank you. Zhao Shixiang, rest assured, I am confident I will reach the late stage of Qi training within 3 years, Wu said, beaming with delight. Stop right there, Wu called out as Yi Wei prepared to turn and leave. I was about to depart. What more do you want from me? Yi Wei retorted, her heart racing. What is your name? Wu asked, sizing Yi Wei up with a sinister smile, gazing at the diminutive, monkey-faced Wu. Yi Wei felt an inexplicable foreboding that Wu Shixiang. My name is Yi Wei. May I ask if I can leave now? Yi Wei feigned calmness. Ahem. I have a small request to make of you. Yi shimmy. My name is Wu Yifan, and this is my fellow disciple Zhao Fengzhua.as. We are all fellow disciples. Let us not stand on ceremony. I have a proposal for you, and if you agree, I can even share a portion of the snake saliva fruit, Wu Yifan said with a smile. Yi shimmy, you need not concern yourself with the snake saliva fruit. May I ask if I can leave now? Wu Shixiang, Yi Wei promptly rejected without a second thought. It seems that is not for you to decide. I must trouble you to venture into the cave and retrieve the snake saliva fruit. If all goes well, I may grant you a share. Moreover, you must agree to be my dual cultivation partner. What do you say? Wu Yifan's eyes gleamed as he fixated on Yi Wei, as if wishing to strip her bare. Over my dead body. With that, Yi Wei summoned her crescent-shaped spirit boat, intending to flee. Hemph! Trying to escape. Purple gold blade. Zhao Fengshua snorted coldly. A purple gold blade erupted from his body, swiftly closing in on Yi Wei. Slicing downwards, it cleaved through the spirit boat, causing Yi Wei to cry out as she was thrown from it. Chapter 76. Mutual destruction. To think you could escape before me is sheer folly. My father is a foundation-building cultivator of the Qingyuan sect, and my treasures are countless. Hemph! Zhao Fengshua sneered, effortlessly thwarting Yi Wei's escape. After a brief tea break, behave yourself, Yi Shimi, if you wish to avoid death. Go and fetch us the snake saliva fruit, Wu Yifan ordered in a hushed tone. But my strength is insufficient. I am no match for the mid-level beast, the black-scaled Mang. Zhao Shixiang is at the late stage of Qi training and possesses tremendous strength. Eliminating this black-scaled Mang would be a simple task for him. I am willing to accompany you, assisting you both. If we succeed in obtaining the snake saliva fruit, I hope you might spare me one. I am also willing to be your dual cultivation partner, Wu Shixiang. Yi Wei pretended to tremble with fear. Really? Zhao Shixiang, what do you think? Wu Yifan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hemph. This is your only chance. If not for your father's kindness towards mine, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes, Zhao Fengshua retorted with disdain. Yes, thank you, Zhao Shixiang. Wu Yifan quickly lowered his head in deference. Damn it, you fool. You possess cultivation but no wit. Your arrogance will one day lead to your demise. A malicious glint flickered in Wu Yifan's eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Come on, you two, follow closely behind me. With that, Zhao Fengshua strode confidently into the cave, followed closely by the other two. Qin Shuran, hiding behind a rock, felt a wave of urgency wash over him. One was at the late stage of Qi training, and the other at least at the 5th or 6th level. The difficulty of rescuing Yi Wei from their clutches was monumental. Qin Shuran longed to flee, but Yi Wei had just deliberately spoken loudly, clearly signaling him to hide. If he left now, he would be unable to bear the weight of guilt. After much inner turmoil, he ultimately decided to remain and contemplate a plan. After Zhao Fengshua and the others had entered the cave for roughly half a tea's time, they finally reached the innermost depths. Zhao Shixiang, it truly is a black-scaled Mang. It seems to be hibernating. Look over there. It's the snake saliva fruit, Wu Yifan exclaimed in hushed excitement. Step back. Let me handle this beast. Zhao Fengshua shouted. Purple gold blade. As soon as he called out, the slumbering black-scaled Mang was startled awake, spewing forth a plume of black mist upon seeing the incoming purple light. You fool, just strike. There's no need to announce it, Wu Yifan silently cursed. The purple gold blade was momentarily enveloped by the black mist, its speed and power diminished significantly. The blade cut through the black mist, striking the hardest scales of the black-scaled Mang, producing a sharp metallic clang as it penetrated into the creature's flesh, causing blood to spurt forth as the beast let out a pained roar. Is it truly this resilient? Zhao Fengshua was taken aback, astonished that the formidable purple gold blade had failed to slice the black-scaled Mang in half. This blade was a low-grade spiritual weapon bestowed upon him by his father, which he had nurtured within his body, boasting extraordinary power. In the past, a single strike had always been sufficient to cleave foes in two. Zhao Shixiang, it has ascended to a high-level beast. Look at the horns forming on its head. Wu Yifan shouted. The black-scaled Mang, in agony, was now preparing to grow horns, enraged by the intrusion and the injury inflicted upon it. It charged forward with a furious roar. Zhao Fengshua bellowed, the purple gold blade again glowing with violet light, soaring towards the black-scaled Mang. With a swift flick of its tail, the black-scaled Mang sent the purple gold blade flying, charging directly at Zhao Fengshua, who was caught off guard and sent sprawling. Damn it. How pathetic! Wu Yifan gasped in shock as he witnessed Zhao Fengshua being knocked aside, prompting him to flee in panic. Seeing the danger, Yi Wei hastily followed suit, retreating as the black-scaled Mang pursued them. Disregarding Zhao Fengshua, employing their lightness skills, the two hastened towards the exit. Just as they were about to reach safety, the black-scaled Mang caught up, delivering a sweeping tail strike that sent them crashing against the wall, blood spewing from their mouths as they fell unconscious. Beast. A furious roar echoed from Wei. Continuing, he retrieved the exquisite fire-attributed attack artifact, the Crimson Fire Sword, awarded for the Outer Disciple competition. With determined strikes, he chopped at the nearly severed area for a brief while, ultimately cleaving through, causing the black-scaled python to breathe its last. Chen Xiuran stored the entirety of the black-scaled python into his storage bag and was about to contemplate how to deal with Zhao Fengshua and his companion when suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed from the cave entrance. What are you doing? Yi Wei's voice rang out in panic. Stay still and do not move recklessly. Otherwise, my spirit dagger does not discriminate. If you wish to flee, consider whether I will allow it. Move to the front and investigate the cave. Wu Yifun's menacing voice echoed into the cave, reaching Chen Xiuran's ears. I didn't expect them to awaken so swiftly. Had I known, I would have bound Wu Yifun first. However, since they are approaching, I can lie in wait at the entrance, Chen Xiuran thought as he concealed his aura and summoned the fire spirit ruler. Preparing for Wu Yifun's arrival, soft footsteps approached. The black-scaled python is gone, and senior brother Zhao is lying there. Yue gasped in astonishment. What is happening? What on earth transpired? Wu Yifun dashed into the cave in a single bound. Look out! A flash of fiery spirit light darted from the side. Thud! Wu Yifun was struck from behind, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs as he crashed against the wall. Who are you? Wu Yifun groaned in agony, lying on the ground. Chen Xiuran, is that you? Yue hurriedly rushed in upon hearing Chen Xiuran's voice, her heart filled with joy upon recognizing him. Finally, salvation had arrived. Yi Junior sister, are you unharmed? Chen Xiuran turned and smiled. Then, raising the fire spirit ruler, he pointed it at Wu Yifun. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to die. Chen Xiuran spoke with a calm demeanor. Senior brother Chen, killing fellow disciples can lead to the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect, Yue exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Aside from you, no one will know. I suppose there are quite a few sect disciples who have perished in Chaos Cloud Valley, Chen Xiuran remarked nonchalantly. Haha. You are far too naive. I just activated a sound transmission talisman with my right hand. And senior brother Zhao is an inner disciple, his father a foundation-building deacon of the Qingyun sect. If anything happens, they will not let it slide easily. I advise you to release us, lest you bring calamity upon yourself. Wu Yifun replied, brimming with confidence. And what if I choose not to? Chen Xiuran blocked the cave entrance and addressed Ye Junior sister, stepped forward and seized the sound transmission talisman from his hand. He is already gravely injured and cannot resist. I will prevent the talisman from escaping. If we let them go today, our future in the sect will surely be perilous. We must eliminate them today. Chen Xiuran declared resolutely. Senior brother Chen, Yue hesitated, fear creeping in as she had never taken a life before. Do not fear, junior sister. He has just been ambushed by me and is incapable of putting up a fight. Just take the talisman from him and leave the rest to me, Chen Xiuran reassured her. All right, I will listen to you, senior brother. With determination, Yue approached Wu Yifun step by step. Wu Yifun, hand over the sound transmission talisman in your right hand, or I shall attack. Yue brandished her low-grade artifact, the azure steel sword, feigning ferocity. Senior brother Zhao, how did you wake up? Wu Yifun exclaimed in surprise. Yue couldn't help but glance to her left. You think I will surrender so easily? Prepare yourself, Wu Yifun declared, tossing the object in his right hand outward and producing a pink vial from his robe, hurling it toward Yue Junior sister. It's a trap, be careful, Chen Xiuran shouted. Wu Yifun's thrown object transformed into a white spirit light, racing toward the cave exit, prompting Chen Xiuran to launch the fire spirit ruler at the white light. Yue turned and immediately sensed the danger, hastily raising her azure steel sword to strike the pink vial that was thrown at her. Bang! The pink vial shattered, releasing a cloud of pink powder. Cough, cough. Yue inadvertently inhaled a few breaths, her azure steel sword continuing its momentum toward Wu Yifun. Ugh! Wu Yifun, attempting to dodge to the right, was unexpectedly struck head-on by Yue's blade, directly aimed at his face. You wretched couple, may you meet a miserable end. Senior Uncle Zhao will surely avenge us. Ha ha. With those words, Wu Yifun drew his final breath. Chen Xiuran also successfully intercepted the sound transmission talisman. Junior sister, are you all right? Chen Xiuran rushed over, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, senior brother Chen, just feeling a bit warm, Yue replied, a hint of embarrassment causing her to fidget. Chapter 78. Yue in a state of bewilderment. That's a relief. Go retrieve his storage bag while I deal with Zhao Fengshua to eliminate any future threats. With that, Chen Xiuran picked up the purple gold dagger and approached Zhao Fengshua, plunging it into his chest. Senior brother Zhao, do not hold it against your fellow disciple. I am sending you on your way early. Zhao Fengshua groaned softly and then fell silent. Chen Xiuran took his storage bag and purple gold dagger. Planning to destroy the bodies of the two. An alluring moan reached Chen Xiuran's ears. Junior sister, what is wrong? Chen Xiuran was taken aback by Yue's current state. He saw Yue half sitting on the ground. Her cheeks flushed, her boots inexplicably removed and cast aside, revealing her delicate white feet. Gentle sighs escaped her lips as her pristine collarbone revealed an astonishing curve, the sight captivating Chen Xiuran's gaze. Could it be the pink powder from earlier? Chen Xiuran thought as he swallowed hard, recalling how Yue had inhaled a few breaths of the powder from the red vial, undoubtedly linked to her current state. Chen Xiuran hurried to Yue's side, intending to pull her clothes back up, but as soon as he touched her, Yue's hands instinctively reached for him. Her eyes slightly widened, and the faint fragrance escaping her slightly parted lips overwhelmed Chen Xiuran. He struggled against the rising tide of temptation, slapping himself to regain focus, then swiftly struck Yue, rendering her unconscious before covering her with his outer robe. This Wu scoundrel is so insidious. Resorting to such vile tactics, Chen Xiuran muttered under his breath, he must have an antidote. Let me search his storage bag. Chen Xiuran removed the bag, erasing its spiritual imprint before probing within. The space contained a myriad of women's intimate garments. Various bottles and jars, a large seal, and a collection of spiritual herbs haphazardly piled in the corner. What a pervert! Collecting so many women's intimate belongings, Chen Xiuran cursed internally. The antidote must be among these bottles. And he began to search through them one by one. This red vial? Chen Xiuran spotted a red vial amidst the clutter, identical to the one previously thrown. Desire powder. Just by the name, it is clearly an aphrodisiac. But where is the antidote? Aha! Chen Xiuran discovered a green vial labeled as the antidote to the desire powder. He poured a black pill from the green vial and offered it to Yue, only to be taken aback when she extended her delicate tongue and licked his finger, sending a jolt through him. Who would have thought that Yi Junior's sister, usually so composed, possesses such an alluring figure? Thank goodness she encountered me. Otherwise, her virtue might have been compromised. After administering the antidote, Chen Xiuran finally breathed a sigh of relief, albeit with a tinge of disappointment. As the antidote took effect, Yue gradually calmed down, the flush on her cheeks fading. First, let us clean up the traces of the bodies in the cave. We should leave promptly once Yi Junior's sister awakens, Chen Xiuran said, straightening Yue's clothes, helping her put on her boots, and preparing to dispose of the other two bodies. Chen Xiuran placed the two bodies together and incanted a fireball spell, incinerating them completely before cleaning the bloodstains in the cave. After a brief moment, a soft moan broke the silence as Yue slowly opened her eyes. Ah, scoundrel! Her startled scream seemed to pierce through Chen Xiuran's eardrums. Senior brother Chen, I never imagined you to be such a gentleman. Yet here you are. How can I ever face anyone again? Woe is me, Yue whimpered softly, trembling as she curled up in Chen Xiuran's robe, looking utterly pitiful and evoking an instinctive urge in him to protect her. Ahem, junior sister. You were affected by Wu's desire powder, but I have given you the antidote. I did nothing to you. Rather, you nearly pushed me down. If you do not believe me, you can assess your own body. Chen Xiuran scratched his head, chuckling. Upon hearing this, Yue quickly looked down, relieved to see her clothes seemingly intact and her body unremarkable, but the latter part of his statement made her blush even deeper. Thank you, senior brother, that I misjudged you. I sincerely apologize. Yue offered a timid apology, barely above a whisper. You are well, Sister Yi. I have already taken care of the bodies of Zhao Fengshua and Wu Yinzai. And I have also obtained the snake saliva fruit. If your health is not severely compromised, we should depart from here at once and return to the sect, for fear that the longer we linger, the more complications may arise. Chen Xiuran rose and stated, Yes, I am quite well, Yue softly replied. Very well, I will wait for you outside the cave. Once you are ready, we shall hasten our departure. Chen Xiuran said, and with that, he exited the cave. After a while, Yue emerged from the cave, having tidied her attire. The two then retraced their steps, navigating a winding path before safely exiting the chaotic Yun Valley. They boarded the crescent-shaped spirit vessel and returned to Qingyuan sect that very day. Chapter 79. The Golden Belt of Murder and Arson. To avoid drawing attention, the two parted ways not far from the sect. Chen Xiuran produced 2 snake saliva fruits and requested that Yue return to the mission hall to submit their task, agreeing to meet in 3 days' time at Chen Xiuran's cave to divide their spoils. He then hastened to the marketplace, seeking out the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. Spirit Fish, business has arrived, Chen Xiuran called out, spotting Ling Yu asleep and having to rouse her. Oh, it's you again. You must be Chen Xiuran, right? What brings you here this time? The petite and charming Ling Yu inquired with a smile. I wish to know if there is a secure place to safely store items, Qin Shiran asked in a hushed tone. Storing items? Indeed, we can assist with that. If customers wish to store items, they can entrust them to our Sea-Hai Trading Company, guaranteeing absolute safety. Ling Yu proudly declared, patting her chest. I must consult Elder He first. Qin Shiran replied, smiling as he ascended the stairs. You again? I heard your conversation just now. Elder He remarked from the second floor, savoring his tea. Indeed. Elder He, I wish to store a batch of items and hope for their safekeeping. Qin Shiran said respectfully. Our Sea-Hai Trading Company conducts business across the Tianheng continent, dealing in all sorts of goods, spirit talismans, spirit herbs, weapons, armor, and storage of items as well. You can rest assured about security. We are not a force to be trifled with, and neither is Qingyuan's sect by the way. What do you wish to store? Elder He inquired with mild interest. I wish to store some magical tools and sell a demon beast. Qin Shiran responded. Oh? What kind of demon beast? Let me see, Elder He said. His interest piqued. A first-level mid-tier black-scaled mang, or rather, a mutated one, just promoted to first-level high-tier. This is quite a treasure. Elder He's eyes sparkled at the mention of the black-scaled mang. How should we proceed with this, Elder He? Qin Shiran asked, not hesitating to seek guidance. Ordinary first-level high-tier demon beasts can fetch around 400 to 500 spirit stones, but this mutated one is worth at least 700 to 800. Of course, it would be best to forge it into armor. Its scales can be crafted into an exquisite defensive artifact, offering substantial protection. What do you think? Elder He inquired, stroking his beard with a smile. Let us convert it into spirit stones. I don't need it for now. Please store these 2 storage bags for me, and deduct the storage fees from the sale of the black-scaled mang. I will collect them when I have the time, Qin Shiran stated, presenting the 2 confiscated storage bags to Ling Yu. Humph. I've already said you can store and retrieve. Why don't you trust me? Here is the storage token. Bring this when you come to collect, Ling Yu pouted. Thank you, Ling Yu. Here are a few spirit stones. Use them to buy some good food. I will return in due time. With that, Qin Shiran took the token and hurried back to the sect. 3 days swiftly passed. Sister Yi, how have these 3 days treated you? Qin Shiran asked as he and Yue sat across from each other in his cave. Brewing tea. Thanks to your assistance, brother, my cultivation has improved. Yue replied with a gentle smile. Huh? That is indeed delightful news. I have prepared a list of our spoils. Please have a look. Qin Shiran handed her a slip of paper. No need, brother, I trust you completely. You have taken care of me throughout this journey, for which I am immensely grateful. Without your timely rescue, I fear I would have perished. I cannot accept any of these items. Yue declined graciously. 1 must be fair. Since we agreed to split the spoils, I shall take charge of the division. We have 1 superior grade attacking artifact, 2 mid-grade attacking artifacts, 1 exquisite defensive artifact, and 1 mid-grade defensive artifact, Qin Shiran continued, though he refrained from presenting the inferior-grade spirit tool, the Zijin knife. Additionally, we have various elixirs, spirit herbs, spirit stones, and the black-scaled mang, that can simply be split equally. As for the rest, how about this? You take the exquisite defensive artifact, and I shall keep the mid-grade attacking artifact, the Great Seal. The remainder can be yours. How does that sound? Qin Shiran suggested. Feeling somewhat bashful, I will defer to your judgment, brother. I have certainly benefited greatly, Yue giggled, covering her mouth. Very well. I will place all these items in this storage bag and provide you with one as well. However, for security, I have temporarily stored the bags in a safe location. I will give them to you once the commotion dies down. You should remain in the sect for the next few days and avoid going out. I suspect inquiries will arise soon, and you can simply tell the truth. I have taken care of all traces, Qin Shiran advised Yue. Rest assured, sister knows how to proceed. I shall return now and await your notification. Thank you, brother. With that, Yue bowed and departed. Indeed, it is often said that murder and arson bring swift riches. Qin Shiran could not help but exclaim that a week passed, and Qingyuan's sect was in an uproar as an inner sect disciple and an outer sect disciple had gone missing without cause. The law enforcement hall was on a quest for clues. Chapter 80. Zhao Sijing has gone mad. Is Qin Shiran within this cave? We are disciples of the law enforcement hall. Please come out for questioning. One day, while Qin Shiran was meditating in his cave, a voice echoed from outside. Qin Shiran was taken aback. He had not anticipated the law enforcement hall would come seeking him. After recalling the entire sequence of events and confirming there were no discrepancies, He opened the cave's protective barrier and stepped outside. I am Qin Shiran, an inner sect disciple. May I inquire what brings you, esteemed brothers? Qin Shiran greeted politely. You are the first place winner of the recent outer sect competition? Qin Shiran? A rather handsome man clad in black scrutinized him. Indeed, that is correct. May I ask your names? Qin Shiran replied with unwavering composure. I am Ho Qingjue, and this is Xiao Chen. We are both inner sect disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. We are here to verify your whereabouts over the past few days. You may have heard that an inner sect disciple and an outer sect disciple went missing in the chaotic Cloud Valley a week ago. And the missing inner disciple is the son of our sect's foundation establishment elder Zhao.it. Happens that you were also in the chaotic Cloud Valley a week ago. So we are here to inquire about your experience that day. Ho Qingjue explained with a smile. Indeed, I was in the chaotic Cloud Valley that day, accompanied by outer sect disciple Yue. We undertook a mission for the sect, which you can verify with her. We spent much of the day searching for the required snake saliva fruit before returning, Qin Shiran recounted leisurely. Can you detail how you obtained the snake saliva fruit? Did you encounter anyone else during your time there? Ho Qingjue pressed on. Certainly. We used the siren grass to lure out the black-scaled mang beast, allowing us to retrieve the snake saliva fruit. We did not encounter anyone else during our time there. Qin Shiran responded calmly. Was it you or Yue who harvested the snake saliva fruit, and how many did you collect in total? The cold-faced youth Xiao Chen interjected suddenly. It was Yue who collected the fruit, and we retrieved 2 in total, Qin Shiran replied unflustered. After you took the snake saliva fruit, was the black-scaled mang still present? Ho Qingjue inquired. It should have been. We lured it away to collect the snake saliva fruit and then departed. The black-scaled mang would certainly return, Qin Shiran continued. May we examine your storage bag? Xiao Chen suddenly smiled. That seems inappropriate, Brother Xiao. The storage bag is my personal property, and its contents should not be inspected casually. Qin Shiran's expression hardened. In light of the missing inner sect disciple, we must inspect it. If you object, you may take your grievances to the sect leader after our examination. Now, please open your storage bag for us to see. If you have nothing to hide, you should have no fear of our inspection. Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on Qin Shiran with a playful intensity. Brother Xiao, I respect your urgency in seeking clues. But what if nothing is found? Qin Shiran countered. In that case, I shall apologize to you. Xiao Chen replied coldly. Very well, Brother Xiao, please observe closely. Qin Shiran opened the mid-grade storage bag. While storing items at the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, Qin Shiran had already placed all related items from the harvest of the snake saliva fruit and those acquired from Luo Tianhai into one of the storage bags. Xiao Chen scrutinized the contents of the storage bag several times and found no issues. His expression gradually darkening. Brother Xiao, did you find any problems? Qin Shiran asked calmly. Qin Shidi, there is no issue. It was merely that Xiao Shixiang's tone was somewhat forceful. He is simply adhering to the protocols of our duties. And on his behalf, I extend his apologies to you, Ho Qingjue remarked, taking the storage bag, glancing at its contents, and then with a smile, returning it to Qin Shiran. Many disciples have perished in the Chaos Cloud Valley. It is entirely possible that they encountered unforeseen misfortune within, Qin Shiran replied indifferently as he accepted the storage bag. Indeed, that is quite plausible. Thank you for the reminder, Qin Shidi. Xiao Shidi, having completed our inspection, we may now return to report. Let us depart, he concluded, and the two of them turned, soaring into the sky on beams of sword light. Qin Shidi, Duan Shixiang mentioned you to me some time ago. Expressing considerable admiration, I noticed you just uttered a phrase identical to what Yue said. I hope this is mere coincidence. Ho Qingjue's voice resonated in Qin Shiran's ears just before he departed. Qin Shiran's expression gradually darkened. What did Yue say? Was it the last line? I truly should not have spoken so carelessly, Qin Shiran lamented. The turmoil surrounding the disappearance of the inner disciples of the Qingwen sect gradually subsided after a month or two. Ultimately, no leads were uncovered, and the Law Enforcement Hall concluded that the two had met with an accident in the Chaos Cloud Valley, thus bringing the matter to a close. However, Zhao Fengshua's father refused to relent, firmly believing that a fellow disciple was responsible for his son's demise. He vowed to uncover the murderer and avenge his son, leaving the sect with no choice but to allow him to investigate on his own. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had already elapsed. During this time, Qin Shiran did not contact Yue even once, preferring to wait until the storm had passed. Yet, Ho Qingjue's message lingered in his mind like a thorn in his throat. Qin Shiran continued his cultivation with tranquility for another 3 months. After arduous training, He finally reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, just a step away from breaking through to the 5th level. I never expected it would take me half a year to fully store the 4th level of spiritual energy. This is thanks to the chaos-devouring heaven technique, which can absorb the 5 elemental spiritual energies combined with the effects of medicinal pills. Had I still possessed 5 spiritual roots, I would likely still be lingering at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Qin Shiran reflected with relief. Qin Shixiang, this is Yiwei if you have time. Please meet me at the small grove from before at the hour of the dog tonight. It is imperative that you do not let anyone discover your whereabouts. I have urgent matters to discuss. A message talisman arrived, carrying Yiwei's voice. Such urgency. I wonder what it could be. I shall go and see tonight, Chen Shiran mused, filled with curiosity. As the hour of the dog approached, the sky had turned pitch black. Chen Shiran donned a night cloak and hat, stealthily departing the sect towards the grove located a mile to the south and less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Chen Shiran arrived at the rendezvous point. The night was dark and tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the calls of birds and beasts. Is that you, Chen Shixiang? Yiwei's voice emerged from behind the trees. Yi Shimi, what is the matter that prompts such haste? Chen Shiran replied, lifting his hat with a smile at Yiwei, clad in a night cloak, her form accentuated by the fitted attire, appeared notably alluring. Shixiang, had it not been for your familiar aura, I might have nearly failed to recognize you, she said with a smile as she stepped out from behind the trees. Ha. I too feared being recognized if seen by others. What urgent matter do you wish to discuss at such a late hour? Chen Shiran inquired with curiosity. Yiwei gradually withdrew her smile and uttered a grave statement. Zhao Xijing has gone mad. Chapter 81. Journey to the Southern Kingdom. Yi Shimi, please clarify. How has Zhao Xijing gone mad? And what does it have to do with us? Chen Shiran pressed for details. Over the past 3 months, he has meticulously compiled the list of all disciples present during the days his son Zhao Fengshua visited the Chaos Cloud Valley, totaling 8 individuals. This includes you and me, along with 6 other outer disciples. He has already used his authority to make 2 of those outer disciples vanish without a trace. Yiwei shuddered as she spoke. What? Such a thing has occurred. How do you know this? Chen Shiran asked anxiously. Because I know one of the missing female disciples. 3 days ago, I sought her out, intending to invite her to the market, only to find she was missing later. I heard from others that she had perished while on a mission a week prior. I was utterly astonished, although she was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. The tasks assigned by our sect rarely lead to fatalities. Then I recalled she too had visited the Chaos Cloud Valley during those days, and upon hearing that Zhao Xijing was still searching for clues, I wondered if it was connected to him. The result Yiwei recounted, relieved. The result of what? Could it truly be him? Chen Shiran pressed. Indeed, it is him. I learned from a fellow disciple in the law enforcement hall that 3 months ago, all 8 of us were interrogated. I secretly investigated and discovered that the 2 deceased disciples had suddenly been assigned sect tasks. One claimed to have been killed by robbers while delivering a message, while the other was said to have been slain by a 1st-level beast while attempting to hunt it. This is rather peculiar. How could a mid-Qi refinement practitioner be killed by a creature of the 1st level? Even if they could not defeat it, escaping should have been feasible. Is this not strange? Yiwei questioned. There is evidently something amiss. It is highly likely that Zhao Xijing is behind this, Chen Shiran deduced. Precisely. Thus, I surmise that Zhao Xijing must have lost his mind. Does he intend to eliminate all 8 of us? Yiwei exclaimed in terror. Who can say for certain? But has the sect not noticed? Can a mere Foundation establishment practitioner wreak such havoc among the disciples? Chen Shiran pondered in confusion. I heard that Zhao Fengshua possesses exceptional talent and is a disciple of the revered Gu Tian. This Gu Tian is a mid-core formation practitioner with significant influence in the Qingyuan sect. Could this be related? Yiwei continued. By the heavens, not Gu Tian again. It seems I must have some unresolved grudge with the Luo family from a past life. As I am constantly entangled with them, Chen Shiran cursed inwardly. It is highly probable. Luo Gu Tian likely provides him with backing. Thank you, Yi Shimi, for alerting me. It seems we must devise a strategy to evade Zhao Xijing's clutches. Chen Shiran mused, tapping his chin as thoughts raced through his mind. Why, Yi Shimi, is there a task we could undertake for an extended period, perhaps 3 to 5 years, to evade this turmoil, or find a formidable patron to shield us from Zhao Xijing? Chen Shiran inquired. Were there a powerful ally who would fear him? However, that is not feasible. There is a task, however, to plant purple spirit flowers in the medicinal garden of Elder Yin at the Daling Valley, which requires 3 years to cultivate, with a reward of 200 low-grade spirit stones. There is also one to oversee a small spirit mine in the mortal realm under the jurisdiction of the Qingyuan sect, which also spans 3 years. Yue considered before responding, a small spirit mine in the mortal realm. Qin Shiran mused, intrigued to learn that such resources existed in the secular world. Indeed, in the Southern Kingdom, we possess a small vein of mineral resources, yielding a considerable amount of low-grade spirit stones annually. Consequently, disciples of the sect are assigned to supervise it, with rotations occurring every 3 years, and the time for rotation has come again. Yue, having spent considerable time in the task hall, was well informed. The Southern Kingdom? His thoughts wandered back to his first journey to seek enlightenment, recalling the Han siblings, Han Feng and Han Lu, who had introduced him to the Ascension City and later brought him to the Qingyuan sect. Xixiang, what are you pondering? Yue waved her hand in front of Qin Shiran's face. Oh, nothing. I was lost in thought. I plan to rotate to supervise the work in the Southern Kingdom to avoid this crisis. What about you, Shimmy? Qin Shiran returned to the present, asking, I prefer not to venture far. The spiritual energy in the mortal realm is scarce, and the outside world is dangerous. I shall tend to the spiritual herbs for Elder Yin instead. Yue replied, sticking out her tongue. Very well. Then you should focus on your cultivation within the sect. I will retrieve my previous gains tomorrow and bring them to you before departing for the task hall to accept the mission. Qin Shiran informed Wei.do not worry, Xixiang. You will encounter more places in the mortal realm where spirit stones and herbs are available than I will. Once I accept a task, I will be free for at least 3 years. You are far more at risk than I am, so keep the resources for yourself. Yue shook her head. It is fine. I have enough for my needs. I will visit you in the task hall tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. Be cautious, Qin Shiran said before quietly departing towards the sect. Early the next morning, Qin Shiran made his way to the Spirit Talisman Pavilion in the market. Lingyu, I have come to collect the items from my previous order and purchase some medicinal pills. He headed straight to the second floor. What kind of medicinal pills do you wish to buy this time? Lingyu inquired cutely, tilting her head. I would like to purchase supplies for 2 years of gathering spirit pills and Huanglong pills, as well as some 5-element spirit talismans, Qin Shiran declared boldly. What? You wish to buy a 2-year supply all at once? Lingyu was taken aback by his request. Indeed, I am embarking on a journey, so I need to stock up, Qin Shiran replied with a smile. Lingyu, hurry and prepare the items for young Master Qin. Old he called out, recognizing the lucrative opportunity. Shiran, are you preparing to venture to a place lacking in spiritual energy? Old he asked with curiosity. Indeed, Shiran is headed to the mortal realm. Qin Shiran did not disclose the specifics of his mission. Then you should prepare accordingly. You must continue to cultivate diligently. I have high hopes for you. Old he exclaimed heartily. Thank you for your concern. Old he. Qin Shiran bowed respectfully. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Shiran emerged from Lingfu Pavilion, having purchased enough supplies for a full 2 years, along with some spirit talismans, which cost him a substantial 600 to 700 spirit stones. Coupled with the elixirs he obtained from Zhao Fengshua and others, he now possessed sufficient resources for 3 years of cultivation. The black-scaled beast sold for 700 spirit stones, and after deducting storage fees and sharing half with Yue, along with the 300 he had previously saved, he had spent it all. Consequently, Qin Shiran found himself once again destitute. Upon returning to the sect, Qin Shiran allocated all the resources owed to Yue and then accepted the task of overseeing the spirit mine. He was also provided with a spirit ship for traveling, with the mission indicating a departure to Nanjing country the following day. After organizing his belongings in his cave dwelling, Qin Shiran resolved to set off that very night instead of waiting until the next day, lest prolonged waiting lead to unforeseen complications. Damn it. Wasn't it said that this brat would pass through here? Why hasn't he arrived yet? A burly man with a dark complexion shouted from his hiding place within a dense thicket. Just wait a little longer. This route is the only path to Nanjing country. If that brat set off in the morning, he should pass by here by noon at the latest. Why the rush? It's only a quarter past the hour. I hurried to Aoming Mountain to intercept him right after setting out last night, and I'm not anxious. Why are you? A masked youth with purple hair retorted. Of course you're not anxious. You're not the one who has to take the brat's life. I'm risking my neck for this job. If Qingyuan sect finds out, I'm finished. The dark-faced man grumbled. Don't forget what you did before. If you're going to complain, you can refuse the job. I'll find someone else immediately. And you know the consequences? The masked youth replied coldly. Mao Xiao, please don't be angry. You know my temperament. I just tend to speak out of turn. I'll wait patiently. Humph. Chen Xiuran had quietly descended from Qingyuan sect just after dark the previous night, following the marked map diligently towards Nanjing country. According to the map, if he traveled nonstop for a week, he would reach the remote small nation under Qingyuan sect's jurisdiction, Nanjing country. Not far from the route to Nanjing country lay a peak known as Aoming Mountain. Although it was merely 100 feet high, the surrounding mountains towered thousands of feet high, creating a concave terrain, hence the name To traverse this area. Only those in the foundation establishment stage could scale the surrounding peaks. Ordinary Qi refinement practitioners were required to pass through Aoming Mountain. However, Aoming Mountain was notoriously inhabited by a group of rogue cultivators who thrived on bloodshed, frequently robbing travelers. Those who sought help from Qingyuan sect prompted the dispatch of foundation establishment practitioners to quell the disturbances on several occasions. Yet each time the Qingyuan sect's cultivators departed, the rogues would return, leading to a cycle of suppression that persisted for over a century. Eventually, Qingyuan sect resigned to allowing the rogues to remain, provided they refrained from harming disciples of the sect. Thus, those bearing the sect's token were generally granted passage. Chen Xiuran had arrived at this location around the early hours of the morning, and after a token inspection, he passed through safely. He then found a spot to rest until dawn, unaware that his decision to leave early had allowed him to narrowly escape a calamity. Along the way, Chen Xiuran made intermittent stops. The crescent-shaped spirit ship of the sect could fly continuously with the infusion of spiritual energy. After nearly 10 days of travel, he finally reached the sect's outpost at the site of the spirit mine in Nanjing country. Is this the outpost? Chen Xiuran looked up at the grand courtyard before him. Two fierce stone lions stood guard at the sides of the entrance, and the crimson door was adorned with gilded copper nails. Had it not been for the precise markings on the map, he would never have believed this was the sect's outpost in Nanjing country. Chen Xiuran approached and knocked on the door. Creak! The crimson door slowly opened, revealing a young boy with a topknot peering out. Sir, whom do you seek? The boy inquired, puzzled. May I ask if senior brother Zhang Ping resides here? Chen Xiuran asked politely. Of course, Zhang Xianzhang lives here. May I ask who you are? The boy replied, I am a junior disciple of senior brother Zhang. Please inform him that junior brother Chen has arrived, Chen Xiuran said with a gentle smile. Senior Chen, please wait a moment. I will notify Zhang Xianzhang at once. The boy, not daring to delay, quickly closed the door and went to inform I in less than half a tea's time. Laughter echoed from within. Ha ha, junior brother Chen. I have been waiting for you. Finally, someone from the sect has arrived. The crimson door swung open, revealing a jovial young man with a ruddy complexion, thick brows, and a robust build, clad in a brocade robe. Striding forth with mirth, junior brother Chen Xiuran pays respects to senior brother Zhang. Chen Xiuran bowed. Ha, no need for such formalities, junior brother Chen. I expected you would arrive at least a few days later. Yet here you are so soon. Come, let us go inside. Xiaoming, fetch us 2 cups of the finest spirit tea, Zhang Ping exclaimed, pulling Chen Xiuran into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the scenery was enchanting, with pavilions, towers, rockeries, and lakes, all adorned in abundance. Chen Xiuran and Zhang Ping settled in a pavilion amid the lake. Junior brother Chen, I must first ask you to hand over the task transfer jade token for verification. Zhang Ping said earnestly. Of course. Here is the jade token for the task transfer. Please examine it, senior brother, Chen Xiuran replied, retrieving the token from his storage bag. Everything appears to be in order. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhang Ping returned the token to Chen Xiuran with a smile. You're welcome. May I ask, senior brother Zhang, why is the outpost established here? Is the spirit mine nearby? Chen Xiuran inquired with curiosity. Ha, junior brother. You may not know, but this courtyard was not constructed by our sect. It was built by a local cultivation family. The spirit mine is situated 10 miles away from here, Zhang Ping explained with a grin. A cultivation family? Chen Xiuran was intrigued to learn that aside from the sect, there were other families engaged in cultivation, recalling a previous mention by Han Lu. Indeed, this is a small city in the northern outskirts of Nanjing country, known as Bailiang City. There are 3 prominent cultivation families here, the Fang family, the Zhu family, and the Han family. You will need to interact frequently with these 3 families, so I will outline their basic situations for you to take note of. Zhang Ping said, his expression turning serious. Please proceed, Senior brother Zhang. Qin Shiran sat up attentively. These three families have been entrenched in Bailiang City for centuries. Their roots run deep. Some members of their families were even former disciples of Archang, and intermarriages among them have solidified their power. Consequently, the city lord is merely a figurehead. These three families are the true local tyrants, Zhang Ping said, taking a sip of the freshly brewed spirit tea. However, these families have seen a decline over generations, and with limited resources in Bailiang City, they are currently at odds with one another, fiercely competing for resources. At present, the Fong family is the most powerful, with their patriarch at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while the heads of the Zhu and Han families are at the 6th level. Furthermore, the Fong family has a son who is currently an inner sect disciple of Arching sect, named Fong Zhe, also at the 7th level of Qi refinement, possessing the fire, earth, and wood spirit roots. He is 28 years old, the youngest son of the current patriarch, which has significantly bolstered the Fong family's strength, leaving the other two families struggling to keep their heads above water as their resources are gradually consumed. Thus, your task is to keep a close watch on the Fong family, Zhang Ping suddenly stated with seriousness. Please elaborate, senior brother Zhang. Chen Shiran was taken aback. Because our Qingyuan sect's spirit mine lies here, Zhang Ping whispered. Chapter 83. The Fong family hosts a banquet for centuries. Our Qingyuan sect has allowed these three families to take turns mining the spirit mine, with the other two families supervising. Each family mines for a year, and the profits from the mined spirit stones are divided such that 1/10 goes to the sect, half of which is given to the mining family, and the other half is split between the remaining two. If one family becomes overly dominant, it could lead to significant troubles. Therefore, the sect hopes that the three families will continue to keep each other in check. So you must always keep an eye on the Fong family. If you notice any signs of the Fong family attempting to swallow the other two, you must report it to the sect immediately. Here is a communication talisman for long-distance messaging. Zhang Ping handed Qian Shiran a golden piece of talisman paper from his storage bag. Junior brother is only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Isn't that exceedingly dangerous here? Qin Shiran was astonished, realizing he had narrowly escaped one peril only to stumble into another. Haha, junior brother Qin, there is no need for concern. While your cultivation level may be low, you represent the sect. They would be eager to curry favor with you rather than harm you. Rest assured, you will be safe. Zhang Ping laughed heartily. Senior Zhang, someone from the Fong family has come to seek an audience. The boy named Xiaoming announced respectfully as he entered the courtyard. News travels swiftly. Junior brother Qin, it seems the Fong family has grand ambitions, Zhang Ping whispered to Qin Shiran with a smirk. Let him in, Zhang Ping gestured with his hand. Before long, a tall young man strode in from outside the courtyard. Young man Fong Hong kneels before the two celestial envoys, stating that upon hearing of the new envoy from the celestial sect arriving in Bailiang City, the head of the Fong family has specially arranged a banquet to welcome the envoys and wash away the dust of travel, inviting the two esteemed envoys to grace us with their presence. Here is the banquet invitation from our esteemed head. The young man presented a large, crimson invitation with both hands. Why did Fong Dihai not come personally, but only sent his son? Is the status of the Qingyuan sect's envoy not significant enough? Zhang Ping remarked indifferently. Please, envoy, do not take offense. My father is indeed occupied with pressing matters and could not attend. Hence he sent me in his stead. It is not our intention to slight the envoy. I implore you to verify this, Fong Hong explained, lowering his head. Very well, I understand. Will the other two families be attending? Zhang Ping inquired while retrieving the invitation from afar. Replying to the envoy, both the Zhu and Han families will be present. Understood. Return and inform Fong Dihai that I, along with the newly arrived envoy, shall visit this evening. Zhang Ping waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, esteemed envoy. I take my leave. With that, Fong Hong bowed his head, took a few steps back, and turned to depart. Junior brother Chen, since the Fong family is hosting a banquet in your honor, I shall bask in your glory and indulge in a few more cups of that exquisite Qiongguang, making that old man Fong green with envy. Ha ha, Zhang Ping exclaimed, patting Qin Shiran on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Brother, you jest? Qin Shiran replied with a wry smile. As dusk deepened, in a dimly lit room where shadows danced, two men sat at a table. Hunger, how do you find the newly arrived envoy today? Inquired a robust, middle-aged man with a booming voice, ruddy complexion, and graying temples. Father, the new envoy appears quite youthful, and his cultivation seems rather modest. Likely around the fourth or fifth layer of qi refining. He did not speak a word, so I cannot ascertain his character. Fang Hong replied candidly, I hope he is not as obstinate as Zhang Ping. If he can turn a blind eye, there will surely be benefits to reap. Should he dare to disrupt my plans, I shall not hesitate to make him regret it, the middle-aged man said coldly. Father, tonight both the Zhu and Han families are also arriving. We must remain cautious. Han Lu from the Han family possesses dual spirit roots. She is not only stunningly beautiful but also possesses extraordinary talent. I heard she missed the Ascension Conference due to a sudden illness. I wonder if she will attend tonight. If that old coot Han Peng brings her along, it could spell trouble if the new envoy takes a liking to her. Fang Hong's eyes glinted with malice. Fear not. Your third brother has just ascended as an inner disciple of the Qingyuan sect. This newcomer is at most an outer disciple. If he dares to obstruct us, he will certainly pay the price. We may have difficulty dealing with Zhang Ping, but this qi refining fourth or fifth layer is hardly a challenge, Fang Dihai remarked with a hint of disdain in his gaze. The dimly lit room was intermittently filled with the hearty laughter of the two men. The night had fully descended, and Zhang Ping led Chen Xiuran to a lavish estate, where the entrance was adorned with bright red lanterns. In the center of the courtyard stood a colossal dragon-shaped stone ship, towering 3 stories high, extending several dozen zhang in length and approximately 8 or 9 zhang in width. Each level reached a minimum height of 3 zhang. Bustling with activity and festooned with vibrant red lanterns that cast an enchanting glow against the enveloping darkness. The head of the Zhu family, Zhu Wanliang, has arrived, announced a boisterous voice. The head of the Han family, Han Peng, has arrived, came another loud declaration. The 2 envoys of Qingyuan sect have arrived. Esteemed envoys, your presence is a great honor, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I am Fang Dihai, head of the Fang family. Please follow me. As Chen Xiuran and Zhang Ping stepped aboard, a sturdy, graying middle-aged man approached with a courteous bow. Head Fang, we are old acquaintances. There is no need for such formality. Tonight, I am here to bask in the glory of junior brother Chen. Qiongguang must be in abundance. Zhang Ping laughed heartily. Envoy Zhang, I cannot make any promises, but I assure you that Qiongguang will flow freely tonight. Ha ha, Fang Dihai responded with equal mirth. That is splendid. Please, take a seat. Please. Following them to the 3rd level of the stone ship, Chen Xiuran was drawn to the magnificent plaque hanging above the grand entrance of the hall. It was a massive black lignanwood plaque, intricately inscribed with 3 golden characters, Yulong Pavilion. Upon entering the hall, he was met with opulence. The support pillars were crafted from jade-colored stone, each adorned with vivid carvings of serpentine dragons, dazzling in their lifelike detail. The pillars sparkled with a myriad of colorful crystal shards, which upon closer inspection, revealed themselves to be spirit stones. I did not expect the Fang family to be so affluent and bold enough to display their wealth so overtly. It seems caution is warranted, Chen Xiuran mused inwardly, ha ha. Is this our new envoy from the Qingyuan sect? Truly charming and accomplished. A middle-aged man of average stature with a short beard stood. Beaming with praise, I am Zhu Wanliang, head of the Zhu family. I hope the envoy can visit us at the Zhu family. Our spirit ear beast delicacies are second to none, the red-faced man declared. Old Zhu, can your spirit ear possibly compare to our Han family's red-tailed fish? You should come to my Han family instead. Our red-tailed fish is renowned throughout the entire Nanjing kingdom, chimed in a lean, dark-skinned middle-aged man with withered hands. Enough of your bickering today. We are here for the Fang family's banquet. Let us allow the envoys to take their seats first. Fang Dihai interjected with a smile. Inviting Zhang Ping and Chen Xiuran to sit, as Chen Xiuran prepared to take his seat, he looked up and was taken aback. How can it be him? In that moment, a tall man standing behind Han Peng stared incredulously at Chen Xiuran. Disbelief etched across his face. Fenger, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects to the envoy. Han Peng chided in a low voice, displeased. Yes, father. Han Feng finally snapped back to reality, preparing to step forward. After nearly 2 years apart, brother Han, you are well. Chen Xiuran, surprised to see Han Feng, quickly regained his composure and approached with a smile. Xiuran, oh no, esteemed envoy. Han Feng stammered, his face flushing. Brother Han, we shall reminisce later when time permits. Let us first enjoy tonight's banquet, Chen Xiuran said, noticing Han Feng's embarrassment. Yes, thank you, esteemed envoy, Han Feng replied, retreating behind Han Peng. Fenger, Han Peng, taken aback by his son's acquaintance with the envoy, could not help but express delight. "We will speak more when we return," Han Feng conveyed telepathically. All right. Han Peng's previously dark countenance now bore a hint of rosy excitement. What is this? Han Feng knows the new envoy. Feng Dihai felt a twinge of foreboding in his heart. Ha! I did not expect junior brother Chen to know Han Feng as well. This simplifies matters greatly. Dealings with the Han family will be more convenient now. Come, let us all sit, Zhang Ping urged, beckoning Qin Shiran and the others to take their seats. Head Feng, Head Han, Head Zhu, today I, Zhang Ping, have brought junior brother Chen to Bailiang City to oversee the spirit mine operations on behalf of the Qingyuan sect for a term of 3 years. I would like to express my gratitude for your generous hospitality. With that, Zhang Ping raised a cup of exquisite wine, Qiongguang, and toasted Feng Dihai. Downing it in one gulp, I am unworthy of such praise. The Feng family merely represents the 3 cultivating families of Bailiang City in welcoming junior envoy Chen. I do not dare take credit alone. Feng Dihai quickly stood, raising his cup with a smile. Head Feng, you are too modest. I, Zhang Ping, will greatly appreciate the cooperation and support from all of you during my 3-year tenure in Bailiang City. Without your assistance, I would not be able to fulfill my duties successfully. Therefore, I raise my cup to all the esteemed family heads. Zhang Ping finished his drink and poured another cup, continuing. Envoy Zhang, you are exaggerating. We are all affiliated cultivating families of the Qing sect, united by our shared interests. Without the resources of the sect, our families could not thrive as they do. It is we who should be thanking you. The 3 family heads stood in unison, their voices harmonizing. Very well said, esteemed family heads. Since we are all united by a common interest, let me make my stance clear. Do not underestimate my junior brother Chen's cultivation. His abilities as a sect disciple are beyond what your small families can fathom. Should any of you harbor ill intentions, and it comes to the attention of our sect, the consequences will be dire. Surely you are all aware of how the Nye family met their demise before the 300? Zhang Ping intoned, sipping his wine slowly. The 3 men shuddered internally, promptly affirming their commitment to respect the rules of the Qingyuan sect and pledging not to act recklessly. Junior brother Chen, you should say a few words as well. Do not be deceived by the cordiality of these 3 old foxes. Beneath the surface, they harbor deep-seated animosity towards one another. Now that the Feng family is strong, the other 2 families have temporarily allied. Once one becomes powerful, the others will inevitably turn against each other. You must remain vigilant, Zhang Ping transmitted to Chen Xiuran. Esteemed family heads, Chen Xiuran paused momentarily. In an instant, all eyes in the room were drawn to him. I am a disciple newly assigned by the Qingyuan sect to oversee the mining of spiritual ore. My name is Chen Xiuran. I believe you all are already aware of my presence. I do not impose many rules or demands. The sole expectation I have is, Chen Xiuran stated as he surveyed the area, I hope that during my tenure, the 3 of you can conduct yourselves with propriety and refrain from causing me any trouble. Should I discover any of you engaging in disloyalty to the Qing sect, do not blame me, Chen, for lacking compassion. Chen Xiuran added coldly. Of course, should you all perform well, and if there is anything I can assist with, rest assured I will not decline. Chen Xiuran then smiled. Naturally, we shall fulfill the duties assigned by the sect diligently, rest assured, esteemed envoy. Han Peng immediately stood and replied with a smile. The other 2 families quickly echoed their agreement. Ha! If that is the case, then let us indulge in revelry tonight. Let the drinks flow. Zhang Ping laughed heartily, pouring the exquisite wine into his mouth without restraint. Before long, the atmosphere at the banquet grew lively, with toasts and laughter echoing around as Chen Xiuran joined in the festivities and consumed a fair amount of wine. The night passed swiftly, and as dawn broke the next day, my head feels as if it is splitting. Where am I? Chen Xiuran squinted and rubbed his temples as he sat up slowly from his bed. Esteemed envoy Chen, you are in the residence of our Qing sect, came the voice of Qiuming, a young attendant who had been waiting outside the door. How did I return last night? Chen Xiuran had lost track of how much he had drunk, only recalling feeling dizzy before falling asleep. Esteemed envoy, it was Zhang Xianshi who brought you back. He mentioned that your tolerance for alcohol is quite poor and vowed not to drink with you in the future, Qiuming said, covering his mouth with a chuckle. Indeed, I had no idea that this exquisite wine was infused with spiritual energy and had such a potent after-effect, Chen Xiuran said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor as he scratched his head. Chinshidi, are you awake? If so, please rise and prepare to accompany me to the spiritual mind. There are matters I need to discuss with you, called Zhang Ping from outside. Understood, Shixiang. I will be there shortly. Qin Shiran replied promptly, hastily getting up to wash up before heading to Zhang Ping's quarters. Qin Shidi, your tolerance for alcohol is appallingly low. You must train yourself better in the future, Zhang Ping teased. Forgive me, Shixiang. I rarely partake in wine. However, last night's exquisite beverage was indeed delightful, albeit with a rather overwhelming aftereffect. Qin Shiran chuckled softly. That wine is brewed from top-grade spiritual grains, and regular consumption is beneficial for one's health. It not only nourishes the body but also enhances one's cultivation. However, such brewing is exclusive to the Fong family, making it a rare treat for me as well. I merely enjoyed it thanks to your presence yesterday. Zhang Ping laughed heartily. Thank you, Shixiang, for your support last night. It certainly intimidated the three families, particularly the Fong family. Qin Shiran clasped his fists and smiled. No need for thanks. After today, I shall be departing, and this is all I can do to assist you. Now, let us set off. I will show you our Qingyuan sect spiritual mining area, Zhang Ping said, producing a spiritual boat for both of them to board as they headed east. Chapter 85. An incident at the spiritual mine. The two traveled on the spiritual boat for less than a tea brewing time before arriving at the foot of a deep mountain. From above, they could see a 1-kilometer radius cluttered with rocks, and near the base of the mountain was a large opening, approximately 7 to 8 zhang in diameter. Mortal workers were seen pushing carts back and forth, dumping the stones they collected onto the ground. Chen Shidi, this is the site of our Qingyuan sect spiritual mine, Zhang Ping declared as the spiritual boat descended slowly and eventually vanished upon landing. Esteemed envoy, you have arrived. May I inquire who this gentleman is? Asked a middle-aged man of average stature, wielding a whip, who hurried over with an obsequious demeanor. This is Fong Heng, your new overseer. His surname is Chen, and he is my junior brother. Y term is concluding, and he will be taking over the supervision of the mine. Have the other two overseers come here to introduce themselves? Zhang Ping said casually. Hands clasped behind his back. Tio, both esteemed envoys, Zhu Song and Han Lei, have just gone to tally the quantity of spiritual stones mined this month. They will be here shortly, Fong Heng replied, bowing respectfully. How has the yield been of late? I have not visited in several months, Zhang Ping inquired. Esteemed envoy, the yield from the mine has been decreasing year by year. Last month, we extracted less than 8,000 inferior spiritual stones. And this month, it is projected to be around 7,000, Fong Heng answered promptly. The yield has dropped so drastically? Just 3 months ago, we were still averaging around 9,000 stones monthly. What could be the reason for this significant decline? Please wait here. Qin Shidi and I shall investigate the mine, Qin Shiran stated, following Zhang Ping into the mine. Inside the mine, the lighting was dim, with a few scattered luminous stones embedded in the walls. The tunnel extended deeper with numerous branching paths. Qin Shiran followed Zhang Ping through twists and turns for about half an hour, finally arriving at a spacious stone-halled eye in the hall. Several people were busy packing spiritual stones into iron boxes, which were neatly arranged throughout the chamber. Zhu Song, Han Lei, Zhang Ping called out loudly. Esteemed envoy, what brings you here? 2 middle-aged men, one tall and thin, the other short and stout, ran over. I have heard from Fong Heng that the yield has been declining year after year. And while I am aware of this, last month we only extracted less than 8,000 stones, 1,000 less than 3 months ago. What is the situation this month? Zhang Ping questioned immediately. Esteemed envoy, the decline is not limited to last month. Ever since 3 months ago, our yield has been plummeting. 2 months ago, we reached 8,500. Last month, it was under 8,000, and this month, after counting, we have only 7,000 stones, the stout man, Han Lei, replied, while the thin one, Zhu Song, wore a troubled expression. Have you identified any issues? This year, the Fong family is mining, and you two are supervising. If there are problems, feel free to speak up, Zhang Ping said in a low voice. The two exchanged glances before Han Lei spoke up. Esteemed envoy, in recent months, people have been mysteriously disappearing. 5 individuals have vanished without a trace, and we cannot even find their bodies. When did this occur? Qin Shiran interjected suddenly. I forgot to mention. This is the new envoy, Qian, whose term is nearing its end, and he will soon return to the sect. Thus, I hope everything remains normal before my departure, Zhang Ping introduced. Greetings, Envoy Chund. I am Han Lei, and this is Zhu Song. Please feel free to call upon us whenever needed. As for the disappearances, they began 3 months ago. Coinciding with the decline in production, 2 individuals have vanished this month, totaling 5. Hanlei said, his expression grim. Why was I not informed sooner? Did anyone witness their disappearance? Which family did they belong to? Zhang Ping's displeasure became evident. Esteemed envoy, please do not be angered. It was not our intention to withhold information. Rather, Fang Heng advised that if we could not identify the culprit, we should not hastily inform the envoy. Fearing your displeasure. Thus, we have been searching for the true perpetrator these past few months, but have found no clues. No one witnessed their disappearance. They simply vanished without a trace. The only detail we know is that all these individuals were alone when they went to mine spiritual stones. Therefore, we have refrained from allowing anyone to mine alone to prevent further incidents. One of the missing was from the Fang family, while the other 4 were from our 2 families, 2 each. Zhu Song explained urgently. Did all the disappearances occur in the same area? Chen Xiran asked suddenly. Esteemed envoy, they did not vanish from the same location, but the places where they disappeared are relatively close. All situated in the northeastern section of the mine. Han Lei contemplated before responding. Chun Shidi, wait here for me. I will investigate that area, Zhang Ping declared, taking flight towards the northeastern mine. Did not expect Xixiang to be at the late stage of qi cultivation. No wonder the 3 families dare not play tricks in his presence, Qin Shiran thought enviously. Half an hour later, Zhang Ping returned. I have checked that area, and there appears to be no irregularities. Keep a close watch. Should any issues arise, notify either me or Qin Shidi immediately. I will report the decline in spiritual stone production to the sect, and if any new regulations are issued, you 3 families will be informed. Now, let us depart, Zhang Ping commanded, taking flight with his sword and beckoning Chen Shiran to follow as they exited the mine. After a brief while, they soared out of the cave and hastened towards the sect stronghold. Upon returning, Zhang Ping addressed Chen Shiran, saying, Chen Shidi, I shall remain here for another week. If any issues arise, I will lend my assistance. Otherwise, you must manage on your own. Thank you for your concern, Xixiang. I suspect that there is indeed a hidden hand behind these incidents. First, the missing individuals all belong to a specific area. Second, why is it that only one person from the Fang family has gone missing while the other families have 2 each? Third, why did this start 3 months ago? These are all pressing questions. I hope to uncover the true culprit before your departure, Chen Shiran pondered aloud. Your analysis is sound, Shidi. Do not worry. I will certainly lend my assistance whenever possible. Now, return to rest, and I will notify you if anything arises. Qiuming, Zhang Ping called out. Esteemed envoy, I am here, the young attendant with a top knot answered respectfully. From now on, you shall serve Chun Xianshi and need not follow me any longer. For I must return to the sect at once, Zhang Ping declared with a grand gesture. Yes, Qiuming obeys, senior brother. I am more accustomed to solitude. Perhaps Qiuming should remain with you, Chen Shiran hastily interjected. Do you truly wish to forego this, junior brother? Qiuming is quite efficient in his duties, Zhang Ping replied, somewhat surprised. Thank you for your kind offer, senior brother. I appreciate it. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave and rest, Chen Shiran said, bowing respectfully. Very well, you may return to your quarters. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me, Zhang Ping replied with a smile. Upon returning to his room, Chen Shiran was soon approached by Qiuming, who exclaimed, Chun Xianshi, your letter. He handed Chen Shiran an envelope. My letter? Chen Shiran queried, curiosity piqued as to the sender's identity. As he took the envelope, he noticed several elegant characters inscribed upon it. Shiran. Personally opened, Chapter 86. The Han family's plea for help. With a furrowed brow, Chen Shiran opened the letter. Shiran, my younger sister Han Lu. It has been nearly 2 years since we last parted, and I am overjoyed to hear of your success in entering the immortal sect. I fondly recall our encounter in Dongyang City, when you were but a fledgling youth. Later, at the Ascension City, certain events transpired that should not have occurred, and I regret not intervening. I sincerely apologize and hope you can overlook my shortcomings. I implore you to visit the Han residence tomorrow evening, so that my brother and I may personally express our apologies. Yours sincerely, Han Lu. After reading the letter, Chen Shiran closed it with a sigh, his expression betraying a deep inner conflict. Han Lu beseeches me to visit the Han family, clearly seeking my assistance. Should I go at such a critical juncture? Chen Shiran mused aloud. Nevertheless, they were the ones who brought me to Ascension City. I owe them a debt of gratitude. This opportunity may allow me to repay that debt and gain insight into the Han family and the other two clans. He contemplated, ultimately deciding to visit the following evening. The next evening arrived swiftly. After 2 days of diligent cultivation, Chun Xiuran sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in a serene aura, occasionally exhaling wisps of white, spiritual energy. Finally, he inhaled the remaining energy and slowly opened his eyes. The time has come. I must pay a visit to the Han family. He opened his door and, employing a light-footed technique as instructed by Zhang Ping, arrived at the Han residence in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The Han family's courtyard was remarkably spacious, and Han Feng awaited him at the entrance. "Esteemed immortal, you have arrived." Han Feng greeted him with a smile and a respectful bow. "Brother Han, there is no need for such formality. Simply call me by my name. Were it not for you and Miss Han guiding me to Ascension City, I would not have had the opportunity to enter the Qingyuan sect, so I owe you my gratitude." Qin Shiran replied with a friendly gesture to assist Han Feng. "Then I shall dare to call you Shiran. This way, please. My father and sister are already in the hall awaiting your arrival," Han Feng said with a smile. With that, the two men passed through the main entrance and the outer hall, turning right and walking for a brief period before finally reaching the grand hall. Inside, only two individuals occupied the space: the still pallid Han Peng and the long-absent Han Lu. Chun Shiran recognized her instantly. Although she had grown taller and her hair now cascaded to her shoulders rather than being styled in a bun, her cherubic face remained, albeit marked by weariness and anxiety. "Shiran, you have come," Han Lu exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. "Esteemed immortal, forgive my frail condition. I was unable to greet you at the door." Han Peng rasped after a few coughs. "Han Patriarch, it is of no consequence. I see that your condition appears worse than before. Do you suffer from an urgent ailment? If you feel comfortable sharing, I have encountered many remedies during my time in the Qingyuan sect. Perhaps I could offer some assistance," Chun Shiran suggested, waving his hand dismissively. "Shiran, please take a seat. Allow me to explain." Han Feng urged him to sit. "To be candid, 2 years ago, my sister and I journeyed to Ascension City not only to attend the Ascension Conference, but also for other reasons. Primarily, we sought to determine whether we could gain entry into the Immortal Sect, and secondarily, to aid our father in finding a remedy for his cold poison." Han Feng explained slowly. "I had suspected that the Han Patriarch might be afflicted by cold poison. Otherwise, his complexion would not be so dark. Surely, finding a remedy for cold poison should not be overly difficult?" Qin Shiran inquired, puzzled. "Shiran, you are unaware that my father's cold poison cannot be cured by ordinary methods." Han Lu replied softly, shaking her head. "Indeed," Han Feng continued after a moment's hesitation. 5 years ago, my father discovered a secret realm 300 miles north of Bailiang City. At that time, he led many skilled members of our family into the realm in search of treasure. Unfortunately, on the outskirts, they encountered a cold dragon that had just reached the foundation establishment stage. It was in a weakened state, and my father, along with another late-stage qi refining practitioner and 2 mid-stage practitioners, attempted to subdue it. However, the cold poison it released in its dying moments was incredibly potent, killing all but my father among our skilled members. Had he not possessed a piece of Qiyang jade, he would have perished there as well, Han Feng recounted. Afterward, my father narrowly escaped, but he was infected by the cold poison. Despite using numerous spiritual medicines, he could not eradicate it. Only the symptoms could be managed. His cultivation has since dropped from the 7th to the 6th layer of qi refining 3 years ago, Han Feng lamented. Moreover, the situation has worsened. Once, our Han family was the most powerful among the 3 families in Bailiang City, boasting 2 late-stage qi refining experts, while the other 2 families each had 1 out. However, following the Cold Dragon incident 5 years ago, our strength has dwindled. My father has since fallen to mid-stage qi refining. And with the recent passing of the previous head of the Zhu family, we can no longer contend with the Feng family. Now, we can only join forces to maintain a fragile balance. If this continues, our eventual demise is inevitable. Thus, we beseech you, Shiran, to consider our past ties and offer assistance to the Han family. The sect surely would not wish to see the equilibrium among the 3 families disrupted." Han Feng implored, his gaze hopeful. "I had no idea the cold dragon's poison was so formidable, capable of slaying late-stage qi refining practitioners. Surely, upon arriving at Ascension City, you must have learned of any spiritual medicines that could treat the cold poison. Did you not find anything there?" Chen Shiran deftly sidestepped the plea for help from Han Feng. Indeed, we later expended a considerable sum to seek the assistance of a high-ranking Foundation establishment expert. He informed us that while a remedy exists, it requires a rare herb called Han Yin grass to fully cure my father. Unfortunately, this herb is not available for purchase in Ascension City. I brought my sister to the Ascension Conference in hopes that if she were accepted into the sect, she might discover it there. Alas, on the day of the spiritual root assessment, she fell ill once more. And we had no choice but to abandon the conference and return. Han Feng recounted, a hint of resignation in his voice. I am truly sorry, third brother. It is all my fault for being so inept. Han Lu said, her head bowed, tears brimming in her eyes. Luer, do not despair. Your father can endure for another year. You must strive to be selected for next year's Ascension Conference and diligently cultivate, so that our Han family may once again reach its zenith, Han Peng said gently, affectionately ruffling Han Lu's hair. Han Yin grass? Chen Shiran pondered in astonishment. Chapter 87. Unveiling the secrets of the mine indeed. Within Chen Shiran's storage pouch lay a Han Yin grass he had previously discovered in Luo Tianhai's belongings. What an extraordinary coincidence. He silently marveled at Han Peng's fortuitous survival. Han Patriarch, there is always a glimmer of hope. Do not lose heart, I have come to inquire about another matter. You are aware that 5 miners have mysteriously vanished from the mine, correct? Chen Shiran asked, sipping a cup of spiritual tea from the table. Esteemed immortal, not only am I aware, but so too is the Zhu family. 3 months ago, after a miner from the Fong family disappeared, our 2 families have suffered similar losses, while the Fong family has experienced no further disappearances. Han Peng rasped, Do you know if there are any underlying secrets, particularly regarding the Fong family? Chen Shiran pressed further. Regarding the Fong family, indeed, esteemed immortal. After the disappearance of one of their miners, Fong Dihai was the first to investigate the mine. However, upon his return, he claimed to have found nothing. Our families sent individuals as well, and we too found no signs of anything amiss. Moreover, since the miners began disappearing, the output of spirit stones from the Fong family has also diminished. Han Peng suddenly revealed that it seems there is an undeniable connection between the series of events in the mine and the Fong family. Chen Shiran mused internally. Well, I believe I have gathered sufficient information. Thank you, Han Patriarch, for your insights. I will devise a solution for this matter, and I will require the cooperation of both your families. As for your ailment, I shall find a remedy for that as well. Chen Shiran declared, rising to take his leave. Is that truly the case? Shiran. Han Lu exclaimed in delight, a smile blooming on her face like a blossoming lily. Chen Shiran couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. Indeed, I pride myself on my integrity. I must return to report this information to Senior Brother Zhang. I shall take my leave for now. Rest assured, I will notify you should I require your assistance in the future. I would also appreciate it, Master Han, if you could discreetly convey my words to the Zhu family, Chen Shiran said, bowing slightly before departing. After a brief interval, Chen Shiran returned to the encampment. Senior Brother Zhang? Are you present? Shiran has made some new discoveries. Chen Shiran knocked on Zhang Ping's door, but received no response. Qiu Ming, are you around? Where has Senior Brother Zhang gone? Chen Shiran moved to the adjacent room, only to find that Qiu Ming was also absent. Returning to Zhang Ping's room, he forcefully pushed the door open. Suddenly, a golden sound transmission talisman flew out from within. Junior Brother Chen, I apologized. I have just received a confidential order from the sect. Senior Brother must return immediately due to urgent matters, and I have taken Qiu Ming with me. I hope you can manage the ensuing matters smoothly. I've left a map of the mine for you. Should an emergency arise, you must use the long-distance sound transmission talisman to inform the sect. Remember. This is a message from Zhang Ping. As soon as the voice faded, the talisman vanished. Damn it, Chen Shiran couldn't help but curse. At such a critical moment, Senior Brother Zhang has chosen to return to the sect. It seems I must investigate alone tonight. But this map is indeed timely. Chen Shiran carefully stored the map. Preparing to explore the mine that evening, night soon descended. Under the cover of darkness, Chen Shiran piloted his spirit vessel to the entrance of the mine. The mine was still bustling with activity, with people entering and exiting continuously. Although he did not see the managers from the 3 families, he was able to enter the mining area without obstruction. Once inside, Chen Shiran committed the map given by Zhang Ping to memory and set off to locate the manager of the Fong family. Intending to inquire about recent developments, Extending his consciousness, Chen Xiran navigated through the winding passages of the mine and was nearing Fong Heng's residence. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Manager Fong, I have helped your Fong family earn at least 2,000 spirit stones over the past 3 months. When will the next person be sent to me? I haven't eaten in half a month, came a raspy voice, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping. Lord Mingue, did our clan leader not sign an agreement with you? Only 2 individuals may be provided for consumption each month. If we exceed this number, it will be easily discovered, and our Fong family will land in serious trouble. I ask for your patience. Please wait a few more days, Fong Heng replied respectfully in a low voice. I care not. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation at the mid-chi refining stage. If I do not receive enough life force, my strength will decline. I require 2 additional individuals each month, the impatient Mingue retorted. Very well, Lord Mingue, I will report to the clan leader tomorrow and have him come to discuss the matter with you tonight. What do you think? Fong Heng continued, his tone still respectful. Fine, I will wait 1 more day. If Fong Dihai does not come to renegotiate the number of individuals to be provided, I will take matters into my own hands. Mingue shouted. Rest assured, Lord Mingue. Please exercise patience for just 1 more day, Fong Heng whispered. Humph. Just then, a figure dressed in black, wearing a hooded cloak, emerged from Fong Heng's dwelling, exuding an aura of malevolence. Chen Xiran quickly suppressed his presence and stealthily concealed himself. This fellow is at the pinnacle of the mid-chi refining stage, yet I cannot sense his cultivation at all, Chen Xiran marveled. However, it is evident that the Fong family is indeed involved in this scheme. I shall return tomorrow night. I must gather evidence, Chen Xiran resolved, gripping the recording stone tightly. Once the individual known as Mingue departed, Chen Xiran silently exited the mine. The following night, Chen Xiran donned a stealth outfit and masked his face before quietly slipping back in, concealing himself near Fong Heng's residence. After an hour had passed, Fong Dihai arrived, followed shortly by the cloaked figure. Mingue, did we not agree that only 2 individuals would be provided each month? Why have you reneged on our deal? If too many individuals go missing, it will surely attract the attention of Qingyuan's sect, and if a foundational stage cultivator is dispatched, we will be doomed, Fong Dihai hissed in a low voice. That was the previous arrangement. I have now reached a bottleneck in my cultivation at the mid-chi refining stage. If I do not absorb sufficient life force, my strength will decline. I require 2 additional individuals each month. The metallic scraping of Mingue's voice was unsettling. You've lost your mind. 2 additional individuals? Absolutely not. The maximum is 1. If you do not agree, then we shall part ways. Fong Dihai growled fiercely. Point 1 it is. But tonight, I demand that you send one to me, the cloaked figure insisted. Snap. Chen Xiran activated the recording stone, capturing their conversation, feeling pleased, when suddenly a stone dislodged from the wall he was leaning against. Who goes there? The 2 men inside shouted in unison. This is bad. I must flee. Chen Xiran hurriedly activated his light body technique and sprinted toward the mine's exit. Humph. You cannot escape. I shall see who dares eavesdrop on my conversation. Fong Dihai exclaimed, spotting a shadow darting away. This won't do. Running outward will only lead to my capture. The depths of the mine are complex. I can only run deeper with that. Chen Xiran turned and sprinted further into the mine. Chapter 88. A life-hanging crisis and the mysterious jade pendant reappears. Humph. Hey Ming, pursue him. A black sword light shot forth from Fong Dihai's storage bag, upon which he leaped to chase after Chen Xiran. This old fool's flying sword is incredibly swift. Chen Xiran glanced back to see Fong Dihai standing atop a black sword, rapidly closing the distance. Chen Xiran promptly activated his light body technique and fled deeper into the mine. After a while, the gap between them began to narrow. This won't do. If this continues, I will inevitably be caught. I have no choice but to use it. Chen Xiran retrieved the Ziluo heavenly boots from his storage bag and donned them immediately. As he infused spiritual energy into them, his speed surged by 30%, and soon the distance between him and Fong Dihai began to widen. How did this brat's speed suddenly increase so dramatically? And why is he so familiar with the mine? Could he be one of the miners? But to think he could escape in front of me is sheer folly. Flying sword technique? Fong Dihai coldly snorted, channeling his energy, causing the speed of the flying sword beneath him to triple. What kind of magic is this? His speed has increased too. Chen Xiran, while running, couldn't help but feel alarmed as he looked back. Heh, Let's see where you run this time. I shall uncover your true identity. Fire flame technique, go. Fong Dihai cackled as he drew nearer. A flower-like flame erupted from Fong Dihai's hand and shot toward Qin Shiran. Diamond Talisman. Qin Shiran unleashed a golden talisman, conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped him just in time as the fireball struck. Sizzle. The barrier sizzled under the heat. The golden shield began to fade in color. Hold firm. Ziluo Heavenly Boots, accelerate. Qin Shiran urged himself, channeling abundant spiritual energy into both the diamond talisman and the Ziluo Heavenly Boots. Now moving as swiftly as an arrow shot from a bow. Qin Shiran gradually increased the distance between himself and Fong Dihai. Damn it, that SA first-grade high-tier defensive talisman, the diamond talisman. Who exactly is this brat? Not only has his speed increased, but he also possesses such an expensive talisman. Fong Dihai was taken aback, and no matter who you are, I will capture you. If the other two families in Qing and Sect discover that the miners' disappearances are linked to my Fong family, we will be finished. Fong Dihai resolved, halting the black flying sword's pursuit and carefully retrieving a black spirit bow inscribed with runes from his storage bag. The bow bore the heads of two black dragons. Tightly gripping a bowstring made from an unknown material, Fong Dihai slowly drew back the bowstring, focusing his spiritual energy to form a black arrow. Straining to draw it to its full extent, beads of sweat began to drip from his forehead as his spiritual energy waned. The black arrow grew increasingly luminous, emanating a terrifying pressure. What is that? Qin Shiran sensed a dreadful force behind him and couldn't help but look back. This sense of urgency. If struck by that arrow, I will undoubtedly perish. Qin Shiran felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, several forks in the passageway appeared ahead, and Qin Shiran's heart leaped with joy. Water Ball Talisman. True Flame Talisman. He cast the two talismans behind him, causing them to collide and generate a thick mist that enveloped the entire passage, obscuring his escape route. Trying to escape? I no longer care who you are. You shall die, Fong Dihai shouted as he released the fully drawn black spirit arrow, sending it hurtling toward Qin Shiran. Qin Shiran realized he had no time to run toward the forks and instead summoned the Xian Gui shield with all his might, channeling every ounce of spiritual energy into both the shield and the diamond talisman. The Xian Gui shield spun rapidly, radiating a brilliant azure light that positioned itself before Qin Shiran. Zing! The incoming black spirit arrow pierced the Xian Gui shield. The black arrow spun violently, causing the shield to emit a mournful cry. Crack! With a resounding explosion, cracks appeared on the surface of the Xian Gui shield, and its azure glow began to dim. Alas! I cannot hold it back any longer. Qin Shiran hastily swallowed a spirit-gathering pill and summoned the exquisite defensive artifact, the Golden Spirit Bell, which he had obtained from Zhao Fengshua but had never before utilized. As he infused his dwindling spiritual energy into the Golden Spirit Bell, it nearly drained him completely. Boom! The Xian Turtle Shield shattered into fragments. Despite the excruciating pain in his dantian, Qin Shiran had no choice but to activate the Golden Spirit Bell, which had only just flickered with a hint of golden light. Sizzle! A black spiritual arrow, now significantly slowed, struck the Golden Spirit Bell. After a few moments of resistance, the bell emitted a mournful cry before being sent flying. The black spiritual arrow, though its speed considerably diminished, swiftly pierced through the diamond talisman, which shattered after barely sustaining for a breath. The arrow then hurtled towards Qin Shiran. Realizing he could not evade it, Qin Shiran instinctively dodged, but the now sluggish black arrow accurately struck his dantian. Poof! Qin Shiran cried out in agony, spewing forth a substantial amount of blood. His body propelled backward as the arrow found its mark. Boom! The sound of the stone wall being shattered echoed through the air. Qin Shiran was painfully pinned against the wall. The black spiritual bow vanished, leaving a gaping hole the size of a small bowl in his dantian. His body drenched in blood. His face contorted in agony, Qin Shiran felt the spiritual energy within him begin to leak away. Struggling and convulsing, he summoned the last remnants of his spiritual energy to retrieve the spirit-nourishing pill he had previously received as a reward for completing a task involving snake saliva fruit. This pill was reputed to regenerate flesh and blood, capable of restoring any severed limb, provided it was not utterly destroyed. After applying a bleeding-stopping talisman, Qin Shiran strained to rise from the rubble. Clutching the golden spirit bell as he veered down a side passage in a desperate bid for survival. Damn it! The fog is so thick. The dense mist obscured Fong Dihai's vision. I wonder if that brat is dead. I heard a scream just now. He must have been hit, Fong Dihai panted, exasperated. As the fog gradually dissipated, the scene ahead came into view. Where is he? Fong Dihai's eyes widened in disbelief as Chen Xiuran's figure vanished from sight. Ah, you wretched boy. I swear if I see you again, I will tear you limb from limb. With the mist cleared, Chen Xiuran was nowhere to be found. The myriad of side passages had caused Fong Dihai to lose track of him, prompting him to bellow in frustration. Meanwhile, Chen Xiuran, dragging his heavily injured body, tirelessly made his way toward the side passages, turning countless corners. Time became irrelevant as he eventually collapsed under the weight of his injuries. At that moment, the blood-colored jade pendant on his chest emitted a crimson glow once more. A stream of blood-red warmth flowed from the pendant into Chen Xiuran's dantian, stirring the remnants of spiritual energy within the shattered dantian. This warmth began to swirl, initiating the operation of the chaotic devouring technique. A substantial amount of spiritual energy from the surrounding world gradually converged toward Chen Xiuran's dantian, enveloping him in a vibrant array of multicolored spiritual light. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiuran sank into a deep slumber. Chapter 89. Five-colored spiritual power. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate, until Chen Xiuran slowly awakened. Am I still alive? He struggled to sit up, probing his dantian, only to find that the small bowl-sized hole had healed. However, upon further inspection, he discovered that his dantian remained damaged, with a significant breach in its wall, plunging him into despair. For it was said that once a dantian was damaged, it could no longer gather spiritual energy, and thus the hope of cultivating immortality was extinguished. Yet, Chen Xiuran soon found it peculiar that he could still sense a wisp of mist-like spiritual energy lingering in his dantian. And astonishingly, its hue was a harmonious blend of 5 colors. Upon attempting to utilize the 5-colored spiritual power, he joyfully found that he could access his storage bag. Ha! It seems I am destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even with a damaged dantian, I can still cultivate. Chen Xiuran could not contain his exuberant laughter. He then sat cross-legged to channel the chaotic devouring technique, drawing in copious amounts of 5-element spiritual energy from the surrounding world. As the energy accumulated, an unexpected sound of leakage echoed through the air. A torrent of spiritual energy escaped from his damaged dantian, dissipating into the ether, leaving only the faint remnants of the 5-colored spiritual power. This cannot be. I still cannot cultivate, Chen Xiuran lamented, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He sighed and leaned against the wall, unable to resist the urge to caress the blood-colored jade pendant around his neck. He noticed that the previously blood-colored pendant had turned white, and his consciousness could no longer penetrate its depths, as if it had transformed into an ordinary piece of jade. What transpired while I was unconscious? Did the pendant save me? Chen Xiuran examined the pendant closely, but found no anomalies. Why is it that the other 5-element spiritual energies are absorbed into my body only to be expelled? Leaving behind this 5-colored spiritual power, where did this 5-colored energy originate? Must I blend the 5 elemental energies together? Blend them together? A sudden realization struck Chen Xiuran. If I arrange the 5 elemental energies according to their respective positions of harmony and conflict, perhaps it will work. With that, he sat cross-legged once more, inhaling the 5 elemental spiritual energies from the world, arranging them into a swirling vortex. Suddenly, the chaotic devouring technique began to operate autonomously. The 5 types of spiritual energy began to rotate, their speed increasing exponentially, ultimately coalescing into a wisp of mist-like 5-colored spiritual power, which remained firmly within his dantian. It worked. Ha ha! Chen Xiuran exclaimed in sheer delight. He then tirelessly channeled the chaotic devouring technique, continuously absorbing vast amounts of 5-element spiritual energy, arranging it into a shape of mutual generation and restraint, allowing it to swirl slowly. Ultimately, the 5-colored spiritual power within his dantian accumulated more and more, filling his dantian once again. As he opened his eyes and stood, he sensed the purity of the spiritual energy within him. His cultivation at the peak of the qi refining stage was now 5 times more refined than before. Where he once required a full measure of energy to cast a spell, he now needed only a fifth of that amount. It felt as though should he encounter a peak qi refiner of the 6th stage now. His spiritual energy might rival theirs. Chen Xiuran was filled with newfound confidence in his future, speculating that these changes were undoubtedly linked to the mysterious pendant. He resolved to seek out the remaining pieces of the pendant whenever an opportunity arose. Then, recalling that his first defensive artifact, the Xian Turtle Shield, had been shattered into pieces, he felt a pang of regret, but consoled himself with the knowledge that he still possessed an exquisite defensive artifact, the Golden Spirit Bell. With that thought, Chen Xiuran infused the 5-colored spiritual power into the Golden Spirit Bell. Boom! A vast amount of spiritual energy was absorbed into the Golden Spirit Bell, making it glow ever more brilliantly. Radiating a dazzling golden light, he allowed the Golden Spirit Bell to draw in the energy, and after a brief moment, it ceased its absorption. Upon inspection, he found that only 1/3 of his energy had been drawn away. The exquisite defensive artifact, the Golden Spirit Bell, now hovered above Chen Xiuran, enveloping him in a waterfall-like barrier of golden spiritual energy. He believed that had the Golden Spirit Bell been active earlier, it would have surely withstood that black spiritual arrow. Chen Xiuran stowed away the Golden Spirit Bell, and after restoring his energy, he retrieved all the useful artifacts from his storage bag. Among them was a low-grade spiritual weapon, the purple gold knife, the exquisite defensive artifact, the Golden Spirit Bell, a set of upper-grade flying needles, the Flying Spirit Needles, gifted by Luo Gu, an upper-grade offensive weapon, the Crimson Fire Sword, a medium-grade artifact, the Fire Spirit Ruler, and a Burst Spirit Pearl. Just moments ago, he had nearly resorted to using the Burst Spirit Pearl, but knowing that his opponent would likely be on guard, he refrained from throwing it, fearing it would go to waste. After glancing at the remaining 3 years' worth of medicinal pills in his storage bag, Chen Xiuran was confident that he would soon break through to the 5th level of qi refining. It's best to return for now, lest Fang Dihai grows suspicious of me, he decided, resolving to report Fang Dihai's misdeeds to the sect. I'm lost. After wandering for some time, Chen Xiuran realized that the map given to him by Zhang Ping did not mark this location. As he meandered through the mine, a faint sound suddenly reached his ears. It sounds like running water. He pressed against the wall to listen closely. His consciousness penetrated the stone wall but was blocked after a few feet, leaving him to rely on the sound of the flowing water to guide him. Following the sound, Chen Xiuran moved forward, turning several corners before reaching a dead end. However, the sound of rushing water behind the wall grew louder. The sound of flowing water behind this wall is quite pronounced. It must be just beyond this stone barrier. Typically, where there is water, there is an exit. I hope to find it this time. I must find a way to break through this wall, Chen Xiuran remarked, pressing his ear against the stone to listen intently. He summoned the Crimson Fire Sword from his storage bag, infusing it with 5-colored spiritual energy, causing it to radiate a fiery hue. Swift, cut through this stone wall for me. He swung the sharp blade of the Crimson Fire Sword relentlessly against the hard stone. Some of these stone walls concealed spirit stones, making certain areas particularly resilient. However, the Crimson Fire Swords might prove greater, and in less than half a tea's brewing time, it breached the wall, unleashing an even louder sound of rushing water. Chen Xiuran squeezed through the opening, not expecting to discover a hidden realm beyond the wall, which captivated him utterly. Before him, not far away, lay a vast and profound lake, its expanse stretching for several miles. Above this deep lake cascaded a magnificent silver waterfall, pouring forth torrents of white water that plunged directly into the depths below, sending up a myriad of white splashes. The mist that rose into the air drifted about, enveloping Chen Xiuran, who stood several dozen meters away. What is that? Chen Xiuran surveyed his surroundings, suddenly captivated by an object in the center of the lake. Chapter 90. The 9 nether ink lotus in the middle of the lake, not far below the waterfall. A black lotus flower bloomed gracefully, floating serenely on the water's surface. Intrigued by the black lotus, Chen Xiuran resolved to approach and take a closer look. As he drew nearer to the lake, he noticed a distinct drop in temperature. The mist brushed against his face, bringing a refreshing chill. Upon reaching the lakeside, he discerned that the water was unusually cold to the touch, and when he placed his hand in it, he realized that the lake's water was denser than ordinary water. Could this be the fabled Xuanzhong water? Chen Xiuran wondered. Recalling the texts he had perused in the sect's library. It was said that Xuanzhong water was the finest material for forging spiritual artifacts. Known for enhancing the success rate and growth potential of artifact spirits when used in the refinement process, in his possession was a low-grade spiritual weapon, the purple gold blade, but it lacked a true artifact spirit, possessing only a faint flicker of spiritual awareness. Thus, the blade's power was relatively weak among spiritual weapons, though it still surpassed that of ordinary magical tools. This disparity explained why Zhao Fengshua, at the 7th level of Qi training, could wield it with relative ease. Astonished that such a reservoir of Xuanzhong water existed here, Chen Xiran contemplated the rewards he would gain by reporting it to the sect and decided to collect some for himself. Just as he prepared to retrieve a jade vial from his storage bag, a voice echoed from across the lake. Humph, that Fang Dihai has quite the appetite. He should fear being overwhelmed. What good is it to have life if he cannot enjoy it? If it weren't for my failed foundation establishment that left me stranded in the mid-Qi training stage, and the fear of being detected by the Qingyuan sect due to frequent blood hunts, would I rely on this waste to provide me with sustenance? A raspy voice expressed dissatisfaction. Once I recover to the later Qi training stage, consuming this hard-won 9 nether ink lotus will swiftly restore me to my peak. Ha ha! Several metallic sounds of laughter followed. The 9 nether ink lotus? I believe I've heard of it before. Yes, it is a miraculous herb used by ancient cultivators, especially ghost cultivators, to fend off heart demons during their foundation establishment, and it is also one of the spiritual herbs for enhancing cultivation in the later Qi training stage. It is said to be a material used by Buddhist cultivators to craft artifacts that restrain ghost cultivators. I thought the 9 nether ink lotus had gone extinct. I never imagined there would still be one here. Qin Shiran marveled. Could this person be a ghost cultivator? From the conversation with Fang Dihai, it seems his name is Gue Ming. He is most likely a ghost cultivator. Chen Shiran quickly concealed his presence upon hearing the voice. This ink lotus will fully mature in a month. I estimate that in another month, I will return to the 7th level of Qi training. For now, I must endure a few more days. Once I regain my peak, Fang Dihai, your time will be up. UVE consumed what belongs to me, and you will regurgitate it all. Ha ha ha! A figure clad in a black robe and hood appeared by the lake, laughing heartily. Upon recognizing him, Qin Shiran was astonished to discover that the 9 nether ink lotus had been planted here by Gue Ming. What is that wall over there? Gue Ming glanced up and noticed the damaged wall that Qin Shiran had recently broken through. Someone has been here, Gue Ming growled lowly. With a leap, a necklace of skulls materialized beneath his feet, and he hastily soared toward Qin Shiran's direction. This is bad. He has noticed the damaged stone wall. Qin Shiran felt a chill run down his spine. Carefully, Qin Shiran produced a concealment talisman gifted by Luo Xiaoke, gently pressing it against himself, causing him to vanish instantly, along with his aura. Gue Ming rushed over, landing cautiously at the lake's edge, his vigilance palpable as he slowly advanced toward Qin Shiran's location. I have discovered you. Come out now, Gue Ming hissed, his voice raspy. It's impossible for him to find me. This fellow is quite cunning, attempting to deceive me. Qin Shiran cursed inwardly, recalling Luo Xiaoke's assurance that as long as he did not reveal any fluctuations in his spiritual consciousness, he would remain undetected. After a prolonged silence with no response from Qin Shiran, Gue Ming, holding the skull necklace, approached the damaged stone wall with caution. Qin Shiran remained motionless, carefully suppressing his presence. This was clearly broken by someone. There must have been visitors, but it seems they have left. Keeping the 9 nether ink lotus here is not safe. With just a month until it matures, aside from using blood food for cultivation, I must watch over the 9 nether ink lotus daily to prevent theft, Gue Ming rasped. First, I must repair the wall with that. Gue Ming employed his magic to restore the stone wall. I will return tomorrow to check. For now, I shall head back. After finishing the repairs, Gue Ming muttered to himself before turning to leave. As he approached the lakeside and summoned his skull artifact, he soared back across the lake, quickly disappearing from sight. Qin Shiran remained motionless for a while, waiting for a tea's worth of time. He must have truly left. To his surprise, Gue Ming returned once more. This startled Qin Shiran, who was relieved he had not revealed himself. Otherwise, he would surely have been discovered. Gue Ming scanned the area thoroughly but found no one present before departing once again. Qin Shiran remained concealed until the talisman's effect waned after a stick of incense burned. Finally emerging, unbeknownst to him, his back was completely soaked with sweat. Although Gue Ming was merely at the 6th level of Qi training, Chen Xiaoran felt a stronger apprehension toward him than he would facing Fang Dihai. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Chen Xiaoran resolved to leave this place promptly. Nevertheless, before departing, he had to collect the 9 nether ink lotus and the Xuanzhong water. To leave treasures behind would be tantamount to inviting disaster. A smirk crossed Chen Xiaoran's face. He retrieved a crescent-shaped spiritual boat, assigned by the sect to every disciple overseeing the spirit mine in Bailiang City. Upon completing his task, he would be required to return it to the sect. Zhang Ping also possessed a similar vessel. Chen Xiaoran boarded the spiritual boat, hovering above the 9 nether ink lotus. Only upon closer inspection did he behold the full splendor of the 9 nether ink lotus. This extraordinary flower not only radiated a dark ethereal glow but also possessed 9 black petals, symbolizing the utmost perfection. At its core, 9 lotus seeds thrived, 8 of which were plump and ebony, while one appeared not yet fully matured, still in its growth phase. Yet, it was evident that each seed contained a considerable reservoir of spiritual energy. Chen Xiaoran unsheathed a jade knife and carefully severed the lotus. Disregarding its state of maturity, he placed it in a jade box and, with a cheerful demeanor, stowed it away in his storage bag before retrieving several jade vials to collect ample Xuanzhong water. Then flew toward the opposite shore of the lake. Chen Xiaoran followed the only available path, pressing onward. After half an hour of relentless pursuit, he found himself at the entrance to a forbidden area from his mind's eye. The Heart of the Earth Flame, Chapter 91. The conspiracy of the Fang family. This Heart of the Earth Flame, as recorded in the Jade Slip map, was a magma conduit inadvertently uncovered by a miner while extracting fire spirit stones 3 years prior. This place frequently erupted with magma, and the temperatures here were exceedingly high. Although numerous fire spirit stones could be found, the walls, scorched by the searing magma over the years, were exceptionally hard, making extraction incredibly difficult. At the time, several miners had perished in this place, succumbing to eruptions or fainting from the heat, falling into the lava without a trace. Upon arriving, Zhang Ping had deemed the area a forbidden zone, prohibiting miners from entering for extraction and appointing a steward to oversee the site year-round, with the steward changing annually. This year, it was Fang Heng, a steward from the Fang family, who was stationed here. Little did they know that not far from here was where Chen Xiaoran had overheard Fang Dihai's conversation. Chen Xiaoran approached the entrance of the Heart of the Earth Flame, gazing down into the magma below. The cave mouth was situated several dozen meters high on the wall, and without careful observation, it would be easily overlooked. He took out his spiritual boat and leaped down, following the route in his mind, preparing to soar out of the mine as quickly as possible to report Fang Dihai's collusion with ghost cultivators to harm mortals to the sect. Chen Xiaoran sped along the most direct path, unwavering in his haste. The Fang family residence, within Fang Dihai's chamber. Father, second brother, we cannot afford to linger any longer. Colluding with ghost cultivators will inevitably bring ruin to our Fang family. We must atone for our sins now, promptly inform the immortal sect, and request their assistance in apprehending this Gue Ming. This would be a great service and might even lead to leniency for our family. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. A young scholar, slender and pale, knelt before Fang Dihai, pleading desperately, "Elder brother, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by bringing ruin to our family? What father and I are doing now is seizing an unprecedented opportunity for our Fang family, a chance to elevate ourselves into the ranks of foundation cultivators. I suspect your mind has been compromised by your studies," Fang Hong scoffed. "Father, although there is an 80% chance that the figure in black is indeed Chen Xianshi, it is highly likely that he has already perished within the depths of the mine. Let us embrace this mistake. When the time comes, we shall attribute Chen Xianshi's demise to that specter, Gue Ming. Once you acquire the Foundation Establishment Pill from Gue Ming, we shall eliminate him. Subsequently, we will report to the Qing'an sect, thereby evading blame while also gaining merit. Furthermore, you will obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill, allowing you to ascend to the legendary Foundation Establishment stage. This is a rare opportunity. Why not seize it? Is not cultivation a battle against heaven and humanity alike? If we proceed methodically, when shall the Fang family achieve greatness?" Fang Hong passionately turned to Fang Dihai. "Honger speaks wisely. The path of cultivation is indeed a quest for fleeting opportunities, even if it leads the Fang family to utter ruin. I do not wish to let this once-in-a-lifetime chance slip away, Lianger. You are not mistaken, but my mind is made up, not speak further on this matter. You may leave. Fong Dihai coldly waved his hand. Father, I implore you to reconsider. The young scholar, Fong Liang, bowed his head and pleaded earnestly. Fong Gue, take young Master Liang to his chamber and confine him. As soon as Fong Dihai finished speaking, a robust man pushed the door open, seizing Fong Liang and escorting him outside. Father, please think it over. Fong Liang shouted desperately. Seeing Fong Liang being dragged away, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Fong Hong's heart. Fong Dihai had 3 sons from different mothers. Aside from the youngest, who was cultivating in the Qingyuan sect, the other 2 remained within the family. Fong Hong had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, while Fong Liang had attained the 4th. Fong Dihai usually placed considerable trust in Fong Liang, entrusting him with most family affairs. Among the 3 brothers, Fong Hong possessed the weakest aptitude and the lowest cultivation, making him the least favored. Thus, he sought ways to eliminate Fong Liang, aspiring to inherit the position of family head. Consequently, he often made things difficult for Fong Liang, who remained unperturbed. This time, they found themselves at odds again regarding the family's future direction. Honger, Gue Ming, is exceptionally cunning. He claims to have placed the Foundation establishment pill in a most secure location, insisting that we provide blood sacrifices until he ascends to the late stage of qi refinement before he will comply. Do you think we stand a chance against him if he reaches that stage? Fong Dihai inquired, sipping spiritual tea. Father, if Gue Ming truly ascends to the late stage of qi refinement, we may not guarantee victory against him. I believe that when we offer him blood sacrifices, we must insist that he hand over the Foundation establishment pill. If he complies, that would be splendid. If not, we shall have to eliminate him and seek merit from the Qingyuan sect. Fong Hong made a chopping motion with his hand. I share your sentiment, and you shall accompany me tonight. If he is wise, all will be well. If not, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, the 2 men burst into laughter as Qin Xiuran reached the mouth of the mine. He discovered a multitude of Fong family members guarding the entrance, forcing him to retreat and wait until nightfall to slip away unnoticed. Night fell swiftly, and Chen Xiuran concealed himself behind a stone wall, waiting patiently. Not far from Fong Heng's residence, near the forbidden area of the heart of the Earth's flame, an enraged roar echoed. Who is it? Who dared to steal my 9 nether ink lotus? I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. The sounds of stones crashing filled the air. Qin Xiuran remained hidden at the cave's mouth, biding his time for the darkness to provide an opportunity for escape. Master Fong, what brings you and young Master Fong Hong here? Fong Hong hurriedly approached to greet them. We have come to inspect the spirit stone yield for this month and to uncover the underlying reasons. You may attend to your duties, Fong Dihai waved dismissively, signaling Fong Hong to refrain from following. Yes, Master, Fong Hong replied, and then Fong Dihai proceeded with Fong Hong towards the forbidden area, where all their transactions typically took place. Why have they come here so late? Qin Xiuran wondered, observing Fong Dihai and Fong Hong making their way to the mining area. Once they were out of sight, Qin Xiuran deliberated before deciding to follow, knowing that he could always flee if necessary. With the golden spirit bell in his possession, he felt a surge of confidence. After trailing them for about half an hour, he realized they were headed toward the heart of the Earth's flame. Causing his expression to turn grave, it seemed that tonight, Fong Dihai and Gue Ming were about to engage in yet another transaction. Fong Dihai, I never expected you to be so despicable. You have dared to steal my 9 nether ink lotus. Upon their encounter, Gue Ming was the first to attack, confronting Fong Dihai directly. Gue Ming, what are you talking about? I do not understand. I have not taken your 9 nether ink lotus, but I have brought the blood sacrifices for this month as promised. Once you ascend to the late stage of qi refinement, you will grant me a Foundation establishment pill. However, I desire it today. Fong Dihai responded. Gue Ming laughed menacingly in anger. Fong Dihai, I do not care for your agreements. Do not try to deceive me. Return my 9 nether ink lotus immediately. This forbidden area is often visited by the 2 of us, and aside from you, no one else could possibly discover the spiritual herb I planted here. Hand it back at once, or I will make you wish you were dead. Gue Ming's cold laughter was accompanied by the sound of metal grinding. Make me wish for death? Ha. Fong Dihai could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 92. The life and death struggle between Gue Ming and Fong Dihai. With your mid-stage qi refinement cultivation, you dare threaten me, a late-stage cultivator? I have heard such boasts before, yet those who uttered them now lie beneath mounds of grass. Fang Dihai laughed heartily. You will soon discover whether it is a fate worse than death. I shall ask you one last time. Will you return the 9 nether ink lotus or not? If you comply now, I may spare your life. If you continue to feign ignorance, I shall refine you without hesitation, which will save me considerable time. Guoming's voice was chilling. I have already stated that I know nothing of your 9 nether ink lotus. Should you not believe me, then we shall settle this with blades. Fang Dihai replied coldly. It appears you are determined to remain obstinate. Very well, I had hoped to use you a while longer. But it seems that is no longer necessary. Small 5 elements formation, activate. As Guoming's words fell, 5 colored pillars of light suddenly illuminated the area, enveloping the individuals within. What have you done? Fang Dihai exclaimed in shock. Realizing that they had been ensnared within a formation, I have done nothing but set up a small 5 elements formation to prevent your escape, Guoming rasped. Seeing Guoming's confidence, Fang Dihai felt a pang of unease. Yet he gradually steadied himself, recalling his own cultivation and strength. Hunger, step back and keep a watchful eye on Guoming's movements. Allow me to confront him first and see what qualifies him to be so arrogant. Fang Dihai communicated to Fang Hong, then retrieved a first-tier high-grade spiritual talisman, the Golden Cauldron Talisman, and affixed it to himself, causing a golden protective barrier to materialize. He then summoned a black sword. Hey Ming, strike! A gleaming black sword surged forth, slicing towards Guoming. Dio, you truly believe your pitiful sword can wound me? Guoming scoffed. Bloodthirst, destroy it, Guoming commanded, and immediately a string of skull beads flew from his storage pouch. Each skull within the beads emitted a wailing cry while gaping mouths gnawed at anything within reach. The flying skull beads ensnared the black sword, and a skull bit down on the blade's body. The 2 magical artifacts entwined mid-air, with the black sword trembling violently, emitting a mournful sound as its dark glow began to fade. He Ming, come back, Fang Dihai shouted. However, the sword was firmly clamped by the skull, which continued to wail mournfully. What manner of artifact is this? It is so sinister. Fang Dihai gasped in shock, unable to believe that his He Ming was being so easily restrained by a string of skull beads. Ha ha, this is a low-grade spiritual item, not something your artifact can compare to. Watch how I obliterate it. Bloodthirst, destroy this sword. Guoming laughed heartily. The skull that clung tightly to He Ming exhaled a plume of black smoke. As soon as this black smoke touched He Ming, it emitted a sizzling sound, visibly corroding the sword's body. Release He Ming, Fire Cloud Talisman. Fang Dihai cried out, witnessing his prized offensive artifact being so effortlessly controlled and corroded. If he did not act quickly to rescue He Ming, it would be rendered useless. The Fire Cloud Talisman was a first-tier high-grade offensive spiritual talisman, enveloping the target in fiery spiritual clouds that would incinerate them. A first-tier talisman should not be wasted. It will only embarrass you. Secret technique. Ghostly Hand of the Underworld. A blood-red ghostly hand suddenly extended from Guoming's right hand, lunging towards the Fire Cloud Talisman. The ghostly hand opened wide, aiming to strike the Fire Cloud Talisman. To Fang Dihai's astonishment, the Fire Cloud Talisman crumbled under the blow, scattering into nothingness. Unabated, the ghostly hand continued its assault on Fang Dihai. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. Fang Dihai was sent flying by the ghostly hand's slap. Your belongings are returned to you. Guoming hurled the now corroded and unrecognizable black sword towards Fang Dihai. Clang! The sword's tip pierced the protective barrier formed by the Golden Cauldron Talisman. Poof! Fang Dihai, having been sent flying, could not suppress a mouthful of blood. The He Ming let out a clear clang before snapping in two. My He Ming, Fang Dihai, upon witnessing the devastation of his longtime companion, was consumed by a furious rage. This skull bead is actually a spiritual artifact. It seems a true spirit has been born, Chen Xiuran exclaimed in astonishment. This fellow is clearly only at the 6th level of Qi training. How can he manipulate a spiritual artifact with such ease? Chen Xiuran, hidden in the shadows, observed the unfolding events. I shall not only destroy your magical tool, but I will also slay you and your son. Guoming cackled maniacally. Impossible. This guy is evidently only at the 6th level of Qi training. How can he wield a spiritual artifact and possess such formidable secret techniques? What on earth is his background? Fang Dihai's face was etched with horror. Secret technique, Ghost Claw Probe. Guoming suddenly launched an attack. A skeletal claw hurtled towards Fang Dihai. Fire Elemental Shield. Fang Dihai summoned a fiery, spiritual shield from his storage pouch. Placing it protectively before him as the ghostly claw neared the shield, it abruptly changed direction and lunged at Fang Hong. Bang! The claw seized Fang Hong's stunned head, crushing it with a force akin to that of a watermelon exploding. Ah no, Honger! Fang Dihai's eyes filled with fury. The ground was strewn with mangled flesh and blood. Fang Hong's body collapsed with a thunderous thud after a brief moment of resistance. I'll fight you to the end. Fang Dihai conjured a black spiritual bow from his storage pouch, its ends adorned with dragon heads gripping the dark bowstring. This Gui Ming's power is truly terrifying. Qin Shiran, having witnessed Fang Hong's demise, felt a chilling dread rise within him. Fang Dihai channeled all his spiritual energy into the black bow. The black spiritual arrow gradually materialized as Fang Dihai strained to draw the bowstring. Not this bow again, Qin Shiran thought, a shiver running down his spine. This very bow had nearly claimed his life before, a memory etched indelibly in his mind. This is bad. If struck by this arrow, I too may perish, Gui Ming exclaimed in shock, realizing Fang Dihai had one more card up his sleeve. Die for me, Ghost Claw probe, Gui Ming bellowed. A cerulean ghost claw emitted a mournful wail. Fire Elemental Shield, hold strong. Fang Dihai continuously infused his spiritual energy into the bow and shield. Gradually, a terrifying black arrow pulsating with dread spiritual pressure emerged. Bloodthirsty. Attack? The ghost claw, intercepted by the fire shield, forced Gui Ming to hastily send his spiritual artifact toward Fang Dihai, compelling him to halt. Boom! The fire shield was sent flying by the ghost claw, and Bloodthirsty lunged at the barrier, ready to bite. The barrier visibly weakened, but at that moment, Fang Dihai's spiritual arrow was fully drawn. Die, Gui Ming! A black arrow, radiating terrifying spiritual pressure, shot toward Gui Ming. Chapter 93. The mysterious iron plate appears in Ming ghost armor. With no time to evade, Gui Ming roared. A black armor, exuding a chilling aura, slowly enveloped Gui Ming. As soon as the armor manifested, the arrow, charged with dreadful spiritual pressure, shot toward Gui Ming like a bolt of lightning. Boom! A massive shockwave radiated outward. The rapidly spinning black arrow struck the Yin Ming ghost armor, emitting a sizzling electric sound. Blocked? Qin Shiran's eyes widened. The Yin Ming ghost armor had indeed withstood the arrow. Impossible! Fang Dihai cried out in disbelief. At that moment, he had poured all his spiritual energy into the bow and the protective barrier, leaving him unable to maintain the fire elemental shield. Before him, the skeletal Bloodthirsty continued to gnaw at the barrier formed by the golden cauldron talisman. If this continued, it would not be long before the barrier fell, and Fang Dihai would surely meet his demise. All while hoping Gui Ming would perish with a single blow. As the shockwave dissipated, a crackling sound was heard. The armor on Gui Ming emitted a sound of fracture. Bang! The entire armor exploded, and the arrow that had just halted at his chest shot through Gui Ming's torso like lightning. Pooh! Gui Ming spat blood, propelled backward into the small five elements formation. His hood was flung off, revealing his true visage. Gui Ming's face was pale, yet surprisingly youthful. Blood stained his mouth and chest, and a gaping hole the size of a bowl was blasted through his right side. The small five elements formation vanished as it lost its sustaining spiritual energy. Ha ha! I have triumphed. I told you, you could never defeat me. Fang Dihai collapsed to the ground, laughing heartily. Ugh! Suddenly, a string of skulls bit into Fang Dihai's neck. The protective barrier had been breached, and the incoming beads of skulls seized his throat. No. Impossible. That guide was clearly already dead. His heart was obliterated. Fang Dihai's eyes widened as he struggled to pry away the skull that clamped down on his throat, his voice trailing off in disbelief. Cough, cough. Another mouthful of blood erupted from Gui Ming's lips. Apologies, ha ha. My heart is located on the left, Gui Ming grinned. His pale face twisted into a ghastly smile. I am unwilling. Fang Dihai screamed in despair. Smack! Fang Dihai's head, bitten off by the skull bead, rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open. The medicinal ingredient is called Yinlingji, a term unfamiliar to Qin Shiran, who temporarily set it aside and opened the second jade box to investigate further. As soon as Qin Shiran lifted the lid, it felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. his mind momentarily blank. Inside the jade box lay a piece of black iron plate. This iron plate was identical to one in Chen Xiuran's storage bag, which he had found after his father vanished in the cave. Memories from 3 years ago surged forth, as he had been relentlessly seeking clues regarding his father's disappearance. Never expecting to encounter one here. Chapter 94. The divine shadow Bao Chen Xiuran retrieved the iron plate from the Gui Ming storage bag and placed it on the table, then took out the one he had previously discovered in the Qingfeng mountain cave. Both iron plates were palm-sized, jet black, and glossy, adorned with identical engravings, while the reverse side bore a ghastly visage with green skin and sharp teeth. The only distinction between them was that the one from Qingfeng mountain was inscribed with the character Air, while the one obtained from Gui Ming featured the character E. Perhaps the bearers of these plates hold different ranks. Chen Xiuran speculated about the differing statuses of the iron plate owners. The only lead he could ascertain was that his father's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to this enigmatic, ghostly organization. Gui Ming had warned him that the forces behind him were not to be trifled with. Although he might not have known that Chen Xiuran was backed by the Qingyuan sect, Gui Ming's audacity in committing murder on Qingyuan's territory indicated that his organization was formidable. If I had known, I would have spared his life. Chen Xiuran lamented the hastiness of his actions. However, since the Fang family is allied with Gui Ming, they should possess some knowledge about him. I shall investigate tomorrow. Now that Fang Dihai and Fang Hong are both dead, the situation in Beiliang City should revert to normal, Chen Xiuran muttered to himself. With that, he continued to delve into Gui Ming's storage bag. There were a total of 4 jade boxes within the bag. The first contained the usage method for the 9 nether ink lotus, while the second held the black iron plate. Upon opening the third jade box, he discovered a round, azure elixir the size of a pigeon egg, resting within. The elixir emitted a faint glow, and a potent fragrance wafted forth, invigorating him with its aroma. What is this? Observing the remarkable spiritual energy contained within the elixir and recalling Fang Dihai's earlier words, Chen Xiuran surmised that this elixir was likely a foundation establishment pill. Gui Ming truly possessed a foundation establishment pill. How fortuitous! I never imagined this would be the legendary pill, Chen Xiuran exclaimed with delight. Carefully examining the azure elixir, which was adorned with delicate wave-like patterns and radiated impressive spiritual energy. Only those in the late qi refining stage can hope to successfully establish their foundation by consuming a foundation establishment pill. And with Sun Rian's pill, I now have 2. However, given my aptitude, it is undoubtedly insufficient. Chen Xiuran shook his head and closed the jade box. Next, he opened the 4th jade box, revealing an azure jade slip nestled inside. The Blood Fiend Ghost technique. Upon entering the slip with his consciousness, Chen Xiuran discovered it contained a method for ghostly practitioners to reach the golden core stage. This technique was a cultivation method for ghostly cultivators. Chen Xiuran examined it for a while but found it of no use to himself, so he abandoned the effort. After searching the storage bag for a while, he found nothing but the skull beads. Concluding that Gui Ming's sole weapon was that inferior spiritual item, this was of little utility to Chen Xiuran at present. After thoroughly inspecting Gui Ming's storage bag, Chen Xiuran opened Fang Dihai's bag, only to be taken aback by what he sw'd. To his astonishment, the storage bag contained several neatly arranged boxes of spirit stones. Each box held 2,000 stones, and upon counting, Chen Xiuran discovered 6 boxes, totaling 12,000 stones. I never expected this old fellow to possess so many spirit stones. It seems the gradual depletion of spirit stones in the mine was his doing, as he had illicitly hoarded such a vast quantity. Chen Xiuran remarked, also uncovering some commonly used talismans and elixirs within the storage bag. Finally, upon spotting the spirit bow, Chen Xiuran couldn't help but express his admiration. It was strikingly exquisite. The bow, a meter in length, gleamed with a pitch-black luster, its string adorned with the carved head of a black dragon, gripping a string made from an unknown material. The arrow shaft bore the inscription Juing, and the entire piece was a harmonious blend of elegance and craftsmanship. This must be the bow's name, Ju Ing. What a splendid name! Swift as lightning, a shadow on horseback, Chen Xiuran found himself increasingly enamored with it. This spirit bow was an exceptional attacking artifact, nearly on par with spiritual items, and he could faintly sense a trace of spiritual awareness contained within. When he infused it with spiritual energy and drew the string, it would conjure a spiritual arrow, exhibiting formidable power. Chen Xiuran tested it. discovering that an arrow formed with only 30% of his spiritual energy was capable of piercing through ordinary mid-grade defensive artifacts. If he were to infuse it with full energy, even top-grade defensive artifacts might not withstand its might. Moreover, during the test firing, he discovered that the spiritual arrows possessed target-locking capabilities. In no wonder both he and Gue Ming had failed to evade it. Henceforth, Chun Shiran's long-range combat prowess would be greatly enhanced. Upon examining Fong Hong's storage bag, Chun Shiran found it contained some spirit stones, several low-grade artifacts, and a sachet engraved with the character Liang. This sachet was clearly a gift from a woman, and Chen Shiran paid it little mind. After organizing the storage bag, he prepared to meditate and recuperate in anticipation of the morrow. A night swiftly passed. Han Peng, Zhu Wenliang, I implore you both to hasten to the Qingyuan sect's residence. I have pressing matters to discuss, Chen Shiran declared upon concluding his morning meditation, sending out 2 sound transmission talismans. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with a short beard and ruddy complexion, accompanied by another middle-aged man clad in white with a dark visage, arrived at the Qingyuan sect's residence. Welcome, esteemed heads of families. I have awaited your arrival for some time. Chen Shiran greeted them with a smile at the entrance. To have kept the esteemed one waiting is indeed a source of our trepidation. Pray tell, what urgent matters do you wish to discuss? Han Peng inquired, clearing his throat. It is good news. Come, let us converse inside, Chen Shiran replied with a grin. Is that so? Since you proclaim good news, we shall listen attentively, Zhu Wenliang responded with a cheerful demeanor. The 3 entered the inner hall and settled within the pavilion by the lake. Esteemed heads of families, I wish to inquire how much you know about the Fong family. Aside from Fong Dihai, who else holds authority? Chen Shiran poured a cup of spirit tea for the 2. To the best of my knowledge, apart from Fong Dihai and Fong Hong, Fong Liang, his eldest son, has been overseeing family affairs for quite some time, Han Peng replied. Indeed, esteemed one. Fong Liang has been in charge for 5 years now and has performed commendably, maintaining a decent relationship with our 2 families. However, ever since Brother Han fell ill and his cultivation waned 3 years ago, the health of our previous clan leader has deteriorated, allowing the Fong family to reveal their predatory nature, gradually encroaching upon our territories and resources. Following the death of our clan leader a year ago, neither of our families possesses any late qi refining cultivators capable of resisting the Fong family. Zhu Wenliang sighed as he continued. Logically, Fong Liang has managed well, but for reasons unknown, a year ago, Fong Dihai reclaimed Fong Liang's authority, delegating many duties to his second son, Fong Hong. Since Fong Hong's ascension, he has intensified his oppression of our 2 families. And if this continues, it won't be long before we become mere shadows of our former selves, Zhu Wenliang lamented. Fong Liang? Chen Shiran pondered aloud. Chapter 95. The collapse of the Fong family. Learning that Fong Dihai had an elder son named Fong Liang, Chen Shiran was surprised not to have encountered him in the mine. What is the relationship like between Fong Liang and Fong Hong? Chen Shiran inquired. Relationship? Han Peng and Zhu Wenliang exchanged glances involuntarily. Esteemed one, the relationship between Fong Hong and Fong Liang is currently one of open hostility. Ever since Fong Hong took power, he has suppressed Fong Liang at every turn, overturning many of his established policies. However, as Fong Liang is the eldest son of the first branch, seasoned in dealings, he retains the support of a portion of the upper management and possesses greater cultivation than Fong Hong. Thus, Fong Dihai has not removed the title of young clan leader from Fong Liang. Consequently, Fong Hong's desire to achieve results and attain the young clan leader position has led him to impose harsh measures on our 2 families, garnering him some support from certain clan members, yet we find ourselves helpless. Han Peng shook his head in resignation. Moreover, I have heard, Zhu Wenliang suddenly interjected. What is it? Chen Shiran sipped his spirit tea and continued to inquire. I have received some rumors that Fong Liang's wife is exceptionally beautiful, and Fong Hong has coveted his sister-in-law for quite some time. Additionally, I have heard, Zhu Wenliang said, raising his eyebrows, that when Fong Liang defied Fong Dihai while handling a certain matter, it was his beautiful wife who sought Fong Hong's intervention to preserve Fong Liang's position. As for whether anything transpired between them, outsiders are none the wiser. Zhu Wenliang chuckled, blowing on the tea leaves in his cup. Chen Shiran couldn't help but recall the sachet inscribed with the character Liang found in Fong Hong's storage bag.it. Seems that Fong Liang's wife might have some connections with Fong Hong. Chen Shiran mused inwardly. Rumors, though trivial, Carry weight. I have summoned both of you today to discuss a matter of utmost importance, which I wish to remain between us three. Should this information reach any other ears, the consequences shall be dire, Chen Xiran declared, placing his teacup down, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze upon them. Rest assured, we shall not divulge a word. Please, speak, immortal envoy, the two responded in unison. Rising to pay their respects, I have great faith in both of you. Please, sit and let us converse, Chen Xiran urged, gesturing for them to take their seats. Fang Dihai and Fang Hong have colluded with the malevolent practitioners, not only seizing the spiritual stones from the mines, but also orchestrating the disappearance of individuals within those mines. I have dealt with both of them and the malevolent practitioners, eliminating them. However, I wish for this news to be kept under wraps. Your family should seize this opportunity to reclaim the territories and resources you previously lost. I shall feign ignorance until the Fang family approaches me directly, at which point I will officially intervene and we can reallocate the interests of the three families, Chen Xiran spoke calmly. What? The expressions of the two transformed dramatically upon hearing this. Is it true that Fang Dihai was slain by the immortal envoy? Zhu Wenliang exclaimed in astonishment. You recognize this, do you not? Chen Xiran tossed out the corrupted black sword, a relic of Fang Dihai, from his storage pouch. This is Fang Dihai's artifact, the Black Ming, Han Peng exclaimed. Equally incredulous as he gazed at the decayed sword, I am astonished that the immortal envoy possesses such formidable strength at such a young age, capable of slaying practitioners of the late Qi refinement stage. I am truly in awe, Han Peng remarked, bowing deeply. The immortal envoy's prowess is indeed unfathomable. We shall not speak of this to anyone, Zhu Wenliang quickly echoed, rising to bow with a hint of trepidation in his voice. Very well, you both know what must be done next. Additionally, please assist me in locating a spiritual herb known as Yinlingzi. If you find any, do inform me, Chen Xiran concluded, resuming his tea. Rest assured, immortal envoy. We know what to do. As for the herb you mentioned, we shall keep a vigilant eye out. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, Han Peng replied hastily. Then I shall not see you off. Keep a close watch on the spiritual mines. I do not wish to see a decline in production. Also, do not disturb me unless there is a matter of great significance, Chen Xiran said coolly. Absolutely, immortal envoy. You can trust us, the two replied, bowing once more before slowly retreating. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhu Wenliang could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Han Peng. Old Han? Do you believe what the immortal envoy said is true? Did he personally slay Fang Dihai? Or was there assistance from the Qingyuan sect? I cannot say for certain, but regardless of who delivered the blow, the fact remains that Fang Dihai is dead. I would believe it even if the immortal envoy claimed a mere dog did it. Han Peng shook his head. Indeed, such is the way of fortune. It must turn in our favor at last. By the way, old Han, I have heard your daughter Han Lu is acquainted with the immortal envoy. I hope that as your Han family grows in strength, you might extend a favor to my Zhu family in return for our shared struggles, Zhu Wenliang said, bowing earnestly. Of course. I did not expect you, old Zhu, to speak so. Han Peng laughed heartily, then departed without looking back. Within the span of half a month, the Han and Zhu families unexpectedly allied to launch a fierce counteroffensive against the Fang family's territorial and resource claims. Contrary to their usual prowess, the Fang family found themselves retreating at every turn. Young Master Liang, where has the clan leader gone? We are currently at a disadvantage in the resource struggle, and without the clan leader's formidable presence, we face insurmountable difficulties. A burly middle-aged man anxiously addressed the scholarly youth seated at the center of the hall. Fang Hu, I only know that my father and second brother went to the mines half a month ago and have not returned since. The young scholar replied, shaking his head. What shall we do now, young Master Liang? You are the acting clan leader. With the clan leader absent, you must rally everyone to navigate us out of this predicament. Fang Hu pressed on. I am aware of the situation. Please, do not panic. I will handle it. For now, the meeting is adjourned. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Relay my orders. Everyone must avoid conflict and await my instructions. Fang Liang declared, waving his hand as he strode toward the inner hall. The gathered crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. With a collective sigh, they gradually exited. Why, husband, if this continues, you will lose the clan's support. Perhaps we should consider a more direct approach. A beautiful young woman gently urged as she grasped Fong Liang's shoulder in the inner hall. Such sentimentality, what do you understand? Fong Liang retorted sharply. Without the immortal envoy of the Qingyuan sect covertly guiding them, would they dare to provoke our Fong family so brazenly? Fong Liang murmured darkly. The disappearance of my father and second brother may very well be tied to that immortal envoy. It seems I must visit him personally. Xiao Xiao, prepare a generous gift for me. I wish to pay my respects to the immortal envoy, Fong Liang suddenly declared. For the past half-month, Chen Xiaoran had been diligently striving to break through the fourth level of qi refinement. Sensing that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough, yet he remained stuck. Suddenly, a firm knock echoed from outside the door. Chapter 96. Qi Refinement 5th Level Fong Family's Young Clan Leader. Fong Liang requests an audience with the immortal envoy. Please, grant us your presence. A resonant voice called from beyond the door. At last. He has arrived. Chen Xiaoran smiled softly as he opened his eyes for meditation. What brings you before me? Chen Xiaoran inquired through thought transmission. Esteemed immortal envoy, the Fong family has expanded too rapidly in recent years, overstepping boundaries in many areas. I implore you to grant us leniency. Considering the Fong family's century-long efforts in mining spiritual stones for the sect, in return, I, Fong Liang, shall ensure our loyalty to you. Fong Liang responded quietly through thought. I am uncertain of what you speak. Your Fong family seems to be thriving. Why seek my intervention? Chen Xiaoran replied nonchalantly. Immortal envoy, my father and second brother have not returned since their visit to the mines half a month ago. I vehemently opposed their journey and urged them to report to the sect, yet they acted against my counsel and even imprisoned me. This can be verified by the immortal envoy. I beseech you to grant me an audience. Fong Liang hastily exclaimed. After a brief pause, Chen Xiaoran suddenly transmitted, Come in and speak. I shall be awaiting you in the pavilion by the lake. Hearing this, Fong Liang quickly pushed the door, which was ajar as if anticipating his entrance. His suspicions regarding the connection between the disappearance of his father and brother and the immortal envoy seemed to be confirmed. Entering the inner hall, Fong Liang navigated past an artificial mountain and along a corridor leading to the lake, where he spotted a slender young man in azure robes seated in a pavilion, sipping tea. Fong Liang pays his respects to the immortal envoy. Fong Liang bowed upon reaching the pavilion. You are Fong Liang? Chen Xiaoran looked up, scrutinizing him closely. Before him stood a lean young man clad in a long blue robe, his complexion pale, seemingly fragile as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yes, esteemed immortal envoy, I am Fong Liang, he replied with utmost respect. You mentioned your father and second brother's purpose for visiting the mines? Chen Xiaoran inquired, taking a sip of tea. Indeed. Fong Liang hesitated slightly, observing Chen Xiaoran's calm demeanor before continuing. 5 months ago, my father suffered severe injuries while seeking treasures and was rescued by a mysterious ghost practitioner. At the time, this ghost practitioner seemed to have suffered backlash from his cultivation. Yet his abilities were formidable. My father initially intended to eliminate him for the treasures, but due to his injuries, he hesitated and brought him to the mines to recuperate. I am unsure what allure this practitioner wielded over my father, but he proposed that if we provided him with a miner as sustenance each month, he would reward my father with a foundation establishment pill once he regained his strength. My second brother, unbeknownst to the circumstances, was also persuaded to support this ghost's demands. My father, in a daze, acquiesced. I vehemently opposed this, but to no avail. My father had already stripped me of my authority half a month ago. Fong Liang recounted slowly. The ghost practitioner requested 2 miners for sustenance each month, and my father intended to negotiate with him to reclaim the foundation establishment pill. However, after that fateful night, he never returned, and the ghost practitioner vanished as well. I seek the immortal envoy's guidance in this matter. This is a small token of appreciation I have prepared for you. Fong Liang respectfully presented a jade box. This is a blood spirit ginseng aged 300 years, rich in potent vitality and medicinal properties, a treasured heirloom of the Fong family. I hope the immortal envoy can extend a lifeline to our family. Fong Liang knelt, his voice filled with humility. Chen Xiaoran accepted the jade box, studying Fong Liang with amusement. To his surprise, Fong Liang displayed more astuteness than anticipated, quickly deducing the connection between his father and brother's disappearance and the ghost practitioner, and now humbly seeking his mercy. Your father and brother have betrayed the sect, colluding with malevolent practitioners to harm innocent lives, and have faced the consequences of their actions. Your Fong family's rapid expansion in recent years has indeed been excessive. I hope you can return to the era when our three families coexisted peacefully and diligently fulfill the mining duties. I wish to see no further decline in the yield of spiritual stones from the mines. Qin Shiran stated, placing the blood spirit ginseng into his storage pouch while fixing his gaze upon Fong Liang. Rest assured, esteemed immortal envoy, the Fong family will undoubtedly fulfill the tasks entrusted to us by the immortal sect. And we shall pursue peaceful development, Fong Liang solemnly pledged. Very well, you may return in 3 days. I shall convene a meeting here, during which I will announce you as the new patriarch of the Fong family. Henceforth, I hope you will act judiciously. Otherwise, consider how the Nie family was replaced a century ago, and know that the same fate could befall the Fong family. Qin Shiran replied coldly, Thank you, esteemed immortal envoy. For your great favor, Liang shall cherish this opportunity. Fong Liang's expression brightened. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, Fong Liang departed with a buoyant spirit. 3 days later, Qin Shiran proclaimed Fong Liang as the new patriarch of the Fong family, and after restructuring the development and resources of the three families, he withdrew into seclusion, preparing to break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. On that day, after burning incense and bathing, Qin Shiran sat cross-legged on a mat with closed eyes, retrieving the warm spirit jade that Song Yu had previously gifted him. He consumed a gathering yuan pill, which could only be ingested in the later stages of qi refinement, hoping to use its potent medicinal power to break through the bottleneck of the 4th layer. He activated the chaos swallowing heaven technique, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy from the surrounding environment into his dantian, and dissolving the medicinal power of the gathering yuan pill within. A vortex formed at the dantian, spinning rapidly. An abundance of 5-colored spiritual energy was generated, continuously expanding outward. The dantian had already been filled with spiritual energy, and logically, he should have broken through to the 5th layer long ago. However, each attempt to break through resulted in excess spiritual energy being expelled from the damaged area of the dantian, preventing him from progressing. Thus, Qin Shiran decided to take the risk of using the massive influx of spiritual energy to break through in an instant. The vortex of 5-colored spiritual energy at the dantian quickly refilled the space, and Qin Shiran forcefully unleashed the medicinal power of the gathering yuan pill. Boom! The sudden surge of 5-colored spiritual energy threatened to rupture the dantian. With his eyes closed and teeth clenched, Qin Shiran endured the intense pain in his dantian, using the overwhelming 5-colored spiritual energy to relentlessly assault the barrier, again and again. Qin Shiran gritted his teeth, unsure of how many times he had struck, until, after a long while, he heard a crack as the sturdy barrier finally showed signs of yielding. He hastily intensified his efforts. Bang! The barrier of the 4th layer of qi refinement was finally shattered completely, and the space within the dantian expanded several-fold, allowing a torrent of 5-colored spiritual energy to flow into the newly created space, bringing the vortex in the dantian to a halt. Slowly, Qin Shiran opened his eyes, his complexion pale, drenched in sweat. Although the process was perilous, he had emerged unscathed. Unable to suppress a smile, he then noticed the black impurities seeping from his body, furrowing his brow as he prepared to take a cleansing bath. With each advancement in qi refinement and foundation building, the body expels excess impurities, cleansing the tendons and marrow. It is said that ultimately, one may attain a body free of blemish, becoming an immortal. At the age of 18, Qin Shiran finally reached the 5th layer of qi refinement. Given his 5-element spiritual roots, achieving this level was no less remarkable than that of an ordinary true spiritual root. Chapter 97. Hanlu's intentions. Since Qin Shiran broke through to the 5th layer of qi refinement, aside from his daily rigorous training, he occasionally inspected the mining area to assess the extraction of spiritual ore. He also reported the collusion of Fang Dihai with the ghostly realm, which had led to a decrease in ore production and the disappearance of workers, to the Qingyuan sect. In response, the Qingyuan sect first praised Qin Shiran for his efforts and subsequently rewarded him with 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 10,000 contribution points. The remainder of the message encouraged him to continue his diligent practice outside the sect, assuring him that someone would come to relieve him once his 3-year mission was completed. Qin Shiran was not overly surprised by the reward, having expected some elixirs or magical artifacts, but was pleasantly surprised by the contribution points, which could be exchanged for foundation-building pills. For the time being, he chose not to report the Xuanzhong water incident, preferring to gather more before the 3-year period concluded. By then, the sect would surely send someone to take over, allowing Chen Xiuran to secure even greater rewards. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 6 months had gone by. Chen Xiuran diligently trained at his residence. Despite the spiritual energy being sparse in North Liang City, he had purchased a 3-year supply of elixirs in advance, and with the support of 1 elixir every 3 days. His cultivation had not stagnated but rather progressed steadily, with nearly half of the required spiritual energy accumulated for the 5th layer of qi refinement. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed at the entrance of the residence. Xiuran, are you home? This is Han Lu. My father is gravely ill. Please, I beg you to save him. A choked cry rang out from outside the door. Oh no. I completely forgot about the cold poison afflicting the Han family patriarch. Chen Xiuran exclaimed, tapping his forehead. He had previously promised Han Lu that he would cure her father's ailment, but had been sidetracked by matters concerning the Feng family and his own efforts to break through the 4th layer, ultimately forgetting about it. Han Lu, please wait a moment. I will join you right away. Chen Xiuran quickly retrieved the cold flame grass he had obtained from Luo Tianhai and opened the door to find the young woman crouched in the corner. Sobbing softly, my apologies. Han Lu, I regret not having treated your father's cold poison sooner. This is entirely my fault. I have found the cold flame grass, and we shall go treat your father at once. Chen Xiuran approached Han Lu, crouching down with an apologetic expression. Is it true? Xiuran. The girl turned her head, her once vibrant eyes now wide with surprise. Indeed. Let us go. We will treat your father immediately with that. Chen Xiuran took out a spiritual boat and swiftly flew towards the Han residence with Han Lu. Observing Han Lu standing on the spiritual boat, Chen Xiuran could not help but sigh. Over the past 6 months, she had grown increasingly frail. Her tall figure, dressed in clothing that was not particularly loose, swayed slightly, and she appeared utterly haggard. This reminded him of the times when his own mother was ill. He had been equally anxious, unable to eat or sleep, and he felt a profound empathy for her plight. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at the Han residence, where Han Feng was already waiting in front of the house. Upon seeing Chen Xiuran, he hurried over. Xiuran, my father. Han Feng's eyes reddened. Take me to see him, Chen Xiuran responded calmly. The group quickly made their way to the inner hall, where Han Peng lay on a bed. Before them lay Han Peng, his complexion gaunt and unrecognizable, his face darkened, lips a shade of blue, barely clinging to life. Xiuran, I implore you to save my father. Han Lu cried once more at the sight of Han Peng. Not worry. Do you know how to administer the cold flame grass? I have found it. Chen Xiuran produced the jade box containing the cold flame grass and handed it to Han Feng. Is it true, Xiuran? Han Feng eagerly received the box with both hands and opened it. Inside lay a fiery red herb, exuding a frigid aura. Little sister, it truly is the cold flame grass. Father will be saved. Han Feng exclaimed joyfully. Really, third brother? Is this the cold flame grass? Han Lu gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Chen Xiuran had promised to save her father but had not been able to visit for the past 6 months. Today, when her father suddenly collapsed, Han Lu had come to seek him out, not expecting to actually find the cold flame grass. Xiuran, I cannot thank you enough. This gratitude is beyond words. If there is ever a need from our Han family, I, Han Feng, vow to brave any danger without hesitation. Little sister, please sit with Xiuran for a moment. I will go prepare the medicine. After expressing his gratitude, Han Feng hurried off with the cold flame grass. Xiuran, I truly cannot thank you enough. 3 years ago, you saved me, and now you are saving my father again. I do not know how I can repay you. If you do not mind, I would be willing to. Han Lu said, her cheeks flushed with gratitude as she gazed at Chen Xiuran. No need for thanks, Han Lu, Chen Xiuran interrupted. If it were not for you and your brother, I would not have found my way to Ascension City, nor participated in the Ascension Conference, much less have the opportunity to enter the Qingyuan sect. Thus, I owe you both a debt of gratitude. Being able to assist this time is merely repaying that debt. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. With that, Chen Xiuran departed without waiting for Han Lu to respond. But, Xiuran, before Han Lu could finish her sentence, Chen Xiuran had already taken flight on his spiritual boat towards the Qingyuan sect's residence. Little sister, where is Xiuran? Han Feng entered the room with a bowl of medicine in hand. He has left, Han Lu replied, her spirits low. He is likely busy with something. Once father recovers, we should find an opportunity to thank him together. You help support father while I administer the medicine? Han Feng said promptly. Han Lu hurriedly assisted Han Peng. After Han Peng consumed the medicine, the darkness on his face gradually receded, and his complexion began to regain its healthful hue. Fenger, Luer, am I not dead? Han Peng slowly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Father! The siblings burst into tears of joy. Qin Shiran hurriedly left the Han residence. It was not that he was unaware of what Han Lu wished to say. Rather, he simply did not know how to respond, fearing it would lead to an awkward situation, and thus decided to depart. Though Han Lu possesses remarkable beauty and Qin Shiran harbors no disdain towards her, he remains indifferent to romantic entanglements, understanding that the path of cultivation inevitably intertwines with matters of the heart. However, at this juncture, Qin Shiran chooses not to dwell on such considerations. The future remains an uncertainty, and he is unsure of how long he may traverse this journey. Unable to guarantee happiness for a potential partner, he resolves to embrace solitude. With a sigh, Qin Shiran transformed his spirit vessel into a streak of emerald light. Soaring into the heavens, Chapter 98. The 3-year term has concluded. It is time to return to the sect. Upon returning to the sect's outpost, Qin Shiran commenced a period of secluded cultivation. During this time, Han Feng and Han Lu visited him several times, yet he refrained from meeting them. Firstly, he had already repaid the favor of being escorted to the Ascension City by Han Feng and Han Lu. Secondly, with only 2 years remaining until his return to the sect, the likelihood of their meeting thereafter would be exceedingly slim, and Qin Shiran preferred to avoid entanglements. Time in cultivation is timeless. Before he realized it, Qin Shiran had been stationed at the spiritual mine area of Bailiang City for nearly 3 years. During this period, through the synergistic effects of medicinal pills and the chaotic devouring technique, he successfully elevated his cultivation to the 6th level of qi refinement a month prior to the completion of his term. Since the 3 families began their reshuffling, the Han family regained their strength after Han Peng was cured of his cold poison, thus altering the power dynamics within Bailiang City once more. The Han family began to grow increasingly formidable. However, due to Qin Shiran's presence, they refrained from aggressive expansion and instead maintained a delicate balance among the 3 families. Qin Shiran did not further involve himself in mediating their relationships, merely requesting that no disturbances occur during his tenure. His days were spent either in rigorous cultivation at the outpost or inspecting the mining activities at the spiritual mine. Alongside retrieving the profound water from the depths of the Forbidden Zone's Xuanzhong Lake, later, upon obtaining a low-grade magical artifact, the Rui bottle, from the Zhu family, he ceased his visits after filling it with a considerable amount of profound water. Subsequently reporting his discovery of this profound water to the sect, the sect's response was to instruct Qin Shiran to diligently guard Xuanzhong Lake for the remaining month, after which they would dispatch another disciple to take over his duties. A month later, during midday, while Qin Shiran was cultivating at the outpost, a communication talisman from the sect suddenly flew in from outside. Junior Brother Chen, I am Su Jin, the sect steward. I have come to take over the inspection of Xuanzhong Lake as per the sect's arrangement, and I am accompanied by another disciple to relieve you. We shall arrive at the outpost in just a short while. Please come out to welcome us. A robust male voice resonated. Qin Shiran promptly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Finally, they have arrived. After 3 years of arduous vigil, it is time to return to the sect. Rising from his meditation mat, he executed a light body technique and swiftly made his way to the entrance. Awaiting the arrival of the sect's representatives, after a brief interval, a streak of green spiritual light descended from the distant sky. Once the light dissipated, a green spirit vessel quietly alighted before the outpost. A man and a woman emerged from the vessel. The man, sporting a short black beard and appearing to be around 30, possessed a slender build and wielded a whisk, exuding a certain ethereal charm. The woman, clad in a green dress and seemingly in her 20s, had an unremarkable visage, her back adorned with a green long sword. Senior Brother Su, and this esteemed sister, you have traveled far. I have prepared some spiritual tea and fruits for your respite. Qin Shiran greeted them with a smile as he approached. Thank you, Junior Brother Qin, for your thoughtfulness, Su Jin replied with a smile. Performing a respectful BOW.IT is my duty. Please, come inside. With that, the The trio proceeded to the inner hall overlooking the lake. Junior brother Chin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Sujin, an outer sect steward of the Spirit Martial Hall. With a cultivation level of the 7th stage of Qi refinement, I have come to investigate the Xuanzhong Lake you reported. The accompanying junior sister is Yin Jin, an outer sect disciple from Cloud Sword Peak, at the 6th stage of Qi refinement, here to take over your role as the new overseer of the spirit mine. Sujin said, stroking his beard with a smile. Sister Yin, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chen Shiran bowed respectfully. No need for such formalities. We are merely fulfilling our sect duties. Just inform me of the necessary procedures before your departure, Yin Jin replied, her voice surprisingly melodious, yet her tone remained rather aloof. Understood. Chen Shiran observed the green-clad woman's reticence and chose not to press further. Senior brother Su, please rest for now. I shall take you to Xuanzhong Lake tomorrow, Chen Shiran suggested, turning to Su Jin with a smile. That will not be necessary, junior brother. My primary task is to inspect the Xuanzhong Lake you reported, which is of great importance to the sect. Time is of the essence. We should go at once. Su Jin stood and addressed Yin Jin. Junior sister Yin, please rest here while we return, he instructed. Yin Jin responded succinctly. Su Jin, sensing the awkwardness, turned to Chen Shiran and said, let us be on our way, junior brother. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Very well, senior brother Su. Chen Shiran noted the tension in the air and promptly retrieved his spirit vessel. Leaping into the air and leading the way toward the mining area. Before long, the spirit vessel they occupied gently descended into the mining area. Chen Shiran guided Su Jin into the mine, navigating left and right for nearly half an hour until they finally reached the forbidden zone, the heart of the Earth's flame. High above the walls, there was an opening, and both men squeezed through it, ultimately arriving at Xuanzhong Lake. Truly astonishing. Su Jin gasped upon laying eyes on the expansive lake, captivated by its vastness. The formation of such a large Xuanzhong Lake must have taken tens of thousands of years. Junior brother Chin, you have achieved a remarkable feat, Su Jin exclaimed joyfully. I cannot claim credit. It was merely an unintentional discovery on my part, Chen Shiran humbly replied. There is no need for such modesty. Junior brother, this Xuanzhong Lake holds immense value for the sect. I shall draft a report to send back. The rewards you will receive will surely exceed your expectations. Su Jin patted Chen Shiran on the shoulder with a beaming smile. Then I must extend my gratitude to you, senior brother. With that, Chen Shiran produced a jade box filled with spirit stones from his storage bag and pressed it into Su Jin's hands. Su Jin squinted happily, accepting it without a glance, before they both turned and made their way back to the sect's outpost. On the return journey, Chen Shiran learned that Yin Jin's sister was, in fact, a foundation-building cultivator from Cloud Sword Peak, explaining Su Jin's courteous demeanor towards her. The following day, Chen Shiran summoned the heads of the three families to the outpost, introducing them to the new envoy and facilitating their mutual acquaintance. He then briefed Yin Jin on the matters requiring handover. After preparing for a day's stay before returning to the sect, he realized that he had consumed all the medicinal pills he had brought with him. The concentration of spiritual energy here paled in comparison to that of the sect. It was not conducive for long-term cultivation. On the third day, Chen Shiran rose early, surveying the place he had inhabited for 3 years. Despite the familiarity and reluctance to depart, he understood that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. One must continually strive upward, embracing challenges and exerting effort to advance further, and no longer dwelling on the past. Chen Shiran retrieved his spirit vessel from his storage bag, replenished it with spirit stones, and left a communication talisman informing of his return to the sect for Su Jin before leaping into the sky. Racing towards the sect, little sister, Chen Shiran has just departed for the sect. It is unlikely we shall meet again in this lifetime. Why did you not go to bid him farewell? A man and woman stood quietly in the bamboo grove not far from the sect's outpost. Gazing in the direction Chen Shiran had left, the elegant and statuesque woman stared vacantly at the horizon, lost in thought, remaining silent for a long time. There is no need. We are destined to exist in different realms, she replied, her back turned as she walked deeper into the bamboo grove. Alas, the man sighed softly, his figure gradually fading into the depths of the bamboo. Chapter 99. Zhao Sijing, I swear to personally slay you upon reaching foundation building. Chen Shiran's journey back to the sect proceeded smoothly. And on the 10th day of continuous flight, he finally caught sight of the territory of Qingyuan's sect from a distance. Upon his return, He submitted his spirit vessel and made his way to the task hall to initiate the task handover. Upon entering the bustling hall, he noticed the familiar figure of Yue was absent among the throng. It seems her task of planting spiritual herbs also spanned 3 years. I wonder if she has successfully completed it. Qin Shiran mused as he approached a window to present his inner sect disciple token. Junior brother, please hold on. A petite girl with a bun hairstyle, appearing around 15 or 16, greeted him with a bright smile as she accepted the token. 10,000 sect contribution points. A startled exclamation erupted from the window. Suddenly, the entire hall fell silent, all eyes turning towards the source of the commotion. The girl with the bun stared wide-eyed, and upon realizing the attention of the crowd, her cheeks flushed crimson. I am so sorry, Senior Brother Qin. I should not have exclaimed. Please, take your token, she stammered, her face still flushed as she awkwardly returned the token. No worries, just refrain from such outbursts in the future, Qin Shiran replied with a smile as he accepted the token and exited the task hall, making his way toward the resource hall to renew his cave-dwelling lease. Who is that person? I don't know. Neither do I. The hall buzzed with whispers. Jiang, do you recognize him? A youth tugged at the sleeve of a man dressed in white beside him. Kair, my senior brother does not know him either. But the token indicates he is an inner sect disciple. There are only a handful of inner sect disciples whose contributions to the sect exceed 100,000, and I am generally acquainted with them. However, this junior brother seems unfamiliar, as I have not encountered him before, the man in white said, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. Oh, Jiang Shixiang, please refrain from constantly patting my head. It may render me foolish. The boy protested, shaking his head in discontent, yet he did not pull away, causing the man in white to burst into hearty laughter. After renewing his lease for another year, Qin Shiran returned to his cave dwelling. He had initially intended to inquire about Yue at the task hall, but due to his substantial contributions to the sect, he attracted considerable attention and had to leave hastily. To his surprise, he discovered that the Xuanzhong Lake sect had directly rewarded him with 90,000 sect contributions, which filled him with astonishment and delight. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings of his cave. Suffused with rich spiritual energy, his spirits lifted immensely. Having been separated from Qiuqiu for 3 years, Qin Shiran felt a deep yearning for it. Before he journeyed to the Nanjing kingdom, Sun Ruyan had approached him, requesting to take care of Qiuqiu, explaining that the lack of spiritual energy in Nanjing would make it difficult for Qiuqiu to survive. After much deliberation, Qin Shiran had ultimately decided to entrust Qiuqiu to her. Now that he had returned, it was time to bring Qiuqiu back. Determined, Qin Shiran resolved to take a nap and planned to retrieve Qiuqiu from the spirit herb courtyard early the next morning. The night passed without incident. At the break of dawn, Qin Shiran hurried to the spirit herb courtyard, only to find that Song Ruyan was absent. According to Uncle Quan, she had gone on a long journey without specifying her return. Reluctantly, Qin Shiran turned back and, midway, decided to visit Yue's former residence to see if he could meet her. Upon arriving at her dwelling, he discovered it had been occupied by others. Puzzled, he wondered if she had moved. Just then, a plain-looking woman in yellow emerged from the room. Excuse me, elder sister, do you know where the previous resident, a woman named Yue, has moved to? Qin Shiran inquired eagerly. Who are you? The woman in yellow asked. Her tone wary. I am Qin Shiran, an inner sect disciple. Yue, who lived here, is a close friend of mine. I am curious to know her current whereabouts, he said, offering the woman a low-grade spirit stone. Oh, you are inner sect disciple Chun. My name is Huang Jing. 2 years ago, there was indeed a senior sister residing here, although I am not certain if her name was Yue. Later, the sect annulled her registration, and this place became vacant, so I moved in, Huang Jing explained with a smile as she accepted the spirit stone. Annulled her registration? What does that mean? Qin Shiran asked, confused that it means she has died. If a disciple dies or goes missing for over 10 years, the sect will annul their registration, Huang Jing replied nonchalantly. What? Qin Shiran felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, his mind blank with disbelief. Impossible! Yue has been undertaking a spirit herb cultivation task for 3 years. There is no way she could be dead. There must be some mistake. He was adamant that Yue could not have perished. You might inquire at the law enforcement hall. They were the ones who investigated the matter, but it was left unresolved, Huang Jing suggested, startled by Qin Shiran's reaction. Upon hearing the mention of the law enforcement hall, Chen Shiran quickly activated his light body technique and rushed towards it. The law enforcement hall is located on the western side of Qingyuan sect, nestled on a perilous hillside, heavily guarded. Excuse me, is Brother Duan Tianya present? I am inner sect disciple Chen Shiran and have matters to discuss with him. Please relay my message. Upon arriving at the law enforcement hall, he presented several spirit stones to the attendant. Wait, the adage that money can move mountains proved true. Before long, the attendant emerged and said, "You may enter." Brother Duan asked you to come in upon hearing it was you, and he led Chen Shiran into the hall. Shiran, is that you? It has been 3 years since we last met. When did you return? I have missed you greatly. You've reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Your cultivation has improved significantly. The black-clad, smiling young man, adorned with the insignia of the law enforcement hall, approached Chen Shiran. Shiran pays respects to Brother Duan. Why cultivation is trivial compared to your profound attainment. Surely, you are nearing foundation establishment? Chen Shiran replied with a smile. Haha, I have barely managed to reach the peak of the 10th level of Qi refinement, just one foundation establishment pill away. Duan Tianya laughed heartily. Come, sit. What brings you to me? Duan Tianya invited. Brother Duan, I have a dear friend named Yue, who previously resided in the outer sect disciple dormitory. When I went to find her today, I was informed that she had her sect registration annulled 2 years ago. Is this true? Chen Shiran asked urgently. Upon hearing Yue's name, Duan Tianya's expression shifted dramatically. Shiran, this is indeed the case. The disciple named Yue was expelled from the sect 2 years ago for violating sect rules. Duan Tianya hesitated before revealing, but she was undertaking a spirit herb cultivation task. How could she have violated sect rules? Chen Shiran pressed, alarmed. Consider this matter as if it never occurred, and focus on your cultivation to avoid unnecessary trouble. Duan Tianya advised in a hushed tone. It related to Zhao Xijing. Chen Shiran suddenly inquired. This is not something you can resolve, Shiran. Zhao Xijing is not an opponent you can contend with, especially considering the formidable forces behind him. Heed my advice. Concentrate on your cultivation. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood, Duan Tianya continued in a low voice. Thank you, Brother Duan. I wish to know whether Yue is alive or dead after her expulsion, Chen Shiran asked with hope. Duan Tianya did not respond. And I understand now, Brother Duan. Thank you for your information. I know what I must do. Chen Shiran's expression grew colder, and he stood up, walking towards the exit with a blank face. Not do anything foolish, Shiran, Duan Tianya called out loudly. Upon returning to his cave, Chen Shiran's face was ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhao Xijing, I Chen Shiran vow that after I establish my foundation, I shall personally slay you. Chapter 100. The Tianheng secret realm is about to open. Chen Shiran remained in his cave for a week, burying the anger within his heart until his emotions gradually settled. In Qingyuan sect, he had no true friends. Although he had not known Yue for long, she had not only assisted him in completing sect tasks, but also helped him evade a calamity. This enmity must eventually be avenged. However, at present, Chen Shiran was not Zhao Xijing's match and could only suppress his hatred for the time being. He vowed to eliminate Zhao Xijing when he became stronger. One day, while Chen Shiran was cultivating in his residence, a series of deep, resonant bell tolls echoed in his ears. What is happening? Why has the Jinyuan bell been struck? Chen Shiran wondered, perplexed. The Jinyuan bell is the sect's protective spirit artifact. Its tolling reverberates throughout Qingyuan sect, typically signifying significant events or crises. He was astonished to hear it today. Without delay, Chen Shiran exited his cave and employed his light body technique, heading toward the sect's plaza. After a brief moment, he arrived at the sect's plaza, which was teeming with disciples clad in various colors, gathered in clusters. Brotherly, you are well informed. There's some major event occurring. Why has the Jinyuan bell been struck? A young man in black asked. According to what my master conveyed, it seems to be about the legendary. A tall man in yellow began, but he was interrupted. Attention, all disciples of the sect. I am the sect master of Qingyuan sect. Please quiet down. A deep, harmonious voice resonated in everyone's ears. It's the sect master. Many disciples looked on with respect. At the front of the plaza, several figures donned in the attire of the sect's elite and palace robes stood on the steps. Flanked by a row of foundation building disciples and core members, in the center stood a dignified elder in azure robes, adorned with a crown, who raised his right hand to silence the crowd. Disciples of the sect, The reason for gathering you today may be unknown to most of you. The sect master paused, surveying the crowd. Because our Qingyuan sect is about to hold a grand sect conference, scheduled for 6 months from now. All disciples below the foundation building stage, regardless of their status, are eligible to register for participation. As the sect master's voice faded, a wave of excitement surged through the plaza. What? All disciples below the foundation building stage can participate. ISNT. This sect conference held once every 5 years. ISNT at 2 years away. Someone exclaimed from the crowd. Indeed, and previously, participants were categorized by their sect status for different levels of competition. Why has it been moved up this time? And why has the rule changed? This is rather unfair to us outer sect disciples. How could we possibly compete against inner sect disciples? Another voice murmured in discontent. Cough, cough. Please remain calm. Allow me to explain. The sect master continued after clearing his throat. The Tianheng secret realm of the Tianheng continent, which opens approximately once every 50 years, is predicted to commence in 8 months. Therefore, the sect has decided to advance the sect competition originally scheduled for 2 years from now, rewarding the top 50 disciples. However, the sect master paused slowly before continuing. Point 50. That seems rather insufficient. Some disciples began to voice their complaints. However, only the top 20 disciples will be selected to enter the Tianheng secret realm. The sect master proclaimed astonishingly. What the heck? Damn it. Many disciples began to curse in frustration. Silence. Where has the dignified demeanor of disciples from one of the 5 major sects of the Tianheng continent gone? Are you all so easily defeated by a minor setback? A gaunt, middle-aged man in black, standing to the right of the sect master, thundered. That's the hall master of the enforcement hall. Feng Shashan. A disciple in the audience muttered, shrinking back. Humph. Don't think that just because we are only taking the top 20 disciples, you can simply secure a spot without strength. Every advancement in cultivation requires immense effort, and each breakthrough is achieved by stepping over the fallen remains of others. The path of cultivation is a journey where every step ascends to the heavens. If you wish to remain comfortably within the sect without any ambition, I will expunge you parasitic insects from Qingyuan sect one by one, the middle-aged man in black bellowed. Feng Shidi, please calm down. Don't scare the disciples, an elder advised with a smile. Disciples of the sect? The reason we are only taking 20 is that the Tianheng secret realm allows only 100 individuals to enter. Our 5 major sects will each have 20 spots, so I hope you can seize this opportunity that arises once every 50 years. The sect master elaborated slowly to the disciples below. The top 20 will receive additional generous rewards from our sect, and this opening of the Tianheng secret realm is of paramount importance. Relating to the future development of our sect, I urge each of you to exert your utmost strength to compete for these 20 spots. The sect master stated solemnly in the over 10,000 years since the establishment of Qingyuan sect. Many outstanding disciples have emerged during previous competitions in the Tianheng secret realm against disciples from other sections. Some have now attained the golden core and foundation establishment stages, while others have sacrificed their invaluable lives for the sect. They are the pride of Qingyuan sect, so I implore all of you to showcase your strongest abilities and achieve commendable results in the upcoming competition in 8 months to elevate the prestige of our sect. The sect master raised his arm, passionately proclaiming, "The sect master is formidable. Qingyuan sect is formidable." Numerous disciples cheered loudly. Chen Xiran could not help but be swept up in the enthusiasm. The multitude of disciples on the square flushed with excitement, their voices rising as if they were prepared to sacrifice their lives for the sect. The sect master wore a satisfied smile, gently signaling for silence. The disciples' voices gradually diminished, and after a few moments, there was complete silence. There are still 6 months for preparation. I hope all disciples will take this time to diligently cultivate and strive for further advancement. I hereby announce that for the next 6 months, all Qi refining stage disciples will receive double the sect resources, and there will be varying degrees of discounts on the exchange of sect contribution items. I hope all disciples will achieve satisfactory results by then. The sect master disclosed another favorable announcement. Long live the sect master. The disciples cheered joyously once more. Chen Xiran felt elated upon hearing this. He currently possessed 100,000 sect contributions and should be able to exchange for many valuable items. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Chen Xiran began to contemplate how he could achieve commendable results in 6 months. He was currently at the 6th level of Qi refining, still some distance from the 7th level. Reaching the 7th level within 6 months posed a challenge, but it was not impossible. He decided to first visit the resource hall's contribution exchange to see if there were suitable elixirs that could expedite his progress to the late stage of chi refining, as that would enhance his chances of securing a spot in the top 20. Moreover, it was time to gather the 5 elemental magical tools. Previously, he had lacked spirit stones for purchases, but now he possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones and sect contributions. It was time to utilize the sword technique recorded in the mysterious jade pendant, the Tianyuan Jiuxiao sword technique. This would significantly increase his odds of success. Having made up his mind, Qin Shiran set off toward the resource hall. Chapter 101. An unexpected encounter with the celestial maiden in white. Upon arriving at the contribution exchange of the resource hall, Qin Shiran noticed that there were far more disciples present today than usual. Forming long queues that extended outside the door, it seemed that other disciples were also eager to take advantage of the discounts to exchange for suitable elixirs. After selecting a line, Qin Shiran patiently waited for a considerable time until it was finally his turn. "May I ask, esteemed senior, what items would you like to exchange?" The exchange window was staffed by a sweet-looking young girl who greeted him with a warm smile. "Esteemed junior sister, I would like to inquire if there are any elixirs that can facilitate a rapid breakthrough from the 6th to the 7th level of chi refining. Additionally, I wish to exchange for a 5-element attack sword, ideally of the highest quality." After contemplating, Qin Shiran requested. For the late stage of chi refining, the most suitable elixirs are the Jiyuan pill and the Qingling pill, both of excellent quality. As for magical tools, we even have top-grade ones available. It just depends on how you wish to exchange, the girl replied sweetly. "I am specifically asking for elixirs that can guarantee an immediate breakthrough to the 7th level, not just those suitable for the late stage of chi refining. Also, how can I exchange for a top-grade sword?" Qin Shiran reiterated. The disciples behind him were taken aback by Qin Shiran's grand request. It was already quite rare for a chi refining disciple to use a superior magical tool, and here he was asking for 5 top-grade swords. Those unaware would think he hailed from a prestigious sect family. "Unfortunately, we do not have any elixirs for immediate breakthroughs. The price for top-grade attack swords ranges from 8,000 to 15,000 sect contribution points, depending on the forging methods and quality." The girl replied politely and warmly. Having worked there for over half a year, this was her first encounter with such a big spender. "There's none of that kind of elixir." Qin Shiran frowned. Previously, Sun Rian had given him a wall-breaking pill, but it seemed such elixirs were particularly rare even within the sect. "Esteemed junior brother, if you are looking to purchase elixirs, I can inform you of a place that might have what you seek." A young man in blue behind Qin Shiran suddenly interjected. "Is that so? May I ask, esteemed senior brother, where is this place? Could you kindly enlighten me?" Qin Shiran turned around and cupped his hands in gratitude. "Junior brother can wait until I finish exchanging my items, and I'll find a moment to provide you with more details." The young man in blue smiled. Agreed. Afterward, Qin Shiran carefully selected 5 top-grade 5-element swords. Spending a total of 53,000 contribution points, he casually inquired about the sect's availability of foundation establishment pills, only to find out they required a staggering 100,000 contribution points, an astronomical price, with very few capable of such exchanges. After a while, the young man in blue finished his exchanges and accompanied Qin Shiran to the Lingshan Hall, where Qin Shiran ordered several famous spirit dishes and a pot of spirit wine. Spending over 200 contribution points. "This sect contribution is too fleeting. I've already spent over half of it in just a short while today," Qin Shiran mused inwardly. He then poured a cup of spirit wine for the young man in blue. "May I ask for your surname, esteemed brother?" Qin Shiran inquired. "My surname is Wu. Are you perhaps surnamed Qin?" The young man replied with a smile after taking a sip of the spirit wine. "How did you know my surname is Qin?" Qin Shiran asked in surprise. "A few days ago, I saw you at the mission hall, and I learned that your contribution points had already reached 100,000. No wonder you can afford to buy top-grade magical tools." The young man named Wu expressed enviously. "I see. It's all earned through hard work. It's nothing to boast about. You mentioned earlier that there might be a place with elixirs similar to what I described. May I ask where it is?" Qin Shiran shifted the topic. "That place is actually known to many disciples within the sect. It's the Fengshi," Wu explained slowly. "Fengshi? I've only heard of the market. What exactly is the Fengshi, and where is it located?" Qin Shiran asked, puzzled. "Haha, it seems junior brother is quite the diligent cultivator." Wu laughed heartily. "The Fengshi is located 3,000 miles west of Qingyun sect. On the mountainside of a certain mountain, it was originally a wasteland, later controlled by the Loose Cultivator Alliance to establish a market. There are auctions held on the 1st and 15th of every month. And frequently, disciples from the 5 sects go there to trade and sell items, often bringing rare items to the auctions. I heard that recently, Foundation establishment pills were even circulated there, Wu explained. Thank you, Senior Brother Wu, for the information. Time is of the essence, so I shall take my leave. With the 15th of this month only 5 days away, Chen Shiran decided to set off to the Fengshe immediately. You're welcome, wishing you a smooth journey, Wu smiled and cupped his hands in farewell. Chen Shiran turned and hurried back to his cave dwelling, gathering all his belongings, including items acquired from previous battles. He planned to see if he could find suitable elixirs at the Fengshe, as well as sell off any unnecessary items to exchange for spirit stones. Descending the mountain, Chen Shiran rented a spirit boat, filled it with spirit stones, and activated it as a green light shot westward. Without pause, Chen Shiran flew for approximately 3 days, finally reaching the Fengshe by midday on the 4th day. The Fengshe was built on the mountainside, concealed by a formation barrier. Had it not been for the specific location provided by Wu, it would have been quite difficult to locate. After sending a sound transmission talisman and his identity token into the formation, Chen Shiran was granted entry. As soon as Chen Shiran stepped into the market, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The marketplace was filled with individuals donning wide-brimmed hats that obscured their faces, and throughout the square, vendors could be seen selling their unwanted possessions in exchange for necessities. In a hurry, Chen Shiran retrieved garments he had previously worn, draping them over himself, for the adage wealth should not be flaunted is universally applicable. Ah, my dear friend, you must be new here. May I ask your surname? I am Tang Fei, your guide in this marketplace. Should you require assistance, hiring me will save you considerable time and help you avoid being deceived. For there are many swindlers about. As soon as Chen Shiran finished changing, a middle-aged man with a portly stature approached him with a friendly smile and my surname is Chen. How much for your services? Chen Shiran, unfamiliar with the area, knew that employing a guide could save him a great deal of time. 10 spirit stones per day. No deception here. Tang Fei rubbed his hands together, beaming with delight. All right, I wish to inquire about tomorrow's auction. Are there any items suitable for enhancing one's cultivation? Chen Shiran feigned a hoarse voice. You've come to the right person. I have lived here for over 30 years and am intimately familiar with every blade of grass. It is rumored that a rare treasure will be featured at tomorrow's auction, attracting disciples from the 5 major sects to bid on it. You should certainly attend, Tang Fei replied with a broad smile. As he spoke, a brilliant green light streaked across the sky, capturing Chen Shiran's attention. When the light faded, a spiritual vessel appeared, and 3 figures, a man and 2 women, descended from it. What is this vessel? Chen Shiran wondered, recognizing the familiar craft. Indeed, it is her, the white-clad fairy. Chen Shiran nearly cried out, having recognized the figure he had long held in his heart. Chapter 102. Items for sale after nearly 5 years. He once again beheld the figure that had never faded from his memory. She still wore flowing white garments, a slender jade sword adorning her waist, her face veiled in a white gauze. Her figure still curvaceous, though it seemed she no longer recognized him. The one referred to as the white-clad fairy, Lin Junyao, gracefully descended from the vessel, striding towards the marketplace auction house alongside her companions. Chen, my friend, that is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and the one leading them is no ordinary individual. Be cautious, for others may take notice of you, Tang Fei whispered to Chen Shiran. What do you mean? Am I not even allowed to look? Chen Shiran replied, slightly bewildered. Take a glance around you, Tang Fei gestured with his chin. Chen Shiran surveyed his surroundings. My word, he gasped, astonished. Numerous men were fixated on Lin Junyao. Brother, you may not be aware, but that fairy is one of the 3 most beautiful women in the cultivation world. Lin Junyao of the Heavenly Sword sect. Tang Fei's expression mirrored that of an infatuated admirer. Whoever weds her will not only embrace beauty but also gain access to an abundance of cultivation resources. Does she hail from a prominent cultivation family? Chen Shiran inquired with curiosity. Not quite. She does not seem to belong to a renowned family, however, she has powerful backing. Her master is the illustrious Hongfu Zhenren, a late-stage golden core cultivator. Marrying Lin Junyao would be akin to soaring to great heights. Tang Fei explained with envy. I see. Thus, she is not someone an ordinary person could easily catch the eye of. Yet, It appears she is here for the auction as well. I wonder what valuable items will be presented. Qin Shiran mused. Rest assured, the auction organized by our Loose Cultivator Alliance will not disappoint you. Qin, it will take place tomorrow, and I wonder if you have any particular items in mind. For we have everything from cultivation techniques to elixirs, weapons, and various materials, Tang Fei declared proudly. What is the Loose Cultivator Alliance? Qin Shiran could not help but ask. Our Loose Cultivator Alliance is quite a significant organization on the Tianheng continent. Many members are former loose cultivators, or those who have left their sects. United as one, though we cannot compare to the 5 major sects, our organization spans the continent, frequently showcasing rare treasures from all corners, which attracts numerous members from the 5 sections. The fact that Lin Junyao is coming to this auction indicates that exceptional items will certainly be available. Tang Fei continued enthusiastically. It seems I have arrived at the perfect time to be. By the way, I have some items I wish to sell. Do you have any connections? Qin Shiran inquired. What items do you wish to sell? If they are ordinary techniques or elixirs, you can simply visit some shops for appraisals. For rarer, valuable items, I recommend the auction house. Though the commission is higher, you will secure a better price. Then please take me to the auction house. Qin Shiran thought for a moment. Realizing he had several unnecessary magical artifacts, along with a substantial amount of Xin heavy water, and Sumin Lingji he planned to enhance with Juyu Emolian to improve his cultivation. Thus, visiting the auction house seemed the most prudent course of action. Very well, please follow me. Tang Fei's eyes lit up, sensing that this companion was of considerable means. Qin Shiran followed Tang Fei to the center of the marketplace, where a 3-story tower constructed of black mystic stones stood. The entrance was guarded, with a cultivator at the late Qi refining stage stationed there. Qin Shiran was slightly taken aback by the strength of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Please halt. The auction begins tomorrow. No one is permitted to enter, 2 guards announced, blocking their path. Dear guards, could you kindly inform Elder Zhou that Tang Fei has brought a distinguished guest wishing to consign items? Tang Fei said with a smile, discreetly slipping a few spirit stones to one of them. Please wait a moment. One of the guards replied quietly. Qin, my friend, Elder Zhou is a good friend of my late father. A foundational stage cultivator, he can appraise any fine items you may have. However, be cautious in your speech. He has a rather volatile temper, Tang Fei transmitted discreetly. Qin Shiran nodded in understanding. Before long, an elderly man clad in coarse garments and with a weathered face emerged from within. Tang Fei, what sort of individuals are you bringing this time? The last guest you brought offered nothing but worthless items. If this time proves no different, do not come seeking my assistance again. The elder stated coldly. Elder Zhou, I assure you that this time, you will be thoroughly pleased with what my companion brings forth, Tang Fei replied respectfully. Given your father's reputation, I will grant you one more chance. Come in. Elder Zhou turned and walked back inside, and the guards did not stop Qin Shiran and Tang Fei. They followed the elder for what felt like a brief moment, arriving at a brightly lit room. The walls were lined with shelves filled with an array of books and items, while a large wooden table in the center was covered with assorted objects. Present your wares. What fine items do you wish for me to appraise and consign? The elder asked, calmly taking a seat at the table. Qin, my friend, feel free to present any items of interest to Elder Zhou for appraisal. He is one of the top 3 appraisers in our auction house. And nothing he has assessed has ever been a fake, Tang Fei encouraged. Indeed, I have yet to encounter a counterfeit while appraising items. Elder Zhou stroked his beard with a smile. Elder, may I ask if these items are suitable for